Chapter 401. Adventurers are free. This freedom is not arbitrary, but all their actions are based on their own subjective will. They are often more like mercenaries. They do life-threatening work. When seeking their help, don't talk about righteousness and sentiment, just promise them benefits. In the adventurer circle, trust and honor are still very important. After the Star Patrol conference ended, the video about the battle for the establishment of the Canaan's courtyard was spread on the Magic Network one day later. Canaan's courtyard was officially open to the public. 3 invited brigades established resident manors in the fortress city, and the Kingdom of Galaposo established a diplomatic residence in the fortress city. In addition to the invited personnel, not all adventurers are eligible to participate in the Star Patrol conference. Adventurers who can participate in the Star Patrol conference are those who have completed a certain number of adventure tasks in the 357 courtyards earlier. The most intuitive benefit of participating in this Star Patrol war is that they all obtain the right to develop the Canaan's courtyard. That is to say, in the Canaan's courtyard, people with the right to develop can enclose and open up wasteland in all areas 30 kilometers outside the fortress city. Whether it is for cultivation or building a fortress, as long as the fortress city is reported, the land will be privately owned and will be legally protected by humans. If those developed areas are attacked by monsters, the fortress city may not have the spare strength to send troops to support, but if others want to rob and occupy, they will inevitably be subject to legal sanctions from humans. Of course, this kind of development behavior is not something you can just put up a fence and enclose as you want. First of all, a right to develop can only enclose a piece of complete land without any gaps, regardless of size, but you cannot enclose a piece here and there. Secondly, the premise of reporting is that you have indeed made effective development of the land, such as reclaiming and planting crops in farmland, such as grazing livestock farms, or indeed building a fortress suitable for human habitation. The right to develop is a right, but its use and operation depends on one's own strength. However, with the full opening of the Canaan's courtyard, more adventurers will come here. If they do not have enough development strength, this right to develop can also be transferred and sold, or they can cooperate with some powerful groups. In general, it is a special benefit for those adventurers who contributed to the development of Canaan's courtyard in the early days. As landowners, the registered townspeople of the town naturally have this right to develop. To a certain extent, the townspeople did not get any substantial benefits from the development of Canaan City in the human world, but the right to develop Canaan's courtyard can be regarded as a windfall for them, similar to the demolition households. Of course, this kind of windfall also depends on the prospects of Canaan's courtyard, and whether someone will buy the development rights in their hands. I have to say that life is amazing. Sometimes, getting rich is not something that can be achieved by hard work. The celebratory atmosphere in the Canaan's courtyard has not subsided. In addition to the victory of the war, the adventurers are also excited about their future. Some powerful groups have begun to purchase the development rights from the veteran adventurers of the Canaan's courtyard. Each brigade is busy with its own station affairs, and each strategy team carefully studies the layout of the monsters in the courtyard, and speeds up the design of the initial plot for the strategy teams to appear. Some adventurers are planning to expand, while others, after making a fortune, start to buy themselves the weapons and equipment they have longed for. The garrison regiment stopped using the military regulations of the fortress city. The administrative main office, the garrison regiment, and the adventurers union jointly arranged the various administrative departments of the fortress city. The humans in the Canaan's courtyard are busy with their own things, and Bear Pig Town has also ushered in a new wave of people. In winter, the snow melts, and the bright sunshine shines on Canaan City in the afternoon. Because humans have successfully established themselves in Canaan's courtyard, Canaan City in the human world is also shrouded in a joyful atmosphere. When people are smiling and happy, a strange energy wave passes through Canaan City. Most people don't feel anything strange, but those with psychic physiques feel uncomfortable for a moment. Palpitations that make people's hair stand on end, although the feeling of discomfort is only for a moment. The goosebumps that have not faded for a while make it impossible to ignore the authenticity of this moment of abnormality. Hiss in front of the police station, escorting an adventurer with an unregistered monster, Ronald suddenly shuddered and took a breath uncontrollably. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing Ronald's body suddenly stiffen, Joe held the hilt of the sword at his waist and stared at the adventurer next to him with a face full of resentment. As night hunter stationed in Canaan City, Ronald, Joe, Marcy, plus a local tomwire, have been very busy recently. Unlike the guard team, the overall number of night hunters is not large. They are scattered in small teams and share intelligence with the guard team and the adventurers union. Usually they deal with ghosts and resentful spirits. When encountering dangerous incidents, they will send a gathering request to nearby night hunters. Because Kane City was originally a remote town, even if it was developed, many of the rules and regulations here were not perfect. When the courtyard here was officially stable, the large number of adventurers who poured in would not cause any big trouble here, but there were many guys with unregistered monsters. Some were team beasts, some were private war pets, and some were contracted familiars. These beings suddenly came in a concentrated manner, were not registered, and were not human dependents. They caused the monster alarm in Kane City to sound again and again, which gave Ronald and his men a headache. These people usually went straight to Kane's courtyard. After entering the courtyard, the monster alarm no longer sounded, and these people did not need to be taken care of by the night hunters. But there were some ignorant guys who would also wander around Kane City, just like the adventurer that Ronald was escorting at this time, who made the monster alarm sound all the time, and they couldn't ignore it. Now, there is no criminal record. If you catch them, don't worry about fines or detention. Escort them to the security team and let the security team deal with it. You don't feel anything? Ronald stopped and looked at the adventurers around him with a suspicious look. He then pushed aside his sleeves and looked at the hairs on his forearms. He asked several of his team members. Feeling? What feeling? Several people were puzzled, and the captured adventurer was also at a loss. Well, it's okay. I guess some strongmen have come to town. Ronald shook his head hesitantly, confirmed that there was nothing unusual, patted the adventurer with his hands cuffed, and walked into the police station. At the same time, Tricia, who was cleaning her witch's hut, also felt a strange fluctuation. Her body stiffened, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. After a brief thought, she walked to the bookshelf, took out an old book and looked for something. Unlike the hesitation of the other two, Caroline, who had also left the courtyard, had chosen the location of the additional campus in the fortress city, and her eyes were filled with horror. Elzak in the dusk courtyard frowned, and the lazy expression on the face of the nearby Setsuna gradually disappeared. She opened her cherry lips and muttered in a low voice, "Ghosts?" A spiritual fluctuation caused some reactions in the city of Canes. Most people who felt it did not know what this fleeting fluctuation specifically represented. And the Canes courtyard was welcoming a peak of entry, and some people attributed it to the unintentional actions of a strong man. But at the source of this fluctuation, Mu Hua, who had just come out of the Abyss Island, had a tangled face and twitched his mouth. Well, among the original sins, the pros and cons of other original sins are difficult to comment on, but when the word jealousy is mentioned, it is inevitable to give people some insidious impressions. As a newly minted ghost god, Mu Hua has obtained the power of jealousy. Although he cannot control his influence on the outside world, concealing his own soul fluctuations is also a specialty of jealousy. When he found something wrong at the beginning of the dimension conversion, Mu Hua immediately made adjustments. If he didn't say anything, he shouldn't be discovered as abnormal as Tao Lucy. However, it is true that ordinary people can't find his abnormality, but his influence on the outside world will not stop. As long as he is still squatting in Kane City, whoever dies in this area will become a ghost. His existence has become an alien rule. Sooner or later, someone will find that there is an unruly ghost god in this area. Mu Hua's eyelids twitched. Things seem to be a bit serious. Chapter 402. Hi, Mu. Pete has agreed to give up the position of mayor. Hobart is going door to door to greet people about the right to develop the courtyard. The day after tomorrow, Old Man Mori will treat us to a meal at the farm. You are too early, haha. Just after noon, at Nigel Farm in the west of the town, the farmer Ivan saw Mu Hua coming and greeted Mu Hua from a distance, joking. Treating at the farm? Oh, this is a big deal, Mu Hua said with a smile. I have something to ask you. Haven't you contacted some animal hunting teams recently? I plan to buy some dog beasts, black evil dogs and flame dogs. Help me buy some. After joking, Mu Hua said to Ivan. The Star Patrol Conference had a war. After fighting on the battlefield, Mu Hua became stronger. The 1000 plus physical fitness, probably because the physical fitness suddenly improved too much, forcibly catalyzed the blood mimicry for him. A single attribute of more than 600 is the entry standard for the brigade's main battle, and his furious blood also contains extreme strength. Although he is not sure what the concept of the Crown Shadow is, after some systematic training, Mu Hua estimates that he should be able to beat most of the brigade's main battles with this physique alone. Mu Hua has Krypton all the physique crystals. After the physique reaches 1000, 2 physique crystals can increase the physique a little. Mu Hua has no regrets or dissatisfaction about this. The physique has soared from a scumbag to this level in 1 year, so let's increase the amount. The 100 refining secret stones have also been consumed. After completing the preconditions, his undead summoning has been upgraded to LV76. While the combat power has soared wildly, Mu Hua's undead summoning can finally continue to improve. Compared with the physique, the qualitative change of the undead summoning really scared Mu Hua a little. Mu Hua considered the upgraded undead summoning to be a somewhat shameful trump card. If it is not necessary, he still plans to continue to use the undead summoning beasts below the Headless Knight. He is really not sure how much impact the newly appeared undead summoning beasts will have on his life. Well, not sure whether it is positive or negative. At the same time, it seems that because of the perfection of the Soul Tide, Mu Hua found that his summoned beasts can also be transferred and gifted, which is a very good change. After actually participating in the war, Mu Hua also found that the number of combat power is also very important in large-scale battles. One step to become a ghost god, and combined with his own situation, Mu Hua is now a little worried. If someone troubles him again, it is likely to involve a large-scale battle. No, if there are enough materials, the undead can be derived step by step. If there are enough materials, they can be made. If there are not enough materials, they can't be made. In addition to deriving undead, Mu Hua thought about how to give his own army a burst of troops, and the most feasible way was to increase the number of demon followers. That's right, it's a demon follower. Based on Monday's experience of evolution, the number of Philosopher's Stones required for a black evil dog with demon blood to evolve into a Hellhound is not much. In terms of the combat power of the Hellhound, this cost-effectiveness seems to be quite good. Black evil dogs are cheap and more suitable for domestication and enslavement. Although black evil dogs themselves have no training value, they can be fucked by Monday. Well, Mu Hua is becoming more and more shameless, all because of original sin. Mu Hua wants to buy some female black evil dogs for Monday to breed. Mu Hua thinks that whether it is transfiguration or shape-shifting, if Monday learns the ability in that area, there should be no corpses everywhere. If it doesn't work, you can try using a wolf. The main thing is that the price of that thing is a bit expensive, and it is more difficult to train than a black dog. Mu Hua still gives priority to black dogs. If those black dogs give birth to mixed blood puppies, he will find a way to train those pups. If they are enslaved, they will evolve into hellhounds. Anyway, they don't need to find a superior species to devour through soul transformation. As for buying a flame dog, it is relatively simple. That thing is stubborn and difficult to raise. It will die if it is pinned up, and it will cause fires everywhere if it is released. Mu Hua has no plan to raise them for the time being. However, there is a chance that the flame dog can be smelted into the tears of the fire element. It has elemental affinity, especially flame affinity, so the effect should not be too great. No matter whether it is kept for personal use or sold, this is simply a profitable business. Mu Hua bought the flame dog with the intention of killing it and smelting it. Flame dog? Black dogs are okay, but flame dogs may not be easy to collect. Ivan has some research on Warcraft, and is more familiar with low-level Warcraft. Because they can cause fires, fire dogs are not very popular. Not to mention humans, many monsters will not allow fire dogs to survive in their territory. The relatively small number is one aspect, and they are prone to commit suicide after being captured, so some human hunters generally do not sell them. Try to collect as many as possible. If there are no fire dogs, forget it. Mainly female black dogs. Contact me if you receive them. See you the day after tomorrow. Mu Hua said casually, and waved goodbye to Ivan. As soon as he came out of the Abyss Island, Mu Hua ran to Ivan as soon as possible. In fact, asking Ivan to collect dogs is only one aspect. Because animals are more sensitive, Mu Hua restrained his own breath and soul fluctuations. He came to the farm to see if the livestock here had any reaction to him. After restraining the soul fluctuations, his own demon followers could not sense anything unusual from him. If the livestock here did not resist him, Mu Hua could completely relax and contact other people. Ghosts and gods are awesome? Haha, Mu Hua had seen Tao Lisi lying down on the exiled island earlier. Never mind why he was lying down. Since the big guys were all lying down and became land gods, Mu Hua was not going to expose himself if he could hide. Saying goodbye to Ivan, Mu Hua returned to the Demand Hotel. On Wednesday, he was sent by him to wait in the hotel where Gray was staying. He could not do anything unless Ivy came out. He took a detour to the town along the way to show some presents, so that he could have some alibi after burying Ivy later. Well, Mu Hua became a ghost god, and his physique also broke through 1,000 plus. After making sure that his ghost god would not be exposed casually, the first thing Mu Hua wanted to do was to stab Ivy's kidney. Tabesha was still in the courtyard. She was responsible. After joining the Odysseus team, she always took the members of Dandelion to accept Odysseus's command. Walking to the forest path in front of the Demand Hotel, Trisha suddenly appeared and called Muhua. Muhua! At the fork in the road, Trisha waved to Muhua with a serious expression. Huh? You are back so soon? How is the business? Muhua approached Trisha and asked unexpectedly. Earlier, during the war in the courtyard, Trisha mixed in a group of witches and handed out business cards to necromancers everywhere. After destroying the dragon, Muhua was busy picking up the corpses of monsters on the battlefield, and then joined the negotiation delegation led by Tennyson, and got separated from Trisha. It's okay. I've received some appointments. Let's not talk about this. Did you feel it before? I told you. I just checked the classics, and there might be an original sin in town. The seventh person couldn't have come here. He probably touched the jealous ghost. Pulling Muhua to the side of the road, Trisha said mysteriously. Muhua was silent, twitching his mouth, hesitating for a moment, and trying to make a surprised expression. Very good, at least the witch next to him, who was relatively familiar with him, did not connect him with the ghost. Don't disbelieve it. I just asked a man. He didn't feel anything. That kind of mental fluctuation is consistent with the characteristics of jealousy. Seeing Muhua hesitate, Trisha continued. I believe it. Pulling his arm out of Trisha's arms, Muhua pursed his lips and tried to make his expression more natural. Then what? Muhua asked Trisha. Right, you have mastered the touch of the soul, so I said you must have discovered it. Human ghosts born out of jealousy of ghosts have the potential to evolve into faceless ones. Are there any ghosts born in the town? Don't play dumb. Don't try to keep it to yourself. Trisha looked at Muhua and told the real reason why she called Muhua. Muhua was speechless. Well, it seems that this witch has always been thinking about the dead people in the town. How can it be such a coincidence that people died here as soon as the ghosts arrived? Maybe they passed by or entered the courtyard. Muhua waved his hand in boredom. It doesn't seem like it. The mental fluctuations disappeared too quickly. If he entered the courtyard would have exploded long ago. He must have taken the initiative to hide. Trisha said with a wise look. No, I didn't find any ghosts. Let's not talk about this first. Let me tell you something serious. How about hanging out with me in the future? Muhua interrupted, a little allergic to Trisha's topic. Huh? Are you pursuing me? After a brief moment of shock, Trisha looked disgusted. Would he hook up with a girl? And still hang out with him? What are you thinking about? I mean the corpse engraving. I will engrave the corpse engraving for my skeletons and undead in the future. Muhua waved his hand. Ha! You are dreaming. 300 Dragon Tea soldiers, no future. I am very expensive. Trisha seemed to see something dirty, and jumped to avoid Muhua a few steps. Earlier, she had been pestering Muhua for a long time, and Muhua voluntarily cancelled the contract, and only let her engrave 300 Dragon Tea soldiers, so she had a lot of good feelings for Muhua. So this guy is trying to win over? It's been a while. Come again? Death breath, I will help you comprehend the death breath. Muhua asked tentatively. Deal. Boss. Trisha. If someone else had said it, maybe Trisha would have questioned it, but Vivian was not the only one who noticed it. Trisha also noticed that there were quite a few people around Muhua who had comprehended the breath of death. The breath of death, Trisha also wanted it. Isn't it just a part-time job? At most, I won't curse the witches and goblins in the hall anymore. The breath of death, give it to me, Muhua. Chapter 403. Whether it is the growth of physique or the acquisition of original sin talent, these are actually relatively regular improvements for Muhua. Because the root of these growths comes from physical crystals and Baalian secret stones. As long as these two things are smelted monster corpses, there will always be some gains. These growths are just a matter of early or late for Muhua. And Muhua also obtained some interesting things in the courtyard war, such as the summoning skill stone. Let's not talk about the skill stones of tigers, wolves, bears, and pigs that should be able to summon monsters in the later stage after upgrading their levels. Among them, demon summoning, goblin summoning, and lion-scorpion summoning are more valued by Muhua. There is no need to say much about demon summoning. Lion-scorpions are cunning but fierce, and have the ability to fly. However, Muhua's intelligence is not up to standard yet, and he can't buy the lion-scorpion summoning skill stone. As for goblin summoning, Muhua is looking forward to getting the Goblin King by upgrading the level. It is not that he values the Goblin King's combat power, but the Goblin King's worst ability is to train other goblins. If goblin summoning can eventually get the Goblin King, then Mu Hua may be able to use it to get a goblin tribe. Goblins have bad and perverse temperaments, and their racial identity is unexpectedly strong. At the same time, their tolerance for power is simply against the sky. Under the oppression of power, their hard work and endurance are second only to pig-headed people. Whether they are used as cannon fodder or coolies, or even as feed for free-range monsters, goblins are a very good choice. For the goblin summoning skill stone, Mu Hua is not thinking about the goblin summoning beast, but the goblin tribe that is obedient or can be enslaved. Of course, these are just expectations. After all, the upgrade of these summoning skills requires a large number of Balian secret stones. The undead summoning has only been upgraded to LV78. Except for the demon summoning that makes Mu Hua hesitant, Mu Hua will not upgrade other summoning skills in the short term. A tiger beast followed Mu Hua into the Demand Hotel with a cat step. It was a big orange with a body size similar to that of a Siberian tiger. It was a tiger that was not yet a monster. It was Mu Hua's summoned beast. Mu Hua tried to upgrade the tiger summoning by 1 level. The number of tiger beasts increased. It was not sure whether they would increase the level, and only the number like the raven summoning. Mu Hua did not have any extra resources to waste for the time being. The reason why he brought this big orange was purely because he liked the furry and comfortable petting. The ordinary tiger beast, mighty and domineering, could be considered a beast among the Unja people, but in the eyes of most adventurers, it was closer to a pet. As Mu Hua walked into the hotel, some guests in the lobby on the first floor were attracted by the big orange. After a brief observation, it was obvious that the guests here would not be frightened by such a tiger. Some people had a flash of love in their eyes, and some people had a look of disgust on their lips. At this time, the projection screen in the lobby on the first floor was playing the video of the courtyard war. After editing, the video happened to show the scene of Mu Hua crushing the goblin general. Some adventurers in the lobby exclaimed in surprise, but because of post-processing, Mu Hua's figure in the video was covered by a hooded cloak, and the audience could hardly recognize Mu Hua's image. Speaking of which, after the courtyard war, some powerful adventurers in the fortress city had some knowledge of Mu Hua, but more adventurers with average strength did not actually know Mu Hua. The battlefield covers a large area, and everyone is fighting for their lives. It is impossible for everyone to pay attention to the movements where Mu Hua is. The negotiation delegation, and the meeting with the monster leader will not be shown to the public. For those low-end adventurers, they may be more familiar with Nick, Truman and other people standing in front of the stage. Whether it is reserved or arrogant, most high-end adventurers do not like sensational propaganda to affect their lives. So even though Mu Hua has been tossed around in this courtyard war, after this courtyard war, there are really not many people in the human world who know him. Boss, where did the tiger come from? Are you sure it won't bite people? Demand greeted Mu Hua from a distance. Several living puppets wandered around Mu Hua. Although they didn't speak, they seemed to be on guard against the tiger beside Mu Hua. I picked it up on the battlefield. It's okay. Let's disperse. Didn't Tabesha come back? Waving his hand to let the living puppets disperse, Mu Hua saw several captains of the auxiliary team in the hall and asked Demand. Demand shook his head. Tabesha hadn't contacted him, and he didn't know the situation. Mu Hua estimated that Tabesha might be taking care of the logistics team. Although the fortress city was set up for Odysseus's attack team, the fortress city built in a short time was actually a bit like a large mage camp. Although earth magic can interfere with the outside world for a long time, they still involve the problem of damage caused by the overflow of magic power. When the defensive components dissipated, the mage camp built with earth magic as the main body was not as strong as imagined. In order to maintain the shape of those city walls and houses, special personnel were needed to strengthen those buildings again with high intensity. The construction of a solid city is not that simple. In essence, the fortress city is not fully formed now. In addition to the casters further strengthening, a large number of construction workers will be dispatched to maintain and build the city. This also includes the construction of infrastructure in the city, stable and lasting electricity, water supply, drainage, including garbage disposal, etc. are all later projects. Therefore, the residence in the fortress city is not too comfortable for the time being, and it is convenient to get from the Demand Hotel to the fortress city. If it is not necessary, the Demand Hotel will still be a more suitable residence for the members of the Odysseus team to rest for a period of time. Now the logistics team is probably still busy with trivial matters in the residence, and when there is no combat mission, the auxiliary team is relatively idle. When they make eye contact with Mu Hua, those from the Odysseus team in the hall will basically make some greetings to Mu Hua from a distance. Outsiders don't know, But these people all know that the hotel owner in front of them is the black-robed man who used the magician's hand to crush the goblin general, and the demon who controlled the dragon in the video. Whether it is because of his status as the chief inspector of the Strategy Association or because of Mu Hua's strength, most people in the support team will show a certain degree of respect for Mu Hua. It is hard to say whether they admire Mu Hua, but maybe in the future, when they encounter danger, they will need this chief inspector to help them. In response to these greetings, Mu Hua smiled and nodded, which was considered a response. They also controlled the scale, and would not come up to disturb Mu Hua. The situation here was discovered by some adventurers, and some adventurers in the hall, who did not know Mu Hua's background, looked curiously. Boss, Francis, Diana, Feng Luan and others are here. With a look, Demand looked at a place in the hall. Who are they? Mu Hua was puzzled. Following Demand's gaze, Mu Hua saw several people sitting at a round table, and Tabitha's cousin named June was also among them. You won't forget, right? Joan is Tabitha's liaison, Francis is responsible for Ivy, Diana is responsible for Mu Siyun, and Feng Luan is responsible for Vic. They are the liaisons for Ivy and others. When Demand explained, he wanted to touch the big orange beside Mu Hua, but the big orange shook his head and dodged. The other two children of the Benson family are coming too? Ivy left with Gray, and Francis doesn't care? Mu Hua suddenly realized and scratched the fur behind the big orange's ear. The big orange snored comfortably. Since they are together, Mu Siyun and Vic should be here soon. You got a store in the commercial street of the fortress city, right? They seem to want to talk to you too. When Demand said this, Joan had already stood up and waved to Mu Hua from a distance. Store? I still have tax-free rights, but can I talk to them? Mu Hua raised his hand to Joan, indicating that he saw it, and then said to Demand with disgust. Joan is Tabitha's cousin and also works at the Springer branch. It is said that his qualification as a professor was due to Joan's contribution, but Mu Hua is not very familiar with her, and he is not interested in getting to know the other people. Chapter 404. Except for Joan, they should all have shareholders of Benson Economics and Trade. Those shareholders are basically collateral branches of the family. They may want to discuss some business cooperation with you. Looking at the several contacts sitting with Joan, Demand said to Mu Hua, these contacts are said to be supervisors of the successor trials, and they are more like mouthpieces between the Benson family's heirs and the family's backers. But no matter what their real responsibilities are, Mu Hua is not interested in them. And it's a bit mercenary. From Mu Hua's current perspective, the Benson family doesn't seem to be worthy of his attention in terms of strength or wealth. At most, he is now concerned about the impact on Samantha and Tabitha, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so much time on poking Ivy's waist, and would just find an excuse to create an accident. I'm not interested in Benson Economics and Trade, and don't let them bother me with the trial. By the way, you're not curious about the situation of the courtyard war? Mu Hua asked Demand. I'm not an adventurer. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. I don't want to hear some disappointing stories about death and injury. Demand said indifferently. Oh, as long as you like it. Demand was quite resistant to the courtyard. Everyone has their own aspirations. Mu Hua didn't say much. He chuckled and saw Cheung waving over there again. Mu Hua turned and walked in the direction of the few people. As Mu Hua approached, the four people looked at Mu Hua, with smiles on their faces. Cheung was about to say hello to Mu Hua, but saw that Mu Hua just nodded to her and walked directly past them, with smiles frozen on their faces. At a round table near the window, Patty was reading a paper magazine with a woolen shawl on her body. The young woman had a kind of arrogance that kept strangers away. The winter sun shone into the room through the frosted glass, and her face was filled with a kind of tranquility that made people want to dirty her. Are you back? How was it? Did you encounter any danger? Glancing at the embarrassed people not far away, Patty put down the magazine in her hand and asked Mu Hua, who was walking towards her. Fortunately, the monsters were more restrained and got some benefits. Mu Hua sat opposite Patty and patted the big orange who was following him. The big orange walked to Patty with lazy steps, and when he leaned over, he put the furry tiger head on Patty's plump thighs. Hee, you are good at pleasing people. Where did you get the tiger? The fierce tiger was very likable when it was well behaved. Patty stroked the tiger's head and asked Mu Hua with a smile. Summon beasts, do you like it? I give you a few. Mu Hua said naturally. Then should I go collect some magic books on tiger summoning? She rolled her eyes at Mu Hua charmingly, kneading the soft cheeks of the big orange, and Paji's eyes flashed with love. Summon beasts can be transferred. The summoned beasts that Mu Hua's skills originally came with cannot be transferred, But after perfecting the soul tide, the summoned beasts in Mu Hua's hands seemed to be able to transfer the summoning authority. Not to mention the Big Orange, even his skeletons and undeads that were squeezed by the Terror Riders and lying in the summoning space can be transferred. However, if you want to get the summoned beasts given by others, you must at least learn the summoning magic to summon them. Otherwise, you don't even have a summoning space, and you can't connect with Mu Hua's summoning space, and it is impossible to summon the summoned beasts. If it is Paji, Mu Hua doesn't mind wasting a few hundred refined secret stones to get a few big oranges for her to play with. No need to bother, I teach you, go to your room. Mu Hua had a sly smile on his face. He still had the skill stone for summoning the tiger. Does this count as a bribe? Taibesha contacted me before, saying that she wanted to order a batch of hand shields and short spears with enhanced magic barriers and paralysis effects. In view of your efforts, I can let the workshop give priority to her shipment. With a smile on her lips, Paget pursed her pink lips and looked at Mu Hua without avoiding it. The slippery tip of her tongue licking her upper lip looked very fierce, very fierce. Mu Hua! What do you mean? Qiong interrupted with a somewhat embarrassed voice, but because she was ignored, Qiong chased after her at this time. Something? If you have something, go find Bessa. I don't want to get involved in the Benson family's affairs. Mu Hua frowned, and his interest in appreciating Paget's ferocity was disturbed, and Mu Hua was a little unhappy. You? Qiong seemed to want to refute, but Paget glanced at her coldly. Miss, you shouldn't interrupt our conversation. It's very rude. Unable to continue fierce Mu Hua, Paji didn't seem very happy either, interrupting Joan's speech, and the Big Orange lying beside her also made a threatening hiss at Joan. The Big Orange was very fierce. Even if it was just a wild beast, the physical fitness of an ordinary tiger could reach about 40. However, Mu Hua basically confirmed that the strength of the summoned beast given to him by the summoning skill should also be affected by some of his own attributes. When he obtained the Dullahan summoned beast, his personal attributes were low, and the attributes of those Horror Rider summoned beasts were also at the bottom of the Horror Riders. Originally, he thought that was normal. But now, not counting the bonus obtained by the summoning skill level, the physical fitness of the Big Orange he summoned is 60, just like the Grey Wolf earlier, which has almost reached the limit of the natural growth of wild beast tigers, and it is also considered a fierce character among tigers. Well, although the Big Orange in front of her was fierce, the young woman, who was disturbed, was even fiercer. Compared with the Big Orange, Joan was more afraid of Paget. She knew Paget, the founder of the Raven Enchantment brand, and the daughter of the president of the Northern Strategy Association. It was difficult for Joan to retort when she was fierce. Joan, I don't know them. Whether it's Benson's heir or Benson's economic and trade affairs, I don't need to talk to them, right? Breaking the awkwardness, Mu Hua said to Joan. Then you should also say hello to me, instead of ignoring, polite, this is very rude. Joan said to Mu Hua, as if to fight back against Paget. A strange color flashed in Paget's eyes, and a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps her mode of getting along with Mu Hua easily aroused outsiders' perception of her, but Webster's daughter, this woman is not a gentle big sister who is easy to talk to. Yes, polite, okay, you should go back over there. Mu Hua waved his hand helplessly. He had no grudge against Qiong. Seeing that Paget seemed to be causing trouble, Mu Hua drove Qiong away to prevent her from being cheated by Paget. Qiong was not without good eyesight. Although she was dissatisfied, she knew when to stop. She turned away angrily, but Mu Hua seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, by the way, as far as I know, Ivy should have gone to live in the new city with Caesar's family. Is this okay? It's none of my business. Qiong replied unhappily, and walked towards the original table without looking back in her high heels. Oh, the Benson family? Paget sneered and asked Mu Hua, who was no longer paying attention to that side. Yeah. Mu Hua responded, and Paget was not interested in talking about them anymore, and pointed to the video playing on the projection screen. The black-robed man who cast the touch of jealousy is you, right? Well, you can recognize this? Hee, I'm familiar with your size. The touch of jealousy, this ability should be hereditary. Paget chuckled, as if she was sighing, and muttered in a low voice. Can this be inherited? Mu Hua really had no idea about this. There is a certain probability that it may not be the touch of jealousy, it may be a similar ability, or it may be able to master the touch of jealousy faster. Paget also had a vague understanding. Similar to supernatural talents? Mu Hua was curious. Well, probably. Mu, do you want to have a baby with me? Paget said with an expression of researching a topic, and made Mu Hua stunned. Are you kidding? Mu Hua was suspicious. The two were good friends. It was okay to say they were best friends, but having a baby between best friends was no longer a question of shame. No, I have a baby sooner or later anyway, so yours is the best, right? Patch chuckled, but nodded and gave Mu Hua a serious look. No. You don't have to raise one. No, I don't like children. I don't like them either. Why do you raise one if you don't like it? Just throw it to Weber. How can I raise a child? The two were silent, looking at each other, and finally Patch and Mu Hua both shook their heads. Forget it. Let's put this issue aside for now. Having children is really not a pleasant topic. Human beings are very fickle animals, and various movies and TV series always portray people's love for children. Even if they are tortured by children, they will inevitably interpret the warmth of family affection in the end. Just because of these, people seem to take it for granted after so many performances. But it's fine if you say you want to think this way, but under the influence of a strange emotion that seems to be unique to humans, it's even worse that disliking children has become a very abnormal thing in mentality. Not to mention your own children, even if they are other people's, no matter whether you really hate children, you have to pretend to be kind in front of children in front of others. Otherwise, it is almost inevitable that someone will despise and criticize you, and you may even die socially. Just like respecting the elderly and loving the young is no longer a virtue, but if you don't respect and love them, you become immoral. What kind of logic is this? You may be condemned if you avoid them. It is normal for women to stir up trouble, but being reasonable has become a virtue that is hard to come by. Judges and courts can educate you from the bottom of their hearts. It is your fault to reason with women. For most humans, such a logical common sense may only require a best-selling movie to create a reversal. As long as the plot is more emotional and accompanied by some flattery, humans can change their cognition in minutes. Humans are fickle. These situations are not only in Mu Hua's previous life, but also in this world. There are also various rhythms, and this kind of situation also applies. Especially in the society of settlers, even in various strategy videos, the brave will definitely find a few girls to open their hearts and make vows. If you don't have a few children, the brave's life is full of regrets, you can't eat well, you can't sleep, and your life will be hopeless after you finish the devil. Don't care whether it is the need of the plot or the general trend. Don't say that it seems to have little impact. The audience thinks it is just a fun interpretation. After watching it too much, many people really follow it. Not only follow it, but also believe that everyone is the same. Perhaps human fickleness only needs a few performances and propaganda. With strong and intentional operations, it is not an exaggeration to say that a group consciousness can be changed in 3 to 5 years. It is not appropriate to say more about the details, but it is obvious that Mu Hua and Paj are not the type who will buy into that. Children are the most troublesome thing. Let's wait until I hang around for a few more years. Even if I don't have children, I still have to learn the tiger summoning. Learning makes people happy. After sending Joan away and making an appointment with Paj for home teaching, Mu Hua took Daeju back to the suite on the 3rd floor. As for why they didn't go back to the room hand in hand to teach now, well, Mu Hua has heard that the middle-aged man named Francis has contacted Ivy and seems to want her to come to the Demand Hotel. Back to the suite on the 3rd floor, Mu Hua entered the fortress city through the newly obtained courtyard key, sneaked out of the courtyard using shadow stealth, and returned to the town. After that, he sneaked all the way to the new city area, met up with Wednesday, and waited for Ivy to leave the hotel. After all the trouble, he had all kinds of alibis, and he wanted to try to bury Ivy first. Mu Hua said, "No problem, we are professionals." Chapter 405. Using the courtyard key at the Demand Hotel to come to the new city area and monitor Ivy's movements, Mu Hua thought that this would be an alibi. After Francis contacted Ivy, Mu Hua finally saw Ivy and Gray again outside the hotel in the new city area. The hotel staff drove a thin but cool flying car to Gray, and Mu Hua frowned. However, Ivy seemed to have a dispute with Gray. Gray did not leave with Ivy, but left Ivy at the door of the hotel. In the land mode, the tires of the flying car rubbed against the ground and made a fierce sound. Gray embraced another girl and drove away. Ivy stomped her feet at the door of the hotel in disdain, and made a bad gesture in the direction of Gray's departure, and seemed to curse something. Mu Hua, hiding in the dark, shook his head, observed Ivy's movements with a cold face, and felt a little nervous. Manifesting the jam sweetheart, Mu Hua dispersed it while thinking, and took out the revolver he had first obtained from Samantha. After aiming at where Ivy was, Mu Hua put it away again, temporarily giving up the idea of shooting. The shooting case caused too much noise, And the key is that Ivy will generate a ghost now that she is dead. This should be considered Muhua's own fault, so it is more appropriate to let her disappear. After a temper tantrum at the door of the hotel, Ivy called a taxi. Obviously, she did not intend to walk to the Demand Hotel. Follow them, and lead them to the forest farm in the north. Work hard and don't let the driver find anything unusual. Seeing Ivy waving at a taxi, Muhua said to Wednesday beside him. The smoke like Wednesday was very conspicuous during the day, no, not just conspicuous, but even eye-catching. However, Muhua bought it the skill stone of Shadow Stealth. Because it is Muhua's follower, the monster warning will not react to it, and moving with the shadows of city buildings can also hide its smoke-like body. Avoiding the eye of the watcher at the door of the hotel, Wednesday turned into a running shadow and sneaked into the chassis of the taxi. The Sanamu is good at possession, but it possesses other creatures through the mouth, nose and ears, which is much more conspicuous than ghost possession. Muhua asked Wednesday to follow the taxi in order to let it accompany him to create an illusion and lead the taxi to a remote place. Muhua was also hesitating whether to let the taxi driver disappear together. Muhua, who always considered himself a professional, was quite cautious when doing assassination work. In his mind, he even simulated several sets of procedures for the police team to solve the case. Professional? This is a professional assassin who is full of thoughts about avoiding future troubles. In order to avoid adverse effects on his future life, Muhua seems to have a tendency to further expand his killing targets. So, practitioners who are not professionally qualified are still quite scary. Ivy has no demon hunting skills, and the taxi driver is not a hidden boss who experiences life. The Sanamu's illusion silently affects the two of them. The normal journey in their eyes finally arrives at a forest farm that has been abolished through negotiation in the urban development plan. Confirming that Ivy's first destination is not the Demand Hotel, the taxi driver escaped. Wednesday guided the taxi back to the right path, and Muhua followed behind Ivy, who was walking deep into the forest. The dark and humid forest is a refreshing street in a small town in Ivy's eyes. The rustling sound of fallen leaves became the vague music coming from the shops in the town. The tree roots that tripped my steps were the damaged flower beds on the street. Pedestrians, fences outside houses, and the smell of grass trimmed in the yard. Ivy walked towards the coffee shop in her memory, and her face still flashed with anger from time to time. She was the eldest daughter of the Benson family. It was unreasonable for her to be ordered around by a subordinate from the side branch. Although those people showed their intention to support her, she would not rush to meet with them just because of a call from Francis. Those shareholders of Benson Economics and Trade were unreliable. If they were really capable, how could they let Samantha, that bitch, take all the power? She was relying on Caesar now. Those side branches could at most help her earn some family resources, or limit the family resources from leaning towards the prodigal son Tabitha. Ivy didn't plan to meet Francis right away, but she couldn't accompany Gray to the entertainment club at this time. She couldn't meet Francis in a daze, right? When Gray left with the other bitches, Ivy planned to find a cafe to sit and leave Francis alone for a while. The environment in the illusion didn't make Ivy feel uncomfortable. Ivy disliked the humid air in the mountains. It was only a short distance away from the new city. This shabby town was not as good as the development zone. The environment was normal, but because I was wearing high heels and walking for a while, Ivy stopped because of the sore calves. Looking around, I frowned slightly. It seemed that I didn't walk too much. Besides, why did the expressions of the pedestrians on the road look so stiff? Ivy's face showed a thoughtful expression, and a cautious mood rose from the bottom of her heart. Just as she was about to talk to a pedestrian who was close to her, her collar suddenly felt warm, and a big hand climbed up her neck. Damn, how dare this guy touch her? Ivy was shocked and angry. Muhua pinched Ivy, who was trapped in the illusion, and the delicate touch came from his palm. It seemed that Ivy's skin was well maintained. Crack! The neck was folded in half. Without any extra communication, Muhua directly broke Ivy's neck. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, and her pupils expanded. Like a conditioned reflex, Ivy's eyes flashed with confusion, and the hormones secreted in her body also made her feel inexplicably excited. Her body spasmed, and the pupils in her wide-open eyes began to shrink. Her lips were open, and in the difficult, long, and heavy breathing, a long tongue stretched out from Ivy's mouth. The bright red and slippery tongue drooped at the edge of her mouth, drooping weakly, swaying and changing color. He unconsciously exhaled huh in his throat, and as his breath stagnated, Muhua loosened his hand and threw Ivy's body at his feet. In the humid forest, a woman who had no breath was lying on the dead leaves. The graceful body occasionally convulsed and trembled, and some unknown liquid flowed out of her mouth. A breeze blew, bringing an unpleasant smell from the lower body of the body. Mu Hua frowned. He had killed many creatures, both human and non-human, and he had seen many human corpses. In the earlier courtyard war, the bodies of some people who died in the battle were more miserable than Ivy's. But I don't know if it was because of the assassination, or because of the physical contact. Mu Hua's heart rate increased a lot. There was a little nervousness in my heart, and a little uncomfortable excitement. These feelings had never appeared when I killed a demon with the black dog at close range. Shaking his head, to get rid of the discomfort in his heart, Mu Hua squatted down and began to explore Ivy's body. Substitute amulet. This woman prepared another substitute amulet for herself, and I don't know if it was given to her by Caesar. She pulled off the necklace on Ivy's neck, and the pendant of the necklace was a substitute amulet. This substitute amulet has been bound by the spirit and is useless. Mu Hua squeezed his palm and crushed the amulet like a nameplate. There was no foreign object hidden on her body, just a storage ring. The space was not too large, but there was no soul binding. There was a pistol, 2 magazines filled with origin bullets, and several low-level magic scrolls in it. It seemed that Ivy's magic adaptability was not too high. In addition, there were many small adult toys, whips, ropes, vibrators, that thing, etc. in the storage ring. Mu Hua took out some demon gold coins from the storage ring again, but didn't touch the small toys. He twitched his eyes, and put the ring back on Ivy's finger. He didn't leave in a hurry, letting Wednesday maintain the illusion around him. Mu Hua quietly observed Ivy's body. Don't get me wrong, Mu Hua doesn't have any special hobbies. If he had any special hobbies, he would have tormented Tuesday long ago. Mu Hua was waiting for Ivy's ghost to appear. He didn't know what the specific impact of the original sin of jealousy was on the outside world. Now Mu Hua can see the emotional energy of creatures. It has to be said that humans are really exaggerated in this regard. Unlike other creatures, humans can be said to be exuding complex and diverse emotional energy all the time. Even demons produce emotional energy intermittently, and even when humans are in a peaceful state of dormancy, their emotional energy, whether heavy or light, is almost continuously radiating. Becoming a jealous ghost made Mu Hua feel the existence of emotional energy, but unfortunately, he could only distinguish the jealous component and absorb those jealous emotions. There is no need to say more about the details here. Mu Hua is not sure how ghosts are born for the time being, and Ivy is also one of his experimental subjects. Waiting is not the kind of ghost that you imagine immediately after death. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a human ghost slowly emerged from Ivy's body. Damn it! You killed me! Liar! You are all liars. Samantha said she would not hurt us. As soon as Ivy's ghost appeared, she screamed sharply. Mu Hua nodded. It seems that her soul should have remained awake during this period of time after her death. With the sound of ding-dong soul chains, Tuesday, who emerged from Mu Hua's body, caught Ivy's soul. While dragging, he didn't give Ivy time to speak again. He sucked the ghost-like Ivy into his mouth. Ivy was killed by Mu Hua, turned into a ghost, and then eaten by Tuesday. Because of the catalysis of the jealous bite, Mu Hua now also has the ability to eat souls. In other words, Mu Hua can now eat souls and ghosts. But he is not used to it for the time being, and Ivy's soul is a bit hard for him to eat. Mu Hua patted his pants and stood up. Collect the body, leave, enter the Kane's courtyard again, and return to the hotel suite through the courtyard key. When he returned to the suite on the 3rd floor of the Demand Hotel, Mu Hua breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost time to contact Samantha. Chapter 406. Hello, Samantha? This is Mu Hua. Mu Hua called Samantha. Oh, I know, you finally contacted me. I have to say, Mu Hua, you really surprised me. Samantha's happy laughter came from the phone. Huh? You know everything? Mu Hua frowned in surprise. Ivy's body was still warm, and Samantha knew that he succeeded? Of course, Betha told me. I was not sure about Demand's judgment at first, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Samantha seemed to be emotional. Tabitha? Demand? Mu Hua hesitated. What was Samantha talking about? It was possible that he made a mistake, but it was not impossible that Tabitha and Demand knew everything about him, right? I won't ask about the source of your strength. The shops on the Kane's Court Commercial Street should try not to be involved with the Benson family. But you have to maintain the relationship between the Raiders Association and Odysseus. I have helped you investigate some of their preferences. Tell me if you need help. Samantha continued to talk to Mu Hua. Mu Hua found that the so-called accident Samantha was not talking about Ivy. No, I contacted you because of something else. The things you told me to do went smoothly. How to deal with the residue? Interrupting Samantha's words, Mu Hua asked. Mu Hua was very cautious. He had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. Mu Hua tried not to say the matter of getting rid of the illegitimate child, as much as possible to avoid mistakes on the phone. Residues? What residues? What did I tell you? On the other end of the phone, Samantha's voice revealed a thoughtful hum, and she asked in confusion. Mu Hua was silent, frowning again and again. Cautious? Pretending? He had made it clear enough. Samantha's answer to this question made Mu Hua feel uncomfortable. Was she trying to distance herself from the matter? Although Mu Hua had always been thinking about fulfilling Samantha's instructions, it was more out of trust. Perhaps he and Tabitha had developed some friendship, but this friendship had little to do with Samantha. And if Samantha simply wanted to use him, then his original feelings for Samantha should probably be wiped out. After all, except when he first arrived in Lorraine, he had never seen Samantha again, and his feelings were not rich enough to be diffused over a long distance. Regarding the issue of burying the illegitimate child, if Samantha really wanted him to take full responsibility, then Mu Hua would not mind giving up the plan, which was different from his original understanding. The original family affection reward turned into a contribution to the tank, and Mu Hua did not like this feeling, especially after his strength increased significantly. I killed Ivy, and no one has found her yet. What do I do with the body? Since Samantha was playing dumb, Mu Hua simply said it directly. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Ah! Samantha exclaimed after a moment. What did you say? Who killed whom? The body? Samantha spoke quickly, and confirmed with Mu Hua in disbelief. Mu Hua was silent, and both sides of the phone fell silent again. Mu Hua, where are you now? There was another moment of silence. Samantha's tone was serious, and her breathing seemed a little hurried. I'm in the hotel, Mu Hua said in a deep voice. Now, don't say anything, I let Helen pick you up, we need to meet, Samantha said. Yeah, Mu Hua responded, and Samantha hung up the phone first. Listening to the busy tone, Mu Hua felt that there seemed to be a problem. Let Helen come over. Mu Hua was not afraid of Helen. Helen should not pose much threat to him now. And even if Samantha wanted to kill the donkey, he hadn't finished grinding yet, so it wouldn't happen. After all, there were still 2 lively illegitimate children left. What did Samantha mean by this? Mu Hua was a little confused. Could it be? Didn't Samantha want him to kill the illegitimate children? Impossible. Mu Hua shook his head, and firmly denied this speculation. It was agreed that only dead illegitimate children were good illegitimate children. Recalling the conversation Samantha had had with him, Samantha had said that Holder, the previous head of the Benson family, and Holder's father and mother were all dead, so there was no reason to let a few illegitimate children jump around, right? Mu Hua's face flashed with entanglement, and he waited for Helen's arrival in anxiety. He had to ask this question in front of Samantha. Ask directly. A few hours later, the communication rang again. Mu Hua answered it, but it was Helen who called, saying that she was waiting for him somewhere outside the town, and asked Mu Hua to go and meet her. Summon a skeleton warrior follower. Mu Hua let Wednesday possess the skeleton warrior. Tuesday is in Mu Hua's body, nothing wrong. Summon Monday, and let it hide in its own shadow. Check the Bone Dragon Breaker, take out the staff with good magic storage effect, and put the staff and the war hammer into the storage space of the burning source furnace. Confirm that my own attributes are good, blood is full, and magic power is full, very good. I loaded the origin bullet I got from Ivy, and put it in reserve. The 2 pistols were inserted into the holsters under the armpits on both sides. The windbreaker covered them, and no clues could be seen. To be cautious, Mu Hua made sufficient preparations, and put the curse potion, life potion, magic potion, and strength potion in the bag buckle on his waist. While hesitating, Mu Hua did not contact Tabitha and Tina, and left the room with the skeleton warrior possessed by Wednesday. Compared with various familiars and war beasts, a skeleton warrior is still relatively fresh, and it is not surprising for people in the hotel to see a skeleton warrior with Mu Hua. Leaving the hotel, leaving the town, and going all the way to the place where Helen was waiting. Without the vigilance and precautions that Mu Hua imagined, Helen only asked one question after meeting, "Did you kill Ivy?" After getting a positive answer from Mu Hua, Helen stared at Mu Hua for a long time with a very strange look. After that, without saying a word, she drove Mu Hua and the skeleton warrior like an attendant all the way to Samantha's place. The car crossed the earldom of Bridges at a speed of more than 400 per hour, passing through the city of Cuddy on the edge of bridges. The Benson family's main residence was just outside the city, an independent manor surrounded by a river bay. There were no accidents along the way. However, if someone died in some areas when Muhua passed by, some ghosts would probably appear. Well, pet cats and dogs would probably become ghosts after they died. Jealous ghosts and gods teach without distinction. When the life strength is above a certain level, chickens, ducks, cats and dogs will become ghosts after they die. Muhua had already hidden his soul fluctuations and hurried along the way. Those ghost problems would certainly not be found on his head. He was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery of the manor, and did not find any ambush in the manor, which made Muhua breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was on guard against Samantha, but he really didn't want to conflict with Samantha. That feeling was very strange. With 2 lives of experience, he was not a spy and had no ambitions for the time being. Muhua understood it as a kind of emotion, a harmless and normal emotion. These emotions were caused not only by Samantha, but also by Tabitha, Deman, Kuna, and even Helen. Muhua got along well with them, and he didn't want to conflict with Samantha. Following Helen into the villa in the center of the manor, some servants in the villa saluted and greeted Muhua, and also looked at him quietly. Climbing the spacious escalator and bypassing the long corridor, Muhua finally saw Samantha, who was anxiously waiting for him in a study. She was still wearing a soft dress, and her long black hair was tied behind her head. Perhaps because of emotional problems, some hair was scattered around her ears, but Samantha ignored it. Because of Samantha, after coming to Loren, Muhua had established contact with many people. When he entered the villa, Muhua also regarded his emotion of not wanting to conflict with Samantha as a normal human emotion. When he finally saw Samantha, the delicate facial features, the graceful figure, the neck, the chest, the wrists, the feet, Muhua felt a little bitter in his heart, and a strong emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He was distracted, a short and seemingly permanent distraction, and Samantha seemed to be coated with light and shadow in Muhua's eyes. The full level of mental stability has already been transformed into jealousy, which makes it almost impossible for Muhua to suffer from dementia. However, the uncontrollable complex impulses in his heart came in waves. After being distracted, Muhua was shocked and angry. What the hell are you? A bunch of shits, a scam from ancient times. Chapter 407. Magic power is like the sea, death is like fog, elements are like tiny spots of light, and emotional energy is like silver filaments flying. Of course, the essence is invisible and imageless. These cannot be seen with the naked eye, but are perceived by the soul. If I must describe it specifically, it is like a higher dimensional vision. If magic power and elements are compared to an existence from 4-dimensional space, it is difficult to find them from the perspective of 3-dimensional space. And the dimension of death may be higher than 4 dimensions. Above the breath of death, there are faith and emotional energy. People have a wrong understanding that the higher the dimension, the stronger it is. In fact, this is not absolute. Necromancers control death energy, but they will also be beaten to shit by elemental mages. Just like the Medusa Lord of Yonya territory said, as long as her magic power is strong enough, she can do what gods can do through the power of faith, and what gods who do not have enough faith cannot do. Higher level energy does not represent absolute power, but should reflect their higher mystery. When Muhua obtained the original sin talent, he was able to observe and absorb jealousy from the outside world. Well, for the time being, he could only observe jealousy as rare as silver threads, and let alone other original sin emotions. Even some secondary emotional energies such as fear, joy, and sadness were still beyond Muhua's reach. This may also be the most essential difference between humans and monsters. It is undeniable that original sin should be at the top of the energy system of this world. Magic power and elements are everywhere, and the breath of death is either thin or thick, and it is also gathered in pieces. But there is not much jealous energy that can be condensed and formed in the outside world. If it weren't for the jealousy you generated that came directly to you, through meditation and perception, Muhua could use the touch of jealousy to hook some silver threads that were free from the outside world to his side for absorption. Absorbing emotional energy does not require meditation, it is more like capturing, which may be regarded as another way of self-cultivation besides meditation. But unfortunately, Muhua has not yet discovered the effect of this emotional energy on him. If the energy generated by jealousy is simply called the original sin of jealousy, Muhua can absorb the original sin of jealousy, but I don't know what the use is. Most monsters ask for emotional energy in order to evolve, or to purify blood, or to promote the fusion of multiple bloods, so as to enhance their own growth limit. But humans, it seems that there is no evolutionary map at all, and the so-called human blood is also pure, and there is no such thing as purification and strengthening. Mu Hua has obtained the original sin talent, and can absorb the original sin of jealousy, but it is absorbed into the body and digested to no trace, and it can neither be materialized like an element nor culled. Apart from the fact that it seems to make the body function more active, Mu Hua has not yet found any real use for this kind of original sin of jealousy, which sounds very high-sounding. It may be useless, but whether it is the death breath that makes the pale lord, or the touch of jealousy, the bite of jealousy, or the soul tie that represents the ultimate regeneration ability, these are all powerful abilities with a very wide range of applications. Mu Hua is still very satisfied with the jealous talent that was completed and catalyzed after a lot of trouble. Today, Mu Hua can be said to be immune to all negative effects of mental interference, including the so-called scam from ancient times. But the problem is that the devourer of jealousy is only responsible for dealing with the malicious intent he will encounter in the future, and it doesn't care about the historical problems that Mu Hua had before he joined the company. In fact, Mu Hua originally expected that the ancient scam in him had been swallowed and erased by the devourer of jealousy, but when he saw Samantha, Mu Hua cried out in his heart, "It's over, love is coming. Kill her." When he found that the ancient scam was working on Samantha, the first thought in Mu Hua's mind was to kill Samantha. Love, this pitfall is not like sex, it has too many influences and involves too many aspects. But, do you really want to kill Samantha? It's a bit too late, and the impact of killing her seems to be no less than falling in love with her. What to do? Discuss with her? Come on, Aunt, let's fall in love. If you let me have sex, Tabitha will be our daughter in the future. Oh my god! Mu Hua felt like vomiting blood. Should we first find a big eagle as a contract beast? In the study room of the villa, Mu Hua was thinking about something, and his expression was uncertain and unpredictable. And Mu Hua's series of reactions, in Samantha's opinion, probably scared him. Samantha was tangled in her heart, wanting to comfort Mu Hua, but she didn't know where to start. Hey, I don't know what he misunderstood. Why did he kill Ivy? Mu Hua, did you really kill Ivy? There was a moment of silence in the study room, and Samantha asked Mu Hua. Yeah. Mu Hua responded, and while speaking, he directly took Ivy's body out of the space prop and threw it on the ground. Killing a bastard is a big deal? Haha, love is here, for Mu Hua at this time. Killing a few bastards is nothing. When throwing out Ivy's body, Mu Hua actually felt worried about scaring Samantha, and that Samantha hated him. Mu Hua's mouth twitched, and he cursed again in his heart. This life is unbearable. Looking at Ivy lying on the ground, Samantha frowned and remained silent. Well, she is dead. Looking at Mu Hua's tangled face, and Mu Hua's expression that was hard to tell whether it was fear or guilt, Samantha adjusted her mood and thought that she should comfort Mu Hua first. Hey, just kill them. Mu Hua, listen to me, I also hate these illegitimate children of Holman, but I don't want to kill them. Even if I want to kill them, it shouldn't be you who does it. Samantha signaled Helen to put away Ivy's body first, walked to Mu Hua, patted Mu Hua's arm as if to comfort him, and said softly. The gentle voice and the seductive fragrance made Mu Hua feel strange in his heart, but the pain on his face was even stronger. Illegitimate child? How could he think about an illegitimate child now? The ancient scam is not a curse in the conventional sense. Its psychological distortion is not intuitive or explicit, and it cannot distort Mu Hua's rationality. At this time, Mu Hua likes Samantha's voice, her smell, and every move of hers, and his heart is moved, but he can interpret them normally. Mu Hua will worry about her, and want to take care of her, but this kind of worry and care is not blind obedience to the other party's brainless dementia. In short, it just made Mu Hua fall in love with Samantha at first sight. Whether it is the red string of the matchmaker or the arrow of Cupid, the so-called love is still a beautiful existence in the cognition of many intelligent beings. Perhaps it is precisely because its effect is not extreme that its subtle effect is stronger, especially for humans. Is it abnormal to fall in love with someone? Fuck, this is too normal. How to break such a normal complex? You don't plan to kill those illegitimate children? Did you know that a prophet related to Bertha appeared next to her? Facing Samantha's comfort, Mu Hua frowned. According to Mu Hua's original habit, since Samantha said so, he should just ignore it and never mention it again. However, Mu Hua is a person who has lived two lives after all. Although he didn't live well in the last life, he is also a person who has loved after all. Because he has loved and been taught a lesson by reality, he knows how bloody love is. Mu Hua knows very well that if he ignores these things that are closely related to Samantha's future at this time, he will probably think about it day and night, which will bring him more troubles and entanglements. According to what Lin Feng said, Ivy and the others will collude with outsiders to seize the Benson family's property. In the end, you and Betha will not have a good outcome. Even so, you still want to let them go? The existence of the prophet made Samantha look surprised. Without changing the subject, Mu Hua directly told Samantha the future predicted by Lin Feng and asked her. Unlike what Mu Hua imagined, Samantha's emotions became more natural after hearing the prophecy that the illegitimate child would succeed in seizing power. With a faint smile on her lips, Samantha nodded as if she had gotten her wish. I didn't intend to tell you this, but since this is the case, maybe you should know some things. Samantha laughed, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. According to the emotional fluctuations in her body, Mu Hua seemed to see a ghostly night owl behind her. Chapter 408. Samantha is such a ruthless person. Perhaps because of the future predicted by the prophet Lin Feng, or perhaps because she was worried that Mu Hua would continue to mess around. Samantha confided her true feelings to Mu Hua, telling him about some of the past and the future she was planning. This explanation also made Mu Hua dumbfounded. Regardless of whether he had a new understanding of women, he was sure that Samantha was definitely not a good person. In summary, Samantha's lifelong goal is to destroy the Benson family. She wants to destroy Benson's economy and trade and kill all the Bensons. It seems that Tabitha is not Benson's child, but Samantha didn't want to give birth to Benson's child, so she had no choice but to find someone to give birth to. In short, the future predicted by Lin Feng is what she wants. Even if she and Tabitha may not have a good result in the end, as long as the Benson family is finished, she can barely accept it. As Samantha said, her union with Delman was not a free love. On the contrary, while Delman colluded with some Lanton dignitaries to put pressure on her, there were also many threats from Delman. As for Lanton, there is nothing strange about it. How many girls want to contact interstellar friends, but have no chance? We are all for your own good. You should be grateful. Understand? As for Delman, it seems that he is not just joking and threatening. It is said that Mu Hua's grandparents may have been harmed by Benson before they died, and their early death may also have a certain relationship with the harm of the Benson family. In order to ensure that the people of the Mu family will no longer be harmed, Mu Xiaoxiao became Mrs. Samantha. On the surface, she has a happy life, but secretly she is deliberately trying to stab the Benson family in the back. Samantha wanted revenge, and she was very angry. It was easy to kill Delman and his parents, but it was difficult to break up the Benson family. Samantha also had her ruthless side. Delman was dead, and she didn't even want to let go of the collateral line, so naturally she didn't plan to let Delman's other descendants survive. But the collateral members of the Benson family, who owned Benson shares, were not just for show. After Samantha continued to consume a large amount of funds from Benson Enterprise through the Dandelion and Plan, it was still difficult to cause the collapse of the Benson industry. This also led her to think about using external forces to bring down the Benson family. Where did the external forces come from? Aren't several illegitimate children trying hard to find them? And the Benson shareholders didn't seem to have any objection to the movements of those illegitimate children. Samantha was still a pioneer and helmsman who focused on the family's transformation affairs. Well, women are very good at causing trouble. In many cases, their cruelty and determination can definitely beat men by several streets, and a woman who does not care about her own gains and losses is even more frightening when causing trouble. After learning about Samantha's various intentions, Mu Hua's doubts about many contradictions in the Benson family in the past were solved. What scattered dandelion hotels? What attracting adventurers with potential but no background? What air trials with strange rules, etc., are basically scams in the guise of family transformation. Its essential purpose is only one: to ruin the family. Then take advantage of the weakness of the Benson family to attract outsiders to covet and remove the Benson family from the wealthy class. Her intention is very clear, and in the eyes of everyone, this result will cause Samantha to suffer the greatest loss, which in turn leads to no one questioning her ill intentions. Samantha is such a ruthless person. As for Mu Hua, regarding the harm done by the Benson family to Mu Hua's family, Mu Hua has no idea about his grandparents, and his father is loyal to the country. Revenge? TSK, Delman and his parents are dead. Even if Mu Hua really wants to take revenge, who can he find? What shareholders? What Benson collateral branch? Essentially have nothing to do with the Mu family. You can't cause trouble to Samantha, right? The bandit bully took a fancy to your girl, and when he robbed your girl, he harmed your family. Many years later, the girl harmed the bandit, and then you came to the door, saying that if it weren't for you, your family wouldn't be harmed. Then you stabbed your own girl again. Even perverts don't behave like this. Isn't this behavior a bit too out of tune? Don't say that Samantha is now Mu Hua's heart and soul. Even if there is no ancient scam, Mu Hua can't do such a bloody thing. As Samantha narrated, Mu Hua paced in the study room, a little irritated. Take off the windbreaker and throw it to the skeleton warrior beside him. Pull out the pistol under his ribs, turn off the safety, and put it into the storage space together with the holster. Watching Mu Hua's series of actions, Samantha was fine, but Helen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. She found that Mu Hua was ready to fight. Let Helen leave first. I have something to tell you. After thinking, Mu Hua said to Samantha. After weighing several times, Mu Hua felt that some things were better to be made clear directly. His life was not a romance drama, and he didn't want his life to become a bloody romance drama. Helen frowned, questioning and resisting. She was wary of Mu Hua, especially after Mu Hua killed Ivy. Helen. Samantha was puzzled, but looked at Mu Hua and nodded to Helen. Still standing in the house, Helen did not leave according to Samantha's instructions. She was a little worried. It's okay, you go out first. Samantha smiled and said again. Helen frowned, still wanting to resist. Forget it, it's okay to let her know. Mu Hua shook his head in annoyance. Helen is Samantha's family, and some things will sooner or later be hidden from her. As Mu Hua spoke, the two women looked at Mu Hua with a little doubt, waiting for him to continue. Do you know the scam from ancient times? Without mentioning the Mu family or the Benson family, Mu Hua got straight to the point and asked a word that was very unfamiliar to Samantha and Helen. You can check this out yourself later. It's a curse from the radiality demon. It's not as extreme as the charm magic, but it has a deeper impact than the charm magic. You can imagine it as Cupid's arrow. In short, I was hit by the radiality demon's Cupid's arrow, and, Samantha, this arrow pierced you and me together. Or, I should fall in love with you because of the curse, an almost unsolvable curse. Mu Hua wanted to say it directly, but in the awkward moment, he still took a few detours. Helen was stunned. The indifference on her face became strange. Her lips and teeth slightly parted, although she didn't say anything, but she always felt that Mu Hua was very powerful. Samantha looked confused, blinking her eyes. Her expression was a little cute. What the hell? What curse? Cupid? Love? Is there any misunderstanding here? Or did we make a mistake in interpreting what our nephew wanted to express? Mu Hua twitched his lips. Yes, he was not going to hide Samantha, nor was he going to have a secret crush on her. Samantha actually fits Mu Hua's aesthetics. Since he didn't want to kill her, he might as well make it clear. Anyway, his reasons were sufficient. He was forced to do it. There was nothing wrong with that. Besides, it was better for the ancient scam to be directed at Samantha than at his mother or his future son or daughter, right? Forget it. He couldn't think about it anymore. Mu Hua made it clear, but he also deliberately ignored the unethical factors created by the radiality demon, deception demon. He was afraid that it would make it more difficult for Samantha to accept it. That's right, there's no reason why he had to love her. You still don't accept it, right? In some things, Mu Hua is still more selfish. What did you say? Samantha asked uncertainly. Ancient hoax, you can check it yourself later. Mu Hua waved his hand in a tangled but firm manner. I tell you this just to tell you that I will definitely take care of your affairs, and I am afraid I cannot accept your future of perishing together with the Benson family. So you better change your plan. If it's an illegitimate child, you should kill them all. If it really doesn't work, kill all the branches of the Benson family. It's better than facing several families stronger than the Benson family. Mu Hua's tone was calm, and his expression was serious and cold. Well, Mu Hua was serious, but cold and fierce, because he was afraid of blushing if he didn't pretend. Facing Mu Hua's words of killing a lot, Samantha and Helen looked at each other blankly. Samantha's brain was very useful. Although Mu Hua showed a lot of murderous intent, Samantha still analyzed the key premise of Mu Hua's words. Wait a moment. We need to first figure out what that ancient hoax is. Samantha's expression gradually became serious. Chapter 409. Are you sure? Are you sure that the ancient scam of the trickster demon has connected you and me? There aren't many trickster demons who are qualified to perform that kind of ritual, right? In the bright study, Samantha looked a little haggard and flustered, with a little absent-mindedness in her eyes, and asked Mu Hua. Not many, but just rare, and it has nothing to do with strength. Unfortunately, I encountered it, and touched the damn sacrifice feedback. Mu Hua was also a little entangled, because it was just a little entangled, so Mu Hua had a headache. The more he came into contact with Samantha, the more he seemed to like Samantha. After a long period of data collection, and a lot of unpopular knowledge about the radiality demon, Samantha and Helen finally figured out what the ancient scam that Mu Hua mentioned was. But it was precisely because she figured it out that Samantha felt like the sky was falling, and there was no way to reason with her. This is not Cupid's arrow at all. Cupid is not so wicked. Samantha muttered softly. It's hard to say. After all, modern theology has analyzed that Cupid and Yu Lao are probably a radially demon. Helen regained her vitality, and Mu Hua found that she was very interested in this topic. Shut up. Samantha scolded unhappily. She needed comfort, but Helen's flickering eyes definitely didn't mean to comfort her at all. What to do? Mu Hua seemed to fall in love with her, and it might be very intense and persistent. Kill him? Well, in this regard, Samantha and Mu Hua are quite tacit. When they encounter trouble, the first thing they think of is to kill each other. But this change of mind was also thrown away by Samantha. She is different from Mu Hua. The ancient scam has no subjective influence on her. That thing only affects Mu Hua. She just needs to bear Mu Hua's passionate love. If it were someone else, Samantha might be secretly happy. This is simply a sucker who came to the door. But when it comes to Mu Hua, Samantha has to face more entanglement and helplessness. If she really wants to kill Mu Hua, she won't have to worry about it. It's come to this point. Don't hold any fluke mentality. Mu Hua spread his hands. Now that the words have been spoken, after a brief embarrassment, Mu Hua is a bit free and easy. What do you want? Samantha didn't know what to say for a while. She didn't want to fall into embarrassment, so she continued Mu Hua's words casually. As long as you don't suspect that I'm talking nonsense. Mu Hua said cautiously. So what you said is true. Samantha expected confirmation. Really? Samantha's expectations were dashed, and her eyes were more tangled. What are you going to do? Samantha frowned at the meaningless question. What do you want me to do about this kind of thing? Mu Hua smiled bitterly. It's nothing, it's a relationship, as long as we can communicate well, it's not a negative thing. But, Mu Hua hesitated. But, I may do some intimate actions to you in the future, and you need to adapt to this aspect. After all, if you resist too much, it may make my reaction more intense. You can understand this. Mu Hua said tentatively. Samantha was silent, looking at Mu Hua with both surprise and strangeness. Adapt? Intimate behavior? What does this guy want me to adapt to? Understanding? I understand too much. You might as well just say you want to have sex with me. Young man, you are a bit too much. I treat you as my son, but you actually... Puff. Helen's laughter came out. Mu Hua didn't know Helen could have such rich expressions before. Mu Hua, you must have never been in love. Being glared at by Mu Hua and Samantha, Helen interrupted and laughed. No, it's because I have been in love that I want to say this in advance. Mu Hua shook his head and refuted. He hadn't been in love in this life. He was young and ignorant in his previous life, and didn't run away. Then you must have been dumped. No woman likes a beast in heat. Helen pouted. You have never been in love. You don't understand men at all, and you don't understand women either. Mu Hua sneered. You mean Samantha likes? Helen's eyes curved down, but she was interrupted by Samantha. Shut up, all of you shut up. Samantha slammed the desk beside her, her rosy cheeks full of anger. These two guys are talking more and more out of line. Samantha's chest rose and fell due to panting. Mu Hua couldn't help but glance again, and found Mu Hua's eyes. Samantha didn't have too much shame and anger, but rubbed her temples in distress. Don't blame Mu Hua, don't blame Mu Hua. It's all the curse's fault. It's all the devil's fault. Samantha repeated the words in her heart that were almost self-hypnotic. Mu Hua, you must know that there are many kinds of love. Sometimes, you need to restrain and self-control. Samantha tried her best to let the dignity of an elder come out in her voice, and gently advised Mu Hua. Well, I try. Mu Hua nodded. He knew very well that no matter what the future would be like, it was impossible for Samantha to jump into his arms right now. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Mu Hua realized that something was wrong. How could this happen in the future? Well, suppressing emotions may make me behave abnormally. I don't like unstable emotions, and it's too easy to be distracted. Samantha was relieved, but she heard Mu Hua speak again. After all, reality can't be perfect. You must learn to adjust yourself. Samantha was entangled. She was not an ignorant little girl. She also knew what Mu Hua meant. People who can enjoy platonic love are basically not normal, and pure spiritual love can definitely make people become crazy. But what can she say? She can't just say you can do whatever you want. She can't just cooperate with Mu Hua in everything, right? If such a young man is allowed to follow his feelings, she can easily figure out what he wants to do and what he is most likely to do. Samantha felt trembling just thinking about it. Mu-hua, you are sensible. I know you know everything. Let's put this question aside for now and talk about the Benson family. Samantha sorted out her thoughts and tried to change the topic. She also tried to distract Mu-hua and turn his attention to other directions. Yeah. Mu-hua nodded to cooperate. Helen seemed a little disappointed. This girl must be very rotten. It didn't make much sense to continue to entangle with the ancient scam today. Moreover, his feelings for Samantha didn't seem so intense at this stage, which made him feel relieved. But Mu-hua also found that he seemed willing to solve the problems that bothered Samantha, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Benson family is not as simple as you think. Those collateral shareholders have some armed forces. Although the agents of Benson Economics and Trade are relatively independent, if they want to murder those collaterals and let them see the signs, they may even pay a lot of money to find members of the brigade to help them hold them accountable. It's not that easy to kill them, otherwise I would have done it long ago. My goal is to destroy the Benson family, and I don't care about anything else. So Mu-seon and Vic should not move yet. Even if Ivy is dead, the Dandelion Hotel can still attract the covetousness of some of Caesar's descendants, and the Naden Group has always wanted to obtain the Benson family's business channels. If the two want to encroach on the Benson family's industry, the Benson family will definitely not be able to cope with it. Yes. Vic is a man with deep scheming. When Mu-seon makes those collateral shareholders feel that their own interests are damaged, he will definitely jump out. Whether he makes friends with high-end adventurers or spends a lot of money to hire a caravan, Benson Economic and Trade will inevitably be rejected by regular enterprises in the human world. With the loss of funds, equity dilution, and falling stock prices, the Dandelion Hotel will be in disarray. At that time, the merchants on both the adventurers and the settlers will have reasons to attack Benson's industry. So, we don't need to take the risk of killing people. We just need to appropriately encourage Benson to transform and inspire them to resist. When the time comes, Benson's lineage will be doomed. Samantha's face gradually turned cold, and she analyzed it slowly to Mu-hua, as if persuading Mu-hua. She was very worried, so worried that she could ignore the incestuous love. Mu-hua frowned and listened quietly, while Helen, who was standing beside him, lowered her head and sighed faintly. Chapter 410. When in love, most men's demands are stupid and ridiculous. Mu-hua found that he still couldn't escape his stupid nature. No matter how complicated his mood was, when Mu-hua faced Samantha, his mind would always involuntarily think about how to drag her to the bed and have sex in a more harmonious way. If they could be in love with each other, it would be even better. After sex, it seems that it is not too bad to think about her and pay for her. Alas, men's representative stupid nature seems to always think that they can really occupy a position in other people's minds by having sex with women, but do women really care about this? Haha. Samantha probably doesn't have any love complex for Mu-hua. Facing Mu-hua, in such a special situation, she is still focused on confiscating the family and exterminating the family. It has to be said that most of the time, women are not too much more realistic than men. Are you done? Samantha's future plans did not include any steps to ensure her own safety, and Mu-hua frowned when he heard it. Now listen to me. Mu-hua approached Samantha, his heart full of dissatisfaction, raised his right hand, pinched Samantha's chin with his thumb and index finger, lifted Samantha's chin, and looked into her eyes. Well, the ancient scam created by the fraud demon imposed an incestuous fate on Mu-hua. It was love, but it did not turn Mu-hua into a bootlicker. Mu-hua's subjective consciousness, way of thinking, and even behavior pattern would not change. For this reason, if the word incest is removed, it is really difficult to judge the good and evil of this kind of fate from the perspective of human cognition. You, Mu-hua, you are too presumptuous. He slapped Mu-hua's hand away with a snap. Mu-hua's action was too aggressive and too disrespectful. Samantha looked annoyed. Helen took a step forward subconsciously, but stopped immediately and watched the interaction between Samantha and Mu-hua with burning eyes. Samantha was very resistant. Mu-hua took 2 deep breaths and suppressed his irritability. Mental stability, or the bite of jealousy, is an ability without negative elements. It will not turn Mu-hua into a dull person without sadness or joy. It just prevents the influence of unnatural external spiritual energy on Mu-hua, but it will not erase Mu-hua's normal emotions. Mu-hua still underestimated the legendary love. Let's not talk about whether it is a normal complex. Even if he knows that his actions towards Samantha are inappropriate, he is still trying. But Samantha's unfailing resistance still made Mu Hua feel irritated. How to say it? Yes, willful. In this situation, Mu Hua is still very willful. What you are worried about is that the Benson family will get some brigade-level combat power to support them. I want to know now, if I get the support of Odysseus and Webster and deal with those shareholders, will it cause government sanctions? After calming down, Mu Hua asked Samantha with wide eyes. Samantha's attitude is very clear. Her attitude towards the Benson family can even be called twisted. She doesn't want to seize the Benson family's property. She just wants everyone in the Benson family to be destroyed. Mu Hua didn't say much nonsense about other aspects. Following Samantha's thoughts, he wanted to kill people by himself. It would have been fine if he had never seen the brigade. In the courtyard war, Mu Hua also came into contact with many brigade members. He is now basically sure that he is not afraid of the individual combat power of the brigade level. Compared with Samantha's concerns, Mu Hua is afraid of the official laws of the Magic Empire. The power in Mu Hua's hands can kill people without leaving evidence to a certain extent, but everyone knows that the law is unreasonable. Sometimes, those in power do not need conclusive evidence to deal with anyone. What's more, official investigation may lead to sanctions from adventurers. Mu Hua does not want to self-destruct, and he does not want to become a wanted criminal. No, there is something wrong with your idea. Samantha frowned, and Helen on the side interrupted. Whether you are sincere or not, no matter how good your relationship with them is, it may be more troublesome if Odysseus and Webster are involved in this matter. We deal with those collateral branches as an internal matter of the Benson family. Unlike the general public, as long as there is no treason, the Empire will often turn a blind eye to this kind of family infighting. Of course, the premise is not to involve too many external personnel, otherwise it will be useless to find anyone to support, and the majesty of the imperial law cannot be offended. Helen explained. Helen! Samantha scolded. Helen moved the corners of her mouth. A brief entanglement flashed across her face, and she bowed her head again in silence. Unexpectedly looking at Helen, Mu Hua found that compared with Samantha's plan, Helen seemed to agree with his idea more. As for the imperial majesty that she said could not be offended, it sounded a bit contradictory, but it was a very simple truth if you think about it carefully. Okay, even if it is according to what Helen said, things are back to square one. Helen stopped talking. Samantha looked at Mu Hua again and spoke seriously. Mu Hua, your situation is special. I can understand your impulse now, but don't underestimate the power of those people. Samantha said to Mu Hua. I didn't underestimate anyone. I should be considered a ghost now. I think you need to adjust your plan. And I'm not impulsive. I don't want you to cause big trouble. It's because my situation is special. I don't want to deal with bigger troubles for you in the future. Mu Hua frowned and said. Ghost? Samantha finally showed a surprised expression on her face, staring at Mu Hua in disbelief. Yes, I touched jealousy, the ghost of jealousy. When Mu Hua said this, Helen's eyes flashed. Are you kidding me? Samantha questioned. If I can, I don't want to joke with you at all. Mu Hua shook his head. He resisted the so-called love, but it didn't mean that Mu Hua had no feelings. Friendship, family, eroticism, cough, cough. Well, anyway, Mu Hua actually has a lot of emotions. As a person who has experienced it, Mu Hua clearly knows that he will inevitably be affected by Samantha in many ways in the future. Samantha is too good at making trouble. Mu Hua can ignore Samantha, but he must be very uncomfortable after Samantha gets into trouble. Whether it is to vent his anger or to plot deliberately, he may list those who conflict with Samantha as imaginary enemies. Since Samantha has already revealed her plan, Mu Hua will no longer hide his own situation, so that he and Samantha will not think about it separately, and the whole will become bigger and bigger in the end. Just like the fact that he killed Ivy, it was not the product of not saying it clearly and understanding it blindly. And it was precisely because of Ivy's matter that Mu Hua confirmed that Samantha really didn't seem to have any intentions towards him. To put it bluntly, it was just to find a companion for Tabitha. For this reason, Mu Hua's trust in Samantha is unprecedentedly high, but he doesn't know if there is an ancient scam involved. Since Mu Hua concealed his soul fluctuations, not to mention Samantha, even Trisha and Caroline, who know him better, didn't think of Mu Hua when they felt the breath of ghosts and gods. It's a bit dark under the lamp. They have seen Mu Hua use the touch of jealousy on the battlefield, and they also know that Mu Hua has obtained the status of the Pale Lord, but these have made them have a preconceived assessment of Mu Hua's further growth. There are no signs of jealous ghosts and gods on the battlefield of the Star Patrol Conference. Even if Mu Hua has the potential to become a ghost, they don't think that Mu Hua can reach that level at this time, but they will not link him with ghosts and gods. The first time he confessed to someone that he became a ghost, Samantha questioned him. Mu Hua was about to explain further, but he saw a strong light on Samantha. The magic halo dyed the entire study room a deep blue, and in the flowing light, a set of solemn mecha armor covered Samantha's body. Wandering Hunter? Mu Hua was surprised. He recognized the mecha armor on Samantha. You? How could you be a witch? This time it was Mu Hua's turn to be incredulous. Wandering Hunter is a witch's weapon. Not to mention that the Wandering Camp does not sell it to the public. Even if it is sold, it cannot be activated without the certification of witch blood. Chapter 411. Ghosts? I want to see what kind of ghosts you are, Samantha suddenly said to Mu Hua, possessed by the mecha. Swish. The long sword was unsheathed. I saw the Wandering Hunter draw out a long Miao Dao. The length ratio is similar to the Nodachi, the blade is straighter, the sword is unsheathed, and the light of the sword slashes towards Mu Hua, and the bookshelf beside is instantly cut open by this slash. Surprise? Mu Hua is really surprised. Samantha is not only equipped with the Wandering Hunter mecha, but also her swordsmanship is not weak. This subverts Mu Hua's perception of her. Isn't she a little woman doing business? This woman can't fight better than Taibesha, right? Samantha is very strong, at least she is very strong after wearing the mecha, with superb martial arts, steady steps, tricky hands, and fear-sharp swordsmanship. Snap! Samantha's wrist holding the knife was pinched by Mu Hua. Since Mu Hua made his physique into a hot-selling model, his physical fitness has undergone earth-shaking changes. Samantha's knife is fast, but Mu Hua can clearly see the trajectory of her knife. The two were close to each other, and Mu Hua easily grabbed Samantha's wrist by dodging. When he started, Mu Hua felt that Samantha's knife swing was not strong, and although this kind of slash was fierce, it was more restrained by the undead bone shield. It seemed that Samantha's move was more of a test to scare him. Buzz! The buzzer sounded, and the magic runes on the body of the Wandering Hunter became brighter, and the wrist that was pinched by Mu Hua felt stronger. Samantha increased her strength, and Mu Hua estimated that she could reach 700 plus strength. This kind of strength is normally enough to wrestle with a warrior with a physique of thousands. Unfortunately, Mu Hua held Samantha's arm and didn't move. Although his physique had just broken through 1,000, who could make him have the ultimate strength? The power of this wandering stalker could not shake him at all. Huh? Samantha exclaimed. That's almost enough. Mu Hua frowned, raised his hand, and threw Samantha up. The wandering stalker was more than 1 meter taller than Mu Hua. Mu Hua held Samantha's arm and couldn't lift her up, but he easily threw her up, pressed down hard, and pressed her hard on the table. Bang! The heavy desk exploded and smashed the desk, and Samantha was pressed to the floor by Mu Hua. The wandering stalker tried to struggle and resist, but saw Mu Hua riding on her waist, pinching the elbow joints of the mecha with both hands, making Samantha unable to struggle. With this kind of power, are you sure you are a jealous ghost? Samantha was surprised and asked Mu Hua after struggling. Bang! Another desk was smashed. Seeing that Samantha stopped struggling, Helen wanted to step forward and pull Mu Hua away, but Mu Hua pressed Samantha's arms with both hands, and he didn't see any movement. The touch of jealousy grabbed Helen and pressed her against the wall. There was a lot of noise, but it was mostly caused by the touch of jealousy holding Helen, and Helen was not hurt at all. And Helen's blood and energy burst out, trying to break free from the shackles of the touch of jealousy, but even though she was full of energy, she was lifted up to Mu Hua's side in the air. The strength of her struggle, and the burst of blood and energy could not shake the grip of the touch of jealousy at all. Ma'am, there's something wrong with this wizard's hand. I can't break free, Helen said to Samantha with an expression that said may the best come to you. Although she tensed her body to resist the grip of the touch of jealousy, she no longer struggled. Is it okay now? Mu Hua asked Samantha, who was fully armed, again. Hee with a strange laugh. A curse came out of the Wandering Hunter and fell on Mu Hua. Ah! A piercing scream, but strangely, it seemed to be there and not there. Casting a curse on Mu Hua is a blessing on your own. Mu Hua felt like he had taken a bite of a delicious jelly, and a refreshing energy rushed into his soul. A counterattack from the touch of jealousy? Mu Hua was startled, because this was the first time he had touched this ability, but he ignored the act of control. Although he couldn't figure out the situation, he was worried about hurting Samantha, so Mu Hua quickly gathered his mental power to prevent his soul tentacles from taking another bite in that unknown place. As the scream faded, the magic runes on the Wandering Hunter dimmed greatly. Samantha? Mu Hua asked worriedly. The magic armor was actually cursed? He was worried that he had just gnawed Samantha's soul. Witch's soul, the product of a witch's failed transformation into a witch. Master, be careful, the armor is alive. After a short battle, the study was in a mess. Wednesday, who was possessed by a skeleton warrior and hiding in a corner, shouted to Mu Hua. Shut up, weak coward. The great master knows everything, and doesn't need your show-off. Monday emerged from Mu Hua's shadow, and seemed to be angry that Wednesday had snatched its opportunity to show off, and scolded Wednesday. Beautiful mistress, Monday greets you. The master's passive counterattack should have hurt your witch soul. Do you need me to help you catch a few ghosts? Eating them will help the witch soul recover. After scolding Wednesday, Monday shamelessly rubbed against Samantha, and said to Samantha through the wandering hunter. The wandering hunter crashed, and Samantha didn't want to talk. Mistress? What kind of a damn name is that? After a short fight, Samantha confirmed that Mu Hua was really strong, and he instantly controlled her and Helen. Samantha was very pleased with Mu Hua's strength, but at the same time, Mu Hua was likely to use this strength to force her, which made Samantha infinitely entangled. Don't get up yet. After a moment of silence, Monday's greeting was ignored by Samantha, and Samantha said to Mu Hua, who was riding on her. Letting go of Samantha, and retracting the jealous touch holding Helen, Helen left the study. The movement in the study just now caused some disturbances among the servants in the villa, and Helen went to appease the servants first. Samantha was not a witch after she received the wandering stalker. She was able to equip the wandering stalker because she was recognized by a witch who was not completely dead. However, the witch did not become a ghost, nor did she have most of her own consciousness. She merged with the wandering stalker and became a kind of existence similar to a Horcrux. Although Samantha had been practicing in secret, her attributes were not strong. While focusing on martial arts skills, her more combat power still came from the wandering stalker. After briefly explaining her own situation, Samantha re-examined Mu Hua. Since you have such a strong combat power, you should avenge the Mu family yourself, Samantha said with emotion. Oh, don't, the head of the family is dead, and Benson, and I don't have such a big hatred. Mu Hua waved his hand and sneered. Brushing the messy hair beside her ears, Samantha's expression was a little uncertain. After a moment of silence, Samantha seemed to have made a decision, restrained her emotions, gritted her teeth, and looked at Mu Hua. Then take Betha away, and don't worry about the Benson family in the future, Samantha said to Mu Hua. She originally planned to raise a sum of money in a few years to keep Mu Hua and tie Betha away from the Benson family. But now that Mu Hua has such strength, it is better to get rid of the connection with the Benson family as soon as possible. I guess it won't work. Betha won't ignore you, and I'm afraid I can't either. Mu Hua shook his head. Samantha is somewhat black. She thinks that since the Mu family is broken, there is no reason for the Benson family to let them continue to pass on. After years of scheming, it is basically impossible for her to give up in one day. And Samantha is obviously not the kind of fresh girl in the TD series, who can give up years of planning with a mouth cannon. Are you sure you want to help me? Samantha has already discovered that Mu Hua's feelings for the Mu family are very weak. She has learned about Mu Hua's life experience and doesn't dwell on it too much. Instead, she hates the Benson family a little more. Aren't you talking nonsense? Mu Hua rolled his eyes. You can't talk to me like that. Samantha's face darkened. She didn't want Mu Hua to be too casual with her. In the past, Samantha might not care, but now, she always pays attention to the distance between her and Mu Hua. Mu Hua was silent, and Samantha felt a little uneasy. It seemed that she shouldn't be so strict with him. Some things, he couldn't help himself, right? It didn't seem to be his fault. But? Love. Bah, but the ancient scam should really be overcome. It's too outrageous. Well, since you are willing to help me, I need to know more about you, Samantha continued. Combat power? Yeah, combat power. I don't think you want to know, you just need to know that I'm not afraid of the brigade. Brigade? Not an individual? In addition to becoming a ghost, what else is there? Samantha said sensitively. There are still some. Shameful? Shameful. More shameful than the original sin of jealousy? Well, it may be better than the original sin, but for the time being, it is not suitable for public viewing. Samantha was silent. What kind of monster is her nephew? Chapter 412. Samantha's manor house rarely has visitors. Over the years, she has gradually delegated power. If there is no urgent matter, she no longer needs to ask about the affairs of the Benson family industry. In the simply renovated garden, plum blossoms, chrysanthemums, and cyclamen are gorgeous and elegant. Mu Hua, can you really summon the demon merchant? In the garden, She cast a demon magic weapon, but no demon appeared in the summoning array. Samantha asked Mu Hua, with a little doubt. I ordered some things from it earlier. I guess it hasn't been collected yet. I will introduce you to it later. Mu Hua replied after putting away the finger bone-like summoning magic weapon. After staying in the manor for a day, Mu Hua has calmed down a lot compared to when he first found out that the ancient scam fell on Samantha. After a day of confirmation, Mu Hua found that the incestuous attachment was very difficult to deal with, but the effect was not extreme. Even if he has some misunderstandings about Samantha, Samantha will not make him lose his mind, especially if his physical needs are properly met. No matter who meets them, he will not have too strong physical impulses towards Samantha. There is no phenomenon of uncontrolled heartfelt, whether it is refusing Samantha's inquiry or fooling her with lies. It is no problem, and there will be no guilt, which Mu Hua is particularly satisfied with. In love, lying and cheating, that's a big deal? It's not hypnotic charm. What else do you want? Everyone loves in different ways. Obviously, Mu Hua's love is not the kind of five good cook, and he probably can't be a loyal little milk dog to satisfy women's fantasies. As for the little bit of sadness, pity, missing, worrying about Samantha, feeling angry and uncomfortable when thinking about her being bullied, and wanting to help her solve problems when she is in trouble. Alas, there is no way. After all, it is love, and I can only blame myself for all this. Life is always unclear. Jealousy represents patience, rage represents justice, laziness represents wisdom, and color domain represents redemption. As for love, the victory and defeat in it are generally beautified, and in essence it may only contain deception and being deceived, and it is originally a scam from ancient times. It is also thanks to Samantha that she does not want to use Mu Hua. While she rejects Mu Hua's love, she also thinks about Mu Hua everywhere. And some of the things Samantha encountered, even if there is no such attachment, Mu Hua may also help. It can be regarded as self-consolation. Mu Hua feels that for the time being, falling in love with Samantha will not affect him too much. For the ancient scam with added ingredients, Samantha may still be a more ideal choice. At least Mu Hua has not yet discovered that Samantha has a tendency to cheat him. This may not be guaranteed for his mother, who has long forgotten her appearance. And if his mind is not affected, Mu Hua would probably choose to suffer a short pain rather than a long pain for the guy who wants to cheat him, and directly kill his wife to prove his truth. Thinking about it this way, as expected, love it, Mu Hua said that he still likes Samantha's type. Mu Hua calmed down and let himself go a little. How to let Samantha ride on him and move by herself has become an important life issue. Yes, move by herself. Mu Hua's physique is now better. If he comes, Samantha will resist, and it will be easy to hurt her. If someone dies again, it will be bad. Alas, this is also a major disadvantage of physical growth. After specific exchanges, Samantha has become the person who knows Mu Hua's true strength best, including Mu Hua's new summoned beasts that are a bit shameful. Mu Hua has not let Samantha know about the Abyss Island for the time being. It can't be said that he is on guard, and he has not set up a regular cross-border teleportation array. Anyway, no one can enter without his consent. Well, it would be even more ridiculous if you can't get out. The reason why he kept it a secret from Samantha is a conflicting mentality of emotion and reason. If possible, Mu Hua would like to try to avoid her. When she marveled at Mu Hua's strength, Samantha also began to tend to kill the collateral branches of the Benson family directly. When she knew that Mu Hua had a demon merchant in his hands, Samantha even had the idea of backstabbing Benson economics and trade from a business perspective. Is there a better combination than a demon merchant and an adventurer agent? Mu Hua is confident that he can control the demon merchant. As long as he is careful not to be cheated by the demon merchant, a demon merchant can be said to be the best choice for the transformation of a business family in the human world. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Mu Hua can really control the demon merchant, and Samantha wanted Mu Hua to summon the demon merchant to try to contact him first, but Becerro did not respond to the call. What do you want to buy? The demon merchant actually needs to raise funds. Wearing a cloak on her shoulders, Samantha asked Mu Hua. It's mainly some materials for refining youth potions. It's probably because the Demon King's brain region has delayed time. Holding Samantha's waist, Mu Hua buried his head in Samantha's neck and muttered. Mu Hua, you can't do this to me, let go, don't let the servants see it. Samantha pushed Mu Hua. She was not playing tricks with Mu Hua. Samantha was really resisting. But Mu Hua was strong and she couldn't push him away, and she didn't want to hurt Mu Hua, so the result was a bit of a reluctant push. There's no one here except Helen. Mu Hua's lips touched Samantha's neck, and he could feel the rash like chill particles on Samantha's neck. Mu Hua! You've gone too far, let me go. I know what the ancient scam is, and your current behavior has nothing to do with it. Samantha was flustered. She couldn't push Mu Hua away, and the two were too close. Samantha knew very well that twisting her body would probably make the atmosphere between the two more ambiguous. Helen, that bastard, was unreliable. She used the excuse that she couldn't beat Mu Hua, and when Mu Hua was making a move, she had a tendency to add fuel to the fire. Samantha was panicked and annoyed and scolded Mu Hua. Who said it didn't matter? You should know that if you suppress it for a long time, it will easily lead to more terrible consequences. Mu Hua muttered in Samantha's ear. I don't know shit, let go, I'm really angry. Samantha's body trembled, not knowing whether it was because of anger or anxiety. Seeing Samantha's strong reaction, Mu Hua didn't want to make her angry, so he let her go. Anyway, he couldn't force her. Mu Hua just tried to let Samantha get used to the closer contact with him. Well, never mind whether it was sexual or emotional, never mind whether it was contradictory or not, Mu Hua really let himself go. The ancient scam dart hit Samantha, and due to her personality, Mu Hua would want to avoid it if he could, but he couldn't accept Plato at all. If love was still just a scam, Plato's stuff was simply blackmail. If he didn't know that he was carrying the ancient scam and had feelings for Samantha, then Mu Hua might have been thinking about the romance and heartbeats of love. And now? Don't make a fuss, I'm sick and need treatment. Falling in love with a woman who can't be touched is simply outrageous. Since you're in the game, you can't avoid all kinds of sweet tingling. You have to have sex, or at least try to go in that direction. There's no need to talk about psychology and physiology. Compared with the sacrifice praised by countless people, this is probably Mu Hua's last stubbornness. There's no real meaning, a kind of stubbornness that comes purely from men. Get lost. You little bastard, since you're fine, get lost. Samantha scolded after being released by Mu Hua. As if she was worried that her attitude was too sharp and would make Mu Hua sad, after Samantha scolded, her slowed down tone, and the way she called that little bastard brought out a bit of intimacy, and then Samantha's face was tangled again, and she scolded Mu Hua to get lost. In just one sentence, Samantha's expression changed again and again. Helen hid aside inside, she had never seen Samantha have such a rich expression. Under the gaze of Mu Hua and Helen, Samantha was about to get angry and embarrassed, so they stopped while they were ahead. Mu Hua turned around and left, and Helen followed closely behind, wanting to see Mu Hua off. Looking at Mu Hua's departing back, young, energetic, and strong? Bah, damn strong, Samantha put her palm on her chest. Her face was angry, ashamed, helpless, and bitter, and she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. Mu Hua disturbed her world and her life, in every sense of the word. Everything seemed to be out of control, or was it she who disturbed Mu Hua's world and Mu Hua's life? But no matter who disturbed who, Samantha was very sure that Mu Hua was definitely not an honest child. Samantha was in a trance, her heart was in a mess. Damn the ancient scam, it was all the devil's fault. Chapter 413. Mu Hua, Samantha has had a hard time these years. Then what? So you tried to encourage her nephew to pick her up? You are not related by blood anyway, it's better than her doing whatever she wants. If something happens to her, it won't be good for me. Oh, but you can see that she is very resistant to this. If possible, I don't want to see her more. But she doesn't hate you, right? She needs hope and more ties. And, I saw that when you licked her, it was different from what you said. I would. To create opportunities for you? You are her dependent, right? Are you sure it's okay to do this? Of course, Samantha is also a woman, and that kind of thing will not harm her. It is said that there is a wonderful psychological connection between dependents and masters. How about we have a try? Maybe it will have a wonderful effect on Samantha. Get lost. Goodbye. I will contact you if there is anything. The journey back to Bear Pig Town was smooth. Samantha almost drove him out of the manor, and sent him back to the Abyss Island on Wednesday. Helen sent Mu Hua back to the outskirts of the town. Still did not enter the town. The two talked for a while on the roadside. Helen's ears were slightly red. She scolded Mu Hua, left Mu Hua, and drove away. I don't know if it is because he has some special connection with Samantha. Helen is now much more emotional in front of Mu Hua. But judging from Helen's reaction, this demon girl, who can be regarded as an older leftover woman, seems to be a little pure. Mu Hua shook his head. This is not good. It will be troublesome if you provoke her. It is not my cup of tea. Yes, trouble. The thing with the shortest shelf life in the world is the purity of a woman, and it is usually very expensive. Mu Hua didn't dislike Xiao Qin-chun, but if it must be linked to the so-called troublesome responsibility, the shadow of the previous life is too big, so let's not do it. Watching Helen leave, Mu Hua gathered his mind and walked onto the main road into the town. The bright street lights dispelled the darkness of the night. Some armed skeleton warriors near the street lights indicated that Hobart had returned to the town. Wearing tactical clothing, a helmet on the skeleton's head, a bone shield on his back, a bone sword, a pistol, an electric baton, and a riot net on his waist. Some skeleton warriors are out of place, but these equipments have improved their combat capabilities a lot. 5 skeleton warriors are organized into a team, and each team patrols a specific area where residents are concentrated in the town. Now they are approved by the guard team, and have signed a labor contract with the town police station. They are self-defense armed forces raised by the town residents. Not long after entering the town, Mu Hua saw an adventurer caught in a riot net, a team of skeleton warriors standing by, and a police car of the security team was picking up the adventurer who seemed drunk. Skeleton warriors cannot speak, they carry alarms on their bodies, and they are indifferent enough. As long as the alarm is pressed, it means that the security team needs to go out. The sound of the windbreaker blowing in the night wind made the security team members notice Mu Hua, and the team of skeleton warriors nearby bowed to Mu Hua from a distance. "Hi Mu, are you taking a walk?" After putting the handcuffed adventurer into the police car, a security team member greeted Mu Hua from a distance. "I went to Heyman. I sat in the car for a long time, so it's a good time to take a walk," Mu Hua responded. Among the security team, only Bellica and Toby were familiar to him. This security team member knew Mu Hua, but Mu Hua didn't know his name. "These skeletons saved us a lot of effort. I heard that you made them. Those sons of bitches in the new city are equipped with magic mechas. You should make us some stronger undead, such as the Headless Knight, haha." The guard smiled and greeted Mu Hua, who was approaching. If you really make a Headless Knight, you should scold me. Maybe those sons of bitches you mentioned will drive the magic mecha to my door." Mu Hua shook his head and laughed. "Mu, be careful. The night hunters seem to go to the hotel to find you. It's probably because of these skeleton warriors." The two approached, and the guard slammed the car door and said to Mu Hua in a low voice, "Again? I rented them all to Hobart. Those guys should go to Hobart." Mu Hua shook his head in annoyance. "Hobart, haha, I heard that a residents' meeting will be held the day after tomorrow. Do you want to change the mayor?" The guard asked with a smile. It seems that this guard is not a local, but he is well informed. Mu Hua stayed at Samantha's place for a day. There will be a gathering at Nigel's farm tomorrow. They will probably discuss how to get Peter out of office during the gathering. He casually talked about the situation of the courtyard war. Another security guard, who was driving, asked him to leave. Before getting in the car, the security guard, who was greeting Mu Hua, paused. "By the way, I heard earlier that someone at the Demand Hotel called the police and said that someone from the Benson family was missing." "Huh? Demand called the police? Tabesha is missing? I was away for less than a day. How could she be missing?" Mu Hua looked surprised. "It wasn't us who called the police. I'm not sure about this. Go back and take a look." The security guard waved his hand at Mu Hua. The so-called disappearance was too short, so he didn't care. The guards took the drunk away, the skeleton warriors continued patrolling, and Mu Hua also left in the direction of the Demand Hotel. On the way, they released ravens and let the blind ravens scatter into the town. Walking on the forest road leading to the Demand Hotel, they unexpectedly met Ronald's night hunter team. "Mr. Mu Hua, there are too many skeletons in the town. We must talk again later." Ronald seemed a little anxious. Seeing Mu Hua, he said something and was about to leave. He probably waited for Mu Hua in the hotel for a while. It had nothing to do with Ivy's disappearance. It seemed that he came to Mu Hua simply for the matter of the skeleton warriors. "Those skeleton warriors were hired from me by Holman. You should talk to him. Hey Marcy, these earrings really suit you. Let's have a drink together after you're done," Mu Hua said to Ronald, and then greeted the only girl among the few people. Marcy rolled her eyes at Mu Hua, subconsciously touched her earrings, but did not reply to Mu Hua. "Mr. Mu Hua, I know what you want to do, but this has a very bad influence." Ronald frowned, but did not stop. "Okay, let's talk about this issue later. We leave first." "What's the matter? What happened in the town?" Mu Hua stepped aside after passing a few people, and asked who was walking behind them. Ghosts appeared in several places in the town and the new city earlier. "Oh my god Mu, do you know? Ivan killed some livestock for the banquet, And then, the farm was disturbed by ghosts. I heard that the livestock turned into ghosts after they died. Will lowered his voice, and said to Muhua after looking at Ronald and others walking in front. Ghost? Could it be ghosts? Muhua hesitated. Muhua, who has the original sin of jealousy, will affect the creatures within a certain range around him. This influence is not limited to humans. Chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs will also be affected. Even if their spirits are weak, they will give birth to ghosts after they die. But this influence is centered on him, not the city of Canes. In other words, wherever Muhua goes, it will be affected, and everything will return to normal once it is out of his influence range. The ghost in the farm should be an incident earlier. Ronald and his party are anxious now, but he has not been in town before. He just came back. It is not such a coincidence that another group of people died, right? Yes, you feel it too? Captain Ronald said that ghosts and gods came to us. Will said to Muhua mysteriously. What are you doing? Muhua asked. Will, hurry up. Mr. Muhua, you should have felt it yesterday, but I must remind you that ghosts are unstable factors, and they are not good for us. Before Will could continue to argue with Muhua, Ronald in front called Will. That ghost is probably still in Canes, at the hospital in the new city. A witch is fighting with a necromancer for a ghost. I hope you don't get involved. Ronald said to Muhua. For witches and necromancers, normal ghosts are not rare, but ghosts directly transformed from human death are still quite rare. Because that kind of ghost has the potential to become a faceless person, some witches and necromancers also like to wander around places with many dead people, just to find that kind of ghost. I can't guarantee you this, but faceless people are not so easy to cultivate. Starting from a ghost, who knows when you can become a faceless person? I guess it's just for the sake of novelty. Muhua's face showed a just right look of surprise. A ghost transformed from a human may not necessarily grow into a faceless person, but a faceless person must have evolved from a ghost transformed from a human. However, this type of ghost has no appeal to Muhua. There will definitely be so many of these ghosts around him that they are everywhere, because he is a ghost who disrupts the norm. Chapter 414. Ronald led his men away in a hurry. The witches and the necromancers were fighting in the city. Who knows if they would cause ghosts to fly everywhere? Even if the police were dispatched, as night hunters, they would have to deal with the aftermath. Old cities are strictly ordered. It is not surprising that some adventurers who want to cause trouble appear in emerging cities, especially those with courtyards that have just completed the Star Patrol conference. Adventurers are more unrestrained than residents, not to mention that there is a low-key ghost god in Canes. Although the ghost god did not take the initiative to cause trouble, the impact he caused led to the commotion of the witches and the necromancers. Ronald was very troubled by this. He had already reported to the higher-ups and asked for additional manpower to be sent here. Back at the Demand Hotel, the fat man Demand was unexpectedly still guarding the bar so late. Seeing Muhua coming back, Demand stepped forward quickly. Boss. Yes, I know. Who called the police? Demand had contacted Muhua and Helen separately earlier, but he didn't know that Muhua was with Helen at the time. Including Samantha, the three of them pretended to be confused about Demand's report. Francis reported missing, but I haven't been able to contact Ivy yet. Demand said to Muhua. I saw Ivy in the courtyard the day before yesterday. It's only been a short time. Is it necessary to report a missing case? Muhua asked knowingly. Francis contacted Ivy yesterday morning. Ivy was supposed to meet him, but then she lost contact, so... Demand explained. Muhua looked thoughtful. It's okay, don't worry about her. She didn't disappear here. It has nothing to do with us. Muhua waved his hand and shirked seriously. Demand nodded in agreement. Of course, I heard that Ivy followed Gray to stay at Caesar's hotel, but someone proved that Gray was not with Ivy when she disappeared. Demand said. Well, I know. Since Francis called the police, we should not interfere in this matter. Kuna should purchase a batch of weapons from the Demon Island recently. You? Well, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Muhua ordered, and then realized something and changed his words. Demand looked at Muhua with a weird and resentful look. Kuna, Demand's ex-wife, had eaten Muhua's snake fruit when she was driving with Muhua. Hey, we didn't do anything after knowing your relationship. Muhua felt uncomfortable when Demand looked at him, and said with a guilty conscience. Demand said nothing. If you say that, should I thank you? Okay, if Francis wants to find you, don't pay attention to him. He's a contact person, and the young master of the Caesar family. Let them deal with Ivy's affairs themselves. It has nothing to do with us. Unable to bear Demand's eyes, Muhua pretended to be tough and said goodbye and went upstairs. Boss, I think the hotel needs some magical life. Demand said behind Muhua. Okay, no problem. Muhua paused slightly, without turning his head, and agreed. Not to mention magical life. Even if Demand wanted to order takeout or have a party, he would agree at this moment, and he would pay for it. Slightly embarrassed, he returned to the third floor and opened the door. A murderous aura rushed to his face. Bang! Muhua closed the door again. Well, he didn't go into the house. Several pairs of eyes in the living room looked at him. Although he didn't understand the situation, Muhua didn't want to go in. Muhua! A female voice cried out, and the cry came from more than one person. Muhua turned around to leave, but the door had already been pushed open. Cousin, where are you going? Taibesha pushed open the door and grabbed Muhua, who wanted to run away. What's going on here? Muhua asked Taibesha after glancing at the room. There were quite a few people in the living room at this time, including Barbara, Tina, Icarus, Clark, Eve, and Raymond Lamb, all leaning against the wall to watch the fun. On the two sofas facing each other, Vivian and Trisha were staring at each other, and there seemed to be sparks of passion between the two. What else could it be? I'm looking for you. Taibesha shook her head helplessly, and dragged Muhua into the house. Oh, are you all here? What are you doing? Muhua asked with a chuckle, and the uneasiness on his face gradually disappeared. His reaction just now was more due to the influence of Demand. He didn't provoke anyone in this room, so there was no reason to feel guilty when he saw them. Well, maybe Taibesha. Forget it, anyway, there was nothing between him and Samantha for the time being, and there was no need to feel guilty when he saw Taibesha. Everyone go away. Have a good rest today. As soon as Muhua finished speaking, Taibesha clapped her hands and signaled everyone to disperse. Everyone went back to their own rooms, including Taibesha. In the end, only Muhua, Vivian, and Trisha were left in the living room. What are you doing? Sitting on the sofa, being stared at by Vivian and Trisha, Muhua twitched his mouth. He seemed to think of what the two girls were like. Muhua, you promised to give me the breath of death. Vivian looked resentful. I listened to you and joined the group. You said you would help me understand the breath of death. Trisha also said to Muhua. Muhua was silent. In order to divert the topic of ghosts and gods, he did let Trisha hang out with him earlier. He didn't expect Trisha to come and join Taibesha's team directly. The Baron demons who practiced undead magic were more likely to produce the Death Breath skill stone, which was not rare for Muhua. The Baron demon who was crushed to death on the battlefield earlier gave him one. However, Muhua only had one Death Breath skill stone in his hand for the time being, and there were two murderous girls in front of him. Dandelion was very outstanding in the courtyard war. Now there are many adventurers who want to join the group. We don't need witches. Vivian resisted Trisha, especially after knowing that Muhua wanted to give her death breath. Hee, my corpse engraving can eliminate the pollution of the skeleton undead to the outside world. It was Muhua who asked me to come. I am not interested in dandelions. Trisha sneered. Death pollution is also a kind of undead deterrence to the outside world. Muhua, her magic is useless. You also saw her handing out business cards on the battlefield. Look at how many undead mages are looking for her. Vivian said to Muhua. That's because they don't know what they are talking about. Who said no one wants me? My appointments are all scheduled until next year. Trisha snorted coldly and turned to look at Muhua. And I'm not asking for it for nothing. We are partners, aren't we? Who asked for it for nothing? I'm Muhua's girlfriend. Trisha saying that she asked for it for nothing seemed to irritate Vivian, who said angrily. Muhua was stunned. Girlfriend, when did it happen? How come I don't know? Girl, it's because of your self-righteous tone that I don't have a girlfriend. Heh. Glancing at Muhua's expression, Trisha looked at Vivian again and gave her a contemptuous smile. Fairy! Muhua, you can't hook up with a witch. Vivian glared at Muhua, who didn't cooperate fiercely, and turned to scold Trisha. Dirty maggot, you know nothing about witches. Trisha pouted and cursed back. The two of them were on the verge of a fight, and the ritualistic conflict between the necromancer and the witch broke out. They slammed the table and stood up, brewing a disgusting curse in their hands. Okay, stop arguing, Tuesday. Muhua stopped with a headache and called Tuesday out. The two quarreled fiercely, and it would not be surprising even if they fought, but neither of them meant to kill, otherwise they would not have just cursed. Calling Tuesday out, if the two really cursed randomly, and let Tuesday eat it, who knows if the two girls had their periods, so as to avoid the house being bloody. All of you promise, give it to Vivian first, Don't stare at me, I help you in a few days. Stopping the fight between the two, Muhua said to Trisha. Yeah. After hearing what Muhua said, Vivian instantly turned into a quiet and mysterious beautiful girl. She responded with a triumphant smile on her face. Vivian and Muhua have been through hardships, and Muhua can also feel her closeness and trust. Muhua is not the type to easily cheat his own people. He even opened the Abyss Island to Vivian. In Muhua's heart, there is always a closeness and distance between her and Trisha. Humph, none of you necromancers are good. You'd better not lie to me. Trisha snorted angrily and launched a large-scale verbal attack. Don't worry, I still need your corpse engraving. How about I give you a few undead summoned beasts first? Muhua smiled and comforted, and said that you should explore the barren demons more recently. Summoned beasts? No. Trisha was surprised, looked at Muhua solemnly, and shook her head to refuse. She doesn't want it, but I do. Vivian's eyes lit up, and Trisha glanced at Vivian unexpectedly, but she didn't continue to dwell on the issue of death breath. Dare to ask for the other party's summoned beast. It seems that this Vivian and Muhua have a very close relationship. Chapter 415. There is no need to say much about the transfer of summoned beasts. When it comes to the transfer of summoned beasts, both the grantor and the recipient need to have enough trust between the two. When the recipient summons the summoned beast essentially enters the recipient's summoning space from the first ruler's summoning space, and then is summoned to the recipient's side. The first ruler can also call them back at any time. Only when the first ruler dies will the summoned beast truly belong to the recipient's summoning space. If there is not enough trust, the grantor is afraid that the recipient will stab him in the back in the attempt to completely control the summoned beast. The recipient also needs to worry that the summoned beast will turn against the grantor at the last minute and stab his back. At the same time, to a certain extent, the summoned beast has a certain monitoring effect on the recipient, so the grantor and the recipient are usually more cautious about the transfer of summoned beasts. Perhaps because of the special origin of the summoned beast, Muhua's undead summoning can only make one kind of summoned beast appear in the world. However, his skeletons that could not be summoned at the same time could be given to other people. Even if Muhua summoned the Headless Knight, the recipients would not be affected when summoning the skeleton sent by Muhua. It was just a joke to test him. Now Muhua is quite powerful. Trisha dare not ask for Muhua's summoned beast. Not to mention whether Muhua would guard against her. It seems that she is still guarding against Muhua. Vivian, on the other hand, has no taboos. She is not worried that Muhua will harm her, nor does she care that Muhua can understand her whereabouts to a certain extent through the summoned beast. I'm leaving first. Don't forget what you promised me. When will you go to work tomorrow? After rejecting Muhua's summoned beast, since Muhua said that it would take some time to help her comprehend the breath of death, Trisha was ready to leave. She did not plan to stay in the hotel. Go to work. Muhua hesitated. Doesn't the team need to report? Let me make it clear first. I joined the logistics team, and am only responsible for the corpse mark. If the main combat members need to temper their mental strength, I can also help, but I will not participate in group activities. I have the right to decide whether to participate in the demon hunting operation, Trisha said. She had discussed these with Taibesha before Muhua came back. Muhua originally just wanted Trisha to help his undead followers engrave the corpse mark. Since she had this kind of awareness, Muhua naturally couldn't say anything more. Muhua had no idea about things like reporting. He himself has always been unorganized and undisciplined. He didn't let Trisha mess around. Muhua only asked her to keep in touch with the team at any time. Anyway, she didn't plan to participate in Taibesha's group activities, so it was enough to confirm her whereabouts at any time. After Trisha left, only Muhua and Vivian were left in the living room. Vivian looked at Muhua with burning eyes. Muhua smiled and rubbed Vivian's head, but she slapped his hand away in anger. Go and call Tabitha to my room. Yes, call Barbara too, Muhua said to Vivian. Muhua returned to his room. Ikaros and Tina shared a room with Muhua. Muhua was the only one in the team who lived with both men and women. The other two men, Clark and Lin Feng, lived in the same room. After a while, Vivian brought Tabitha and Barbara to Muhua's room. At this time, Muhua's expression was much more serious than before. Muhua, Paji is gone. She asked me to tell you that she will send another batch of magic stones here in half a month at most. Why does she want to send magic stones to you? After entering the room, Taibesha found an empty bed and sat down, and asked Muhua casually. I sold her 2 youth potions. You can make youth potions? How much? Tibesha was startled, and she sat up straight and asked with great interest. All of them were exchanged for magic stones. What do you want so many magic stones for? Do you want to refine magic stones? No, equip yourself with equipment first, and there is no rush for alchemy. Tibesha advised unhappily. I need magic stones, not just for alchemy. Let's not talk about this. I have something to tell you. Barbara, who was outside the door. When Muhua said this, he felt someone outside the door and asked Barbara, who was closest to the door. Before Muhua finished speaking, Barbara opened the door and saw Lin Feng laughing outside the door. After confirming that there were a bunch of girls in the room, Lin Feng glanced at Tibesha, who was dressed in formal clothes and seemed to be relieved. He forced a smile to Muhua and was driven back to the house by Barbara. This guy. Muhua's eyelids twitched twice. Lin Feng seemed to be worried that something unorthodox might happen between him and Tibesha. Even though Muhua's singularity had messed up Lin Feng's predictions, Lin Feng would still show some sense of superiority that was difficult to conceal. As a reborn person, Muhua could understand this. After all, he was also full of superiority back then, and then he was beaten by life. However, according to Muhua's observation, Lin Feng was somewhat silly in front of Tibesha, and this guy probably didn't have much experience in picking up girls. There was no need to feel ashamed to act blindly in front of the girl you liked. Generally speaking, Muhua had no aversion to Lin Feng's behavior of touching Tibesha. Young people, how could they be called young people if they were not flirtatious? Is this guy still chasing you? Muhua asked Tibesha after the door was closed. This guy is very stupid, weak, and always says he wants to take care of me. He told me a few places where treasures may drop, but they are all dangerous. Tibesha said with some complaints. Muhua was not good at guessing girls' thoughts, and he could not tell her true attitude towards Lin Feng from her face, but he heard Tibesha continue. But there are two people in the hotel who are close to him. Ikaros said he felt the breath of angels on them. Tibesha frowned and looked at Muhua, as if asking Muhua's opinion on the matter. There is no need to say much about the place where the treasure dropped. It is estimated that Lin Feng heard about it before his rebirth. This is an advantage of the prophet. Unfortunately, he said it was dropped. There are too many uncertainties, so there is no need to take it seriously. If it was a treasure, Muhua would pay more attention to it. The so-called prophecy is not absolute, because there are not only prophets in this world. Butterfly wings are flapping, and with the existence of the singularity of fate, the prophecy can only be regarded as a suggestion, and there are still many probabilities. Muhua actually values Lin Feng's identity as the son of God. Not to mention that he can cultivate a belief system. In Loren, this kind of existence is a necessary part of registering a religious organization in the human world, and religious organizations can actually do a lot of things. That kid is quite functional. Don't pay attention to those two people for now. They are from the Samsara Palace. They can be said to be secretly protecting and monitoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng doesn't trust them. Lin Feng will handle their affairs himself. If you are interested in Lin Feng, it's okay to get to know him. This is not the Holy Empire. They shouldn't dare to mess around. Muhua said to Tibesha. Who wants to date him? Tibesha glared in dissatisfaction. He's not bad looking, and he has great potential to be a dog licker. I think he's pretty good. If you don't like him, forget it. Muhua spread his hands indifferently, and his evaluation of Lin Feng was very unscrupulous. Don't apply your perception to women casually. Okay, don't talk about him. What do you want to say when you call us here? Tibesha twitched her eyes. She had long known Muhua's values. It didn't matter if she said he was realistic or twisted. Anyway, when Muhua didn't talk about human nature, he might be more popular with women. Well, Ivy is dead. I killed her. In the room, the originally relaxed atmosphere solidified because of Muhua's words. Tibesha and the others looked at Muhua in astonishment. Several people knew about the Abyss Island. While enjoying the benefits of the Abyss Island, they didn't need to explain too much. They were more concerned about those secrets than Muhua. Now Muhua also planned to give them summoned beasts. After all, they were in the same boat. They shared the benefits and shared the responsibilities. The situation in the Benson family might escalate. In order to avoid misunderstandings in the future, Muhua was not going to take the responsibility of murder and arson. You killed Ivy? Tibesha said in disbelief. Well, don't worry, no one will find out for the time being. Muhua nodded. This is not a question of whether you can rest assured or not. Why did you kill her? Samantha? Tibesha was a little angry, and then doubts flashed in her eyes, and she asked Samantha's name softly. Muhua talked too casually about killing Ivy. Thinking that he and Samantha might have colluded, Taibesha felt complicated and her face was not very good. In some places, children can be regarded as appendages of their parents. But this is not very popular in Loren. Not to mention appendages, if children and parents explore each other's private lives too much, they can't even be friends. In the room, as the relatives of Muhua and Tabitha, Tina and Barbara frowned and fell into thought, while Ikaros and Vivian, after a brief accident, had an attitude of being there to watch. Ikaros didn't care about such things because of his personality, and Vivian simply didn't care about the life and death of a stranger. She seemed to be far more indifferent to life and death than her peers, as long as Muhua was fine. Chapter 416. Samantha didn't want to kill Ivy, but there was a misunderstanding between Samantha and me. After a moment of waiting, allowing Taibesha to digest his words, Muhua broke the silence in the room. You killed Ivy because of a misunderstanding? Taibesha didn't show any sadness or anger, but seemed speechless. She looked like she had heard some absurd words. Okay, these are not important. I have already communicated with Samantha. Now the situation has changed a little. Mu Siyun and Vic must deal with it as soon as possible and quietly. Muhua waved his hand. He didn't want to say more about Ivy. He actually thought it was a bit absurd. You still want to kill people? Taibesha frowned. Not you, but us. Muhua corrected Taibesha's words. Taibesha wanted to refute. Although she didn't like those brothers and sisters, she hadn't thought about killing them. She just opened her mouth, but her words were interrupted by Muhua. Did Lin Feng tell you about the illegitimate children? Muhua asked. No, he just told me to be careful of Vic, and I have always been very vigilant against them. Taibesha frowned and said. It doesn't matter if he didn't. After all, those illegitimate children are already threatening the safety of you and Samantha. Muhua twitched his mouth. Lin Feng was really capable. If he wasn't there, he would probably have attacked the illegitimate children. Another Lin Feng's prediction? Can you believe his words? Taibesha questioned. No, but all the signs can be compared with what he said. Find time to communicate with Samantha. Muhua explained. Killing Ivy was Muhua's original plan. As for killing the other two illegitimate children after communicating with Samantha, it was because he didn't want Samantha to carry out her self-destructive plan. Lin Feng's prediction about Benson was more like a corroboration for Muhua. I don't mind you playing with Lin Feng, but it's too early to trust him, Muhua said. He positioned Taibesha as a sister from the beginning, and he didn't have any messy thoughts about Taibesha. People without brothers and sisters tend to fantasize about something happening with brothers and sisters. If there are brothers and sisters, if they don't hate each other, they can be considered to get along well. Of course, there are also orthopedics in reality, but most of them are relatively simple venting desires. In essence, the repression of needs plays an important role in them. Well, it seems that some unethical people attribute it to the blood relationship in human DNA. Who wants to play with him? Taibesha was a little angry. He looks good and has a good figure. Muhua explained. It's none of my business. Taibesha. He is cultivating a belief system, which is different from the priests who borrow it. He can control his own belief. Although it is a little weak now, he has certain potential. Taibesha is in her youth. It is normal for her to fall in love and find a man. The future of life is too far away, and some things cannot be stopped. Compared to being hooked up by others, Muhua still prefers her to lead Lin Feng. After all, it is safe to be a dog licker, and Muhua's talk about Lin Feng is mostly a joke between him and Taibesha. As for belief, Ikaros also has this ability. Taibesha also discovered that she and Muhua's focus is always on different channels. She also knows that Lin Feng has potential. Didn't she let him join the group? Ikaros is mine, Muhua retorted. Ikaros was created based on the template of an angel. Recently, she has been able to touch the free power of belief in the outside world and can absorb it, but she is not familiar with how to apply it. Muhua let Ikaros hang out with Taibesha just to let her get more exposure to the world, but he didn't plan to let Taibesha tie Ikaros to his belt. Lin Feng is not mine. He is too unstable. There's a sect behind him watching him. We have no relationship with him, and no emotional foundation. It is not appropriate to have a deep friendship, Taibesha said seriously. Well, that's true, but he cares about you very much, Muhua muttered. That's his business, it has nothing to do with me. When Taibesha said this, Muhua pouted, and it seemed that his cousin's resistance to Lin Feng was not simply due to sentimentality. She did not accept Lin Feng, but she would not discourage Lin Feng from wanting to seduce her. This woman, as expected, love is a trap, chasing women is the most irrational behavior, and picking up young girls. Tut tut, if you mention conscience, then you are wrong. Okay, anyway, he joined the gang for you, you can do it yourself. Mu Hua shook his head and stopped the topic. If he continued, he would probably sympathize with Lin Feng. Besha, you should find time to communicate with Samantha as soon as possible and understand her ideas. Regardless of other things, Mu Xiyun and Vic must be killed. Mu Hua said seriously. Tai Besha nodded thoughtfully, with an uncertain expression. Let Samantha talk to Tai Besha about the Benson family. Samantha wants to destroy the Benson family, so how can Mu Hua talk to Tai Besha? He just told the people close to him about killing the other 2 illegitimate children to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Because of Ivy's disappearance, Tabitha asked for leave from Odysseus. She originally wanted to wait for a few days to see the situation. If necessary, Tabitha also planned to help find her. But now, her cousin has buried her. Mu Hua didn't explain Ivy's affairs clearly. When Tai Besha asked for details, Mu Hua just told her to ask Samantha. Tai Besha had no choice but to tell everyone to keep a unified tone. When Mu Hua asked the people in the room whether they wanted to summon beasts, everyone gave a relatively unified affirmative answer. With the improvement of his own strength, whether it was because of his high skills and courage, or some other little thoughts, Mu Hua was ready to share some of his summoned beasts with Tai Besha and others. Now Mu Hua doesn't need Tai Besha and others to use summoning to help him cover up his own specialness, but the strategy activity of the Odysseus team is about to start. Although the nature of the strategy group is a bit strange, the strategy is also dangerous. In addition to the protagonists such as Chelson and Alex, there are nearly 30 members in the strategy group. They will all appear in the script of the strategy group. In essence, they are actually substitutes after the casualties of the brave team. There is no real safety and comfort in the world of adventurers. If you want safety, become a settler. If you want absolute comfort, go to Lantern Star. As explorers of the courtyard, the auxiliary team needs to face greater dangers than the strategy team. With some summoned beasts around, whether it is exploring or fighting, it can also increase the safety factor of Tai Besha and others. Tai Besha opened the portal, and Mu Hua and his party entered the Abyss Island. Tai Besha's key coordinates were set in the camp in the middle of the Abyss Island. Through the portal, Mu Hua also appeared in the camp. The key is very convenient, but Mu Hua can limit its cross-border function at any time, including each courtyard. If the courtyard master who controls the core of the courtyard is willing, he can make those courtyard keys scattered outside useless at any time. However, if it is forbidden, it will be forbidden. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the lord of the courtyard would rather find a way to recycle it, rather than ban it and abandon it. On the Abyss Island, the roots of the World Tree in the central camp seem to have taken root, and the first branch of the World Tree has grown very quickly. Although the slender branches cannot meet the conditions for making a world barrier for a long time, the cross-border function should still be there. When it has the ability to cross the border, Tai Besha's key can be destroyed. At that time, it will be more convenient to enter and exit the Abyss Island. Mu Hua's control over the World Tree will be more perfect, and the transmission of the World Tree will be less likely to be interfered with and interrupted. Mu Hua summoned a series of skeleton undead summoned beasts in the space, and Mu Hua had no shortage of skeleton summoning skill stones. Tai Besha and others only need to learn a skeleton summoning. Even if they can't make higher level summoned beasts, they can still summon and command the summoned beasts authorized by Mu Hua. When those summoned beasts are not summoned, they even stay in Mu Hua's summoning space. That is to say, they actually summon these skeletons from Mu Hua's summoning space. Mu Hua can learn about their movements through the summoned beasts. Only when Mu Hua dies, these summoned beasts will truly belong to them. This is the fundamental reason why people are more taboo about the gift of summoned beasts. I don't know if it is because of the upgraded distribution, but these summoned beasts of Mu Hua also have obvious shortcomings. Even if authorized to others, the authorized person can only summon one kind of skeleton undead at the same time, which is not the case with normal summoned beasts. Under normal circumstances, the summoning of undead can be divided into types and quantities. As long as the summoner has a need, no matter whether it is a magic dragon or a skeleton warrior, all the summoned beasts under his control can be summoned. Summoned beasts can only be authorized between individuals, which means that Mu Hua can only grant the summoning authority of the same summoned beast to one person. Mu Hua shared the summoning authority of the Headless Knight with Tuesday. The Death Knight was divided between Tai Besha and Barbara, and the Black-Armored Skeleton General was authorized to Vivian. Other people who were more closely related to Mu Hua were more casual. Tina took the Skeleton General, Ikaros took the Skeleton Guard, and the remaining Skeleton Warriors were led by Monday. Compared with Taibesha's 3 daughters, the summoned beasts assigned by Mu Hua to his own family were really not good, but this was not because Mu Hua was partial. After all, Mu Hua has learned a lot of summoning magic, and it is not known what will be given in the future. His subordinates will eventually have to be equipped with some high-end goods. After the authorization was completed, Taibesha and others were really surprised to confirm the number of summoned beasts in Mu Hua's hands. This time, Taibesha didn't care about Mu Hua's privacy and kept asking about the origin of Mu Hua's summoned beasts. Unfortunately, things are different now. He doesn't want to say it, and it's useless for anyone to ask. Mu Hua just said that these summoned beasts are his, and he can use them without worry. Taibesha couldn't ask why, and when she was angry, she didn't have any negative emotions. Mu Hua is now immune to mental interference. Anyone who brainwashes, hypnotizes, or searches his memory is looking for death. The name of the original sin of jealousy is not given for nothing. Even the devil can't do it. Mu Hua is much more careless now, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out all his undead summoned beasts and divided them randomly, and his identity as a ghost could be exposed at any time. He can't help being careless now. Plug-in? Goldfinger? Hidden? As far as Mu Hua knows, the environment that changes the law of time is not impossible to create artificially. Demon blood can barely be considered a substitute for attribute crystals. Skill stones also have corresponding inheritance crystals. Philosopher's Stone demons can hold the collection tools and wander around in front of people. Even the 100 Refinement Secret Stone, the Wisdom Fruit, unmutated golden apple, can also increase the effect of understanding. Mu Hua is not sure whether other people have golden fingers, but if you say that those kings don't have a 1,800-acre golden apple orchard at home, Mu Hua will not believe it even if he is beaten to death. Countless courtyards are integrated into this world, and each courtyard can even be regarded as a world. There are countless possibilities here. Mu Hua hides in Abyss Island. Those brigades may also hide several courtyard worlds. Be cautious? Make a fortune in silence? You don't have to wait until you are invincible. I guess the first thing you need to face is being betrayed by your friends and relatives. A very simple truth. You are awesome, but why should we play with you? In addition to his family, Mu Hua also needs some trusted relatives and friends around him, and even some human subordinates who are willing to join him. This is no longer a question of personality preference and trust risk, but there must be some such existence. Human society has never been truly harmonious, no matter whether it is a settler or an adventurer. A lone alien is very dangerous, both for him and for others. A Superman who is angry with the sky, the earth, and the air, and surrounded by slaves and servants, can you tolerate him? If he lives next door to someone, everyone will be unable to sleep and eat if he is not crushed to ashes after death. As far as humans are concerned, almost no one will let an alien without any ties live among the crowd, and even the weakest fighters probably cannot tolerate such an existence in their living space. When Mu Hua distributed the summoned beast in his hand, the comprehensive combat power of the Dandelion Demon Hunter group suddenly increased in a more alternative way. As his own strength improved and his abilities became more alienated, Mu Hua's mentality began to change quietly without him realizing it. Chapter 417. Besha, Mu Hua should be a ghost. On the open ground of the camp on the Abyss Island, Vivian looked at the ghosts emerging from the bamboo pigs, and said to Taibesha beside her with a strange look on her face. After dividing the summoned beasts, Vivian took the death breath shot, and Mu Hua ran away again. The girls squatted together. Vivian accidentally killed a bamboo pig earlier. The bamboo pigs that Mu Hua brought to the island have multiplied a lot. Vivian didn't care too much at first. The weird thing is that after the bamboo pig corpse was left for a while, a ghost appeared on the bamboo pig. Damn, a ghost in the shape of a bamboo pig, this thing is quite abnormal. The death of the undead involves the extinction of the soul, so the wild undead on the island will no longer have ghosts after death. Although they are living creatures, it doesn't make sense that a small beast can give birth to a ghost. If this is possible, the world outside would have been full of ghosts. Feeling incredible, Vivian found a few more bamboo pigs to try. When the ghost appeared from the bamboo pig's corpse again, Vivian found the flaw. That's right, the night hunter said that the town had jealous ghosts and gods during the day. Now this situation has occurred on the island again. Think about it, who else can it be except Mu Hua? Let's go and find him. Taibesha also thought of the key, and she was quite ready to stand up. Where to find him? Barbara asked with an incredible expression on her face. South, he said he is usually on the edge of the abyss in the south. Taibesha said. It's quite far, let's ask when we go out. Vivian frowned. Don't you want to know what he is doing over there? Barbara's eyes flickered. Tibesha and Vivian were slightly stunned. There were a lot of summoned beasts, inheritance crystals, and now ghosts and gods. Muhua was mysterious, and the three women were full of curiosity. Let's go! The three looked at each other, and instantly agreed. Muhua did not restrict Tibesha and the others' actions on the Abyss Island, and also told them that the Abyss Mist outside the island was very dangerous. When they first came here, Tibesha and the others wanted to explore this space, but there were too many wild undead on the island at that time. Later, they got used to it and temporarily put aside the exploration. Similarly, Muhua did not hide his whereabouts. Tibesha and the other two did not drive the terrain vehicle, summon the Death Knight, and the three women rode the skeleton warhorse, following the hoofprints of the Purgatory warhorse on the ground, all the way to the southeast of the island. The Abyss Island is not a small park that can be crossed in 2 steps. Compared with the area of a prefecture-level city, it is still very vast for the few humans. The wild undead in the southeast of the island were cleared the most. There were no wild undead in the north and south that could approach the central camp. Only in the west could wild undead occasionally wander around the camp, which was Vivian's hunting ground. Vivian even captured 2 skeleton generals and tied them outside the camp. While trying to subdue them, they occasionally attracted some wild undead so that Vivian could hunt nearby. All the way was safe. After a short flattening of the road outside the camp, weeds, shrubs, mounds, and woods were a mess of nature. A trampled path was very clear, with the kick marks of war horses, the scorched black of fire, and the footprints of skeleton undead. The end of this path should be where Muhua was. Skeleton war horses can adapt well to the terrain in the wild. The three women bumped for nearly 2 hours, and finally saw a group of skeletons among the weeds and dense forests. The skeletons here did not stop the attack when they saw the three women, so they were probably not wild undead. On a flat grassland the size of a threshing floor, a strange scene made the three women stop their skeletons. They were stunned and their cheeks were somewhat angry and ruddy. Huff, huff, the heavy breathing exuded a masculine breath. Well, oh, the delicate moan, the beautiful tone, even Tibesha and the other women couldn't help but feel a little strange and itchy in their hearts. Monday! What are you doing? Tibesha shouted angrily. What did they see? It was so eye-catching. They actually saw a hellhound riding on a female siren demon. In the threshing ground, under the protection of some skeleton warriors, Monday was riding a beautiful siren demon. In every sense of the word they were. It was so eye-catching. The beast-like features of Monday interacted with the beautiful human half of the siren, and the three girls of Tibesha could not accept it. Where did the siren demon come from? Why didn't he resist? Isn't this hellhound a follower of Muhua? He doesn't care. Hey, how did you get here? Monday looked at the three girls and stopped his original action. You still don't get up. Tibesha scolded Monday, who was still pressing on the siren demon. Miss, it's still stuck. You go first. I be done in a while. Monday was very unconscious, but he shrugged his body naturally, and as a matter of course, proving that he was not lying. The siren made a strange sound, and Tibesha shuddered. Damn, this bastard demon is too unscrupulous. Get up quickly. Where did this siren come from? Tibesha scolded. Sirens are very dangerous. They have very strong spellcasting abilities. Many sirens learn floating and flying magic. Using their fish tails, even if they can't fly, they can move quickly in a floating state when leaving the water. At least in Tibesha's cognition, siren is much more dangerous than succubus, especially in water. This siren? Oh, don't worry, she is an idiot, and she has been fed with the snake fruit, so it's not dangerous. Monday said to Tibesha without paying attention. You bastard, do you know that you do this kind of thing? Seeing that Monday had no moral integrity, and was still closely connected with siren, Tibesha said angrily. Too outrageous, this siren is Muhua's new follower. Even if she is a follower, you can't treat her like this. She even gave her snake fruit to eat. Master? Master wants devil eggs, and the little devil's egg production is too low. Master asked me to try to make these idiots lay eggs. You guys go away, I don't like this, but if I don't pay more attention, Master wants to try to make Tuesday lay eggs. You human males always prefer females that have mated, and you must not let Tuesday, the fairy, lay eggs for you. Monday said righteously. Tabitha. Barbara. Vivian. What? What did they hear? Muhua asked Monday to torment this siren because he wanted devil eggs? If this siren can't lay eggs, he still wants to sleep with his devil followers. Even if Tuesday inexplicably becomes a big devil, hey, okay, men sometimes like to hunt for novelty. But Your starting point is a bit wrong, right? What does he want the devil's egg for? Selling fried eggs? A strange picture appeared in the minds of the three girls of Tibesha. In the dark laboratory, the halos of various magic runes and magic instruments flickered faintly, and a gloomy necromancer wearing a dirty robe, holding various experimental data in his hands, was conducting evil biological experiments. What the hell, my cousin hides all day long to do this kind of thing? Tibesha looked at Vivian with a probing look. Necromancers do this kind of thing. They were in sync, and Vivian kept shaking her head. Don't look at me, necromancers only study dead things, and generally don't deal with living things. Chapter 418. Monday finally hit the female siren a few times. Although he scolded Monday, the hellhound was still a demon after all. It was Muhua's follower, but it would not listen to Tibesha. Oh, you don't know, this siren can't cast spells, it's easier to tie it up, so the master let me use them for experiments. Reproduction is a very normal behavior, you think too much. Wait here, I don't know if the master will let you go over, I go ask first. While speaking, Monday left the three girls of Tibesha with different expressions, and ran towards the edge of the island with his tail swaying. Monday ran away, and the siren was also dragged away by some skeleton warriors. The three girls of Tibesha were a little nervous at this time. They originally wanted to ask Muhua about ghosts and gods, but after seeing Zhou, they were a little worried. What if Muhua was doing something too evil here? After a short wait, Zhou returned again and asked Tibesha and the others to follow. After walking for a while, Tibesha and the other two followed Zhou to a cliff slope, overlooking the white fog sea of demons. The inexplicable falling of living and dead souls in the sky seemed to be swearing that the name of the sea of demons was the abyss. Under the slope, there was no dark and ghostly place as imagined. The embankment, like an ancient city wall, was built along the periphery of the island to create a solemn scene. Countless skeleton warriors stood on the embankment like guards guarding the city, and what they held in their hands were not swords, spears, or halberds, but fishing rods. A skeleton warrior raised the fishing rod, and a screaming goblin wizard was thrown from the abyss to the island. The goblin wizard had not yet stabilized his footing, and the next moment, several terrifying knights jumped on their horses and thrust their spears forward, piercing him and nailing him to the ground. Goblins of various grades were fished out of the abyss from time to time, thrown onto the island, and then died under the sword and gun of the headless knight. Strong ogres, fat giants, sirens, naga, bull monsters, blue-winged demons with strange heads and faces, hellhounds of the same clan as Monday, horned demon commanders, and the three girls of Tibesha even saw humans fished out of the abyss. Demons or orcs were fished out of the abyss one after another, and when they left the abyss, they were greeted by either the terror knight or the sickle of the big demon. What? What are these? Tibesha asked in astonishment, while Vivian and Barbara's eyes lit up. Entities, they are all entities. Seeing these monsters, Vivian thought of her blood pool and the corpse demon she wanted to make. And Barbara thought of the monster essence blood. Looking at the killed monsters, if she had these, she would probably be able to throw her arms and refine the essence blood. Abyss monsters, affected by the abyss, have lost their minds and cannot cast spells. The master has refined fishing rods that can pull them out of the abyss. This is the master's hunting ground. Joey raised his head with a proud look. Fishing rods? Those skeleton warriors are holding them. So many? Vivian asked after finding the key. 500 fishing rods, always have 500, these are consumables. If a monster that is too difficult to deal with is hooked, we will just throw the fishing rods away. Joey glanced at Vivian with an ignorant look, and when he spoke generously, he chose to forget the days when Muhua had worked hard to save fishing rods. Throw it away. That's right. But how many goblins are there in the abyss? Barbara didn't have much idea about the abyss, but she thought there should be some powerful demons in this legendary horror place. Seeing a sturdy goblin general being dragged out of the abyss, Barbara asked curiously, Goblin general, a savage goblin general, the roaring thunder dragon submerged its body in midair, and a scream like a roar came out of the goblin general's mouth. Before it landed, the big demon wielding the death sickle had already handed the sharp blade to its neck. A goblin general, who can save his life under the impact of the thunder dragon is definitely a goblin general, who has grown up for a long time. Puff! The body and head were separated, and a large amount of blood fell like rain. The body of the goblin general fell to the ground, which also made the hearts of Tibesha and the other two palpitate for a moment. It's not that there are too many goblins in the abyss, it's that the master focuses on fishing for goblins. Even among the lower demons, there are individuals with very high attributes in the abyss. It's troublesome and dangerous to distinguish them. But goblins are much better. Even if we encounter the Goblin King, we dare to throw it up, so we can throw less fishing rods. The master's fishing rod is a treasure. The master said that we must maintain healthy development. Well, letting the siren lay eggs is also for healthy development. The master is trying to create renewable resources. Monday explained. Muhua's strength has increased. Tuesday has also become a big demon, and Wednesday can cast illusions to confuse the monsters in the abyss. What Monday said is not wrong. Now if the Goblin King and the Goblin General are caught, Muhua really dares to pull them up. Muhua is now becoming more and more confident. He already has the cross-border authority to seal off the Abyss Island. When the World Tree has the cross-border ability, the process of drilling back to the Abyss Island will be less disturbed. As for his own situation, he doesn't really have any serious thoughts to hide. Muhua got a lot of magic stones from Webster through the youth potion. These magic stones not only brought skill stones and 100 refining secret stones, but also allowed Muhua to swipe a lot of fishing rods. With fishing rods and enough strength, Muhua did not go fishing for those rarer demons. He focused on stable and safe fishing spots such as goblins, and tried to maintain a certain number of skeleton warriors to fish for goblins and hellhounds. He would take the extra fishing rods to other fishing spots to try his luck. As he mastered more things and became more satisfied with his life, Muhua became less interested in gambling and trying his luck. Goblins were for maintaining the number of fishing rods, and hellhounds and sirens were for the tiers of elements. Now this distribution cannot be said to be Muhua's caution, because it makes him feel confident. He can continue to fish for monsters on the edge of the abyss. Edible fruits, vegetables, and grains are grown on the Abyss Island. There is no worry about water sources, and the magic environment is super good. The demon eggs obtained from Yongye territory earlier have hatched little demons. In addition, Muhua has begun to prepare to bring some monsters to the Abyss Island for release. It is no exaggeration to say that Muhua is not afraid of anyone causing trouble for him now. He is not even afraid of the king. If someone really causes trouble for him, the worst thing is to put his grandson first, and then hide in the Abyss Island for 100 years. When he gets out, it is not certain who will call whom daddy. He does not want to become a monster that everyone shouts and beats. Muhua is now very carefree. He can really say that he does not cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble. Oh no, he still causes trouble. He dares to mess with Samantha and directly attack the Benson family. The magical environment of the Abyss Island, the timeline of the Abyss Island, the supplies that the Abyss Island can provide him, and even the fact that he can contact the demon merchant, these are all Muhua's confidence. Going back to get some monsters and create some Terra life, even if he hides in the Abyss Island, he can still be a local emperor. If anyone really makes him uncomfortable, he will come back and lie down for 100 years. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Muhua really started to let himself go. Although I don't know if Muhua can catch the monster corpses to brush bugs, the scene in front of me still shocked Taibesha. I wanted to ask where Muhua was, but a scream scared Taibesha. No! Barbara screamed, and Vivian showed sadness on her face. Following the gaze of the two women, I saw Muhua with messy hair and a sleepy look walking to the bodies of the killed monsters. Waving hands, melting, dust flying, the body is gone, the blood is gone. Clean, environmentally friendly. Crime. This is a crime. Give the body back to me. Vivian and Barbara are heartbroken. Chapter 419. Are you all here? It's okay to walk around, but be careful, and don't touch the white fog outside the island, or you become crazy. With a sleepy expression on his face, Muhua fiddled with a thick stone spear in his hand, and said to Taibesha and the other two who came to his side. This spear-like weapon was the personal weapon of the Goblin General, who had just been killed. Although it can be said to be a coarsely ground or raw material, this kind of weapon that can withstand the corrosion of the abyss generally contains a lot of high-quality materials. Demander metal increases the hardness and corrosion resistance of weapons. Elkin metal increases ductility. The body tissues of unknown creatures can increase various characteristics. The spinal cords of some demons can improve energy conduction, and chimera alloy can create a perfect fusion between substances, etc. Among them, Daruman metal is most commonly used in equipment. It is similar to the high-performance steel commonly used in human society. Whether it is carbon steel or stainless steel, its specific tendency comes from the smelting process. High-quality Damanlan metal is common, but also expensive. This metal is the main material that Muhua can obtain from low-end weapons using the creation of all things. The stone spear in front of him is definitely not suitable for human beings to hold. It is thick and heavy. I thought it was a piece of ore, but it unexpectedly has good magic-breaking performance. Unsure of what it is made of, Mu Hua did not disassemble it. Instead, he prepared to keep it temporarily, as a weapon for the touch of jealousy. He is no longer able to hold weapons with only his hands. Mu Hua, how can you disassemble the body? Facing Mu Hua, Vivian and Barbara seem to have forgotten the purpose of their visit to Mu Hua. Where do you think I got those abyss fishing rods? Mu Hua casually gave a source for the fishing rods, and Vivian and Barbara's expressions froze. Mu Hua's alchemy can use monster corpses to make fishing rods, to catch monsters from the abyss? That question seems to be about which came first, the chicken or the egg, and the two women didn't know what to say for a while. You are so anxious to dismantle them, are you worried about giving birth to ghosts? Are you the ghost that Trisha said came to the town? Tabitha didn't forget the original purpose of coming to Mu Hua. Oh! You all know? Remember to keep it a secret, I don't want to be treated as a monster. Without showing too much surprise, Mu Hua said to the women. Because of his influence, as long as the soul is not annihilated, the creature will be transformed into a ghost after death. But this transformation cannot be completed immediately, and it takes a dozen to dozens of minutes. Ghosts are ghosts, no matter if they are ghosts of chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, or humans and demons. There is no difference at the beginning of their birth. At most, there is a difference in strength in the later growth. So even if the monsters fished out of the abyss give birth to ghosts, they are just ghosts with exaggerated shapes. But because of the transformation of ghosts, if Mu Hua goes to smelt their corpses again, not only will he not be able to melt soul dust, but other aspects will also be affected to some extent. Ghosts cannot be smelted when they are alive, and nothing will be left when they die. Basically, they can only be used as food. Yes, that's right, food, not only skeletons and undead, but ghosts can be eaten on Mondays and Tuesdays. After Mu Hua obtained the jealous talent, he seems to be able to eat. Soul eating helps the growth of spiritual attributes, but it's just ghosts. If you eat less, there is basically no growth effect. And Mu Hua wants to derive high-level undead, and the demand for soul dust is relatively large for the time being. Now, after killing a monster, Mu Hua usually melts the body of the monster as soon as possible to prevent it from turning into a ghost. It is not a waste to eat it. It is basically a stage demand. It's okay for you to keep it secret, but what about your impact on the outside world? Taibesha asked. The ghosts born under the influence of Mu Hua can really be called ghosts. Imagine that there will be ghosts all over the town and the courtyard in the future. Taibesha's eyelids can't help but jump. It's none of my business. Just kill the ghosts of livestock and animals. Anyway, there are night hunters, and human ghosts, necromancers and witches are rare. I don't need to care. Mu Hua said irresponsibly. Then you don't go hunting monsters? What about the ghosts of monsters in the courtyard? Taibesha was a little speechless. In addition to having no way, she further understood the harm of ghosts. As for the ghosts of monsters in the courtyard, Taibesha didn't care too much. Monsters don't like ghosts, and many demons will also use ghosts as food. But after confirming that Mu Hua had indeed become a jealous ghost, it goes without saying that Taibesha could also foresee that there would be a lot of trouble around Mu Hua in the future. I want the corpse of the monster. I can refine the blood of the monster. Barbara raised her chin and said pretentiously, as if she had caught Mu Hua's handle. Here, go fishing yourself. Mu Hua stuffed a fishing rod into Barbara's hands. It was impossible for him to eat for free, so he would not let Barbara ruin the corpse. After taking the fishing rod, Barbara and the other two looked at each other in surprise. Vivian asked for the materials to refine the corpse demon but failed, but Mu Hua promised her to keep as much blood as possible to build the blood pool. After stuffing a fishing rod into each of Taibesha and the other two, and telling them to pay attention to safety, and not to pull up the monsters that they couldn't handle, Mu Hua no longer cared about them. From time to time, skeletons would drag monster corpses to Mu Hua for him to smelt. Even though most of them were goblins, Barbara and Vivian were jealous of Mu Hua's ease. The three women were not in a hurry to fish, but first learned about the various things on the edge of the abyss. Tina, wearing a flaming robe, stopped practicing and became a guide for Taibesha and the other two. Tina analyzed some of the abyss monsters she had seen, and also emphasized the matters that the three women need to pay attention to when fishing. These days, Mu Hua seemed to be studying the derivatives of the undead. Tina didn't know what he was studying, but she only knew that he made himself very haggard. When the few people came to where Ikaros was, Taibesha and the other two were speechless again. Ikaros was standing in front of a pile of iron cages, holding an electric baton in his hand, and the little demons in the iron cages were poked by her and screamed. The electric baton shocked, the iron spear stabbed, the little demons cursed and begged for mercy, and some little demons were dying, and Ikaros would also perform healing on them. The originally cute and adorable angel girl turned into an unscrupulous jailer and criminal officer. Damn it, Tibesha actually found traces of divine magic in Ikaros' healing skills. This girl seemed to have come into contact with the power of faith. Ikaros. Walking closer, watching Ikaros feeding meat to some little demons who had just received electric therapy whipping, Tibesha called Ikaros. Well, you are here? Do you want to try it? Ikaros stopped feeding, and like entertaining guests, handed a spear-length electric baton to Tibesha, causing the little demon in the cage in front of him to scream and beg for mercy. What are you doing? Tibesha and the other two waved their hands repeatedly, rejecting Ikaros' kindness. The little demons in the cages were just like a group of abused monkeys. There were a lot of blood stains nearby, and there was a bit of a fishy smell, but it was not strong. It should be that the purification technique was often used to wash these little demons. The boss wanted to try to enslave them. You saw that the effect was not very good. Tina's face flashed with a little embarrassment and helplessness, and she explained to the few people. How can demons be so easy to enslave? These little demons don't commit suicide? Vivian shook her head and asked. Well, there are 2 little demons in each cage that will not be abused, trained. Tina pointed to a cage and made a slip of the tongue and modified her words. If a little demon dies, they will take the place of the dead little demon. If a little demon can sign a slavery contract, Muhua agrees to accept them as servants, and they will not let other little demons commit suicide. When Tina explained, the 3 women felt a little bit unethical, but if the target was a demon, they didn't have much discussed. But what does he want the little demons for? Even if these little demons become his followers, they are useless, not as good as skeleton warriors. Little demons can't give people clairvoyance, right? Barbara wondered. Evolution? Is he studying demon evolution? Like Monday and Tuesday? Tibesha guessed and muttered. Maybe, the boss is going to bring back some black dogs, so don't talk about what's happening here. Tina said casually to Tibesha and the others. Muhua shared almost everything on the island with them. Tibesha and the others were in the same boat with Muhua. They might keep their secrets more strictly than Muhua. There were many people who tried to train demons, and many people who studied demon evolution. Compared with Muhua's other secrets, this kind of thing was insignificant. But after all, Monday evolved from a black evil dog to a hellhound under Muhua's hands, and Tuesday even became a big demon. Muhua might have really figured out some tricks in the evolution of monsters. Since Tina told them, Tibesha and the other 2 nodded in agreement. The 3 of them were thinking about something, and suddenly a harsh alarm sounded in the distance. Tibesha and the others looked around in confusion. I go and take a look. It should be that a dangerous monster has been caught. As she spoke, Tina ran in the direction of the alarm. Chapter 420. Roar. The roar conveyed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. When Tibesha and others followed Tina to find Muhua, Muhua was standing above the arena with a strange smile on his face. Maze Trampler Minotaur? Seeing the monster in the arena clearly, Tibesha asked Muhua with a trembling voice. Blood, the arena has been abandoned for a long time. After the ground wall has been further crystallized, Muhua did have the idea of using it as a blood pool to cultivate corpse demons. At this time, there was a thin layer of blood in the arena. This blood would not coagulate after being treated with special herbs. A minotaur with muscles like a boa was trampling on the blood and roaring with his head raised. The minotaur was very excited, and Muhua's eyes also flashed with a dangerous light. A minotaur with a physique of nearly 1,000. I was so upset when I saw this guy. Looking at the minotaur holding a thick bone stick, Muhua muttered to Tibesha. With a beast hoof body and a bull-headed ghost face, this kind of demon has a lot of roles in human myths and legends. Among demons, the minotaur is one of those with a worrying IQ. When it takes off the cloak of mythology and is affected by the Asmodean monsoon, this kind of demon with a violent personality and a desire for killing far exceeding the need for reproduction will choose to breed a demon fetus. During the dark period of the Federation, some female minotaurs also appeared and would casually abandon their hybrid cubs. They may be the prototypes of various similar monsters in human mythology. Master, shall I kill it? Tuesday, who turned into a big demon, was a few points taller than the minotaur, but if she didn't use magic, she might not be able to pinch this minotaur. Tuesday volunteered, and at this time, Monday was well behaved. The hellhound squatted beside Muhua and bared its teeth, just baring its teeth, with its tail tucked between its legs. No, I do it this time. Mu Hua clenched his fists. He still remembered how he couldn't do anything with a female minotaur that had been fed with a snake fruit. It was different now. His physique was better than that of the minotaur, and his weapon had also absorbed dragon teeth and claws. He was ready to chop the minotaur in front of him himself. The most frightening thing about this demon was its extreme violent power, which he also had. Master, do you need to create an illusion? Although Basanamu doesn't have an evolutionary map, if I'm stronger, I can also occupy the body of the minotaur. Wednesday, who turned into black smoke, also came to Mu Hua. Get out of here, bastard, it's mine. Monday bared his teeth at Wednesday. Basanamu is very special. Even if other demon bloodlines exist in them, they are incompatible. Activating any demon bloodline will turn Basanamu demons into monsters. Wednesday is unwilling to become a monster because it sees hope in Mu Hua to make it stronger. As long as it grows enough, it can occupy the bodies of those powerful demons. A powerful host is almost equivalent to giving Basanamu a new life, but the premise is that it can suppress the soul of the host, rather than become the food of the host's soul. But the soul of the demon is tough, and the situation of demons hunting and devouring each other is also very serious. Basanamu can't afford to provoke powerful demons. For those without strength, even if they occupy the other party's body, they may become food for other demons. As a result, Basanamu became the little submissive in the demon family. Their spirit-like bodies are too easy to be hunted by other demons, so Basanamu can usually bully races other than demons. Just like Wednesday, it belongs to the more conventional Basanamu, not strong, not weak, very conventional. But now even ordinary succubi dare not possess it, let alone occupy the body of the minotaur. In addition to helping monsters evolve, the Philosopher's Stone is also an external force to increase the upper limit of the natural growth of monsters. Wednesday came to Mu Hua and expressed all kinds of feelings, just wanting to get some Philosopher's Stone from Mu Hua. Unfortunately, not to mention Monday, who was waiting to grow ahead, even Tuesday, who was not yet an adult, stared at Wednesday with ill intentions. If Mu Hua hadn't stopped them from hurting each other, I'm afraid Wednesday would have disappeared long ago. Taibesha looked at the smoke like Wednesday with some curiosity. She saw it get into the mouth of a big goblin that was thrown ashore in a rather bad way, and then the big goblin twisted its legs and feet directly. Taibesha couldn't help but shudder. Taibesha's sympathy for it just now completely disappeared. The evilness of this demon made it difficult for people to have any good feelings towards them. Basanamu's ability to create illusions is very practical, but their ability to invade the bodies of creatures is both strong and fragile. It takes a lot of resources to cultivate it. Moreover, its survival ability is much weaker than expected. Anyone can hit it twice without possessing it. If the possessed creature is strong, it will be killed. If the possessed creature dies, they will die at the same time. The Basanamu demon is more suitable for scaring people and creating chaos, but compared to the investment required to cultivate it, the illusion it creates now can deal with the monsters in the abyss anyway. As for the granting of the Philosopher's Stone, Mu Hua would rather come to Monday first. When Wednesday crawled out of the big goblin was paralyzed on the ground, unable to die, and had no ability to resist, and Mu Hua's attention was focused on the minotaur. How are you going to deal with it with a gun? No longer looking at the wailing and screaming big goblin, Taibesha pointed to the Gatling machine gun mounted not far away and asked. No, those are for the black armored skeleton general to practice. Mu Hua shook his head. It wasn't originally, but it is now. Then, Taibesha didn't say anything, and Mu Hua suddenly burst out with a heart-shaking sense of oppression, and saw Mu Hua leap down and smash towards the minotaur in the arena. Bear! The blood energy that broke through the body brought out a shock wave of air. Mu Hua did not use the touch of jealousy, but threw a straight punch, and saw a beast head condensed by the energy flying towards the minotaur. Boom! The huge force formed an explosive impact. The minotaur looked up at Mu Hua. Before the bone stick was raised, it was knocked to the ground by the shadow of the energy. Blood mimicry? Taibesha was surprised. The beast head of the Pishio, this is not a combat skill, but simply bursting out the condensed blood energy with a fist. Or Mu Hua felt that this thing seemed to be able to form an attack effect that was not weaker than a combat skill, but it was just a feeling for the time being. He had not figured out the way. The reason why it formed this shape was entirely Mu Hua's interest. Blood mimicry, a symbol of a superior warrior, can truly make the attack methods of melee professionals more diversified. The blood energy that leaves the body is no longer just a thing that can only form an air wave impact. The fist shadow of Gongqi contains all of Mu Hua's strength, which is just brute force. If the blood chi mimicry is integrated into some combat skills, the destructive power and attack range it can produce will be increased exponentially. It is not necessary to master the blood chi mimicry to learn high-level combat skills, but the high-level combat skills performed by people who master the blood chi mimicry are completely different from normal high-level combat skills. Mu Hua has not learned high-level combat skills yet, but this punch was thrown, and before he got close, the Minotaur had already spurted blood from his mouth and nose, and was knocked over in the blood. Tick, tick, blood dripped from the wall of the arena. Those positions were connected to the earth pit outside the arena. Some monsters would be taken to the side of the earth pit to bleed, and the blood would eventually gather in the arena. Bang! Both feet landed, and Mu Hua stepped hard on the Minotaur with his right foot. Stepping on the Minotaur's chest, Mu Hua's left hand wrapped in blood formed a huge palm, pinching the Minotaur's thick neck with his left hand, and swinging his right fist, punching the Minotaur's head and face one by one. Bang! 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 The dull punches caused a gas explosion. The Minotaur was much larger than Mu Hua, and its neck was too thick. Only the palm mimicked by blood, and she could allow Mu Hua to hold its neck firmly. While Mu Hua was hammering the Minotaur struggled and hammered Mu Hua with its thick arms. Bang! 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 The rough and wild fight, the Minotaur had no way to defend, and Mu Hua also gave up defense. Both of them hit each other with real blows. No, it should be said that the Minotaur was hit by real blows, because Mu Hua was wearing dozens of layers of bone shields, and for the time being, the Minotaur was just struggling with the bone shields. Riding on the Minotaur, Mu Hua's face flushed, his expression ferocious, his eyes flashing with excitement. This was the Minotaur that he couldn't poke even when it was in a good position, but now he was pinning it to the ground and hammering it. He wanted to beat this monster to death without a knife. The brutal force broke the bone shield on Mu Hua's body layer by layer, and in a few breaths, the bone shield had dissipated. The bone shield would not only break when the Minotaur hit him, but also when Mu Hua punched the Minotaur, which was also a major drawback of the undead bone shield. But even if the necromancer didn't squat in the back and cast magic, he would use the mage's hand to poke people, and at the very least, he would take a weapon. At this time, this drawback was basically caused by Mu Hua himself. The Minotaur's head and face had long been deformed, but its counterattack was getting stronger and stronger. Bang, crack! The bone shield dissipated, and the struggling Minotaur punched Mu Hua in the face. Mu Hua's body shook, his cheek deformed, and a sound of bone cracking was heard. Ah! Taibesha and others exclaimed. However, the next moment, Mu Hua's facial muscles squirmed, and super speed regeneration almost instantly repaired his injuries. With a fierce light in his eyes, and without putting on a bone shield, Mu Hua fought against the Minotaur's fist. Similar magic patterns appeared on both of them. The Minotaur's power was weaker than Mu Hua's, but its physical strength was higher than Mu Hua's. And Mu Hua found that after fighting with it, the strength of his bones and muscles seemed to have increased under the repair of super speed regeneration. There was no more appropriate description of the fight except for barbarity. The two sides really started a fist-to-flesh fight. Roaring, howling, and the continuous muffled sound of gas explosions, each sound made Taibesha and the others tremble with fear. Besha, are you sure you want to let this kind of monster manage your logistics? Barbara asked Taibesha with her eyelids twitching. Or, let him be the deputy leader. Taibesha looked tangled. She still wanted to maintain the dignity of the leader. Vivian and Barbara looked at each other, and rolled their eyes at Taibesha tacitly. Under the suppression of wildness and brute force, the Minotaur gradually lost the strength to struggle after a fierce resistance. The sturdy limbs trembled in the blood with Mu Hua's falling fist. When death came, Mu Hua did not melt the body of the Minotaur, but grabbed it to turn into a ghost, bit and sucked it, and ate the ghost. Standing on the body of the Minotaur, although his body and face were hurt by the Minotaur's hammer, Mu Hua raised his head and laughed, feeling indescribably happy. Dog, it's yours. Mu Hua raised his hand to call, and Zhou Yi let out a strange howl, rushed to Mu Hua's side, and dragged the body of the Minotaur away. Mu Hua, don't let it eat it, it's such a waste. Barbara felt a little guilty, but still shouted to Mu Hua. Although the head was beaten to pieces, it might still be useful after repairing it, and Vivian also wanted the body of the Minotaur. Not a waste. Well, it just so happens that you are all here. Mu Hua jumped up and floated to the side of Taibesha and the others. As if remembering something, he gave each of Taibesha's 3 girls a skill stone of keratin skin. The 3 girls were stunned, squatting at the edge of the arena to experience brainstorming. It is said that Mu Hua asked Zhou Yi to take the body of the Minotaur, not to let it eat, but to let it use the body as a medium for keratin skin. Monday's LV30 bite has been stuck at a certain level, and Mu Hua will definitely not use the 100 Refinements secret stone to give it a magic protection talent. No need to think too much. The corpse of the Minotaur will definitely not be able to melt the blood of rage, and even if it is, it will be a magic protection skill stone. The effect of using keratin skin on the Abyss Island is abnormal, so Mu Hua simply let Monday absorb the Minotaur with keratin skin. With the blood of rage, Monday's bite can continue to improve. Chapter 421. Without any additional preparation, keratinized skin allows the caster to obtain the skin tissue characteristics of the medium. Usually monsters with skin with certain elemental resistance are the first choice, followed by self-healing activity, and then the direction of attention is tough defense. Keratinized skin in the mouth of humans is called the blessing of laziness in the mouth of some demons. In terms of absorbing skin characteristics, this name is somewhat exaggerated. But with a deeper understanding of keratinized skin, Mu Hua discovered that his absorption of all the characteristics of monsters' flesh and blood tissues is not unique. The fundamental reason comes from the magic environment of the Abyss Island. In other words, when sufficient preparations are made, if the keratinized skin technique can absorb enough magic from the outside world, its absorption and transformation of the medium will be more thorough, and anyone can achieve the absorption and fusion of the characteristics of the medium's flesh and blood tissues. It does not involve talent, magic, and can obtain physical characteristics and physical potential that others may not be able to cultivate in their lifetime without cultivation. If that's the case, it seems easy to understand that it's the blessing of original sin, but this blessing is usually very expensive. Witnessing Monday's absorption of the Minotaur, it had a great impact on the cognition of Taibesha and the others. They finally understood why Mu Hua grew so fast. It's not hard to understand that a human-shaped Minotaur grows faster than the standard. Although their ideas may be a bit problematic, it doesn't matter to Mu Hua. The Abyss Island is a treasure land. The three women fantasized about what medium they should use for their keratin skin, and the first thing they thought of was the dragon. Regardless of growth and mystery, in terms of physical qualities, dragons are a more perfect life form than most demons. Of course, dragons are impossible to be dragons. They seem to be a bit difficult to deal with, and are not available in the market. Let's take a step back. Dragons? Anyway, without knowing the blood of rage, Minotaur Taibesha and the others looked down on them. That's right, it's just a dragon. If you can't beat it, can't you buy it? Save money to buy a dragon. After mastering the magic of keratin skin, the three women's eyes were full of demon gold coins, and even Taibesha didn't swipe the shopping platform. They wanted to save money to buy a dragon, and they wanted to use the dragon as a medium for keratin skin. But just as the three women were imagining the future, Mu Hua pulled out a claw demon from the abyss. Under the astonished gaze of the three women, Mu Hua directly broke the claw demon's neck and caught the claw demon to perform keratin skin. Fuck. This is simply blasphemy. At noon in the human world, all the backbones of the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group left the Abyss Island. A group of girls walked out of Mu Hua's room and saw Lin Feng squatting in the living room with red eyes. What are you doing? Startled by the red-eyed and messy-haired Lin Feng, Taibesha asked in surprise. This guy wouldn't squat in the living room to guard all night, right? Lin Feng looked at everyone in silence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good, 5 girls, neatly dressed, and normal-looking. Looking at Mu Hua again, his waist was not sore, his legs were not shaking, and he didn't look like he had been messing around. Lin Feng obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, although he didn't know what they did all night, but Taibesha should not have been pushed by the pig. Lin Feng grinned, revealing a relieved smile. Swish, swish, a tooth-grinding friction sound, like the sound of sharp teeth piercing the skull, only to see black hook-like cone-shaped claws extending from the nails of Mu Hua's 5 fingers. When the fingers moved, the claws rubbed against each other, making strange noises. Old Lin, your expression is very annoying. What's wrong with the 2 angels in the hotel? If it's about the Samsara Palace, you should handle it yourself, otherwise just terminate the contract. Mu Hua looked at Lin Feng, and moved his claws in front of Lin Feng threateningly. This is the claw that Mu Hua obtained after absorbing the claw demon with his keratinous skin. In order to adapt to the human body structure, the claws that Mu Hua extended are somewhat different from the claws of the claw demon. It is more like the claws of cats, which are usually retracted in the 2nd and 3rd phalanges. The claws that are extended are the claws that cover the fingertips. When retracted, Mu Hua's palm is no different from usual. The claw demons do not have an evolutionary map. They can only transform into other demons by being compatible with other bloodlines. This is also a way for some demons with a large strength span to achieve evolution. Just like even if a little devil has the blood of a big devil, it is almost impossible for a little devil to successfully evolve into a big devil. If a little devil wants to become a big devil through evolution, it is necessary to go through some evolution as a prelude. But if there is a blood incompatibility during this period, the best result is to become a monster. The natural growth limit of a simple claw demon is not high, but as they practice and improve, their claws can be continuously strengthened. It is possible to have effects such as sharpness, magic breaking, and tearing. Just like the name of the claw demon, their claws seem to have infinite potential. After creating a claw demon in the abyss, Mu Hua was disappointed to find a finger bone strengthening skill stone from the claw demon. This basically means that the claw demon will not produce skill stones related to their claws. Mu Hua had no intention of using the claw demon at first, because he was not sure whether the keratinized skin could change his body structure. Even if it could change, it would be fine if it did not affect his appearance, like the transformation of the throat, but if he had to drag his hands with blade-like claws all day, it would be a bit of a loss. However, when negotiating with the monster leader in the courtyard war, Mu Hua found that the claws occasionally extended from the fingers of a wailing banshee gave him the feeling of claw demon claws, dangerous, and stinging the skin. Those were not the claws of a wailing banshee. And the wailing banshees were originally foreign demons. Although they regained their physical bodies, they evolved from ghosts. They simply could not have blood compatible with the claw demons. This reminded Mu Hua of the keratinized skin that he had forgotten for a long time. After taking away the body of the Minotaur on Monday, a claw demon with a physique of 700 plus was caught in the abyss. So, Mu Hua got himself such a pair of claws, which made him very satisfied overall. Cool. Captain Mu, what's your ability? Looking at the heavy claws on Mu Hua's fingers, Lin Feng admired and wanted to change the subject, but Mu Hua ignored him. They are from the Samsara Palace, and I don't know their identities. The Star Patrol meeting is over, and Mr. Odysseus has just started the attack plan. There should be nothing to do recently. I'm about to ask the leader for leave. Do you remember the Troll Witch? I plan to go to the Principality of Linluta with those two angels to ambush the Troll Witch. In my memory before rebirth, Linluta will be destroyed by Penelope's rampage, and the war will also affect the surrounding areas of Linluta. You must not go to the Principality of Linluta recently, including the surrounding areas. Lin Feng said seriously, restraining his slightly flattering smile. Destroy the Principality? Can the Hall of Samsara deal with Penelope? Taibesha, who wanted to go to the bathroom, stopped and looked at Lin Feng with a little worry. No problem. In addition to the Hall of Samsara, the Throne of Heroes and the Mastama sect will also send people. I will just help the Hall of Samsara to show its presence. This is the agreement reached with them earlier. I will resign after this. Lin Feng patted his arms, as if he was quite happy with Taibesha's concerns. The Throne of Heroes under the sixth subordinate? They have all moved, and they still need an ambush. Doesn't the Troll Witch know your prophecy? Mu Hua frowned. Mu Hua was not clear about the Mastama sect, but the Throne of Heroes was somewhat famous. Although the witch was in the high-end combat sequence, the subordinate organizations of the king had all moved. In Mu Hua's opinion, it would be better to just hunt her down and arrest her. Why would he lie in wait? Destiny is not a straight line. Although I predicted the turmoil caused by the Troll Witch, the destruction of Linluta was not in the memories of other reborn people. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Probably because Mu Hua was more concerned about the word reborn earlier, Lin Feng preferred to use the term reborn in front of Mu Hua compared to the prophet. The so-called other reborn people were probably the prophets, who ran to religious organizations to become saints and saints. In other words, the Throne of Heroes, the Mastama sect, and the Hall of Samsara had prophets who predicted that the Troll Witch would cause trouble, while the prophets of other religious organizations predicted that the Troll Witch would not cause trouble. After all, the destruction of a human world principality is no small matter. Even if those saints were deeply corrupt before their rebirth, they should have heard some news. This deviation has caused ambiguity. Although she caused disasters in her early years, Penelope has made great contributions to the Federation in recent years. So we can't openly cause trouble for Penelope just by relying on prophecy. Whether Penelope knows our prophecy or not, we have to go to Linluta Principality to prepare. While speaking, Lin Feng's face flashed a cautious expression, approached Taibesha, and lowered his voice. I tell you, I heard that even if Penelope didn't go to Linluta, the Mastama sect might assassinate her later. Among the three forces, Mastama is most certain that Penelope will eventually create a riot. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Chapter 422. The Principality of Linluda is very far from the Magic Empire, and Penelope, the troll witch, has little to do with Muhua and his group. Tibesha is going to start work in the Odysseus team, and will also consider how to take time to lead her team to hunt demons. Vivian is thinking about how to make a fortune, and she has another life goal of buying a dragon. The girl has set her sights on the strategist, and Odysseus can help her with the registration identity. And Muhua? He has so many things to worry about, and he is too lazy to persuade the girls who are thinking about the dragon, so how can he think about the troll witch? Lin Feng asked for leave and left the team. Everyone had nothing to say except telling him to pay attention to safety. He is not familiar with him, and he came here by himself. Compared with other religious organizations, the Samsara Hall feels more like a mutual aid association. There are many such groups among adventurers, and Muhua also has a communication group for the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association. Everyone didn't pay much attention to the Samsara Palace. If the Samsara Palace really came to visit because of Lin Feng, Muhua's family would basically just say goodbye to Lin Feng. After confirming Ivy's situation, help find someone. Help a fart, Muhua killed a person, and Samantha handled the body. After discussing with Muhua, Tibesha prepared to lead the team to work at Odysseus. Everyone washed up and left the suite. As soon as they arrived at the lobby on the first floor, they were intercepted by Francis's liaisons. Francis, Ivy was contacted by you. When she came to see you, I was in the courtyard and Muhua was in the hotel. You didn't tell us at that time. Now you want me to help you find someone. Where should I find her? If you have any news, even if there is a specific direction, we can consider helping. But now, we can't stay here forever. Get out of the way. We still have work to do. Facing Francis' request for help, Tabitha said angrily. In 2 days, Francis looked much more haggard. Although it was unclear about his relationship with Ivy, it seemed that he was really worried about Ivy. After Tabitha finished speaking, Clark stepped forward and pushed away Francis, who was blocking the way of several people. This guy was tall and strong, and a little retro and rigid. Francis was not angry when he was pushed away by him, but looked at Joan helplessly. Betha, I heard that Muhua is familiar with the people in the town. He just wants Muhua to help find out. Joan stood up reluctantly, glancing at Muhua, who was holding his palm and looking at something. Huh? Me? I asked for you, no one saw her. Muhua was stunned and put down his palm. Demand arranged a room for her. I asked her to live here, but she went to play SM with the boy from the Caesar family. You liaisons don't care about this kind of thing? Ha, Benson. Muhua sneered. Cheung rolled his eyes, and Francis was a little embarrassed and a little annoyed. The other two liaisons seemed to be watching the fun. Their eyes moved between Muhua and Francis, and there was a hint of disdain at the corners of their mouths. As for whether the disdain was directed at Muhua or Ivy, it was not clear. Okay, she has been with Gray all the time. You shouldn't ask us about Ivy. You should go to Gray. Although I don't have much to do with your Benson family, looking at the situation of Tabitha, your family members do have some problems. I have only seen Ivy so far. How long has Betha been in town? Mu Siyun and Vic haven't even shown their faces. Not only am I familiar with the people in the town, I have also inquired about it. The background of the Naden group is complicated, and it is involved in arms smuggling, right? Muhua deliberately lowered his voice, and the middle-aged woman named Diana's face changed slightly. One ran to the Naden group, and the other ran to the newly promoted brigade to do logistics. It is hard to say how Ivy disappeared. The environment where the other two are in is probably more prone to accidents, right? You don't go to Gray now, but come to me. What if something happens to the other two in the future? Will you also come to me? I think you should not let those Benson children come here. One plays with arms, and the other is in the brigade. Do you think I am shameless? Don't come to me for Ivy's affairs. I don't want to know the other two. Okay, let's go, and ask the Caesar family for people. Muhua waved his hand in boredom, and took the lead to walk past the few people with bad faces. Vivian and the others followed Muhua away. Tibesha and Barbara stayed for a while, and said something to Cheung. After a while, Tibesha caught up with Muhua and Cheung actually followed Tibesha. You don't have to go to work? Cheung worked in the college's infirmary without mentioning Ivy. Muhua asked curiously when he saw her following. A ghost who always talked about going to work, Vivian's eyes were very strange when she stole a glance at Muhua. I quit. I will be a full-time doctor of the Dandelion Demon Hunter group in the future, Cheung said to Muhua. Muhua looked at Cheung up and down with a little surprise. She was wearing sneakers, jeans, a turtleneck sweater, and a long windbreaker. An identification spell was thrown on Xiong. Level 76, Physical Fitness 92, Intelligence 63. Mu Hua shook his head and lost interest in this beautiful and capable young girl. Well, her physique is too low, so you can't do anything to her. If you're not careful, she'll die. What are you doing? Xiong said unhappily after Mu Hua dumped her identification technique. The team doctor is the logistics team. I'm in charge. Let me know your situation, Mu Hua said casually. Although healing magic can treat injuries, it mainly targets some external injuries. Normal headaches, fevers, colds and other diseases are not effective in healing magic. If healing magic targets surgery, then doctors mainly treat some internal diseases. Although some magic potions that can expel poison and dissipate poison can also treat normal diseases, the cost of those magic potions is too high compared to ordinary diseases. It is definitely a kind of behavior of stabbing a chicken with a butcher knife. If a priest is asked to treat a cold and fever, he will resign. So it is not surprising that an adventure team is equipped with a doctor, and the doctor is also the nutritionist of the team. The combination of diet and nutrition for warriors of various strength levels is also something that doctors need to master. Experienced doctors will even customize training plans for warriors. This is a relatively delicate profession. Some people say it is good, while others ignore it. However, these are basically meaningless to Mu Hua. Hee, logistics captain, you'd better not fall into my hands in the future, Qiong said to Mu Hua with a chuckle. Seeing Qiong's provocative smile, Mu Hua shook his head, and Vivian glanced at her with disdain. Fall into your hands? Big sister, you think too much, right? You know nothing about your own logistics captain. Everyone went all the way to the entrance of the courtyard. Mu Hua asked Clark to take good care of Qiong. He, the so-called logistics captain, didn't care about anything. Clark and Eve were doing what he should do for the time being. After leaving the main road of the town and walking for a while, a pickup truck caught up with Mu Hua and his group. When the pickup truck stopped on the side of the road, Ivan stuck his head out of the car window. Mu, wait, do you have skeleton generals who are willing to be enslaved? I want to hire a few, Ivan said anxiously as soon as he showed his head. Huh? I only have black armored skeleton generals. What do you want that for? Do you think the livestock on your farm are too healthy? Mu Hua was surprised. I found Trisha. Trisha said she made some marks for your undead to prevent the death energy from overflowing. Damn it, there have been ghost disturbances on the farm these 2 days. It's really a ghost. The night hunters won't let me slaughter. I want to hire a few higher-level skeleton undead to deal with the ghosts. The price is negotiable, Ivan said to Mu Hua. Mu Hua was silent. Tabesha, Vivian and other women subconsciously looked at Mu Hua with somewhat strange expressions. Nigel's farm is haunted, and the root cause is probably due to this jealous ghost. Ivan wants to negotiate the price with him? How to negotiate? Mu Hua is a little hesitant to speak. Disturb the spirits, I tell you. I heard that ghosts have come to Canes. The ghosts on your farm don't need high-level undead. Just let Hobart send a team of skeleton warriors to the farm, Mu Hua said to Ivan with a twitch of his mouth. Ghosts? Ghosts are related to the ghosts on the farm? Why does he come here to mess with us? Ivan suddenly realized and asked angrily. Well, it's not messing with us. Alas, you can ask Selma for the details. She should know these things. Mu Hua was embarrassed. He wanted to say something good for the ghosts, but he thought about it and gave up. Okay, then you go and get busy. I go find Hobart first. Don't forget the party tonight. Feeling that Mu Hua and his group had something to do, Ivan didn't delay much. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Mu Hua to attend the party. Mu Hua responded to Ivan, and the pickup truck turned around and left with dust. When everyone was walking again, Mu Hua was worried. If he went into the courtyard, would there be any problems in the fortress city? Imagine those dead adventurers turning into ghosts and floating back to the fortress city. Imagine ghosts wandering around the streets. Imagine them gradually losing self-control and making trouble everywhere. Hiss, otherwise, go to the group of the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association and spread the word that a large number of ghosts, with the potential of Faceless, will be born in the Canes courtyard. No, it can't be spread in advance. Let's wait until ghosts really appear in it. Chapter 423. In the courtyard of Canes, outside the fortress city, the Odysseus strategy team built a model village outside the fortress city. The reason why it is called a model is that this village is mainly to portray the background of the family living environment of the strategy team at the beginning of its growth. With the expansion and improvement of the village construction, in addition to the Odysseus team, some other strategy teams will also rent it for use. To put it bluntly, it is a similar existence to a film and television city. May damn, Green, I want Green, you are just a village girl now, not a great sage. Chelson. Dick is your childhood friend, not an enemy. If you are not dead, I will not let him replace you. Be friendly to me. Andre. Fake, logistics. Logistics. Agel, who gave him the sword of the brave, that is not his weapon. When Muhua found Odysseus, he was roaring in the simple village. Odysseus is famous for his good temper. Well, for a human-shaped evil dragon, his temper is really good. Tibesha and the auxiliary team conducted a reconnaissance of the monster activity area planned for the attack. Clark was very adaptable to the wild environment, but Eve was better at detection and trap setting than him, so Eve participated in the reconnaissance with Tibesha, and Clark went to take care of his own logistics personnel. Muhua walked to the vicinity of Odysseus, but did not disturb him. He moved a small stool and squatted beside him to watch him quarrel. After Odysseus gave some instructions to the surrounding film crew, he took time to greet Muhua. Mu, how is the matter? Odysseus asked Muhua. The person is missing. It has nothing to do with me, Tibesha, and the others have also returned to the team. Muhua said casually. He came here specifically to show his presence, and Odysseus naturally asked about Ivy. Are you sure you don't need help? Oh, sure. Well, I heard that there are ghosts in Cairn City. There are only a few jealous ghosts in the entire Federation, and they have servants following them. This is probably a newly born ghost. It can't be you, right? Uh-huh. Odysseus asked jokingly. It shouldn't be a borrowed passage. Ghosts appear frequently in the farms in the town. Speaking of which, what is the attitude of the Federation towards these newly born ghosts? Odysseus's joke was obvious. Muhua pretended to ignore it, and turned to ask Odysseus. The servants around the jealous ghosts are probably not their subordinates, but sent to them by some organizations. Muhua is not surprised by this. After all, wherever they go, there are ghosts. Even if their range of action is not restricted, they still have to have some people to clean up their messes. As for attitude, as long as you don't follow the devil, you can either accept the king's recruitment and join the crown shadow, or give them a piece of territory and don't go out for no reason. However, the known jealous ghosts are all liches. Those guys are easy to follow the devil. They are watched closely and basically won't come here quietly, so they may be newly born jealous ghosts. I guess the Adventurers Guild is already having a headache looking for his traces. Alex. Don't use a sword, use a spear or a scepter. Vivian, be gloomy and a little more aggrieved. For the time being, your development direction is the villain. When Odysseus said this, he shouted at Alex, who was wearing a cloth and hanging a sword. Odysseus's words made Muhua fall into thought. However, when he saw Vivian, who was wearing a gray cloth robe and was being stoned by several members of the strategy team dressed as villagers, Muhua was stunned again. You? Let Vivian be the villain. Muhua asked. The topic shifted. No way. Who made her insist on being a necromancer? The Federation's attitude towards necromancers is neither encouraging nor restricting, so it's not good to directly let her become a partner of the hero. Well, the personality of her character is very controversial. I didn't suppress her. Odysseus spread his hands and said. Hee hee. As long as you like it. Muhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. If this goes on, he is worried that Vivian will get angry. How long will it take for you to shoot this? How will the strategy be arranged? After watching the childish-looking strategy players jumping up and down in the village environment, Muhua asked Odysseus. The strategy team is not real actors after all, and the courtyard strategy is their highlight. 2 or 3 days, all of which are the early character setting foreshadowing. Arrange some plots for them to obtain treasures, and then officially start the strategy. Odysseus said. Treasure? Sheaths? Yeah, you can understand it that way. Odysseus nodded, and Muhua shook his head and chuckled. As expected, ideals and determination alone cannot make a hero. Now we have 3 initial attack directions. The Hyad demon suffered heavy casualties in the courtyard war. It is relatively easy to establish a human settlement from the east. But if we go deeper there, we will have to enter the mechanical forest. As you know, the monsters there will be equipped with magic weapons, and it is difficult to measure the combat power of the transformed demons with conventional standards. After a short joke, Odysseus said to Muhua in a serious tone. The other direction is more orthodox, directly taking the route of the central goblin kingdom. The advantage is that we are more familiar with the fighting style of goblins, but the disadvantage is that there are many enemies, and we need to face more individual combat power, and it is also possible to launch a large-scale battle. As for the last direction, It is to bypass the Goblin Kingdom and go straight into the Western Mountains. I heard that there are many wandering radiali demons at the front of the Snow Ridge Ranch, which is suitable for designing the plot, but we need to be on guard against goblins. Odysseus asked Mu Hua about his intentions, but was interrupted by Mu Hua when he mentioned the Snow Ridge Ranch. What the hell? There are radiali demons over there? Mu Hua showed a bad expression on his face. Well, what's wrong? Odysseus was stunned. The radiali were not strong in combat, and they were generally more dramatic. If you just run to stab them in the waist, it would be safer than facing goblins and high demons. Nothing, that direction pass, I'm going to kill them. Mu Hua's mouth was ferocious, and he asked Odysseus for a map while talking, and directly summoned the Purgatory Warhorse, galloping towards the direction of the Western Mountains. Show your face? What a shit, go kill those radiali first. Hey! Mu, you want to go by yourself? I have selected a few spears suitable for piercing from the spoils distributed by the garrison regiment. That place is on the edge of the Goblin Kingdom, be careful. Seeing Mu Hua running out, Odysseus hurriedly warned. It's okay, let Tina help me collect the weapons first, and you can do your thing, they are dead. Odysseus's warning was interrupted by Mu Hua again. Even during the courtyard war, Odysseus had never seen Mu Hua so impulsive. Odysseus wondered that Mu Hua must have been cheated of a lot of money by the radiali demon before. The radiali demon is a fraud demon, the kind of guy who can sacrifice an ancient scam. Mu Hua said that all the radiali deserve to die. The Kane's courtyard is vast, because there is a forest where goblins often appear in the south of the Snow Ridge pasture, and the edge of the Snow Ridge pasture is still far away from the fortress city. The number of summoned terror riders was expanded to 80. With the speed of the Purgatory Warhorse, it would take about an hour to reach the area marked on the map where the radiali demons were roughly active. Along the way, they passed the edge of the Goblin Kingdom, and some wild goblins were trampled into meat paste by the cavalry. Mu Hua obtained a courtyard key of the Kane's courtyard from Ericom. The demon sent the key, essentially to let those representatives of the coalition lead humans to fight against the monsters in the courtyard. When he knew that there was a fraud demon in this courtyard, Mu Hua was ready to set the transmission coordinates of the key directly to the fraud demon's territory. This matter is not over, no matter whether it is a projection or the real body, it is not over until all the radiali are killed. Since separating from Samantha, Mu Hua's figure would appear in his mind from time to time, the kind with the background lit, radiali, all must die. Chapter 424. Because of the demand for hanging stones, the 2 brigades of fire and disaster annihilation officially settled in the Kane's courtyard, and the Jade Song Court established a branch in the fortress city. Some emerging nobles in the kingdom of Galaposo also came to the Kane's courtyard. They will receive funding from Tennyson to develop their own territory here. Of course, they are still nobles of Galaposo. Before they can withstand external pressure and establish a country, they must also pay certain taxes to Galaposo regularly. The Kane's courtyard has just stabilized, and the stronger groups are temporarily collecting intelligence and discussing plans in order to establish the future development direction. Some ordinary adventurers do not have so many troubles. They are either fixed teams or teams of 3 or 5. After the Star Patrol meeting, many adventurers set foot in the wilderness and started fighting and hunting with monsters. In the outer area of the Goblin Kingdom, a team of adventurers lost members because they mistakenly entered the trap set by the goblins. Many people in the team of more than 10 people were worried. When collecting the bodies of their teammates, the rustling interference signal in the intercom made some people frown. Captain, disturbing spirit phenomenon. A gun-carrying team member put away the gun in his hand and drew the scimitar at his waist. Lewis, psychic vision potion. The warrior called the captain said to a spellcaster. The spellcaster named Lewis drank a bottle of magic potion, and the electric light was brewing on the staff. When he looked around, his face suddenly changed. Fuck. The scolding came out, and Lewis held the staff horizontally in front of him, but did not launch an attack. What's wrong? With Lewis's actions, all his companions took a vigilant and defensive posture, and the leader asked in a deep voice. No! Don't do anything! Myron and the others have turned into ghosts. Looking at the ghosts floating among the crowd, Lewis stopped the teammates who took out the psychic potion, and gently poked one of the ghosts with a staff that dispersed the magic power, in exchange for the other party's crying curse. Although it was a spirit, the other party had just fought with several ghosts transformed from goblins, and looked a little embarrassed. Turned into a ghost? Is this considered not dead? The team of adventurers looked at each other, and was speechless for a while. The newly born ghost retained the memory and emotions of his life. The moment before, he was a comrade. It's not appropriate to kill him. What to do? Take him back to the city first and find a necromancer to ask about the situation. At this time, more than 100 miles away from them, a team of headless knights, led by Mu Hua, were passing through the Goblin Kingdom and heading towards the direction of the Snow Ridge Ranch. Ghosts have a certain range of influence on the outside world. At this time, the area affected by Mu Hua was probably within a radius of more than 100 kilometers. The scope is not big, but not small either. Not everyone can see the ghosts of dead humans. At least it has not caused much reaction in the fortress city yet. But as some of the adventurers affected return to the city, I think the legend of ghosts and gods will spread in the fortress city soon, right? Mu Hua can't control this situation. It has gone beyond his instinct. The existence of original sin is such a thing. After a period of fierce rush, Mu Hua finally came to the area marked on the map where the Radiali demon appeared. The cavalry stopped, but when he looked up, Mu Hua's mouth twitched again. The plain is a relatively open plain with only a few low hills. It is still a long distance away from the mountain area. There is a wooden village near Mu Hua. The village is not big, and the wooden fence is 300 to 500 meters long. It is not uncommon for such a small village built by monsters, but the colorful flags flying in the village and the banners on some flagpoles are a bit different. Human adventurers are welcome. Humans and monsters coexist and build harmony. The village provides accommodation, intelligence, mercenaries, and succubus huts. The Horned Demon gambling house brings you unexpected gains. Mu Hua twitched his lips, looked at some land outside the village that clearly showed signs of reclamation, and looked at the banners in the village. He didn't know what to say for a while. Mu Hua came with 70 or 80 terrifying cavalrymen, and his momentum was quite terrifying. Some monsters in the village screamed sharply under the influence of the fear. A tall and strong Doman demon brought several snow monsters to the entrance of the village and looked at Mu Hua from a distance. There are all kinds of demons in this garrison, including howling demons, succubi, claw demons, horned demon commanders, snow monsters, werewolves, and even goblin wizards and giants, but there is no sign of Radiali. The Doman demon, who seems to be the leader, is over 5 meters tall, and the snow monsters are all big guys with big shoulders and waists. Human? Holding a thick mace in his hand, the Doman demon asked Mu Hua uncertainly. Bang! Jam's sweetheart opened fire, and the next moment, a bloody hole was opened in the forehead of the Doman evil, who was fierce in close combat and had strong physical defense. Bang! Another shot, and a snow monster that was supposed to be wearing a magic shield fell down. Kill! Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Without communicating with this group of seemingly harmonious demons, Mu Hua gave the order. The two demons that had just died too easily at the hands of Jam's sweetheart's gun twisted their bodies into two short and skinny radialis, and then turned into dust and dissipated. Transfiguration. The tricksters here are much more advanced than the ones Mu Hua encountered in Yongye territory, and they have mastered the transformation. Fortunately, the transformation requires flesh and blood corpses as a medium, otherwise, let alone the snow monsters and Doman demons, there will probably be Aracon-shaped ones here. Of course, the transformation can only change the appearance and body structure, which will only weaken the strength of the caster, and there is no possibility of growth. The demons here are all fake goods. Most of them are transformed by tricksters. Before the terror riders rushed into the village, several seemingly big guys at the door were shot by Mu Hua. Create harmony together? I will create a dead head for you, and Radak will die. The chickens and dogs are in a state of chaos. The real chickens and dogs are in a state of chaos. All the blind ravens are released, and Mu Hua does not even let go of the mice and lizards. He has no time to identify them one by one. Who knows if they are transformed by tricksters? Death breath is performed at full power, and the vegetation is scorched and withered. Destroying this village is just the beginning. On Monday, they joined the mop-up, and on Tuesday, they were also released by Mu Hua. The improper fireball technique was aimlessly covering and bombing, and a corner of the outer part of the Snow Ridge Ranch became a dead fire scene. There is nothing much to say. Kill demons, orcs, monsters, and even cats and dogs. Don't worry if they are tricksters. Even if they are not, they are mixed with Radak, so they are unlucky. Snow monsters, ice queens, succubi, werewolves, bear goblins, these monsters are more common in this area, but they are basically fake. The area marked on the map where tricksters appear is about 100 kilometers in radius. Mu Hua launched an indiscriminate attack on this area to vent his anger. This should be an area where weaker adventurers compete with low-level monsters, because monsters and humans have an agreement on combat power limits, and after Mu Hua's cleansing, The standard of combat power here is likely to rise sharply. The monster leader should not come here, but maybe in a short time, the snow monster that appears here will be a real thing. However, at this time, Mu Hua was also arrogant, and directly chose a remote place, and set the coordinates of the courtyard key here. The fraud demons here are basically projections. If they are projections, they can be killed again when they come again. Even if they can't kill the real body, Mu Hua must kill them to death. Among all the demons now, Mu Hua hates fraud demons the most. The magic endurance of the Pale Lord is second only to that of the glutton. Under the transformation of magic power by the breath of death, Mu Hua throws improper fireballs like it's free. Under the snowy mountains, there was a green plain, but in one day, it was completely reduced to a scorching place with a dead atmosphere. If there is no corpse, the projected monster will not be affected by Mu Hua and become a ghost after death. The magic stone dropped by Radak did not melt out any ancient scams or other things. In addition to the ordinary low-level skill stones, there were a few skill stones of transformation. By the way, Mu Hua actually really wants to be able to dart the magic of the ancient scam. If it doesn't work, it's not unacceptable to have some red thread of the matchmaker and arrow of Cupid. We have a death hiding in our house, and we can go around the world to become a living ghost, and then there are matchmaker Cupids and so on. TSK, this family, if not killing people, will be disgusting to death. Transfiguration? Bad review. Mu Hua retreated, and directly opened the portal to retreat. Killing Radak was a sentiment, not for the drops, otherwise Mu Hua would not have bombarded these weaker monsters. Mu Hua was ready to wait for them to come again, and come back anytime after this place recovered. Chapter 425. Mr. Truman, someone has raised a low-risk area, and killed all the monsters in that area in a short period of time. In the Fortress City Adventurers Guild office in the Cairns courtyard, the fat Marcus pushed open the door of his office. This should have been his office, but Truman, the head of the Hyman area, was his immediate superior. Before Truman left, Marcus also needed to report some necessary matters to him. Oh! Everyone is in high spirits. Retracting his gaze from the terminal projection screen, Truman pinched his nose and smiled. The low-risk monster area usually refers to the activity area of some low-level monsters, with relatively uniform specifications. It is the main activity place for some small-scale or temporary adventurers. Those who go to such places to hunt monsters are usually adventurers with relatively low strength, but if they are willing to invest and prepare more weapons and armaments, it is not impossible for adventurers with low strength to sweep the low-risk area. That kind of sweep may be a loss in terms of material gains, but if it involves level experience, it is normal for some novices, who are not short of money to have such needs. That, sir, it was a person who independently exterminated the monsters in a low-risk area, and it seems that he did not use any external force. Marcus looked at Truman with a weak look. Huh? Who? How did you fight? Truman was stunned and frowned seriously. Truman has managed the Adventurers Guild in the Hyman area for many years. He is not an ignorant person. Normal brigades have the ability to sweep low-risk areas alone. But the problem is that although the monsters seem to have made great concessions in the agreement between humans and monsters, the devils are not fools, let alone money-spending children. It is impossible for them to let the human strongmen continue to slaughter low-level monsters. If they just pass by and kill some ignorant monsters who jump out to cause trouble, it's fine. But if there are humans with combat power far exceeding that of low-level monsters, they go to the low-level monster area to cause trouble. Then the so-called agreement to limit the strength of monsters in each area will be invalid in this area. If the defense line is not advanced to a sufficient depth, the most intuitive manifestation is that some medium and high-level monsters may come to the low-risk area at any time, and those dangerous monsters will also squat here to backstab the low-end adventurers, who come here to hunt monsters. In this case, the Adventurers Guild needs to respond by upgrading the area, upgrading the original low-risk area to a medium-risk area, a high-risk area, or an unknown area. To some extent, the low-risk area can be regarded as a resource point to attract low-end adventurers to enter the courtyard. Especially in the early development of the courtyard, it can play a great role in the development of the number of humans in the courtyard. This kind of area upgrade is not a good thing. I came to report to you because it may involve the issue of area upgrade. Marcus looked helpless, and Truman had a bad premonition. The large-scale dead energy erosion coupled with a large-scale offensive magic, the magic strength should have reached a high level, the entire area was plowed, not a single living thing was left. Marcus described. Truman twitched his mouth. Even if you want to be reckless, you should be more restrained. Use some low-level magic to slowly dart, or chop. Fuck, Trickster, now it's good, don't upgrade to medium risk, just go to unknown area. Tricksters are good at shape-shifting, they often turn into some powerful monsters to scare people. If it is confirmed that the place where they are is a low-risk area, it's easy to deal with. Anyway, it's all fake. But if you can't be sure of the truth, then upgrading to medium-risk area is not safe. You can only mark it as unknown, so as not to make the assessment wrong and need the responsibility of the Adventurers Guild. No adventurer likes to drill into the unknown area. It's a small matter to waste that area, but it can also be regarded as a denial of the ability of the Adventurers Guild. After all, the Star Patrol conference just ended, just completed the negotiation with the Lord of the Courtyard, and as a result, you turned around and marked a low-risk area as unknown. TSK, you are really promising. Trickster, the most disgusting thing about them is that they are wandering around, and you are not sure of their true identity. Although the fraudster is quite deceptive, he has already been put in a low-risk area. Why are you going there to clean up the mess? How much hatred and resentment do you have? Truman was very angry. Which bastard was causing trouble? He can't stay in the Kane's courtyard for a few days. Can he wait until he leaves before making trouble? Who going to the fire? Or the people who are annihilated by the disaster? Let them set up a base over there. Truman shouted at Marcus in anger. Ahem, sir, it's that Muhua, Marcus said carefully. Truman. Muhua, a person who made Truman entangled. This kid who seemed to appear suddenly was powerful, and made friends with some people he didn't want to provoke. The most important thing is that he has mastered some high-level abilities at a young age. There have been ghosts in Kane's these 2 days, and he is also investigating whether Muhua has any relationship with that ghost. Muhua's abilities and summon beasts are very suspicious. What if Muhua has a relationship with that jealous ghost? Truman has been working for many years, and has always been steady. He really doesn't want to provoke Muhua. Sir? Truman was stunned, and Marcus called softly. Muhua participated in the negotiation with the monster leaders in the courtyard. Marcus prefers to throw his problem to Truman. Who asked you to sit in our office now? How is the investigation of Muhua's situation going? Truman frowned and asked Marcus after being awakened by Marcus. He lives a very regular life, and usually interacts with people in the town. He went to the Demon Island some time ago, and may have a relationship with Tao Les, but no one similar to the jealous ghost has been found among the people he has contacted. Marcus replied. Because Muhua was young, and he killed a lot of people in the courtyard war in public, there were no abnormal ghosts on the battlefield at that time, so even if people knew that Muhua was a little special, they didn't suspect that he would be a ghost. The investigation Truman mentioned was not mainly aimed at Muhua. They were tracking down the ghosts, who might be hiding in Kane's, and Muhua's ability, and undead summon beasts inevitably made people think that he was supported by jealous ghosts. Unfortunately, Muhua's daily life was normal. At least Marcus did not find any connection between him and ghosts in his investigation. TSK, he registered with your adventurer branch? The demon hunter qualification was just processed for him the day before yesterday? Muhua's information was retrieved from the terminal, and the very clean information made Truman grin. Dandelion Demon Hunter Group. Let me see. Clicking on the team information from the information, Truman checked the connection. Vivian, insufficient authority. Pending observer? Checking the team member information, Truman's face flashed with surprise when he clicked on Vivian's information. The leader of a wealthy lady, a logistics captain who can fight against the dragon, a pending observer, a battle angel, a wandering witch, a prophet, Bloody Mary, an immigrant from a fallen country, and a group of logistics personnel rescued from slave traders? Fuck, what the hell is this demon hunting group? After a moment of flipping through, Truman jumped in surprise. There is no normal person except the leader, right? How did this leader survive to this day? Marcus was silent, blinking his eyes, with an innocent expression. His authority was not as high as Truman's, and he didn't know some of the information Truman said. After hearing the series of strange nicknames, Marcus said that he just wanted a promotion and a raise, and didn't want to be associated with this kind of demon hunting group. Let's define the area where the fraudsters are located in the Snow Ridge Ranch as an unknown area. You go talk to Muhua and remind him to pay attention. In the office, after a moment of silence, Truman said to Marcus with a calm expression. A newly advanced demon hunting group, with a fancy personnel composition, but unknown combat power, can't let a newly advanced demon hunting group be stationed in an unknown area. A group of guys who are still working for Odysseus' strategy team, don't make trouble. Truman didn't want to confront Muhua, so he could only accept some minor issues with a pinch of his nose. Anyway, he was not the branch president of the Adventurers Guild here, so Marcus would handle the follow-up. Marcus' cheek twitched. Well, the boss didn't intend to show his ability in front of him and let him talk to Muhua. Well, if it was just a reminder, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Sir, do you want to meet him? Even if he has nothing to do with ghosts and gods, he has the strength to fight against dragons at such a young age. Maybe he has the potential to be a rising star? The guild is very concerned about the growth of such newcomers, right? Look, do you want me to find him, and you can talk to him? Marcus suggested. Heh, rising star potential? Marcus, put away your cleverness, he is the Lord of Paleness, he is more likely to become a newcomer of disaster level. Penelope has arrived in Haman City. I need to go back and pay attention to her movements. I can't stay here for long. Since such a person has appeared within your scope of responsibility, you should take responsibility. Truman looked at Marcus coldly. The Adventurers Guild also attaches great importance to the attraction and training of adventurers. Training new stars can gain many benefits, but a newcomer who explodes at any time should stay away. For such a person, the benefits issued by the guild are not enough to clean up his ass. Muhua is too young, and there are too many uncertainties. Truman's attitude towards Muhua is to keep a distance. Anyway, the area around Haman is his territory, and Kane's has not developed so quickly. It is not too late to contact Muhua after the Union has accurately positioned Muhua. Penelope defected to the Empire, and became a Hall Witch. Why should we pay attention to her? Truman is suspected of being a scapegoat. Marcus will rely on him in the future, so he can only mutter in a low voice at this time. Pretending not to hear Marcus's complaints, Marcus only called Muhua and warned Muhua about some demon hunting matters with a friendly attitude. What can use less noise magic? What is no problem to kill them all, but don't show it too easy. What does it need the guild to help deal with the spoils? Oh. Want to buy low-level magic stones? No problem. From now on, all the low-level magic stones received by our branch will be sent to your store. They will be processed by the energy company anyway, so it is more convenient to send them to you. Seeing that Marcus skipped the question of Muhua ostentatious in the low-risk area without saying a few words, Truman confirmed that this fat guy was really an irresponsible guy. Chapter 426. The branch president of the Adventurers Guild in Bear Pig Town is a nice guy. After communicating with Marcus, Muhua also felt that he was a bit ostentatious in his criticism of the fraudster. But Marcus is a nice guy and speaks well. Muhua is curious about why Kuna didn't get along with him at the beginning. Is it because of his position? Or is it because Kuna hates fat people? The fraudster can be regarded as a very dangerous demon to humans. Their danger does not lie in their combat ability, but in deception. Just like their name, they like to deceive and are good at blackmail. As for humans, even if they know that they are fraudsters, many people will still be fooled. Their fraud is not magic. They are like a group of professional fraudsters who simply use words to deceive, but many people will be fooled. The threat of the fraudster to humans is unreasonable, which may also be related to the bad nature of humans. So the best way to deal with a fraudster is to stab them in the waist when you see them. To be honest, it seems to be a very idiotic behavior to reason with a liar, discuss right and wrong, and have any communication with him. Tricksters can cause harm to humans, but among demons, even if they use transfiguration, it is difficult for them to deceive demons. Most of the powerful individuals among them serve as advisors to some powerful people. Otherwise, they are more likely to become food for other demons during their growth. Although he did not get the ability similar to the ancient scam, Muhua got some transfiguration skill stones from the group of tricksters on the edge of the Snow Ridge Ranch, which is not a complete loss. These tricksters more or less carry some mithril and demon gold coins. In addition to the common hanging stones and a small amount of monster flesh materials dropped after death, compared with other low-level monsters, this group of tricksters are unexpectedly rich. Or is it the benefit of opening up Wasteland? I got a small amount of Balian secret stones again. The level of undead summoning was raised to LV80, but it was stuck again. The prerequisite skills required this time made Muhua a little nervous. Wind of Aging, Muhua never thought that one day he would figure out how to learn such a terrifying thing. Jealousy made Muhua immune to the erosion of the Wind of Aging, but he had never seen the Wind of Aging, so he didn't know how to learn it or where to get it. However, Muhua has not used the new summon beasts yet, so he is not in a hurry to continue to improve the undead summoning. I want to further improve the unorthodox fireball, but it is mixed with too much magic, which consumes a lot of Balian secret stones, and the last skill that stuck its level was Explosive Flame. If it is stuck again, Muhua's current intelligence is estimated to be unable to Krypton the prerequisites, so it is temporarily shelved. Ice element generation affects the water element spirit, pseudo, and after the full level qualitative change, Mu Hua should be able to obtain an elemental spirit. But he was not sure whether there would be any pre-requirements in the middle. Mu Hua decided not to provoke such a high-end existence for the time being, but to choose some practical skills with high-cost performance to strengthen first. These skills should have been strengthened long ago, and Mu Hua did not expect that he would become a ghost first. Dispel and Condense, these two opposing magics can be said to shine in the Courtyard War, especially Dispel in the restraint of magic props. This magic can be said to be a natural counter to gold coin warriors, and it is a magic with a very high cost performance. And just one Dispel can even add a magic breaker to the mage system. Increasing the level can expand the strength and range of Dispel, and Mu Hua plans to max it out first. Condensation is integrated into the inherent magic Frost, but it can be improved separately. However, it is a bit of a loss to Krypton Condensation alone, and sooner or later you have to upgrade Frost. Mu Hua plans to upgrade Frost first after Dispel, and then Krypton Condensation alone when the Frost card level is reached, so as to save himself from the frustration of encountering high-level Dispel in the future. With the precedent of Fireball, Mu Hua also hopes that Frost can be more serious. After Dispel and Condensation, Mu Hua also aimed at Magic Shield. Now Mu Hua basically does not put a Magic Shield on himself, mainly because this magic consumes too much mana in the naked defense state. But as the training level increases, the Magic Shield will bring the defense characteristics of the caster itself. According to the percentage calculation, if the Magic Shield is Krypton to the extreme, it will have the same defense and resistance as Mu Hua's body. Needless to say, the change in its effectiveness. After some thought, put other skills aside for the time being. For these three magics that can be called rogue black hands among spellcasters, Mu Hua is ready to turn over their cards first. After collecting the Terror Rider and riding back to the city, he contacted Tina to inquire about the renovation of the shops on the commercial street. After confirming that there were not too many rumors about ghosts and gods in the fortress city for the time being, Mu Hua unconsciously contacted Samantha and asked her for some idle chatter if there was any source of magic potion materials. He was always thinking about Samantha, and that indescribable sensibility gave Mu Hua a headache. Mu Hua attributed it to not catching Samantha for sex. As a man, even if he was in love, he would not think about her endlessly if he had sex a few more times. As long as they had sex enough, every man could have the qualities of a domineering boss that women desire. I really don't understand why women like that domineering boss style. Well, maybe it's because he has money? After all, a domineering boss without money is called a gangster. Thinking about something else in his mind, Mu Hua didn't go to find Odysseus again. He left the courtyard and went to the farm to attend the party initiated by old Mori. Shouldn't we first talk to a few people in the town about ghosts and gods? It's not a good idea to keep it a secret. It would be embarrassing if it was exposed one day. And it won't have any adverse effects on the living. At most, they will become ghosts after death. The Joy said by Tuesday can largely prevent ghosts from going crazy due to emptiness. It's not bad to be a sane ghost after death, right? It can also be evolved. Where can we find some beings for Tuesday to cast the Withering Curse? The Abyss. I killed all those who can be killed, and the Joy that cannot be killed is a bit less. Raising monsters? Put the Withering Curse on the monsters raised by myself? Those monsters will probably go crazy. Prison? I don't have any connections, so it's not suitable. Garden monsters? Maze, yes. The monsters in the maze in Fiona's courtyard seem to be quite suitable. Anyway, they can't leave the maze area. If they are cursed with withering, let them go crazy in the maze, and it won't cause too much trouble. Well, this seems to be doable, and seems worth a try. At the party, Mu Hua ate and drank absent-mindedly. He thought about Samantha, jealousy of ghosts, and whether these neighbors, who he had finally gotten to know, would turn against him because of ghosts. Then he thought about Samantha again. Radiali, go to hell, explode, world. Pete's resignation was a foregone conclusion, and the mayor couldn't stand up to him. Among a group of middle-aged and elderly people, Mu Hua became a favorite among the farm girls. Unfortunately, Mu Hua rejected all the girls' invitations. The cows on the farm were more suitable for them. Mu Hua's physique was a bit high now, and it was a little dangerous for ordinary girls to play with him. Mu Hua gathered with a group of middle-aged and elderly people in a mature manner. Old Lady Selma drank beer in big gulps, boasted about her daughter, who was expected to join the noble knights, and popularized some concepts related to ghosts and gods to everyone from time to time. The atmosphere of the party was very warm. Under the starry sky at night, at some point, the dark clouds of fate seemed to cover the small town where all industries were waiting to be developed. In the suburbs of Hyman, in a hidden underground space, the perfect lighting system made the hangar-like basement not dark at all, but the scene in it seemed to be spreading infinite malice to the world. Women, a large number of beautiful women restrained by chains, sleeping peacefully, with towering bellies, they carried the breath of witches. When a small hand with sharp nails penetrated the belly of a pregnant woman, the flowing blood and internal organs still did not disturb the pregnant woman's sleep. Sleep, a normal physiological activity that could not be more normal, but if it is placed in the curse system, it is a top-level curse beyond the high level. Hundreds of witches are sleeping in this underground space, and they are giving birth to the offspring of demons. This is not the awakening of witches. They are all witches who have awakened long ago. Is someone using them to create the first generation of demons? Penelope, are you crazy? Let me go! Another witch with a terrified face was pressed into the basement. The witch screamed and struggled, and a man and a woman walked out from a corner of the basement. For many years, witches have suffered discrimination, and you wandering witches have not done anything to benefit your people. Dear, witches are about to enter the real palace, and we need strength, so you need to do something. The tall woman named Penelope walked up to the captured witch, stroked her cheek, and said softly, "You are also a wandering witch. Let me go, I am willing to follow you." The witch shook her head and begged for mercy, looking at the sturdy man beside Penelope, her eyes full of fear. Wandering witch? Oh, not now. Sleep. Penelope chuckled. Under the influence of the eternal sleep curse, the captured witch stopped struggling, breathing evenly, and fell asleep. Barber. Penelope called the man beside her. Penelope, I'm a little bored. The man impatiently approached the sleeping witch, and a breath blew out of his mouth while speaking. The strange breath was inhaled into the sleeping witch's body, and even breathing seemed to be hurried, and the witch's cheeks gradually flushed. Asmodeus's breath. Fascinating breath, Barber, we have to buy time, you can make them conceive faster, and the children grow up faster. My mirror image will soon be discovered, we need to hurry up. Penelope came close to the man, and seemed to be infected with the breath of the man. Her originally beautiful face became as ugly as a mummy, but seeing her face changing back and forth between beauty and ugliness, the man named Barber showed a fond smile. These little bastards are meaningless, we don't need them. Holding Penelope's slender waist, Barber kissed her lips. No, I need them, they will help me realize my wish, and the demons will go crazy for them. Wrapped around Barber's body, Penelope murmured, and a demon that came out of nowhere rode on the body of the sleeping witch. The dress was torn, and the demon laughed mockingly. And Barber, who was entangled with Penelope, had somehow changed into a devil's face, a big devil's face. Chapter 427. The Abyss Island has not eliminated the waste of life. Perhaps because there were a large number of undead here in the past, Muhua accidentally discovered that even if there is no feature of a burial ground, some places on the island where bones and souls are abandoned and broken will occasionally give birth to new undead. The World Tree and the Divine Tree are precious and durable. They have strict requirements for the magic environment, but as long as the magic meets the standard, their growth does not require much in other aspects. Due to the influence of water and soil irrigation, many golden apple trees withered. Only 2 golden apple trees planted on the island survived. In addition to feeling distressed, Muhua threw a fruit tree planting encyclopedia to the gardener and asked him to study and summarize it by himself. Many of the many magical plants also withered. Although the blood-sucking vine has strong vitality, it has a tendency to degenerate into a thorn vine because of neglecting the supply of blood and flesh. The hell mistletoe grew into a weed-like shrub because it was not picked in time, and at the same time, many magic cloud hemlocks were turned into dead trees. The bloodstem aconite did not grow roots, and the stems grew into small trees. The fruits of the snapdragons in the demon world are not like those of skeleton goldfish, but fat carp. They should have attracted demons, but now ghosts are always flocking to them like moths to a flame. The mandrakes of the dead souls bloomed like chrysanthemums, which was beyond the scope of seed breeding. Muhua suspected that there was something wrong with the seeds that Bisero got him. The artificial cultivation of magic plants is much more troublesome than imagined, especially in an environment like the Abyss Island where the ecology is completely unsystematic. It seems that he needs to buy more seeds of magic plants from Bisero. If the gardener cannot be transferred to a gardener in a short time, Muhua will consider whether he can buy a Chinsen demon or a Mamu demon through Bisero. The domestication and cultivation of magic plants was not ideal, but the yield of the snake fruit that Muhua got first was good. The girls of Tibesha always had the urge to light the snake fruit tree, which led to the gardener sending 2 skeleton warriors to squat beside the snake fruit tree to guard it. As a result, with the one guarding the divine tree, the 3 skeleton warriors who meditated all day long had improved their attributes a lot. If there was no activity, entering the Abyss Island at night had become a habit for Mu Hua and his party. From the outside, they just lived a very regular life. After getting a fishing rod from Mu Hua, Vivian and Barbara were very interested in fishing for monsters for the time being. Considering that it would delay their cultivation and growth, Mu Hua simply assigned a skeleton warrior to each of them to fish for them, in order to prevent them from asking for monster corpses at will. Vivian and Barbara very pragmatically handed the fishing task to the skeleton warriors. The 2 women were busy with their own things, but Tibesha seemed to like the feeling of fishing more. After completing the daily exercise plan, Tibesha could always be seen sitting quietly by the island. The planting plan was not ideal, but the progress in fishing was becoming more and more stable. The goblins fished out from the abyss could make up for the loss of fishing rods to a certain extent. In addition to the regular Philosopher's Stone, the acquisition of the 100 refining secret stone and attribute crystals also allowed Mu Hua's strength to steadily improve. The death gathering on Tuesday, the death of the Terror Rider, the illusion on Wednesday, the power support provided by the touch of jealousy, and the new summoned beast that Mu Hua had never dared to use in the outside world, he had some thoughts about Medusa. However, Medusa's petrification ability was too extraordinary. That level of ability had already transcended the attribute measurement standard. No matter if you have 1,000 or several thousand attributes, dispelling it cannot stop her petrifying magic eye. Once she targets you, you will be petrified. After petrification, you will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Mu Hua and his party do not even have the means to rescue each other for the time being. If you are not careful, she will sneak into the island. Even if everyone does not die collectively, this Abyss Island will probably be difficult to be stable in the future. Including Fenrir's speed, and the unrestrained Red Moon dark body, Zudra's unsophisticated mutation regeneration and poisonous breath, the disease and plague spread by the Misaku plague demon, the destructive power contained in the attack of the Barut's demon, Cerberus's Gehenna fire, etc. These are the guys that will make Mu Hua throw a fishing rod now. Compared with their weird abilities, Minotaur and the like should not be too cute. Including the big demon, Mu Hua was originally going to try to increase the intensity of fishing for the big demon, but he tried to catch one. This kind of guy has a very high comprehensive combat quality. With the cooperation of Wednesday's illusion, it was killed after a lot of chaos on the edge of the abyss. There is no special racial talent, because he only killed one big demon, and a magician's hand skill stone almost made Mu Hua vomit blood. The output of attribute crystals and Balian secret stones is good, but Mu Hua and Tuesday must be present to dare to catch it. The big demon's combat instinct is very sharp, and Wednesday's illusion cannot lead it back to the abyss. When the skeleton warrior fished out a Grim from the abyss, Mu Hua increased the intensity of fishing for the spider demon and Grim. Because they have a chance to obtain the tears of the earth element, and if the affinity of the earth element reaches the level of elf, it should be considered the nemesis of Medusa's petrification ability. For the time being, Medusa is still the boss, who needs to throw the fishing rod. Mu Hua plans to find trouble with Medusa after he boils out the spirit of the earth element. Shang the eardrum shaking roar came from the abyss. Mu Hua's eyes flashed with bad luck. He can already identify this kind of roar. It's another Hydra, and he has to throw the fishing rod again. There are fires of life and fires of Gehenna that can kill Hydra. Phoenix has never seen it again. If you want to move Cerberus, you have to find a way to extinguish the hellfire. But without the poison of the world, using hellfire to deal with Hydra will pollute the environment too much. There is no hope of getting hellfire from the two-headed hellhound. I don't know what the state of the fire demon in the abyss is. Mu Hua muttered and waved to Tina, who was interrupted by the roar of Hydra not far away. First, transfer half of the fishing rods from the goblins to find the fire demons and dragons, yes, and thunder monsters. Tina approached and Mu Hua instructed her. I have recently observed that the production of the goblins has decreased. It is okay to transfer some skeleton warriors from there, but the loss of fishing rods is difficult to estimate. Tina said to Mu Hua. Don't worry about the loss, I will find a way. Have you checked the information on the Pangaea crater? Are you sure there are no fire demons below the level of magic generals? Mu Hua asked with a frown. After a while, Paji will send him magic stones. The Canaan's courtyard is developing steadily, and the Adventurer Guild there is also a stable place to purchase magic stones. The replenishment of fishing rods is not a problem for the time being. Pangaea crater is a courtyard with a volcanic lava environment as the main terrain. There are a large number of imps in it. Originally, Mu Hua wanted to go there to brush the fireball skill stone, but now he has set his sights on the fire demon. The Balrogs may not master the fire of Gehenna, but they have the inheritance of evolving this kind of fire in their blood. Mu Hua did not dare to let Cerberus go to the island. He wanted to try to get the Hellfire skill stone from the Balrog. It is not certain for the time being. The courtyard is quite dangerous. Adventurers below the brigade are prohibited from entering the high-risk area. We only have the qualifications of demon hunters now, and the information we can find is limited. You may ask Odysseus. Tina shook her head and said. Mu Hua nodded and said no more. Tina went to dispatch the skeleton warriors who were fishing. There was a burst of gunfire in the distance. It should be the skeleton undead shooting the abyss monsters with machine guns. With the increase of fishing rods, the fishing range is getting larger and larger. If monsters are caught in the abyss, Mu Hua can't chase them around like a little demon. In addition to summoned beasts, the skeleton undead derived by Mu Hua have also become executioners distributed everywhere. For the time being, the skeletons under Mu Hua are mostly skeleton warriors, and their combat power is limited. After the courtyard war, Mu Hua used the spoils of war to exchange for some heavy machine guns and exorcism bullets. The gunmen are scattered in many places. When encountering some monsters with mediocre strength, the skeleton warriors will also use Gatling guns to shoot them. Tina left, and the magic circle of deriving undead was unfolded around Mu Hua. It was not a skeleton warrior, nor a black-armored skeleton general. The magic halo and the breath of death were brewing, and a purgatory warhorse was gradually generated. Hua! The soul was injected, and the majestic purgatory warhorse collapsed to the ground, turning into a corpse with rotten meat and bones. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Okay, failed again. He mastered the skills of deriving undead. As long as the resources are sufficient, he can derive the black-armored skeleton general smoothly. If there is a corpse of an evil dragon, Mu Hua can even try to derive a magic dragon. But only the Death Knight and the Headless Knight are more troublesome. Mu Hua can't make the Death Knight and the Headless Knight for the time being, because they need to complete the soul splitting to derive them, otherwise, there will be no horse. Speaking of it, the skeleton warhorse and the purgatory warhorse are not naturally bred. The skeleton warhorse is the companion of the Death Knight when the black armor skeleton general evolves. After that, the Death Knight makes the companion skeleton warhorse into a summoned beast, and then it is considered a complete Death Knight. The same process is followed for the Headless Knight and their purgatory warhorse. Normal evolution is of course unobstructed, but when it comes to the derivation of the undead, the process of splitting the soul to make a companion individual is very troublesome. Before trying to derive synchronously, abandoning the knight, and creating an individual independent warhorse is also an adaptation process. Since the courtyard war, Mu Hua has been trying to derive the purgatory warhorse. Preparing for the derivation of the Headless Knight is one aspect. If the derivation of the purgatory warhorse can be mastered, it is a very suitable mount for charging on the battlefield. Besides driving it at home, if it is sold, the resources exchanged for a purgatory warhorse are estimated to be enough to derive a Headless Knight with both man and horse. The magic dragon cannot be made, the black-armored skeleton general does not want to be one, and the Death Knight is a bit mediocre, and the foot combat is not much better than the black-armored skeleton general. After vaguely figuring out some tricks, the derived technique was launched again. Now, Mu Hua is competing with the Purgatory Warhorse. Chapter 428. Wow, Purgatory Horse? Did you encounter the newly evolved Terra Rider? Where's the Dual Knight? In the woods hut, the first snow covered the maple trees with silver. In front of Trisha's witch hut, looking at the Purgatory Horse brought by Mu Hua, Trisha asked in surprise. Kill it. Help me make a corpse mark for this horse first, let me see the effect. Patting the neck of the Purgatory Horse, Mu Hua said to Trisha. Kill it? How did you tame it after you killed the knight? This one is not derived by you, right? For a horse, you killed the Terra Rider you derived? Trisha's face was full of doubts. Mu Hua is amazing. When she saw that Vivian really mastered the breath of death overnight, Trisha would not be surprised even if Mu Hua could derive the Dual Knight. But she didn't believe that Mu Hua would kill the Dual Knight he derived. After all, there was a high probability that the Dual Knight would accept slavery, and he was not so wasteful. I thought Mu Hua was teasing me. After he finished engraving this warhorse, he would probably show off the Dullahan. When Trisha engraved the corpse mark on the Purgatory Warhorse, Mu Hua had a strange smile on his face. Although he derived this Purgatory Warhorse alone, he also derived the Dullahan. And he really killed the Dullahan, and he killed more than one. Although he was a bit of a spendthrift, who made him want the Dullahan's innate skills, the Dullahan could not be fished out in the abyss. That thing was tough, and the horror nights in the courtyard usually followed some monster bosses. Unable to get the Dullahan, after deriving the Purgatory Warhorse, Mu Hua whimsically created a Dullahan, and then beat him to death and smelted him. The prodigal is a real prodigal. High-level dead bones, brilliant souls, and a large amount of flesh and blood that fuses corpse-covering black iron and illumined metal. Fortunately, the magic core absorbs external magic power through the body and soul to condense. The Abyss Island saves Mu Hua too much in this regard. The consumption of deriving headless knights is very large. The undead don't produce many attribute crystals. The newly derived headless knights don't have the 100 refining secret stone and the philosopher's stone after smelting. However, after killing 4 headless knights inhumanely, Mu Hua finally got the death and endless martial arts. This time it shouldn't be considered a bug. Although the Terror Knight was created by himself, it was a real fight. The angry roar of the Terror Knight still echoed in his ears, so in killing those Terror Knights, Mu Hua avoided those skeletons that didn't sign the slavery contract. It's a bit unrefined, and the impact is too bad. Fatal, the spiritual vision that maps the enemy's soul vitals to the body, produces a fatal effect by damaging the vital dead points. The higher the mental strength and the more perfect the soul, the fewer so-called dead points, and the more difficult it is to observe. This ability can play a good auxiliary effect in fatal, destroying magic structures, and even wearing out armor. Although it lacks the kind of strength of God will kill you too, it is a super auxiliary for killing above the level, and it can make the killing efficiency extremely improved in terms of bullying. The direct death magic eye, this is not a joke of Mu Hua. The humans in this world do call this ability the direct death magic eye, but the direct and direct death here does not refer to direct, but expresses the meaning of combat intuition. But from Mu Hua's point of view, fatal can be regarded as a kind of magic eye, but when it comes to combat intuition, it is more appropriate to put it on the endless martial arts. Through constant fighting, he efficiently absorbs fighting experience, and has instinctive guidance for moves and techniques. I don't need to say more about the details. Having obtained 2 abilities that greatly enhance the actual combat effect, the details of the monsters in the Kane's courtyard are unknown, and Mu Hua plans to go to the Pangaea courtyard. Although the little demons in Yongye territory are good, the little demons in the Pangaea courtyard are more aggressive and more suitable for Mu Hua to practice. He also expects the little demons to produce more intellectual crystals. As for the environment, where the fire element is over the top, Mu Hua has kryptonized the fire element spirit, fake. As long as he doesn't encounter that kind of materialized flame, it's stable, and there's no problem. Okay, get your Dullahan out. Let me make it clear first, the corpse engraving consumes a lot of magic power, and I don't have death breath, and I can't engrave it several times a day, so don't expect me to drink magic potions. After helping the Purgatory Warhorse with the corpse engraving, Trisha seemed helpless, and spread her hands to Mu Hua. Oh, I see. Your death breath is indispensable, Mu Hua said with a smile. It is estimated that the consumption of magic power is an excuse, and the death breath is the key point. After completing the corpse mark, the Purgatory Horse does not need to use the fire element to dissipate the death energy spreading outward from its body. As long as it does not step on the flames, it is okay to graze it around the hotel. You know, unlike summoned beasts, this Purgatory Horse can grow and improve. Speaking of which, Gina also marked 2 hills for him near the entrance of the courtyard. Mu Hua thought about deriving some Purgatory horses and putting them there, and using it as a horse farm in the future. If it is not necessary, he does not want to actively sell the Purgatory horses to the outside world. There is no headless knight for the time being really killing. Huh? While joking with Trisha, Mu Hua suddenly sensed 2 strange auras. Shadow Demon? Mu Hua has mastered several types of shadow magic, and now he is very sensitive to shadow magic. Roar! The sturdy hellhound jumped out of Mu Hua's shadow. Trisha was startled and on guard, and Monday had already pounced on the 2 shadows that attacked her. Damn it! Kill it! The human common language cursed, the shadow twisted, and the 2 shadow demons lifted the stealth state, and the 2 long swords crossed and slashed at Monday. One shadow demon dodged the bite of Monday's snake tail, and when the other shadow demon dodged Monday's bite, Monday turned his head and bit off half of his shoulder. Swish! The blade rubbed against the sound of sandpaper. Mu Hua was surprised that the long swords of the 2 shadow demons actually cut Monday's skin. Although it was still a hellhound, you have to know that Monday absorbed a minotaur. It seems that the weapons used by these 2 shadow demons are of high quality. Roar! Monday roared. The superficial wound had little effect on it. Its own self-healing ability had stopped the bleeding in an instant. It was even more angry that it did not pounce on the two shadow demons it had discovered in advance. Puff! Puff! Two long spears pierced out with lightning, and the floating long spears pierced through the stomachs of the two shadow demons and lifted them up in the air. The spears were combat items obtained in the courtyard battlefield, distributed by the garrison, and Odysseus helped Muhwa choose them. Although there were many monsters fighting in the courtyard war, they were not very strong monsters after all, and the weapons they dropped were not high-end. Odysseus selected 5 long spears for Muhwa that could cause damage to high-level monsters. They were sharp and suitable for piercing, but they could not be used for effects such as breaking demons, tearing, and cursing. Muhwa mainly used these spears to attack the 5-side tentacles of the Touch of Jealousy. As for the main mage's hand, the goblin general fished out from the abyss earlier gave him a giant spear. That spear has a magic breaking effect, but it's a bit thick. If it is used to poke the shadow demon, it probably won't be able to lift it up, and it might be directly stabbed in two. The shadow demon is very ugly, like a vitiligo patient without hair. The two demons attacked suddenly, and everything happened too fast. When the two demons were lifted up by Muhwa, Trisha had just drawn her staff, but she was wearing a bone shield and a magic shield, but she didn't know if she could withstand the attack of the two demons. Looking for you? There should be night hunters in the town, right? Why are they not there every time they encounter demons? Looking at the two shadow demons with painful faces, Muhwa asked Trisha. This is the human world. Even if there are demons in the human world, when did the shadow demon stab people all over the world in the human world? Me? I shouldn't have offended anyone. Even if there were, they wouldn't have created a demon to mess with me. Weakness curse. Increased pain. Increased damage. Sharp touch. Black blood curse. Blood flow. Trisha was puzzled, but she raised her hand and threw a bunch of curses at the two shadow demons. Perhaps she was worried about killing the two demons, so she didn't continue to throw the blood flow curse. Ah! The two shadow demons who were picked up in the air screamed hideously because of the intense pain caused by the long spear piercing their stomachs and curses. Hey, who asked you to come? What are you doing here? Ignoring the screams of the demons, Muhwa and Trisha asked them with satisfaction, until they twitched for nearly 3 minutes. Heh. Heh. It seemed like they were laughing, but blood clots spurted out of their mouths. Muhwa was not sure whether the two demons were laughing or coughing. You are all going to die. His chest rose and fell, but the hole in his stomach made it impossible for the two demons to gather their energy, and he finally shouted weakly. Puff, puff. The two claws dug into his chest, and the two shadow demons showed their determination to Muhwa and Trisha by committing suicide. Muhwa looked at Trisha. Trisha looked at Muhwa. Tell me, whose child did you throw into the well? Muhwa asked Trisha with a look of disgust. How wicked must he have done to make the demon so brave? Why did he take him along? What do you mean you are all going to die? Look carefully, I am a necromancer, not the same as a witch. Chapter 429. It is not that there are no demons in the human world. In addition to the succubus, which is more acceptable to people, some people will hide and shelter some demons with a certain degree of danger for various needs, including demons who have registered their identities. If they engage in some illegal activities, especially serious crimes such as murder, the crime of sending demons is much higher than hiring human killers. The two shadow demons obviously came with murderous intentions, and the monster alarm in the town did not sound. These two shadow demons are likely to have registered legal identities in the human world. Even though the shadow demons' whereabouts are strange, it is broad daylight and under the snow. Muhwa is a little puzzled about who sent them out to attack others. After the two shadow demons committed suicide, Muhwa did not melt their bodies, but threw them on the ground. At least let the guards or the night hunters come to see the situation, investigate and hold accountable. This matter is not over like this. Who to contact, the guards or the night hunters? Judging from the situation in the town, it might be better to contact the guards. Muhwa threw the two long knives that Zhou Yi had taken back to the corpse again and asked Trisha. Do you think they will turn into ghosts? Trisha looked at Muhwa. Oh. Muhwa realized belatedly that because of his existence, these two guys should not be dead yet. There are projected monsters in the courtyard, and the dimensional space can also be projected and descended, but even if a demon tide occurs, the moment the projected monsters rush into the human world, they will be replaced by their original bodies. In other words, demons cannot be projected and descended in the human world. Unless there is an organized demon tide, demons are usually more cautious about entering the human world. Through the trees in the forest, The morning light became brighter and brighter. Fanny, the witch who was cleaning the house, also accompanied Trisha to help Trisha guess who was causing trouble for them. Jenny, a small town girl, came to Trisha's hut to work. She came forward curiously and wanted to see what the shadow demon looked like. Trisha drove her into the house. This girl with a small freckle on her face seemed to have a good talent for casting spells. Now she is considered Trisha's apprentice. She is usually responsible for the reception and cleaning of the witch's hut, and she also has a salary to receive. Trisha and Mu Hua did not rush to call the police. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, the bodies of the two shadow demons showed a reaction. Ghosts similar to their original images, although they were demons when they were alive, ghosts are ghosts after death. There is no such situation that they can fight against the world as soon as they are born. In addition to the image, the strength of their ghosts at the beginning of their birth is not much different from that of ordinary human ghosts. Undead detention. Ghosts appeared, and Trisha directly detained the two. Although Mu Hua was the Lord of Paleness, he did not start the death breath, so Trisha's undead detention was not affected at this time. The two shadow demon ghosts were still in a daze until they were controlled by Trisha. The two ghosts with blurred faces seemed to have confused expressions. "Tell me, what are you doing here? Who asked you to come?" Trisha asked the two ghosts. "We didn't." "No ghosts? How did we become undead?" The two ghosts came back to their senses and were surprised. Undead detention can control their behavior, but not their thoughts, so the undead who escaped from detention usually retaliate against the caster. "Answer my question. Believe me, I won't let you die so easily this time," Trisha said. "Witch. Haha, you can't escape, you have to pay for your behavior." Finally figuring out the situation, the two ghosts laughed angrily. Snap, snap, the witch Fanny stepped forward, swung out the long whip, and whipped the souls of the two ghosts. The ghosts screamed, they were imprisoned by Trisha, and could not escape, nor could they commit suicide. Trisha watched coldly as Fanny whipped the two ghosts to the ground. It seemed that they were very used to torturing ghosts like this. "Stop, stop! We don't want to kill you, Mother just invited you to be a guest, this is your chance." The two ghosts screamed and defended. "Who? I asked who asked you to come." Trisha frowned. Fanny temporarily stopped whipping, but the two ghosts were in a trance, and no longer answered Trisha's questions. "Trouble, or I do it." Patting Trisha, he approached a ghost and stretched out his hand to pull the ghost. "Ah!" With a shrill cry, Mu Hua tore off a part of the ghost's spirit. The ghost's screams echoed in the forest, but only people with psychic physique could hear their screams. Mu Hua was not worried that they would disturb the hotel. Under Trisha's surprised gaze, tearing off a part of the ghost's spirit was not enough. Mu Hua actually stuffed that part of the spirit into his mouth, as if chewing food, and he actually ate that part of the spirit. Soul eating? Trisha was surprised. The banshee Fanny trembled and shrank her neck. In the drifting, Fanny moved away from Mu Hua. Eating ghosts can promote spiritual growth to a certain extent, but most orcs and monsters dare not eat them directly, let alone normal humans. Even for demons, most demons need to chew slowly when eating ghosts. If they digest too quickly, their souls will have problems. Some mental disorder or something is already a very harmonious result. Soul eating is a very rare ability for humans, and in the conventional cognition of humans, this ability seems very bad. Mu Hua, who gained the ability of soul eating because of jealousy, is now completely on the road of inhumanity. Trisha was surprised, and for Fanny, Mu Hua, a human who can use her as growth food, looks scarier than a demon. Well, it's useless. Sure enough, I can't get their memories in this way. Mu Hua shook his head. His ability to devour souls is not worse than that of soul-eating demons like hellhounds, but it lacks some functional matching. Let Monday try. Mu Hua looked at Trisha. Well, eat one first. Trisha knew the ability of hellhounds. When she spoke, Monday's mouth pulled out a grim smile, and the bodies of the two ghosts trembled. "Penelope!" A ghost shouted, and before he finished speaking, his spirit body expanded and exploded like an inflated balloon, and died on the spot. "Penelope will not let you go." Another ghost shouted in the same way, and like the previous ghost, it expanded and exploded as Monday pounced on it, and disappeared without a trace. Tongue-pulling contract? Mu Hua was stunned. Trisha nodded in silence, with a flash of annoyance on her face. These two demons had signed a demon contract with people to keep secrets. If they revealed the secrets, their souls would die. Unexpectedly, the effect of this contract would continue to the ghosts after death. Penelope, the troll witch? Why did she look for you? Do you know her? The two shadow demons were dead this time. Since they exploded when they mentioned Penelope, It must be directly related to Penelope, Muhua asked Trisha. I don't know her. I wasn't even born when she got into trouble. Trisha thought and shook her head. In trouble? Muhua had heard Lin Feng mention Penelope before, but he only knew that she would cause trouble in other countries, and he couldn't find any specific information about her on the Magic Network. Penelope is a controversial wandering witch, and it is said that she has already completed the witch's transition. Many years ago, Penelope caused the death of 2 cities and tens of millions of people because of a spellcasting error. After that, people hunted her down, and she was eventually thrown into the 100 Rift Valley prison and sentenced to life imprisonment. But I heard that she later helped the imperial nobles gain control of 2 courtyards, so she was pardoned and reappeared in the outside world. And she left the Wanderer camp, joined the Magic Empire, and regarded herself as a palace witch. I shouldn't have any intersection with her. Speaking of Penelope, Trisha also looked confused. That guy should be a big boss that she can't even approach. Why would a witch send 2 shadow demons to mess with her? A pink and fresh little witch. She's not coming for you, is she? Trisha looked at Muhua, her eyes full of doubt. Impossible. These 2 shadow demons didn't even look at me. Muhua retorted, don't make a fuss, he won't take the blame for this. Chapter 430. Early in the morning, Muhua was happy to get a Purgatory BMW. He came to ask Trisha to engrave the corpse mark on his BMW, but he ran into the shadow demon attacking Trisha. With the information leaked by the shadow demon, a witch who seemed to be quite cruel was involved, and things became more and more weird. Although it happened more than 100 years ago, she killed tens of millions of humans, and was still wandering around outside. The Magic Empire treated her so expediently. This witch's cruelty is probably not exaggerated. I heard that Penelope will cause trouble in the Principality of Linluda. Who told you that? The prophet, that Lin Feng. Linluda is not close to us, or are these 2 shadow demons doing it on purpose? Someone wants to frame Penelope. But even if they framed her, why did they come to me? Even if she killed me, it shouldn't have much impact on her. Want to recruit me? I get ready and wait for her to turn over the card. Trisha has no moral integrity. Trisha and Muhua were in speculation, but still confused. A well-known big man hundreds of years ago, there is no reason for him to come and cause trouble for a young man. As for Penelope's possibility of causing trouble in Linluda, not to mention Trisha, Muhua didn't feel that it had anything to do with him. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to support it. According to seniority, it was not their turn to worry about it. Well, I remembered some rumors. I heard that Penelope got the support of some nobles and planned to establish a witch association, saying that it would serve the world and make the temple witches independent of the Night Hunters. After thinking for a moment, Trisha guessed. Fighting for power with the Night Hunters? Muhua questioned. The world of big men is not easy to understand. It is hard to say whether the Night Hunters have the support of nobles or federal agencies, but the king should be there. They are very bold. Well, it is rumored that she wants to recruit the Hall Witches. The rumor is not entirely true, and there is no definite statement. However, there are indeed some news of missing wandering witches circulating recently. She is not catching wandering witches, right? The Wanderer camp does not care? Muhua, you have a relationship with the Raiders Association. Is the Raiders Association still recruiting people? As if thinking of something bad, Trisha looked a little doubtful and asked Muhua. Muhua was stunned and looked at Trisha with a strange expression. Is she going to switch to the Hall Witches? This girl's moral integrity seems to be lower than he thought. Don't look at me like that, fuck. Wait, let me ask the Wanderer camp. If they really don't care about this, they can't let me go and play tricks with that troll witch. I can't stand Penelope's torment even if I have several lives. Anyway, she is going to set up a witch organization, so I might as well surrender as soon as possible. Trisha defended herself, feeling uncomfortable with Muhua's look. Although her moral integrity is a bit low, there is nothing wrong with what she said. We stand up for the Wanderer witches. On weekdays, you quarrel with the Hall witches all day long, and they finally find us. You, the Wanderer camp, don't care. While talking, Trisha opened the terminal. The saying that good birds choose trees to live in is a bit far-fetched, but it is also a wise saying that if a country is not kind, the ministers will surrender to other countries, right? But the next moment, Trisha looked at Muhua with a surprised face again. No signal? Trisha frowned. Her expression gradually became serious, and something seemed to be wrong. Muhua also called up his terminal. Indeed, there was no network, no signal, and the communication function could not be used. Just as the two frowned and looked at each other, a strange wave came, and the spreading wave swept over Muhua and Trisha, and Trish's expression froze. Sleeping. Sleeping spell, Trisha said slowly. Bang! Shoei fell to the ground, his chest and abdomen rose, and fell into a deep sleep. Boom! Purgatory Warhorse laid down. Bang! Trisha fell to the ground. Puff! Banshee Fanny fell to the ground. Even the ghost fell asleep. Mu Hua was stunned. He was fine. Even though the sleeping spell was a top curse, it could not affect him. On the contrary, through the bite of jealousy, he sensed that the source of the sleeping spell was actually in the academy. The spreading spell swept across the town, and even spread towards the new city area. Everything fell into a deep sleep, and some vehicle collisions were heard from the direction of the town. Such a large-scale sleeping spell also shocked Mu Hua. The magic network signal was blocked, and the creatures in the whole town seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Is someone trying to cause trouble? Purification. Mu Hua cast a purification spell on Trisha, but Trisha did not wake up. The strength of Mu Hua's purification magic could not remove the sleeping spell for the time being. Mu Hua's purification magic was not high level, because the ending of the bite almost made him immune to all mental interference abilities, and he himself would scatter dead energy randomly, so he needed to purify from time to time. Over time, he would treat it as training. Mu Hua never thought of using the 100 refining secret stone to purify. Tuesday. Mu Hua summoned the Tuesday in his body. Master, this is not an eternal sleep curse, and I can't remove it. This spell has been absorbed by their souls. They will wake up automatically in 5 or 6 hours. Tuesday shook his head and said to Mu Hua, drag them into the house. Let's go to the academy. Mu Hua frowned and looked in the direction of the academy. The eternal sleep curse is a single curse with a terrifying effect. If it cannot be lifted, the soul of the recipient will gradually die in eternal sleep, just like the sleeping beauty in the story. During this period, even if you cut the hands and feet of the recipient will not wake up. Tuesday can absorb the eternal sleep curse, but after absorbing it, the recipient will still have to endure a period of sleep equivalent to the sleeping spell. As for the sleeping spell cast in the range, Tuesday can't absorb anything, just like a sleeping pill that has been digested by the body, and can only wait until the effect of the drug wears off to wake up. Although there is no immediate damage effect, the harm caused by this sleeping curse to the town is not small. Many people have already got up early in the morning. No matter what they are doing, they fall into a deep sleep immediately. It is normal to cause some life-threatening situations later. At this time, Mu Hua can't care so much. Tabesha and the others are all in the courtyard and should not be affected. The spell comes from the academy, and Ikaros went to the academy today. Worried about Ikaros' safety, Mu Hua rushed to the academy anxiously. He rode his warhorse at full speed, and after a moment Tuesday, who had transformed into a great demon, caught up with Mu Hua. How is it? What's the situation in the courtyard? Earlier, Mu Hua gave the courtyard key to Tuesday and asked him to go to the courtyard for help, but he set the transmission coordinates to the Snow Ridge Ranch, which was a bit far from the fortress city. I contacted Tibesha, and Odysseus already knew. Tuesday replied, flying beside Mu Hua. Yeah. Mu Hua nodded and said no more, worried in his heart. Even a newly built city is a city. If the caster dares to cast the sleeping spell on a large scale in the human world city, he will probably not ignore the existence of those adventurers in the courtyard. Mu Hua now hoped that the caster was just having a brain attack and ran away after casting the spell. If the other party was really squatting in the academy to cause trouble, he did not dare to expect that an adventurer would come out of the courtyard immediately. On the side road leading to the academy, some young people lying on the roadside made Mu Hua stop his warhorse. After a quick look, Mu Hua could not help but gasp. But he saw that those people's bodies were covered with dense mosquitoes. Mosquitoes as long as the tip of a finger were not unusual, but as they sucked the body fluids of those sleeping on the roadside, their abdominal cavities gradually expanded. When the stomachs of these mosquitoes expanded to a certain extent, with a sound of pop, pop, the abdominal cavities of those mosquitoes exploded. When the exploded mosquitoes died, more mosquitoes were born from their exploded abdominal cavities. Reproduction, a different kind of reproduction, as if it multiplied infinitely, more and more mosquitoes were born on those sleeping people, either continuing to suck blood or flying away. Some people on the ground had turned into mummies that had been drained of body fluids, and they had lost their breath of life. And the mosquitoes that flew away made Mu Hua's eyes swell, because they flew towards the direction of the town. This kind of mosquito looked familiar to Mu Hua, and when he approached the academy, he also sensed a strange smell. Color domain. Mu Hua's face turned very ugly. The original sin of lust is not a kind of existence that only shows off lust. Its meaning is redemption, and its true essence is directly related to reproduction and proliferation. Chapter 431. Large flames were swaying. As the embodiment of original sin, these bloodthirsty mosquitoes in front of them were much more fragile than the locusts that Muhua had seen at Tao Luci's place. Color domain protozoa, these mosquitoes were also strange creatures created by a power that Muhua did not understand very well. The ordinary flame sprinkled by the engraving magic, those mosquitoes would burn immediately, their wings and thin legs would be burned in the blink of an eye, and the mosquitoes' bodies would fall into the continuous flames and be burned to ashes in a moment. Very fragile mosquitoes. Even ordinary people can kill them with a slap. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for these mosquitoes to kill people. But with the sleeping spell, when people lose their ability to resist, these mosquitoes can suck people's body fluids at will until they suck people into mummies and multiply into a larger mosquito swarm. And if these mosquitoes are allowed to expand to a sufficient number, even if they are fragile, it is likely that there will be no life left in the places where they swarm. Muhua's face was grim. If his guess was right, this should be the method of the color domain. A ghost? There is at least one ghost in the academy, Penelope. Or someone else? People really died. If we count the mosquitoes that ran to the town, I'm afraid more people will die. Who is it? Is he crazy? The sleeping spell is fine. Just looking at the breeding trend of those bloodthirsty mosquitoes, is this a massacre? But what is there to kill the townspeople? What's the point of killing them? Crazy. Tuesday, go to Fiona Courtyard and call the police. Muhua handed another courtyard key to Tuesday. The interference of the communication magic network was limited, and there was silence in the direction of the town, and even the new city area had no vehicles driving in this direction. Muhua was not sure how far the sleeping spell had affected. The town security was probably hopeless, and the new city's security team didn't seem to react at all. The Kane's courtyard had been notified, but there was no movement from the entrance to the courtyard. The situation was more serious than originally imagined, and Muhua could only use the courtyard key to teleport to other areas to report the incident. Tuesday received the order and left. A large-scale summoning array of followers was deployed in front of Muhua. Hundreds of Dragon 2 soldiers and skeleton mages appeared in front of Muhua. Master? The contractor who was leading a team to clean up wild undead on the Abyss Island looked around in confusion. Contractor, take 100 skeleton mages to the hotel to eliminate these mosquitoes and ensure the safety of the hotel. Muhua ordered the contractor, who responded, and 100 skeleton mages and 100 Dragon 2 soldiers followed him. Gardener, take a team of skeleton mages to the town and try to rescue the townspeople. After the contractor, Muhua said to another black-armored skeleton general. Muhua has created more than 2 black-armored skeleton generals, but only the contractor and the gardener have names. The current threat comes from the mosquitoes that fly away. Skeleton mages are more suitable for dealing with these mosquitoes, and other undead are useless. If the sleeping spell happens again, the thick-skinned Dragon 2 soldiers have the magic immunity feature and can also ignore the curse. Muhua lets them accompany and protect the skeleton mages. If the skeleton mages are knocked down by the sleeping spell again, these Dragon 2 soldiers may be able to resist mosquitoes by lighting torches. Without a very detailed plan, Muhua is just doing his best and resigning himself to fate. He will try his best to save some townspeople. If he feels that the situation is not right, he may run away. It is not so convenient to obtain level experience because of the level difference. The average level of the Dragon 2 soldiers who dare to wander around in the battlefield has reached 150 plus, while the average level of the more valuable skeleton mages is only 80 plus. As for the black-armored skeleton generals, although they have not been released by Muhua, they can chop some safer abyss monsters. When Muhua deliberately lets them pick up heads, their average level is around 200 plus. Muhua is willing to use some abyss monsters with higher experience levels to help the skeleton mages gain some experience, but the skeleton mages are relatively fragile, and it is quite troublesome to do it. Everything is still in the plan, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. The attributes of the black-armored skeleton generals are much higher than those of the skeleton mages, but their magic adaptability is too poor, and they can basically not learn elemental magic. To deal with these mosquitoes, the black-armored skeleton generals are somewhat powerless. The contractor and the gardener are more responsible for leading the team. If they meet humans, they can also communicate with humans. Wednesday, take the remaining skeleton wizards to the 3rd block, find Kuna, and protect her safety. The contractor and the gardener left, and Muhua instructed Wednesday, who was familiar with the town. Muhua cares about the safety of the townspeople, but he also has closeness and distance. Tibesha and others are in the courtyard, and he came to the academy to find Ikaros. The people he cares about most in the town are Daman and Kuna. Although Daman, the fat man, is lazy and Buddhist, and although Muhua has never had intimate communication with Kuna after knowing that Kuna is Daman's ex-wife, Muhua still wants to protect these two people if he can. Hundreds of skeletons returned to the town. While Wednesday led the team to leave, Tuesday had already returned from Fiona Courtyard. She had reported the situation in the town to the security team over there through communication. As for the follow-up, Muhua didn't know. Just look at the situation outside the academy. It's not appropriate to wait for feedback from there. If you wait any longer, I'm afraid all the students in the academy will become mummies. Muhua and Tuesday rushed into the academy. Along the way, they encountered some mosquitoes that suck human blood. In order to avoid delaying the speed, Muhua chose to ignore them. As soon as he entered the academy, he saw some demons holding sharp weapons blocking the road. Yes, they were indeed demons mixed in with some demons. They ignored the blood-sucking mosquitoes, and those mosquitoes didn't harass them. And when they saw Muhua and Tuesday, even if they flashed a fear of the big demon in their eyes, they still roared and rushed towards Muhua. Go find Ikaros, you can use large-scale magic, don't worry about accidental injuries. Muhua's face became more and more ugly. He couldn't care less. There were bloodthirsty mosquitoes and demons. If a sleeping human was placed among these beings, he would probably not be able to survive for long. Instead of shrinking back and being controlled by others everywhere, it is better to let go and attack. Be cautious and guard, and talk about it after finding Ikaros. Thunder Dragon. Muhua ordered, and Tuesday had a grim smile on his face. If Muhua was still anxious because of Ikaros, then the big devil was never kind. Tuesday's genes were full of tyranny factors. The thick lightning column turned into a dragon, accompanied by roars, ravaging everything along the way, turning into an aurora and rushing into the distance. Smoke and meaty smell, the thunder dragon rushed out a passage among the enemy group. The weak enemies turned into ashes in an instant. Under the impact of lightning, the demons and devils with certain strength lost their eyes. Smoke rose from their bodies, and they fell to the ground with a bang. The thunder dragon came quickly and left quickly. Thunder magic has extremely strong destructive power, and the instant killing effect is the best among elemental magic. However, thunder magic also lacks continuous erosion. It rushed out a corpse road among the enemy group, but it only caused a little impact on the surrounding area. There are still many enemies blocking the entrance of the academy. You go first. Muhua waved his hand to indicate that he was not here to fight the unknown enemy to death. He simply wanted to take Ikaros away. Sea of Thunder Snakes. Tuesday nodded in response, and a sickle appeared in his hand. When he spread his wings, he threw a range magic at the demons and devils blocking the entrance of the academy. Zila with a magic point as the center, countless tiny snake-like lightning swam in all directions, and the rapid lightning penetrated into the bodies of enemies one by one. The damage intensity of this magic is far less than that of the Thunder Dragon, but its killing radius for a fixed area is much larger than that of the Thunder Dragon. Ah! Go! Informed the adults. Screams, two high-level lightning magics made the people who blocked the road completely panic. Looking at the fleeing demons, Muhua frowned slightly. Tuesday's folding penetration lacks training, and she can't learn elemental spiritualization for the time being. Elemental spiritualization aside, folding penetration is a magic that increases the durability and penetration of lightning magic. If her folding penetration is more practiced, under the attack of this sea of thunder snakes, no one should be able to escape. Puff! 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 The spear shot out, and 6 long spears and war spears shot into the air, chasing and killing the fleeing demons and demons. Infinite martial arts training allowed Muhua to frequently have inspiration when using weapons, and also rapidly improved his combat skills. These guys didn't look like good people at all, and their strength levels generally remained at the intermediate level. The jealous touch of wielding spears made Muhua look like an indescribable tentacle monster. Spears stabbed wildly, and Muhua also materialized a longbow, shooting at the fleeing people. The breath of death gathered death energy, melting the corpses left on the ground along the way, and stirring up clouds of dust. If an uninformed person saw it, Muhua was definitely less of a good person than those fleeing demons. Chapter 432. Bang, bang, bang. The fireball set the monsters on fire. Z the chain lightning was like a snake, moving among the monsters. Although his training level was low, facing the fleeing enemies, Muhua rarely used his inherent magic of the thunder system. Because his training level was not improved much, this inherent magic of the thunder system, which was named Lightning Arrow, produced the effect of the combination of 3 spells: lightning arrow, folding penetration, and lightning chain. After a try, the unsatisfactory attack effect made Mu Hua continue to fire the fireballs. Wolf, Wind Wolf, Petrified Chicken, Armored Demon Pig, Red Pig, Two-Headed Beast, Night Blade Leopard, facing all kinds of low-level and medium-level monsters, Mu Hua continued to cast pieces of fireballs to name them. The Terror Riders rushed to kill. In addition to these relatively fragile monsters, the swooping griffins, the poisonous-tailed lion scorpions, the ground dragons, the knife-horn tigers, the ice crocodiles, and the violent demon bears, Mu Hua's summoned Terror Riders fought with these more difficult monsters. In the sky, the blind ravens were entangled with the eagle-like monsters. Because of the problem of attack power, those flying monsters were more blinded and harassed. In the spring branch, near the dusk courtyard, Mu Hua kept killing the monsters and skeletons that tried to attack him, but these monsters seemed endless and could not be killed. Summoned beasts. These are all summoned beasts. Since growing up, Mu Hua has always used summoned beasts to cause trouble everywhere. Now, he was attacked by other people's summoned beasts for the first time. The summoned beasts in the Star Patrol War at least had many adventurers to deal with together, but now here hundreds of summoned beasts are all coming to him alone. The Terror Riders fought with all kinds of summoned beasts. The number of summoned beasts here far exceeded that of the Terror Riders. Mu Hua tried his best to eliminate those summoned beasts that interfered with the Terror Riders' offensive, but the summoned Terror Riders still had a tendency to be overwhelmed. The battlefield, the summoned beasts that suddenly attacked, turned this place into a battlefield. The elements in the battlefield were rioting, and the death energy was boiling. Not only Mu Hua was using magic, but some summoned beasts were also using magic. The reason why Warcraft was called Warcraft was because most of them were born with some magic integrated into their talents. Mu Hua was attacked by the summoned beasts. He was angry, and the Headless Knights kept getting wounds, and the rich death energy kept recovering the damage they suffered. The Headless Knights were very tenacious and durable. But it must be said that this was the first time that Mu Hua saw his Headless Knights fight so badly. Originally, he used summoned beasts to beat others, and was chasing some demons and demons. As a result, near the dusk courtyard, he was beaten by other people's summoned beasts. The enemy's summoned beasts are of many types and numbers. The current situation even makes Mu Hua wonder if he has encountered a large-scale monster battle like the one in the courtyard war. Summoned beasts are annoying. They die and come back to life. It's hard to kill them, and there is no benefit. The owners of these summoned beasts should be in the dusk courtyard. Could it be those vampires who are causing trouble? But where do they get so many summoned beasts? Suspicious in his heart, Mu Hua opened fire at full power. Fireball is currently his most suitable magic for group attacks and chaos, and has killing power. Without condensing the fire meteorite, the huge fireball formed a firewall barrage, and with the cooperation of the Terror Riders, Mu Hua felt that he was about to be unable to withstand the impact of these summoned beasts. The sword materialized, the spear held by the touch of jealousy swept out after images. The so-called inability to resist means that he may have to face the siege of these summoned beasts. But Mu Hua is very weak. Even the Earth Demon Bear that shocked the riders and horses is not easy to hurt him. No, he can't hurt him. After all, there are also magic flying over there. But he has super speed regeneration. Mu Hua has the ability to fight with them in groups. But the problem is that these guys are summoned beasts. If you don't find the person who summoned them, you can't kill them all. Charge? Or retreat? Tuesday, who was looking for Ikaros, has not returned yet. Mu Hua looked in the direction of the dusk courtyard and hesitated. He, a young wizard? Laughter came, and with the appearance of a group of figures, Mu Hua finally saw the existence other than the summoned beasts. The pupils of the troll which contracted, Penelope. Mu Hua had seen her photo. At this time, Penelope was followed by 20 or 30 witches. Those witches looked a little bit wrong, excited, crazy, a little dazed, a little struggling and panicked. They exuded chaotic emotions. But Mu Hua's pupil shrank not because of Penelope, but because of the male demon beside her. The breath of the color domain, this male demon touched the original sin of the color domain. Penelope is not lustful, she is greedy. Greed, which simulates the evil of plunder, also symbolizes the virtue of oath. And the summoned beasts here may all be hers, because there is no more thorough way of plundering than summoning beasts, and there is no more loyal oath than summoning beasts. According to humans, there are two ghosts here. Mu Hua felt a sour feeling in his teeth. Penelope, did you cast the sleeping spell? Are you crazy? Mu Hua pretended to be calm and asked in a deep voice. With the appearance of Penelope, the summoned beasts that were fighting with the Terror Riders all retreated in front of Penelope. On the opposite side, There were hundreds of beasts, dozens of terror riders lined up in front of Muhua, and ravens were circling around Muhua. Necromancer? You are so talented, and you have collected so many terror riders. Do you want to come to my side? Looking at Muhua, the tall and beautiful Penelope smiled. With Penelope's chuckle, the big demon beside her stepped forward, and a strange breath spread from the big demon's body, and the witches around Penelope couldn't help but look at the big demon, with obsession flashing in their eyes. Damn, a big demon who has mastered charm. A male big demon who intends to seduce him. The charm he exudes is stronger than Ericone, because he is the incarnation of the color domain. This guy is all male. Looking straight at Muhua, the tall and majestic demon had a disdainful smile on his face. Come here. I allow you to kneel in front of me, and I will grant you everything you want. The demon said to Muhua. Muhua was silent. Fuck, it seems that these guys have no intention of communicating with him normally. He doesn't even know what these guys are going to do now. These guys actually let a male demon seduce him, but the problem is, I am jealous. The color domain erodes the soul, and a stable, tough and aggressive soul is the characteristic of jealousy. Original sin also corresponds to virtue, not the hostile restraint that ordinary people understand, but the original sin contains the so-called virtue of human beings. If the color domain indicates salvation, then jealousy contains patience. Among many original sins, jealousy and color domain are absolutely incompatible. A color domain came to seduce jealousy, and it's the style of having little brothers. What do you want to do? Ah! A shrill scream came from the big devil's mouth. The big devil, who deliberately seduced Muhua, seemed to have removed all defenses, and exposed his soul nakedly in front of Muhua. And under the blessing of the jealous bite, across time and space, Muhua's soul took a bite of the big devil's soul in a weird way. Barber! Penelope exclaimed. The first counterattack of the jealous bite was almost unavoidable, and Muhua, aware of the strength of the big demon's soul, stopped when he saw the good, and withdrew the weird mental power brewed by the jealous bite. A pure soul power merged into himself, and a comfortable feeling came over him. Muhua's face flushed, and a rippling expression appeared on his face. Come on! Keep going, come again if you have the guts. When he was comfortable, Muhua thought to himself. Eternal sleep. The big demon named Barber knelt on the ground in pain. Penelope screamed and threw an eternal sleep curse at Muhua. It seems that the earlier sleeping spell should have been cast by this Penelope, but it must be said that this magic is really suitable for those fragile blood-sucking mosquitoes of Barber. Eternal sleep is terrible, but what do you want to do by throwing this kind of mental interference curse at jealousy? Ah! Penelope also knelt down, with a painful scream. Needless to say, Muhua caught Penelope's soul and took a bite. Compared with Penelope, his soul is still very fragile and can't withstand counterattacks, but it's still okay to take a bite. Aye, jealousy. In pain, Penelope's beautiful face turned into a shriveled and twisted ghost face, and there was a little bit of disbelief in her resentful eyes. Jealousy. Biting her ugly black and yellow teeth, Penelope stared at Muhua, and she finally realized the problem. Now, can you talk properly? Muhua looked at the two monsters, who were half kneeling on the ground and sweating profusely, and said in a deep voice, Kill him! Penelope, whose head and face were distorted and looked like a corpse demon, was emitting a strong magic power and screamed. Chanting, magic array, dozens of magics were brewing in the hands of a group of witches. Respecting Penelope's orders, a group of witches who followed Penelope pointed their guns at Muhua. Disperse. Ping! It was like the sound of broken glass. Huh? The chaotic magic power raised a strong wind. The spells cast by a group of witches were interrupted by Muhua's dispersal. The witches were stunned, and then their eyes flashed with resentment. Some chanted again, and some cast spells silently. Disperse. Ping. The wind blew again. Muhua waved his hands. Come on, let's see who's faster. Let's see who runs out of mana first. Disperse. Idiots, can't you disperse? Penelope cursed. Although the tearing of her soul made her feel uncomfortable, her powerful soul still allowed her to regain the ability to fight the big demon. And Muhua suddenly felt that he was not completely unable to deal with these two monsters, who had touched the original sin. Chapter 433. Jealousy is empty, lacking, and regretful. Jealousy can make the dead obey, but it seems a little flawed compared to the ability of the color domain to confuse all living beings. Jealousy has a tenacious soul, but it does not have the secret of greed to split the soul and absorb the soul. Jealousy has powerful tentacles, but it is still somewhat inadequate compared to the rage that can perfect the ultimate power, including laziness, gluttony, and arrogance. Jealousy is like the eternal second in the original sin. Jealousy lacks unique specialness. Other original sins have the place to crush jealousy. Jealousy implies patience, and also represents the flaw that can never be obtained. However, although it has flaws, it is the eternal second who can do everything, because it is the eternal second in front of all original sins, and it has the most complex and diverse abilities. My magic may not be as good as gluttony, but death breath, brothers, understand it. If it can't fascinate all living beings like the color domain, then just swing the tentacles of jealousy to hit it. If you don't have so many summoned beasts, then go and hook up more undeads. Then, we can recover magic quickly and throw away the tentacles to hit it. In order to fight against Muhua's overtrained dispel, the witches dispersed. Multiple magic circles appeared around Penelope, with different categories and strengths. She actually brewed multiple individual magic at the same time. The big demon drew out the sword. This is an ancient demon group with strong comprehensive abilities. They are not specific original sin demons, but touching original sin is not uncommon for big demons. Discovering that Muhua is actually a ghost who has touched original sin, Penelope planned to crush Muhua with brute force after being tricked by Muhua. Facing Penelope, who seemed to be using magic to cleanse the ground, Muhua waved out Dispel with some fear in his heart. Dispel broke the magic constructed by Penelope. Penelope's unconventional ability to cast spells should also be derived from greed. The witches dispersed, and Muhua had to focus on Penelope. Dispel was successful, and Muhua was happy, but the scattered witches also completed their own magic. Witches are not necromancers. Their good magic adaptability allows them to learn various magics. The crisscrossing magic attacked Muhua, and various elements interacted and shone, making Muhua flee in embarrassment. That's enough. If you come again, I will do it. Muhua shouted angrily. His scolding was not directed at Penelope and the big devil, but at those witches. Those witches were somewhat mentally abnormal, and Muhua also saw Melinda, Webster's secretary, among them. Boom! 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 Thunder and fire, the erosion of elements, and the impact of explosion. Muhua was like a boat caught in a storm. The witch's attack destroyed his bone shield. With a flash of blood, Muhua's left arm was cut off by the attacking demon. He made a mistake in dodging. The demon's attack range was very large. Because the magic shield was too low for the time being, Muhua did not open the magic shield. The demon who cut off Muhua's arm laughed grimly. But the next moment, Muhua's face was full of hideousness. As his flesh and blood squirmed, a new arm emerged from Muhua's wound. Super speed regeneration? Penelope was briefly surprised, and then suddenly realized. Jealousy is not a shaping route, but Muhua has embarked on the path of a monster. Bang! Muhua punched out hard, and the fist shadow of the fist was released, and the big demon, who attacked him again, was knocked back with one punch. It turns out to be a waste. Muhua grinned. The power of this big demon was much lower than he expected. That's right, he was a little half-baked in this original sin. No one said that the physique of the color domain demon must be strong. Muhua was happy and his figure suddenly disappeared. Flashing, in the blink of an eye, Muhua appeared beside the big demon. When he appeared, he had already accumulated the sword power. Crescent slash. The sword aura flashed, and it was different from the flying slash and the intermediate combat skills. The crescent-like flying slash condensed, and did not disperse. It seemed that the solid aura blade slashed at the big demon's calf. As Muhua slashed continuously, 3 aura blades that broke away from the body brought out a fountain of blood. The big demon was injured, but only injured. Muhua's night demon knife had the effect of breaking demons. His first slash destroyed the big demon's magic shield, but the second slash was blocked by the barrier created by Penelope. Only the third slash cut a glaring wound on the big demon's leg. Barber! Damn you! Control him! Penelope ordered the witches. The big demon had already taken off, and the chainsaw-like demon wings swept Muhua away. Facing the magic attack from the witches, Muhua also gave up chasing the big demon. Kill them! Muhua ordered coldly, and the terror riders let go of the summoned beasts entangled with them, and rushed straight to the witches. Die, you all asked for it. The pain of the broken arm still remained, and Muhua's heart was full of anger, but he no longer cared whether the witches were controlled. Screaming and shouting, Muhua was more resilient than Penelope had expected, and the defensive magic of those witches also made it difficult for the Terror Knights to defeat them for a while. The wound on the big demon's leg was healing quickly. Although this guy didn't regenerate at super speed, its physical activity was comparable to its self-healing ability. The Terror Knight's pursuit of the witch also put Mu Hua in the siege of the summoned beasts. Confused, this battle was confused. Until now, Mu Hua didn't know what these two bastards were going to do, but they obviously wanted to kill people. Mu Hua's anger was surging in his heart, so let's kill them. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more chaotic. Magic beasts, birds, and the touch of jealousy stirred the killing field. While Mu Hua resisted the summoned beasts, Penelope was already beaten by Mu Hua's dispelling. Doris. Penelope sighed, and a banshee emerged from her body. The banshee had a very familiar feeling to Mu Hua. Death Doom. Mu Hua was surprised. The banshee turned into a special demon, and her face was also filled with astonishment. Penelope, he has experienced death. The skinny, ugly, pointed-faced, long-nosed, witch-like rant demon said to Penelope. Death. Good, good, this time there is nothing to worry about. Mu Hua cursed. This guy is a cursed spirit like Tuesday, and has also evolved to the level of death. This troll which has a lot of stuff. Original sin, big demon, summoned beast, and now even death. If it weren't for her low magic training, Mu Hua would have doubted whether she had the same gold finger as himself. Now the town has been blown by the sleeping spell, and then the color domain demon released the deadly color domain protozoan. Now that death has come out, Mu Hua would not be surprised to say that the town has also been blown by a wave of death doom. Demons and devils emerged from nowhere and began to gather towards Penelope. There was no hope. Mu Hua thought that the academy and Bear Pig Town were probably hopeless. The summoned beast was withdrawn, and the terrifying riders chasing the witch dissipated. Penelope was stunned for a moment, and ordered the summoned beast to stop attacking Mu Hua. Penelope smiled triumphantly. Young ghost, have you given up? Hee, in fact, my children have already ambushed around this area, and your resistance is meaningless. However, I don't want to provoke the Ghost Council. If you leave now, I won't stop you. Looking at Mu Hua, who was embarrassed and had a sleeve missing from his windbreaker, but was not hurt in essence, Penelope chuckled. Huh, your child? My cub hasn't been released yet. Mu Hua snorted coldly, saying to let him go, but at the signal of the big devil, the witches around him were obviously surrounding him. The summoning array was deployed again, and Penelope had a disdainful smile on her lips. In her opinion, was Mu Hua going to regroup? Unfortunately, the quality of his terror riders was not high, and she had enough summoned beasts to suppress them. As if to attack Mu Hua, Penelope also deployed a summoning array around her, and hundreds of summoned beasts appeared in the array. Boom! 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 The witch's teasing eyes turned into horror, and the 4 dragon claws that stretched out from the summoning array slapped around Mu Hua, smashing a group of monsters into meat paste. Awing! Dragon, Penelope, and the big devil's faces suddenly changed, and Penelope, who had originally restored her beautiful face, once again transformed into the head and face of a corpse witch. Dragons, 8 dragons, the breath of death spread like a wave, and 8 dragons emerged from Mu Hua's summoning array. When the dragons poked their heads out, 8 breaths of death gushed out. The dragon roars overwhelmed the wailing, and the beasts surrounding Mu Hua disappeared in the breath, and the birds in the sky fell in panic. The malicious dragon head chewed the witch into its mouth, and the fine dragon teeth turned it into blood foam in an instant. After the upgrade of the undead summoning, Mu Hua obtained a new summoned beast, the dragon. These dragons polluted the outside world too seriously, and the attack power of the terror riders was not weak, so Mu Hua had not used these dragons. But now, Mu Hua has seen a lot of confused ghosts, and the academy is probably ruined by Penelope. What breath of death, what burial ground, what health and safety of ordinary people, all nonsense. Mu Hua stood between the 8 dragons and looked at Penelope from a distance. The dragon wings shook off the gray mist, and the dark clouds like the fog of death spread from each dragon. Now, can we talk properly? Mu Hua said with a grim smile. Before he finished speaking, 3 dragons had already rushed out, ignoring Penelope and the big devil, and wantonly attacked all living things around. Whether it was a summoned beast, a demon, or a witch. Jealousy, blowing death. Compared with the color domain and greed, he was a disaster. Chapter 434. Fuck. 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 Didn't the 7th one die long ago? Where did this guy come from? Looking at Mu Hua, who was gradually shrouded in gray fog among the dragons, Penelope cursed in her heart. Touching the original sin at such a young age can be said to be hereditary, or a talent inherited from the previous generation, but these magic dragons are too much, right? The magic system is complex and difficult to see the details, but the magic dragon summoned beasts are not made casually. So many magic dragon summoned beasts seem to have become a benchmark for measuring strength. No, strength and financial resources. The Terror Rider still has a certain stereotype. It is derived from the Pale Lord and has a certain chance of enslavement, but the Magic Dragon and the Terror Rider are not the same thing. Not only does the derivative of the Magic Dragon need the root of the dragon corpse, but they are born with the arrogance of the Upper Dragon clan and the viciousness of the undead creatures. Without the temptation of desire, it is difficult to make them obedient, let alone make them willing to transform into summoned beasts after enslavement. As a witch who has touched greed, Penelope is good at taming slaves and making summoned beasts. She knows very well that it is better to try to enslave evil dragons than to work hard on magic dragons. She has not yet been able to enslave the upper dragons. How can this young man in front of her make so many evil dragons? Is it jealousy? She was angry and afraid. Although she had many summoned beasts, they were completely crushed in front of the magic dragon. Even if the mountain-like magic bear could fight against the magic dragon to a certain extent, it was only a one-on-one fight. As long as two magic dragons came out at the same time, it was difficult to form a slight resistance. Her earth bear was pounced on by the magic dragon, and it was also crisp. A one-on-one duel. Her curse was deadly to Muhua, and the slightest fluctuation of magic power on her body would be dispelled. Damn, at such a young age, how twisted must her mind be to practice dispelling to such a level. Originally, she wanted to give him a death doom. At the beginning, she sacrificed 2 cities to get Doris's approval, and it was with Doris' help that she touched greed. But this restless young man in front of her has actually experienced the death doom. She has met countless powerful enemies in her life, but no enemy has ever made her so frustrated. This little guy, who may not even be a fraction of her age, is definitely not as powerful as the enemy she has met, but he seems to restrain her everywhere. Facing Muhua, Penelope felt like she had all the strength in her body, but couldn't use it. No, it's not a feeling, it's that she really couldn't hold back the magic, the damn dispelling, and until this moment, Penelope remembered that she didn't even know Muhua's name. Long-term pride made Penelope not take Muhua seriously at all. She originally thought that Muhua was just a toy for her to kill time. But at this moment, this toy seemed to be placed between strange cliffs and mountains, and next to this toy, there were 5 ferocious dragons squatting. Tell me, why do you come here to kill people? Ignoring the 3 dragons killing around, Muhua stared at Penelope. When he asked, the touch of jealousy pinched Melinda to his side. Pa! Melinda was knocked unconscious with a slap. He had some connection with this little secretary of Webster. He knocked her unconscious and threw her aside. As for the life and death of other witches, Muhua no longer cared at all. Young man, what's going on here has nothing to do with you. I have obtained sufficient authorization. I am dealing with the hidden dangers that threaten the Empire. Leave here, or you will be an enemy of the Empire. Even in the face of several dragons staring at her, Penelope still did not ask Muhua's name. The ugly corpse witch's face turned back into a beautiful woman's appearance. The witch in the double body seemed to be trying to calm herself down. The Empire authorized you to cast a sleeping spell in the city? Muhua hated the irony. Thinking that old Mori and his friends might be in trouble, Muhua felt extremely irritated. But the world is not so kind, and the happy situation did not appear. When Muhua could finally communicate normally with Penelope, old Mori and his friends really got into trouble. In the quiet town, as time passed, some out-of-control and crashed vehicles made explosions from time to time, breaking the silence of the town. Swarms of mosquitoes gathered like strange clouds, and the exploding fireballs ignited the swarms of insects. Some confused ghosts had appeared in the town, and the skeleton wizards led by the gardener killed mosquitoes along the way. When the gardener came to the old baron's tavern, the tavern had become a nest of insects. Corpses, shrunken corpses, a large number of shrunken corpses gathered in one place, and hundreds of skeleton warriors, who fell into sleep near the corpses. Old Baron, Old Mori, Ivan, Gina, Pete, Holman, Tim, Rita, Sam, Dorn, Selma, etc. Good guy, there are even night hunters, and the captain of the security team, Lorini. Really good guy, the town meeting was supposed to be held here today, but now it's good, all the important people in Bear Pig Town are lying down. All of these people turned into mummies, and also bred countless mosquitoes. We are under the order of our master Muhua to eliminate blood-sucking mosquitoes and protect the townspeople. All ghosts, retreat behind the skeletons as soon as possible. The tavern turned into a morgue, and the gardener said to the bewildered ghosts among the corpses and mosquitoes. Some bloody heroes, I have to say, these people are really heroes in the town. Because their gathering also caused the gathering of mosquitoes. which greatly reduced the danger of citizens lying dead in other places. Well, they were sucked into mummies by mosquitoes, and then, under the influence of a jealous ghost, they did not die completely and turned into ghosts. Is this considered a good person with no good reward? Cough. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of exploding fireballs bombarded the tavern, and the townspeople who turned into ghosts hid behind the skeleton wizards, watching the countless mosquitoes that took their lives turn into ashes in the sea of fire. The mosquitoes in the tavern were cleared. Although they didn't know the situation, the ghosts knew that there were mosquitoes that could kill people in the town. Amid the ghosts' quarrels, the skeleton wizards led by the gardener dispersed and, under the guidance of the ghosts, went door to door to clear mosquitoes and try to collect those townspeople who had not been harmed by mosquitoes. A moment later, the crying and cursing of ghosts were heard from all over the town. It seemed that many ghosts had reunited with their families, who had also turned into ghosts. Mu Hua didn't know what mechanism the color domain used to create such a swarm of insects, but although there were many mosquitoes of the great demon barber, they were far less dangerous than the locusts of Tao Les. These mosquitoes had almost no attack power. If they were locusts of Tao Les, as long as there were enough of them, the headless knight might be eaten by them without leaving any residue, but for the skeleton undead, these mosquitoes even lost their ability to suck blood. These mosquitoes are almost harmless to the undead. Many people died in the town, but the gardeners could do nothing. They just tried their best to drive away and eliminate the mosquitoes, which seemed to proliferate endlessly with blood-sucking. The contractor's task was much easier than the gardener's. He only needed to guard the hotel, and even had time to move Trisha to the hotel for centralized storage. The only magical thing about him was that the living puppets in the hotel were actually knocked over by the sleeping spell. This top curse was really fierce. Compared with the contractor and the gardener, who followed the orders step by step, there was an accident on Wednesday's side. Unlike other places where blood-sucking mosquitoes were flying everywhere, when Wednesday brought the skeleton wizard and the Dragon 2 soldiers to the third block, he soon found something unusual. This was originally the dirtiest and messiest area in the town, but now it is clean and tidy, and there is no sign of blood-sucking mosquitoes. The Dragon 2 soldiers kicked open the door of the roadside residence. Some townspeople were sleeping in the house, but they slept peacefully, and there were no mosquitoes sucking blood from them. After checking several places along the way, Wednesday was puzzled, but still rushed to Kuna's office with the skeleton mage. Not too far from the office, in front of a nightclub, with a sign of Degenerate, Wednesday actually saw a living person wandering on the roadside. A sunny and handsome young man, about 30 years old, tall and handsome, wearing a casual suit that made him look a bit dissolute. Huh? Basanamu, the undead? Did you cause the things in the town? When the young man saw Wednesday appear with a large group of skeletons, he asked, and the unique light of the punishment spell gathered on his raised palm. The young man was casual, as if he was not prepared to wait for Wednesday's answer before attacking. No, don't do it. I am here to protect humans under the order of my master Mu Hua. When Wednesday said quickly, more than 100 Dragon 2 soldiers had already drawn their bone knives and stepped forward to protect Wednesday and the skeleton mages behind them. Huh? Dragon 2 soldiers? The young man recognized the Dragon 2 soldiers by the color of their bones. Disdain flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to have some taboos, but he also dispersed the spell in his hand. Lucifer, I am the master here. The young man pointed to himself, and then to the nightclub, with a sign of Degenerate. There are still people in the town who are not affected by the curse, but this street is my territory, you don't have to worry about it. Lucifer waved his hand, and said to Wednesday, I haven't heard that this is the territory of an angel. We are going to the office of the Fate Particles. You'd better not make trouble. The smoke like Wednesday wrapped around a Dragon 2 soldier, and said to Lucifer. Based on the aura of Lucifer's spell, Wednesday recognized that Lucifer should be an angel. If it were in the past, Wednesday might still be afraid of angels, but now, it's like who doesn't have angels? Not only does our family have angels, but also big demons, and our master has touched the original sin. It's just an angel. At most, he can run away in the body of the Dragon 2 soldier, and then bring his master back to destroy his place. Wednesday said to Lucifer in a rather tough way. Bastard, are you a human's family? Mu Hua, oh, I seem to have heard of his name. I was originally going to the town. Ha, forget it, why am I telling you this? Go away, I hope you didn't lie to me otherwise. Ha. Lucifer frowned slightly. A trace of hostility flashed across his face, but then he sneered and waved at Wednesday with disdain. The roar of multiple dragons came from afar, and the young man, who had been trying to leave with one hand in his pocket and ignoring Wednesday and his group paused. Subconsciously looking in the direction of the sprinkle branch, Lucifer launched a spell that seemed to have a detection effect, and then his face seemed to twitch twice. Just when Wednesday was unhappy with Lucifer's previous behavior, he saw Lucifer turn around and go into the nightclub called Degenerate without looking back. Chapter 435. Muhua didn't know what was going on in the town, but Penelope's situation seemed to be more complicated than Muhua imagined. Young man, I didn't cast the sleeping spell. It was the disaster caused by the wandering witches. They are over there, and I have executed them. Facing Muhua's questioning, Penelope pointed to the direction of the dusk courtyard and said. Muhua's face sank. Wandering witches? Execution? Were the vampires and werewolves in the courtyard also killed? Compared with the sleeping spell, those blood-sucking mosquitoes are the disaster. Let the demons slaughter humans. No one dares to give you this authorization. Muhua said coldly, as if he could sense his impatience, and the dragon guarding him was ready to move. No, this is just the follow-up caused by the wandering witches. It was all caused by those wandering witches. Penelope shook her head with a playful tone. Although Barber is a demon, he has made many contributions to mankind. In order to deal with those rebellious wandering witches, he even descended to the human world. And he is a demon of original sin. You should know that some things are beyond his control. Like your jealousy, like those. Penelope talked freely, and pointed to a group of ghosts floating in the direction of the dusk courtyard. Muhua twitched his mouth. Ghosts, a group of ghosts, and the leader seemed to be Caroline. Well, the dean of the spring college is finished, and this college is finished. Muhua. Are you a ghost? Muhua, stop her. Kill her, her goal is to hunt witches. Seeing Muhua confronting Penelope, and the dragons flying around the world, Caroline finally connected the ghost aura she sensed earlier with Muhua. Hunting witches? Penelope has killed a bunch of witches, isn't it just hunting witches? Muhua felt that Caroline's message was delayed for a long time. Noisy. Penelope looked at the ghosts brought by Caroline with dissatisfaction, and waved her hands as if to cast a spell, but Muhua's dispel fell on her again in the first time. Penelope's eyelids twitched, but the big demon beside her suddenly pounced on Caroline and her group. Muhua's jealous touch was about to intercept, but a figure blocked the big demon's way. Clang! The sword and sickle collided, and Barber was blocked by Tuesday. The demon's wings were spread out, and the two big demons looked at each other in the air. When he saw Tuesday's figure clearly, Barber's eyes flashed with strange colors. Big demon? Female, why are you here? Facing Tuesday, Barber changed his usual behavior, raised his sword to the side, and even bowed slightly to Tuesday in a gentlemanly manner. Idiot. Barber's eyes seemed to emit pink light, staring at Tuesday with a burning spirit, but unfortunately, he was disdained by Tuesday. At this time, Caroline and her group had floated to Muhua's side. Ignoring Barber's ugly face, Tuesday flew towards Muhua. Master, the people are brought back. Holding a sickle in one hand, Tuesday put down the people in the other hand. In addition to Ikaros, Tuesday also brought back two more girls. Although he forgot their names, Muhua had seen them, and one of them should be Gravizi's daughter. Muhua, Penelope is crazy. You must stop her. Surrounded by magic dragons, Caroline could not care about anything else and shouted anxiously to Muhua. Are you dead? I know she has problems, but at least let me figure out what's going on, right? Muhua was helpless, and failed to kill Caroline and her group. Penelope's eyes on the opposite side were a little gloomy. Muhua knew that Penelope had committed a serious crime, that Penelope had defected to the Magic Empire, and that Penelope seemed to be setting up a witch association. Penelope joined the ranks of the Hall Witches. Although she was not sure about the relationship between the Hall Witches and the Wandering Witches, Muhua could understand that she wanted to deal with the Wandering Witches since they were organizing factions. But he really couldn't figure it out. Did she need to make such a big fuss to deal with the Wandering Witches? Even if she wanted to kill people, she didn't need to massacre them in such a big way, right? Now the city of Canes has fallen into a state of information blockade to a certain extent, but how long can she block it? This is no different from seeking death. No, you don't understand. Penelope is capturing Wandering Witches under the pretext of reviving the Hall Witches, but her target is not Wandering Witches. She wants to stir up hatred of witches among ordinary people in the human world. This madwoman wants to promote witch hunting. She wants witches to be condemned by thousands of people. She wants to kill all witches. Caroline glared at Penelope and said to Muhua. Muhua was stunned. What? Wandering witches, Hall witches? Did you just say witch hunting is an adjective? This witch hunting is obviously not the kind of haul witches capturing wandering witches that Muhua understood before, but to push witches to the opposite side of humans. Penelope is also a witch, right? Is this considered self-explosion? Self-loathing? Antisocial personality? What is this? Shut up. You dirty witches deserve to die. Facing the angry glares of Caroline and the ghosts, Penelope's expression was distorted. Penelope's face kept changing between human and corpse which, her dry lips slightly opened, and a very complicated magic circle appeared in front of her. Banshee's wail. Caroline screamed, and a group of ghosts fled. Disperse. The dispersal spell was all over her face, and the magic circle was broken. Penelope almost spit out a mouthful of blood. On the dry and twisted face like a corpse witch, a pair of clear eyes looked at Muhua, with both resentment and resentment. Muhua's heart beat a little faster. Fortunately, it was not an orthodox banshee's wail. His jealous bite should be immune to this magic. However, if Penelope shouted it out, it is estimated that everyone present except him would be dead. Well, no matter whether it is alive or dead, the ghost will be dead again. Necromancer. Hunting witches will not harm you. You shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Penelope shouted angrily, having been locked by Muhua all the time, and Barber's ability could not do anything to Muhua. Muhua was silent, and suddenly felt that what Penelope said seemed to make some sense. Necromancers and witches are half-colleagues. The so-called half-colleagues means that witches can do what necromancers can do, but necromancers may not be able to do what witches can do. Strictly speaking, witches are still higher end than necromancers. If there are no witches, the black magic system will be controlled by necromancers. Necromancers are rising. Actually, I haven't wanted to be a necromancer for a long time. After a moment of silence, Muhua muttered. It's okay to talk nonsense casually, but you can't take it seriously. Hunting witches is too inhumane. Maybe after hunting witches today, the church will launch a holy war to deal with necromancers tomorrow. Although necromancers and witches are maggots and fairies respectively, there are so many great and glorious warriors out there. They have been brothers in distress for thousands of years. It's okay to pick on each other, but it's not good to stab each other. You want to frame the witch? You want to start a witch hunt? Why? Muhua asked Penelope. Why? Why? Ha ha ha, okay, I tell you why. Penelope laughed crazily after being dispelled by Muhua's repeated nonsense. How many years have I been running for the witch? Even the so-called troll tragedy in your mouth, wasn't it to protect the witch? But who locked me up in the 100 Rift Valley prison? It was the witch. It was the high and mighty Black Witch. No one has ever visited me. When I was bullied in prison, when I was assassinated, even if I asked for help from the witches guarding the prison, I only got their sneers in return. Now I'm out, I got out with the help of the nobles, do you know? In addition to working for them, I also have to serve those pig-like adults. I a witch. Those damn pigs are actually interested in my body, ha ha. Ha ha, do you know? Who is helping those pigs to monitor me? Is it a witch, a temple witch, or these witches? This is just the beginning, this city is just the beginning, I will show the world the despicableness of witches. These dirty bitches deserve to die. Penelope pointed at Caroline, her face was hideous, and she roared fiercely. Accompanied by Penelope's roar, a mecha armor in the shape of a wandering hunter covered her body. Demon Annihilation Cannon. Boy, you should disperse it again for me. Penelope's angry rebuke came out during the laser-like bombardment. There was no sign, or perhaps both sides had been planning for a long time. The battle horn sounded again. Chapter 436. The Wandering Hunter is a machine suit developed by a witch. Their specifications and styles are relatively uniform, but the materials used affect their defense and output power, and also make these machines strong and weak. The highly condensed bombardment actually blasted through the body of the dragon, and the demon annihilating cannon that penetrated the body even hit Muhua. The strong impact and the energy that can produce cell decomposition effects dispersed dozens of layers of bone shields on Muhua's body. Seeing that the bombardment was actually blocked by Muhua's undead bone shield, Penelope was a little surprised. She has discovered that the young undead mage in front of her is very strange. In addition to those unreasonable dragons, he specializes in dispelling and has a high level of defensive magic. But this guy doesn't seem to know advanced magic at all, and he may not even have learned a few intermediate magics. This is a crooked mage. Although he has mastered blood mimicry, his melee level is average, and his combat power is basically reflected in the abilities derived from jealousy. He was still very young, and with careful planning, it was possible to kill him, even though he was a monster with super fast regeneration. Barber Doris. Penelope shouted to her companions after failing to hit the target. She didn't know what she wanted to say, but she soared into the sky. Doris! The big demon shouted to the Hente demon, but the imagined tacit understanding did not appear. Instead, the Hente demon showed an ugly smile. Barber, I'm sorry, you provided too few materials, and there is no dragon power potion left. I guess I will use the last one myself. Hente demon said, quickly distanced himself from Barber, but his dark eyes were staring at Tuesday beside Muhua. Go! Pointing to the sky, the dragon beside Muhua soared into the sky, filled with gray fog, and chased Penelope. Penelope's wandering hunter was very advanced. In a flash, it had rushed to 1,000 meters high. The armor did not spread its wings. It flew with the help of the colorful feathers around it. Looking up, it was like a beautiful jellyfish in the sky. Tuesday, summon the headless knight, and catch that Ranti. She should be the same as you. Muhua pointed at the Ranti demon, but the spear held by the touch of jealousy was pointed at the big demon Barber. There was a thunderous roar in the sky. For dragons chased Penelope and bit her. With the help of the armor, she got rid of Muhua's lock, but Penelope also gave up her own spell-casting ability. With the help of the powerful armor, she tried to escape and get rid of the dragon's pursuit. The dust like dead fog spread and fell, and the plants in the entire academy withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon is very tricky. Even if it just waves its wings, it looks like a gray moth that spreads a strong breath of death, not to mention in a fierce battle. This is also the reason why Muhua has never dared to pull them out. It is too conspicuous, and has a bad impact on the outside world. Awing! The dragon had roared, and the dragon that was just pierced by Penelope has recovered. The dragon has the ability to regenerate. Their attack power may be worse than that of the evil dragon, but they have the characteristics of being difficult to deal with as skeleton undead. Tuesday, who had been granted summoning authority by Muhua earlier, also summoned the Terror Riders. Dozens of Terror Riders jumped onto the dragon's back. The recovered dragon carried the Terror Riders and soared into the sky, joining the group of dragons chasing Penelope, and also let the Terror Riders on board jump onto the backs of other dragons to take on the responsibilities of knights. That's right, knight, the dragons are indeed fierce, and their movements are extremely agile, but their bodies are still too large. In a battle at the same level, being entangled by the slender wandering hunters is very disadvantageous. The Terror Riders on their backs can drive Penelope away to a large extent, preventing Penelope from finding the dead corners of the dragon's body that are difficult to touch. After the dragon's counterattack, Penelope, who is wearing the armor, still has to be cautious to avoid it. The dragon roars, exhales, bombards and light blades that break through the waves. The flashing explosion points in the sky are connected, and in the academy, the remaining Terror Riders also cooperate with other dragons to encircle and suppress the enemies on the ground. Followers? Penelope entangled with the dragon, and Tuesday also faced the ranty demon named Doris. About 3 meters tall, with slender fingers like dead branches without claws, thin, ugly, leaning on a staff. If wearing a dirty wizard hat, it looks like a witch boiling medicine in front of a crucible. The Hente demons are different from most demons. They lack aggressive signs, just like their appearance. They are good at natural secrets and making potions. However, although Doris in front of her is in the form of a Hente demon, she is like Tuesday, and her essence is a cursed demon that has evolved to the level of death. Because she doesn't seem to care about Penelope's life or death, Tuesday asked her if she had signed a slavery contract. Haha, I didn't expect to meet my kind here. You are the first of your kind I have met, big demon, you are so lucky. I have a cooperative relationship with them, a servant contract. But I don't like danger, and I don't like what Penelope is going to do. I plan to seek refuge with the lord of the courtyard here. If Penelope dies, it may be more convenient for me. Can you let me go? In this way, we can fight moderately. I don't care whether they live or die. Doris cautiously distanced herself from Tuesday, holding a bottle of potion in her hand, and said to Tuesday, "Surrender or die. My master needs you. You should know that you will be treated well," Tuesday said to Doris while moving. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Tuesday and Doris are also staying away from Muhua and Barber. Tuesday doesn't like Muhua to take in followers, but Doris is different. Of course, Tuesday is not just thinking about Muhua. With the form of a great demon, Tuesday is no longer as fragile as before. If Muhua can take Doris, then she doesn't have to stay in Muhua's body all day. Doris can take over her to tickle Muhua, and she can be freer. You accepted a human's enslavement? Even if he is the original sin, aren't female demons' brains abnormal? Doris was surprised, and full of resistance in her words. Without waiting for Tuesday to say more, she poured the dragon power potion in her hand into her mouth. Boom! As the potion entered her mouth, blood broke through her body, and the body of the special demon seemed to expand twice. The blood and energy around her body formed a diffuse earth ring around her. Barber, who was confronting Muhua, saw the situation over there, and a brief comfort flashed in his eyes. Tuesday frowned, and the death sickle spun around his body. You are not suitable for fighting. Even if you cast a spell, the chance of winning is on our side now, Tuesday said to Doris. It was rare for him to persuade a demon to surrender. Doris's resistance made Tuesday very unhappy. Claws, bone spurs, wing blades, the big demon is full of weapons, but relatively speaking, the special demon is too harmonious. As for spellcasting, even if he puts aside himself, Tuesday also controls dozens of terror riders, who can shoot bone spears. Dozens of bone spears are enough to form a covering attack that is difficult for the special demon to avoid. Tuesday tried to persuade Doris to give up resistance. But I don't want to fall into your hands. Doris sneered, and then poured herself a few more bottles of magic potion, and slammed her staff on the ground, looking ready to fight to the death. Then you go to death. Tuesday sneered, but before he finished speaking, he saw Doris turn around and ran, and while running, she was still casting wind magic on herself. Seeing Doris dragging a trail of dust behind her, the boss made the special demon, dragging the staff, and zigzagging towards the outside of the academy. Tuesday was briefly stunned, and didn't bother to greet the terror riders, dragging the sickle and roaring to chase. Fuck, this bitch is not only ugly, but also unrefined. Chapter 437. Outskirts of Kane City, Vic followed Mu Siyun's convoy to Kane City, because he purchased a batch of relatively low-priced arms through Mu Siyun. The production of suspended stones has improved the potential assessment of Kane's courtyard. The original remote town has changed too quickly. Vic and Mu Siyun did not expect that the urban reform would be completed so quickly. There were also many voices in the family urging them to settle here. Siyun, Ivy is missing. Could it be Samantha? The thunder in the sky woke up Vic, who was thinking about something, and looked up. Vic asked Mu Siyun casually. It's hard to say. There is no evidence pointing to Samantha for the time being, but the atmosphere here seems to be wrong. Mu Siyun frowned. There seemed to be a column of smoke rising from the direction of the town, as if there was a scattered fire. What is that? A flying dragon? An evil dragon? Look, there seems to be a battle in the sky over there. Vic was puzzled, and he stuck his head out of the car window, and said to Mu Siyun in surprise. Magic dragon? It seems that the Wandering Witch is fighting the magic dragon. That's the direction of the Magic Academy. Is the magic out of control? Wearing a pair of glasses with observation function, Mu Siyun was surprised. It has only been a few days since the Star Patrol meeting in the Kane's courtyard ended successfully. Neither of them thought that there would be any war in Kane City at this time. The Wandering Hunter can be regarded as a symbol of wandering witches, the direction of the Magic Academy, and witches and magic dragons seem to be a good match. Mu Siyun guessed that someone in the academy was doing some experiments, which resulted in the magic dragon going berserk. However, the number of magic dragons seemed to be a little too much, and the witch in the sky actually fought against several magic dragons independently. The foundation of this sprinkle branch is deep enough, Mu Siyun thought to himself. Stop the car. The smell of death is too strong ahead. Fuck, this academy is crazy and no one cares about them. Vic knocked on the door and signaled the driver to stop the car. Check it out, huh? There is no signal on the magic network. The convoy stopped at the roadside. Mu Siyun opened his personal terminal. When he was surprised, a figure suddenly rushed out from the woods on the roadside. Get out of the way! A roar accompanied by air waves, and a demon rushed over the car that Mu Siyun and Vic were riding in with brute force. The exclamation was mixed with confusion. You know, they were riding in a heavily armored chariot, and the chariot of nearly 10 meters was actually rolled over several times. Mu Siyun and Vic in the car were thrown all over the place. Before they could figure out what hit them, a dragon head blazing light that was moving like a python came out from the woods on the roadside again. Buzz! The thunder dragon that seemed to be chasing the demon was blocked by the chariot. After rushing through the chariot that was swallowed by it, the thunder dragon chasing the demon did not weaken. The sturdy chariot was once again blown away by the thunder dragon's impact. This time, the chariot was blown off the ground. When the thunder dragon finally exploded in the distance, Mu Siyun and Vic in the chariot had already rolled their eyes and were unrecognizable, with the smell of meat on their bodies. Get out of here! Another angry shout. Zheng! The huge sickle blade swept across, and the chariot without an energy field was cut horizontally by a pitch-black sickle. By the way, it seemed to cut Musiyun and Vic, who were a little burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, in the chariot. The entire convoy of 7 chariots, except for the one in the middle that was repeatedly tossed around in a blink of an eye, the people in the 6 chariots in front and behind looked in amazement at a big demon with a fierce face chasing a sturdy rank demon. There are dragons in the sky and demons fighting on the ground. Damn, this is a new human city. I belong to the Night Hunter organization. Stop this big demon. The special demon escaped the Thunder Dragon, but was also delayed by the Thunder area exploded by the Thunder Dragon in front of him. The special demon had to turn around and face the big demon chasing him. The special demon asked the team for help, and the people in the 6 chariots were shocked. The composition of the Night Hunters is very mixed. Although the details are not clear, in the minds of most people, it seems that it is not incomprehensible that the Night Hunters would recruit demons. But they are mercenaries under the arms dealer. Although they have good professional ethics, but the boss seems to be cold. Squeak. The vehicle power is fully open, and the tacit understanding is very good. The shouting of the special demon aroused the vigilance of the big demon, but the 6 chariots immediately turned around, followed the way they came, turned on the propulsion system, and drove directly away from the battle area of the 2 demons. Help? Help? No shit, we are mercenaries, not a security team or a garrison. The boss is dead, and you want us to deal with a big demon who throws thunder dragons around? Night Hunter? If you are a decent person, we will consider helping you, but a demon, huh? Hold on, we will call the police for you first. Leaving behind a chariot that was cut in half, the convoy drove away from the town at full speed. The signal here is blocked. Run first, run far away and call the police. Despicable bastard, I will pull out your tongue. The pursuit and the provocation of the special demon made the angry big demon even puff out white smoke. And these 2 demons are Tuesday and Doris, who have been chasing all the way from the academy. Your master is not here, and there is no dragon here. Do you think I am afraid of you? I just don't want to fight in vain. Doris panted and shouted at Tuesday. Is Doris afraid of Tuesday? I have to say, it is really afraid. Doris is also very depressed. Because of the inherent advantages of the cursed spirit, Doris is more focused on curses, but the opponent is also a cursed spirit, including Death Doom. Most of its abilities are ineffective against Tuesday. Just like Tuesday's previous poor magic adaptability, Doris's magic adaptability is also not very good. Even if it becomes a ranty demon, it has not studied other magic. This is a common problem of the undead, otherwise Mu Hua would not have spent so much effort to brush the skeleton mage. But this guy in front of him actually mastered high-level magic. Doris suspected that Tuesday was a cursed spirit that survived longer than it. It did spend money on the dragon power potion, but physical fitness is not the strong point of the ranty demon. After spending money on the dragon power potion, it is not sure whether its strength is stronger than this big demon. And it is a potion-making person. It is stupid to find a big demon with weapons all over its body for a melee. If possible, it does not want to be hostile to Tuesday. But Tuesday obviously had no intention of letting it go. When scolding it, Doris only hoped to scare Tuesday. Doris raised her staff, and dozens of bone souls were scattered. As the staff was waved, these bone souls, with obvious individual consciousness, roared and pounced on Tuesday. Standpoint blast. Boom. There was no dodging or evasion. When these bloodthirsty and soul-destroying enhanced bone souls approached, the standpoint blast exploded with Tuesday as the center. The blast with a diameter of more than 30 meters made the special demons stop in their tracks, and the bone souls that surrounded Tuesday in groups had disappeared without a trace. Fuck. Doris's eyelids twitched. She had been raising these bone souls for a long time. In addition to lightning magic, the goblin in front of her actually learned white magic. Is the big devil so great? Doris cursed in her heart. Having never seen Tuesday perform undead magic, Doris somewhat doubted that Tuesday was not doing his job properly. However, the next moment, Tuesday raised his finger. Death ray. Burn! The laser beam pierced Doris' chest. This fatal ray was offset by the bone shield. Doris was shocked, and a little annoyed at Tuesday's teasing of it. The death ray has a strong lethality, and consumes a lot of magic shields. However, due to the characteristics of the bone shield, this magic is not suitable for dealing with enemies who are good at undead magic. It is another high-level magic, but to deal with it, perhaps the bone spear and the bone soul are more practical than the death ray. When Doris was angry, she didn't know that Tuesday didn't know bone spears and bone souls at all. because Mu Hua didn't get any extra skill stones for the time being. Die! The death ray didn't work, and Tuesday's coat of fire ignited, and he swung his sickle that turned into a fire blade and slashed at Doris. Fire element, damn it, he even learned fire magic, and the fire acid rain is the absolute nemesis of the bone shield. The staff blocked, and Doris was furious and timid. I'm just a medicine maker, I can't do that, this fight, there's no way to fight. Chapter 438. It has been an hour since the outbreak of the sleeping spell. Although the Kane's courtyard received an alarm, the unknown trap at the entrance of the courtyard in the human world was not mentioned for the time being. In the courtyard, the Lich leader of the Death Valley rode a magic dragon to appear near the fortress city for some reason. The Lich Krepnos neither attacked nor evacuated, and then he actually fought with some winged demons near the fortress city, as if there was an internal fight between the monsters, but it was too close to the fortress city, and the human side did not dare to ignore it. Combined with the news brought by Odysseus about the outside of the courtyard, although it is speculated that the people who made trouble outside the courtyard may be related to Krepnos, and although it is speculated that Krepnos may be deliberately pretending to contain the fighting power in the courtyard. But the fortress city is still in an emergency state of preparation. Even if Krepnos has no intention of attacking the fortress city, if some winged demons and dragons get into the city, the newly appointed managers of the fortress city cannot afford the responsibility. The fortress city contacted Hyman and asked Hyman to investigate the specific situation in Cairn City, but they didn't know that there were already 8 dragons flying in the town. Odysseus only knew that someone was casting a sleeping spell in the town, and the teleportation coordinates of several people with keys were not located in Cairn City. Some people who returned to the human world from the courtyard entrance lost contact, and there was no accurate information about the specific situation outside. Considering that the courtyard entrance might be blocked by firepower, no one was willing to take the risk of going out and endure the obstruction of those garrison weapons. After weighing the pros and cons, the fortress city firmly defended against Krepnos, temporarily pushed the external situation to Hyman, and ordered Hyman to provide detailed rescue information. 1 hour was enough for other areas to find out the situation in the town through various means, and the information of Mu Hua and Penelope was presented to the bigwigs from all sides. Combined with Penelope, who should not have appeared in Kane's, and the shackles that lost contact with Penelope, the general situation of the incident was quickly analyzed. In other words, Cairn City suffered a plague of insects, a large number of humans were slaughtered, the 3 original sins were fighting in a tiny town, and 8 dragons were howling. What kind of a hell situation is this? The surrounding area of Cairn City was urgently blocked, the Empire was furious, and all forces were surprised. Facing a battle at the level of ghosts and gods, sending conventional troops would only increase casualties. All parties contacted strong men and rushed to Cairns at high speed to try to suppress the situation. When Tuesday dragged the Randy demon with his hands and feet cut off back to the academy, there were supersonic fighters flying over the town for reconnaissance. However, the battle between the magic dragon and Penelope did not care about the approaching fighters at all. 2 fighters were even affected by the battle, and were directly blown up in the air. On the ground, the battle between Mu Hua and the great demon Barber also appeared in front of Tuesday in a weird way. Hundreds of demons and demons gathered in the academy from nowhere. These men of Penelope did not entangle with the magic dragon and the terror rider. Under Barber's order, they besieged Mu Hua like dead soldiers. Agile figures shuttled around Mu Hua, and the magic dragon's attack could easily affect Mu Hua. 3 magic dragons hovered in the air to prevent Barber from escaping with the help of flying ability. The terror rider drove away the enemies around Mu Hua, trying to get Mu Hua out of the chaos. Mu Hua was in a bit of a mess. The movements of these warriors were swift and irregular. Their swords were also of good quality, and could generally cut Mu Hua's skin. Fortunately, Mu Hua had obtained unlimited martial arts training earlier. As the battle continued, Mu Hua's sword wielding became more and more methodical. When the bone shield was put on again, it would not be torn down as quickly as at the beginning. These warriors made Mu Hua embarrassed, and caused many wounds on him. However, whether it was fists, claws, swords, or the spears of the touch of jealousy, under the blessing of huge power, those warriors died when they touched them and broke when they touched them, which was more like highlighting Mu Hua's horror. Barber's situation was a bit weird. Mu Hua was still fighting with the enemy. The first time he saw Barber on Tuesday, the big and strong demon was actually slapping himself. Mu Hua threw death coil on him. Well, that is, Mu Hua put a bone shield on him. The big demon is not affected by the death energy. The death energy in nature is not much different from mineral water to the demon, but the death coil thrown by others is different. It is basically like sprinkling razor blades and glass shards and mineral water. You drink it hard. Because the death coil has basically no immediate damage effect, the death coil is easy to break. As long as the bone shield is broken, it will be eliminated. Originally, Barber didn't really care. He hammered himself twice, huh? And, hammer again, it's not eliminated. Hammer again, Barber was a little panicked. Death coil does not have an immediate damage effect, but if it is used for a long time, the flesh and blood will rot and die, right? There are 2 dragons in the sky staring at him all the time. How many layers of bone shield has this human built in front of him? He beat himself up, and the effect of the death coil was still there. As a result, Mu Hua found time to save him another one. Burn me! Seeing that it was not a good idea to continue to hurt himself, Barber grabbed a nearby demon angrily. Death coil did not show any signs from the surface. The demon blinked blankly, and finally threw a fireball on its leg under Barber's scolding. Puff! Just after the fireball was shot, a long spear pierced the back of the demon's head and came out of his mouth. The touch of jealousy threw the demon's body away. This group of dead soldiers, who came out of nowhere, had been restrained by the Terror Riders, and Mu Hua also freed his hands. The plume-like halo on Penelope's body in the sky had disappeared. It was estimated that the energy of the mecha had been almost consumed. Mu Hua stared at Barber while panting. Kill this big demon first. After getting rid of this big demon, he could use the spell to make Penelope cry. Master. Tuesday came to Mu Hua and told him that Doris was unwilling to surrender. Then he looked at Barber and asked Mu Hua if he needed her to do anything. Doris's limbs were chopped off, and she had no regeneration ability, but she still maintained the state of the rant demon. However, she was more likely to be killed by Tuesday in another state. It's okay if she doesn't surrender, as long as she can lay eggs. Keep an eye on her, and don't let her die. Ignoring the disabled rant demon, and signaling Tuesday to guard against Barber's escape, Mu Hua walked towards Barber with a sword in hand, and a long spear like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue beside him. As a jealous ghost, Mu Hua is very immature. And judging from the current situation, as a color domain demon, Barber is probably also very immature. Original Sin is mysterious and powerful, but the cultivation of abilities has its own focus, and no magic can be invincible as long as it is learned. Mu Hua is immature, and his magic and personal attributes are not comprehensive, but just like Mu Hua's jealousy, which is like a nesting doll, it is estimated that most of the magic life of this Barber in front of him is also competing with the ability related to the color domain. Barber is very powerful. If it was before the Courtyard War, this big demon would probably be able to show Mu Hua 18 kinds of appearances, but his strength is very ordinary among big demons, and his strength is not much stronger than Tuesday. After the Courtyard War, Mu Hua, who has grown greatly, can beat it up with fists or jealousy touch, and Penelope can't recognize it. Mu Hua spent a lot of skill stones on jealousy talent, and his combat power is basically reflected in the ability contained in jealousy. But who made Mu Hua's original direction of improvement not jealousy at all, but undead summoning? Facing the combat power of Barber and Penelope, Mu Hua's other magics may not be up to par, but apart from jealousy, he created 8 magic dragons and even dispelled Krypton. And Barber, this guy, to some extent, looks more tender than Mu Hua, especially his color range has not shown any means that can threaten Mu Hua. At first, the body of the Original Sin and the Big Devil still gave Mu Hua a lot of psychological pressure, but as he gradually adapted to the tall and strong Big Devil in front of him, Barber looked quite fresh in Mu Hua's eyes. Mu Hua thought Barber was a little fresh, but Barber's perception of Mu Hua was much worse. Barber could clearly see the magician's hand on Mu Hua, including the tentacle branches derived from the soul. In Barber's eyes, Mu Hua was simply a tentacle monster with a bad shape. Damn low-level creatures. Feeling Mu Hua's contempt, the fear in his heart was suppressed by anger. When Barber roared, countless mosquitoes gathered and buzzed, as if a huge ghost hand was slapping Mu Hua. Barber never thought that his mosquitoes were weak. His mosquitoes could assimilate blood and ignore blood attacks, and they were also immune to water elements. Although they were weak individually, their numbers and proliferation speed were very strong. With enough support, even top warriors could be sucked into a dry corpse in a short time. Flame coat. Bear. The bone shield dissipated, and Mu Hua was covered with a flame dress. Mu Hua didn't know the specific situation of these mosquitoes that Barber had created, but he always thought that these mosquitoes of Barber were useless. This was a green and picky color domain demon. The flame coat conflicted with the bone shield. With it, the undead bone shield basically couldn't stay. But Mu Hua found that these mosquitoes could eliminate the death entanglement on Barber. Countless mosquitoes rushed towards him, and the bone shield obviously could not stay. Under the burning of the flame coat, the black mosquito swarm could not get close to Mu Hua at all. Not only did the mosquitoes stained with the flame coat turn into ashes in an instant, but the dense mosquitoes helped each other burn, and the giant hands of the mosquito swarm turned into giant flame palms in an instant, like ignited gunpowder, spreading into ashes in the blink of an eye. Puff! 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 The spear entered the body, and the spear held by the soul tentacles pierced into the body and limbs of the big demon. Bang! The big demon's sword blocked the spear, and the next moment, Barber was knocked to the ground by the great power of the mage's hand. The spear nailed the big demon to the ground, stepped on the big demon's body, stepped on the big demon's chest, and Mu Hua raised the sword in his hand. Low-class creature. I curse you to sink in the eternal color domain. I curse you to never be redeemed. The big demon roared fiercely, and Mu Hua paused with his raised sword. Curse? It's not clear whether the color domain has this ability, but Mu Hua now doesn't accept this kind of curse. But the color domain? Sinking? Redemption? Although it's not clear whether the ancient scam has anything to do with the color domain, the big demon's roar still evokes Mu Hua's bad memories. Puff! 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 The sword that was originally chopped at the big demon's neck changed direction, avoiding the big demon's heart. Mu Hua stepped on the big demon's body and stabbed it randomly. Roaring and scolding, it gradually turned into screaming and begging for mercy. The blood under the big demon gathered into a small river. Mu Hua stabbed and cursed. Curse, I asked you to curse. Color domain, ancient scam, you keep cursing, curse. Chapter 439. When it comes to evil dragons and giant dragons, most ordinary people will think of their breath and dragon language magic. But people who have reached a certain level of strength are more afraid of their unreasonable teeth and claws, which can break magic, penetrate, tear and be strong. The upper dragons can eat iron and consume gold, and their physical strength is very high, but there are also many demons with physical growth that is not inferior to theirs. But even if they can crush the upper dragons in strength, those dragons are still like humans facing tigers, leopards and venomous snakes with deadly claws. Compared with Barber and Doris, Mu Hua is not worried about Penelope's escape. In terms of flying ability, she can't run faster than the dragon. In the air, she is blocked by multiple dragons, and running away will only put her in greater danger. The screams of the great demon Barber failed to attract Penelope, who was entangled with the dragon. Until Barber died, Penelope did not cast a spell. Yes, Mu Hua had actually been waiting for Penelope to cast a spell. Penelope was an old witch, and her spellcasting ability was not necessarily worse than that of the extremely powerful wandering stalker, but compared to Penelope's magic, Mu Hua had no way to deal with her mecha. Magic and magic equipment conflicted, and Mu Hua tried to force Penelope to give up the mecha, and then he flew up and dispelled the mud face. He wanted to make this troll witch cry, and let her deeply understand the importance of condensation. Unfortunately, Penelope didn't seem to cooperate. To say that dispelling is not omnipotent, it may be related to innate ability. For example, Barber's charm, insect swarm, and Penelope's summoning, Mu Hua can't dispel it, and innate magic, like the Banshee's will, can probably not be dispelled either. Perhaps the divine spell of faith-based dispel can't do anything, but it's also thanks to Mu Hua's decision to increase the dispel level earlier. His dispel is just right for Penelope at this time. The positive image of greed symbolizes the oath. Your oath is the same as his greed. And the summoned beast, to a certain extent, can be said to be a more thorough seizure of the opponent's everything than the slavery contract. Penelope has many summoned beasts, but her summoned beasts are very strange. From the strong earth bear to the weak goblin wolf, there are too many types of these summoned beasts, and the span of strength is too large. You know, when it comes to slavery contracts, sometimes, training the armored demon pig is not necessarily easier than training the earth bear. Since contacting Penelope, Mu Hua vaguely guessed that the greedy talent may be related to the number of types of summoned beasts. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that all the summoned beasts released by Penelope have been killed. Doris was captured. Mu Hua, the cursed spirit who possessed the incarnation of the red demon, did not force her to accept slavery. The reason why he wanted to capture her alive was that he actually wanted her to lay eggs. Yes, laying eggs is still relatively rare for red demons. The eggs laid by female red demons are a material for making youth potions. Mu Hua plans to lock Doris up, and we will all be happy from now on. Well, letting demons lay eggs should not be considered as abusing them, right? At most, she can pick some male demons that suit her taste. The great demon Barber died in battle, and was stabbed by the sole specific weapon. This guy probably can't turn into a ghost. He took its sword, which has the characteristics of breaking demons and cutting off. Even Mu Hua's windbreaker made of dragon skin was cut by it on the sleeve. Although the creation of all elements cannot decompose the various materials used to forge it, it can refine it into an alloy with the properties of breaking magic and cutting. Mu Hua has been collecting weapons with damaging properties, such as breaking magic, penetrating, tearing, bloodthirsty, paralyzing, cutting, bleeding, poison, elemental erosion, etc. He plans to use the creation of all elements to make himself a tetanus artifact, the kind that will make anyone feel comfortable when cutting. Barber died miserably, and when it took its last breath, it actually spit out a ball of pink smoke from its mouth, as if the particles were attracted to each other, and the smoke gathered into a smoke ball that could be held in one hand in an instant. Mu Hua didn't recognize this thing, and wanted to pick it up, but was stopped by Tuesday. At the same time, in various parts of Loren, some people who used various means to spy on Mu Hua's situation also heard some panic. In the Magic Empire, the Imperial Palace, in the Miracle Room, the Emperor Levi Charles stared at Mu Hua on the screen with his eyelids twitching, staring at the smoke ball that Mu Hua seemed to want to grab. At this time, the color of the smoke ball was as red as a deep red. Fortunately, he didn't touch it. Seeing Mu Hua retract his arm, Charles and some nobles in the hall couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, although the empire has an emperor, the imperial power and the political power are separated. The emperor has no ministers, only noble staff. Or you can simply regard the emperor and the nobles as a political party in the empire. The emperor is the symbol of the empire, and the nobles have fiefs, palaces, servants, queens, princesses, princes, etc., but whether these people can become the ruling party still needs to be elected. Your Majesty, do you want to urgently evacuate the cities around Canes? After confirming that Mu Hua did not touch the smoke ball, someone asked under the throne. No matter how we evacuate, we are not sure which direction the Asmodean monsoon will blow. Do you really want to trigger the Asmodean monsoon? The most important thing now is not to trigger the wind seed. Actually, it's okay to trigger it. We can do a good job of publicity, and put the blame on Penelope, and it can also increase the population of the empire. You are talking nonsense. How about sending your family over? Sir Carlos, why are you so excited? I am just preparing for the worst. Don't argue, Your Majesty, contact the Demon Island. It is necessary to let Tao Les come. He can collect the wind seeds. Even if the wind seeds are triggered, he should be able to prevent the situation from escalating. Besides, the remaining colored domain protozoa in Kane City cannot be ignored. We need a colored domain to deal with the aftermath. The quarrel in Miracle was calmed down, and everyone discussed the proposal. In the Eden City, the Black Witch Academy, the Dean's office also displayed synchronized images of where Mu Hua was, including some situations in the town. A group of people wearing large cloaks, and whose appearance and gender could not be identified gathered in the palace-like office. Is this Mu Hua a professor at Sprinkle? These colleges below are really capable, actually hiring ghosts and gods to work for them? The young woman's voice was teasing, looking at Mu Hua, who seemed to be listening to Tuesday's explanation in the image, and a figure in the middle spoke. He has been hiding his identity, sir. Do you want to transfer him up? One person asked. Come on, sir. Don't be at Sprinkle. Look, are there any living people? Another person said in a lazy tone, pointing at the large number of ghosts running around in the academy. He is a necromancer. Let's not talk about whether he is willing to come to the Black Witch Academy. He is jealous. Whoever invites him should take care of him. Don't expect me to deal with the ghosts he created. Someone else said. What about Penelope? Wang, do you want to go there? Me? I have my period and can't run. Whoever wants to go can go. That little bitch actually hates me for arresting her. Without me, she would have become a XX device long ago. The beautiful female voice at the head said bad words. Hey, King, cultivate yourself. Go away. Can't you have your period if you have good manners? Hey, actually, we don't have to worry about it. It looks like Penelope is going to be in trouble. Our jealous one is really weird. Let's go. I'm going to go back and practice martial arts. I don't want to meet such a rogue in the future. Shouldn't you practice condensation? Well, in fact, it's better to get an Elkin gem than to practice condensation. If you meet such a guy, just open the chaotic magic field directly. Elkin gem? Study condensation more when you have time. Unlike the Empire, the chattering female voices in the Dean's room of the Black Witch Academy didn't pay any attention to the matter of the colored domain protozoa and the Asmodean monsoon wind species. They seemed to be more interested in the situation than Mu Hua used a spell to make Penelope put on a mecha suit and fight against the dragon. War King Territory Throne Hall. Eden, how long did you say it would take to help him touch the original sin? 10 years? 50 years? The first king asked the minister, resting his chin on his hand, looking at Mu Hua circling around the corpse of the great demon in the synchronized video. Well, king, you are not like us. Jealous people are all sinister. Should we talk about the matter of Asmodeus Wind Seed and that witch? Eden, who was in charge of intelligence work, asked with a sneer. Talk? What's there to talk about? There will always be someone to deal with the affairs of the magic empire. Don't bother me with such things in the future. The first king Azazel said impatiently. There are more or less people in various parts of the world who are watching Mu Hua, and in the midst of everyone's waiting, Mu Hua rubbed his chin and circled around the corpse of the great demon barber, as if thinking about something. This kind of thinking did not last long. Mu Hua waved his hand, and emitted a unique alchemical light. If he wanted to dismantle the body of the great demon, it would be fine, but he seemed to have collected the Asmodeus Wind Seed as well. Fuck. There were many surprise greetings to Mu Hua from all over the world. Chapter 440. The Asmodean monsoon is a very strange thing. It represents the coming of the breeding season in hell. Wherever the Asmodean monsoon blows, all creatures will enter a state of estrus, eager to reproduce. If it were just this, it wouldn't matter, but the most terrifying thing about it is that this estrus is not limited to species, and it will eliminate reproductive isolation. In simple terms, if someone bathes in the Asmodean monsoon, and there happens to be another one beside it, regardless of species, only male and female, they will catch each other and do that. Not only that, but also really breed and reproduce. As for what kind of thing is reproduced, who knows? When the Asmodean monsoon blows, it is the carnival season for demons. But apart from demons, let alone humans, even orcs and even Warcraft will probably not be too happy. This thing is really scary. Undead? Haha, this thing has nothing to do with undead. People don't play with undead. The death of the great demon barber raised Mu Hua's level to 371. This guy's level is super high. Mu Hua hasn't leveled up for a long time. Even in the courtyard war, the occasional experience he gained was tepid. In addition to the free attribute points he saved before, Mu Hua considered adding them to intelligence, so that his intelligence would exceed 500. He would not save them anymore, otherwise he would not know when he would have to wait to learn high-level magic. In addition to the level, Barber also vomited a bunch of Asmodeus Wind Seeds before he died. Does this mean that he did not forget the life of all things before he died? Asmodeus Monsoon is ineffective against jealousy, but Mu Hua seems to have no way to collect this wind seed. After thinking for a long time, forget it. Anyway, this land is sleeping. There are bloodthirsty mosquitoes, the breath of death, and the spirit of curse. It didn't matter if there were more Asmodeus monsoons. If an Asmodeus monsoon broke out, maybe the witch in the sky would even stick her butt out. Thinking that he was a rookie, he should go to Penelope if anything went wrong. After confirming that the only effect of this thing was to trigger an Asmodeus monsoon, Mu Hua directly tried to melt the Asmodeus Wind Seed with the body of the great demon. Face flushed. When the body of the great demon turned into dust, and the Asmodeus Wind Seed disappeared, Mu Hua panted rapidly, his chest rose and fell, his face flushed, and he looked like he was over-secreting hormones. Of course, the Asmodeus Wind Seed had no effect on him. No matter what others thought, only Mu Hua knew that his excitement was entirely because the output of Barber's smelting was too rich. Color Domain Protozoan Skill Stone *1, Asmodeus Breath Skill Stone *1, Great Demon Bloodline *1, Great Demon Tendon *11, Physical Crystal *8, Intelligence Crystal *13, 100 Refining Secret Stone *21, Soul Dust *101, Philosopher's Stone *7854. Rubbing his eyes, Mu Hua even forgot to pay attention to Penelope in the sky. Putting aside other things, Mu Hua doubted whether he had seen it wrong with the nearly 8,000 units of Philosopher's Stone. 100 Refining Secret Stone first shot Dispel. After all, there was still Penelope, who was not killed. Dispel level LV72, stable. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone again, there were indeed 7,854 more units. Is this because Barber is the original Sun Demon? Then, Penelope seems to be greedy too, the damned goblin, bringing disaster to the people and harming the townspeople. Mu Hua looked up, his eyes flashing. This troll witch is dead, even Jesus can't save her. Bang! Mu Hua was shot in the head by a shot from the sky. There was a hole in his forehead, and the back of his head was blown off. Mu Hua still tilted his head back and blinked his eyes. Tuesday twitched his mouth and watched Mu Hua's head wriggle and recover in a very bad way. Penelope was really experienced. Mu Hua hadn't bothered her yet, but she had been staring at Mu Hua. To confirm that Mu Hua didn't open the bone shield, she had to wait until Mu Hua's mind was lost, and then shoot Mu Hua directly. Unfortunately, it was taken, but it was still a bit difficult to take Mu Hua's life. Not to mention that Mu Hua himself has the ability of super speed regeneration. Because of the effect of the soul tide, the weakness of super speed regeneration that was originally afraid of soul damage has been made up. Now if Mu Hua is not destroyed from the physical level, his soul cannot be annihilated at all. If you want to kill Mu Hua, you can't leave him with a piece of flesh larger than 1/10 of his body. With the nourishment of the soul tide, the heart and brain are no longer Mu Hua's vital points. Only by breaking Mu Hua into pieces can you really kill him. Mu Hua, who was shot in the head, didn't die. He was just a little confused. He was shot for no reason, and it seemed that he was shot with an origin bullet. This goblin is really unrefined. Seeing that Penelope still didn't take off the mecha, Mu Hua raised a middle finger to the sky, leaving a dragon behind. The two dragons that were originally preventing the big demon from escaping also rushed into the sky and joined the siege of Penelope. If Penelope wants to do it, it depends on the objects produced by Barber. Mu Hua will definitely not let Penelope go. The two skill stones obtained from Barber are both related to the color domain. The Asmodeus wind seed has disappeared, and the Asmodeus breath is probably melted from it. This is Mu Hua's first time to smell foreign objects, and it is also the first time he has obtained a skill stone that he cannot use. Color domain protozoa is easy to understand. It is probably the existence of mosquitoes and locusts. This skill stone requires extreme magic enhancement and elemental initiation. Let's not talk about the 100 refinements secret stone required for the two magics. Elemental initiation belongs to high-level magic, and humans may need to complete life transition to reach it. Mu Hua has not seen its skill stone yet, so he can't chew the color domain protozoa skill stone for the time being. Compared with the color domain protozoa, which may still be mastered, Asmodeus's breath is completely a style that Mu Hua can't afford. It requires the charm talent, and as a jealous ghost, Mu Hua will never get the charm talent in his life. While he can't learn Asmodeus's breath, he lacks the key component, so he probably can't get the color domain original sin. That's right, because of the jealous bite, Mu Hua can't get the charm talent. Although he can learn charm magic, he can't make the recipient fall in love with him. The bite of jealousy will help Mu Hua eliminate all unnatural mental interference. Charm magic can be said to be an external technique, while the charm talent is completely an interference from the inside out. Even if it appears on Mu Hua, it will be wiped out and swallowed by the bite of jealousy. In other words, if charm is compared to a pheromone, this pheromone will never stay on Mu Hua. Mu Hua can use charm magic to make a fall in love with B, but because the charm factor that affects A is lost in his body by the bite of jealousy, he cannot make a fall in love with him. If the charm magic is like this, it is even more impossible for him to continue to retain the charm talent that affects other lives. Without charm, he cannot krypton the breath of Asmodeus, and many powers of the color domain involve charm. I am afraid that the color domain original sin cannot be removed. After figuring out the situation of the breath of Asmodeus, Mu Hua sighed that jealousy and the color domain were really in conflict with each other, and what annoyed him the most was the ancient scam that had envied him earlier. Tuesday, you stay down there. If she escapes into the forest, don't lose her. Mu Hua kryptonized the attribute crystals he got from Barber, and told Tuesday that he would ride on the last dragon and prepare to demolish Penelope. After the physical fitness is over 1,000, 2 physical fitness crystals can improve Mu Hua's physical fitness a little. Consider whether to strengthen his subordinates first. After all, the deterrence brought to the outside by a strong person and a strong group of people is different. However, his family members and Ikaros have not reached the upper limit of natural growth, and it is too wasteful to kryptonize attribute crystals for them. As for Tabitha and Vivian, let's wait until we kryptonize 1,000 or 800 and see the situation. You can consider giving Samantha some money. Ah, what the hell? Riding the magic dragon and rushing into the battle circle, Mu Hua was thinking about all sorts of things in his mind, and subconsciously turned his thoughts to Samantha, which made him upset. Maggot! You killed Barber. Seeing Mu Hua coming, Penelope shouted viciously. Next is you. Which? Mu Hua stood at the head of the dragon, his soul tentacles still holding the gun, and the hand of the wizard as the main body had already swung the bone dragon war hammer. 100 meters away, when Mu Hua spoke coldly, the touch of jealousy extended out, and the long spear and war hammer had already greeted Penelope. Chapter 441. As a high-level undead, the duelist knight should be a difficult and threatening existence. But when Muhwa kryptoned out the duelist knight, his own attributes were a bit low, and the summoned beasts given to him by the skills were of uniform specifications, which resulted in the duelist knight's summoned beasts he obtained being minors. Many people would be surprised that Muhwa had duelist knight summoned beasts, but after confirming their attributes, some people would inevitably despise the immaturity of these duelist knights, and speculate what kind of wasteful means Muhwa used to make these inferior horror knights summon beasts. Unlike the duelist knight, perhaps because of his own attributes, Muhwa only summoned the dragon summoned beast after his physical fitness broke through 1000. The 10th level of the undead summoning level corresponds to a dragon, and the attributes of these dragons are obviously not the kind of style that presses the passing line. With the grey wolf and the tiger as a reference, the strength limit of the summoned beast given by the skill should be the adult standard, and Muhwa's dragons are probably the style that has perfected the natural growth limit. With a body length of nearly 20 meters, plus the bonus brought by the level of undead summoning, and a physical strength of more than 1500, they have very strong power, which is not much inferior to the dragon encountered in the courtyard war. Almost immune to all mental interference curses, the death fog on the surface of the body has a defensive effect comparable to the immunity of intermediate impact, and self-healing and regeneration. Undead detention is more like a taunting skill for the dragon. Except for a slight defect in elemental resistance, the tireless dragon can be said to be a perfect war machine. 8 dragons besieged Penelope in the sky, and there were also harassment and sneak attacks from the headless knight. With the powerful mobility of the wandering hunter, Penelope frequently made long-distance shifts to avoid the bite of the dragon. The bite of the dragon is not like the swallowing of snakes. The dense back teeth in their mouths can not only bite and penetrate, but also chew like grinding. If they hold it in their mouths, no matter how much energy they have, it will not be able to support the defensive force field of the mecha. If there are only 1 or 2 dragons, Penelope can still try to fight, but in the current situation, getting rid of 1 or 2 dragons will not have a decisive impact on the battle. What's more, these guys are all summoned beasts. Every time the dragon claws and tail hammers hit, Penelope will fly back to unload the force. Her rich combat experience helps her avoid the bites and pursuits of other dragons on the unloading trajectory. It seems that air combat can keep her fighting longer in the shock of the dragon. No matter how sharp the war spear is, it is not as good as the claws of the dragon. Muhwa does not think that the current power of the mage's hand can crush Penelope. Compared with the spear, the hammer of the city-breaking war should have a better impact on the heavy mecha. During the air battle, the dragon controlled by Muhwa always kept a safe distance from Penelope. The fireballs were not intended to kill, but to consume the energy of the wandering hunter. Whether it was arrogance, pride, or stubbornness, Penelope no longer scolded or begged for mercy. Between the siege and the pursuit, the battlefield gradually stretched to the outskirts of the town. At this time, hundreds of shuttles, fighters, and armed airships formed a blockade of the sky to prevent Penelope from escaping, and prevent the influence of the dragon from spreading further. Tat 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 tat! Zila. Buzz. Machine guns, energy cannons, precise sniping, and long-range barrages attacked Penelope. Although Penelope was obviously locked, many attacks also hit the huge dragon during the flexible dodge of the wandering hunter. Ong! The dragon roared. Although they were summoned by Muhwa, these guys were not good-tempered. The attack dragon was breathing heavily, and its cold and ruthless eyes stared at the flying vehicle that built the defense line. Mr. Muhwa, we are temporary reinforcements from the Empire. Please try not to spread the war to other cities. Please restrain your dragons and stop attacking us. A shout came from the loudspeaker. Facing the dragon's momentum, the air defense line was a little chaotic. Ignore them. Muhwa ordered the 2 dragons that were annoyed by the reinforcements. The 2 dragons raised their necks slightly, and the death breath was still sprayed. Although it was towards an unmanned place, it seemed to vent anger and demonstrate. Maggot! Do you see? This is the Empire. They are already trying to control you. If I die, everything here will be counted on your head. They will use you to calm the public anger. Let me go, otherwise you will destroy yourself. Penelope shouted across the air. Mr. Muhwa, please don't be provoked by the criminals. We have learned the details of the situation. You are a hero of the Empire after exposing Penelope's conspiracy. Approved by the Senate, you have been conferred the title of Imperial Lord by His Majesty the Emperor. The Ghost and God Council has sent you a congratulatory message, officially confirming your rank. Congratulations on becoming the 48th Ghost and God of Loren Star. Please try to delay the battle with Penelope. In 7 minutes, strong reinforcements will arrive. An urgent and fast shout came from the direction of the defense line. Mu Hua. He knew that the title of Imperial Lord was a noble title, which was a salary without a job. It was an honorary title among the nobles. Generally, only the weakest fighters could inherit the title of their ancestors. In this day and age, could the human world still confer titles? And the Ghost and God Review Committee? A congratulatory message? The 48th Ghost and God? What the hell? It seems to contain a lot of information. Let's put aside the issue of the title and the review committee. More importantly, it seems that someone is going to come to Penelope in 7 minutes. Maybe this is another one of the Philosopher's Stones. We have been tossing her for so long, and you guys are coming just like that? Yeah. Mu Hua's mind moved, and the 7 dragons roared and breathed without caring about the possible impact on each other. The large-scale and concentrated breath made Penelope unable to avoid it. When Penelope screamed, several dragons bit her with the breath that had not yet disappeared. The rotten flesh turned up, and the 7 dragons launched a crazy attack of exchanging injuries for injuries. Mr. Mu Hua, you just need to contain her. You just need to contain Penelope. After exhaling, the death aura that was so thick that it could kill ordinary people instantly exploded in the air, and anxious shouts came from the direction of the defense line again. Tear her apart. Mu Hua ignored the other party's shouts. When he gave the order, he didn't care about the low-level and intermediate levels. He used guns and hammers to block and lock Penelope with various magics. He output them crazily without thinking. Crack! A magic dragon finally held Penelope in the center of the storm. Crack, crack! Penelope screamed in grief and anger amid the harsh sound of metal friction. Pluto wave. Boom! Penelope finally released the spell, and the death wave that spread with the wandering hunter, as the center blew away half of the dragon's cheek. The Pluto's waves spread like water waves, scraping off large pieces of dry flesh and bones from the nearby dragons. Some flying vehicles in the distance that were unable to dodge were affected, and their bodies rusted and fell from the sky. Pluto's fluctuations, one of the few magics that use the breath of death to cast magic that highlights impact and direct destruction. Its strength is also related to the caster's spirit, range, and power. This Pluto's fluctuations undoubtedly show the strength of Penelope's soul. After escaping from the dragon's mouth, Penelope's armor was already damaged, and Pluto's fluctuations damaged the internal components of the armor. At this time, the armor almost became an ordinary piece of armor. The flying magic unfolded, and Penelope regained the ability to fly, but the next moment, Mu Hua's dispel was stuck on Penelope again. Ah! Maggots! The angry scream contained infinite resentment, and Penelope fell headfirst from a high altitude. Disperse is not absolutely restraining condensation. Similar training levels can only interfere with casting. But unfortunately, Mu Hua's dispersal training level is much higher than the condensation effect contained in Penelope's spell. It's like facing a magic scroll. Even the formed magic can be dispelled. Without the blessing of flying magic, 8 dragons swooped down to follow Penelope as she fell. This time, the dragon did not continue to bite Penelope, but Mu Hua flew beside Penelope. As Penelope stared at him alternately with despair and resentment, Mu Hua no longer tried to sense Penelope's situation, and he dispersed the dragons one after another, and swiped them at Penelope. Puff! A sickle that penetrated the body protruded from the damaged armor, and Tuesday attacked, directly piercing Penelope on her thick sickle blade. The thick sickle blade was like it was going to disembowel Penelope, and Penelope's entire body was hooked on the sickle. Under Penelope's desperate gaze, the soul tentacles that protruded from Mu Hua's body opened the wound and drilled into her body, causing her internal organs to ache, and foreign objects invaded her head along her esophagus and throat. 1, 2, 3. 5 soul tentacles drilled into the body. Penelope's facial features were bleeding, her eyes were bulging, and her body was in a mess. She couldn't even make a sound. This is a witch. They have stronger vitality than witches. Mu Hua still has some understanding of this. Hee, strange gasps accompanied Penelope's body spasms. When several dragons fell to the ground, Penelope was still hanging on Tuesday's sickle in the tremor of the earth. And in Mu Hua's attribute interface, his level changed again. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1 level. Chapter 442. In theory, people's experience level can be infinitely improved, but it involves the problem of level difference. Usually, after reaching a certain level, it is difficult for people to gain level experience. As a witch who has lived for hundreds of years, Penelope's level is still very high. Her death allowed Mu Hua to reach level 434 and gain 63 free attribute points again, but looking back, it seems that he has only caught up with Tabitha's personal level so far. I really don't know how much money Samantha has spent on her level. Warcraft Summoning Skill Stone *1, Human Tendon *3, Witch Seed *1, Physical Crystal *7, Intelligence Crystal *11, Spirit Crystal *24, 100 Refined Secret Stone *29, Soul Dust *531, Philosopher's Stone *8376. Smelting Penelope did not surprise to harvest a large number of Philosopher's Stones again, but I don't know if it was because of bad luck. She only gave Mu Hua a Summoning Skill Stone. Human tendons are a bit ridiculous, and witch seeds are also awkward. This thing can make a human woman gain the potential of a witch, but she still needs to go through the process of witch awakening. Mu Hua couldn't judge whether it was good or bad for a while. With Penelope's death, a sudden chaos was temporarily lifted. The periphery of Kane City was completely blocked, and a barrier was set up in all directions. The breath of death, the influence of jealous ghosts, including some color domain mosquitoes hiding in the corners, the chaos that Penelope brought to Kane City has not completely ended. Collect the corpses on campus. The demon corpses can't melt anything decent. The demons summoned by Penelope seem to be relatively young, and the smelting output is average. The bodies of the students must not be moved, but Mu Hua put on a compassionate attitude towards the bodies of the witches, letting them return to dust. In addition to the bunch of wandering witches who died of bleeding in the dust courtyard, hundreds of witches gave Mu Hua more than 200 rare spiritual crystals, directly pushing Mu Hua's spiritual attribute to 803. The power of the touch of jealousy increased, and there were 3 more soul tentacles. Mu Hua, level 434, Constitution, 1128, Intelligence, 593, Spirit, 803, Magic Adaptability, S. After a round, Mu Hua's intelligence attribute became his weak link again. Compared with the situation of Barber and Penelope, the ability to defeat those two guys was purely due to the advantage of skills and training. Mu Hua estimated that in terms of attributes, his ghost god might still be a little bit inferior. In addition to the spiritual crystal, Mu Hua also got more than 20 witch seeds from the witch. This thing should be a specialty of the witch. It is difficult to define and a bit tricky. Mu Hua threw it into the storage space to collect dust for the time being. The death of hundreds of witches can definitely be regarded as a witch's death. What surprised Mu Hua was that the group of vampires in the dust courtyard did not die. Well, the 3 werewolves were killed, but none of the vampires died. I don't know whether Penelope didn't want to harm the Blood Clan or was going to take them away and bleed them slowly. The spring branch was completely ruined. More than 3/4 of the students were sucked into mummies by mosquitoes, and the rest were basically half dead. A few were also close to death under the cover of the breath of death. After the battle, the academy was full of ghosts. If Mu Hua hadn't led a few magic dragons here, I'm afraid these ghosts would have been unable to accept the fact that they died inexplicably and rioted collectively. Mu Hua was also very troubled by the situation in front of him. This was completely beyond his ability to deal with. Some security teams were mobilized from the surrounding cities, and those security team members wearing protective clothing did not dare to approach Mu Hua. Ghosts, skeletons, ravens, dragons, the new city area was also in chaos, but the town area had become a ghost den. Bang! 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 After collecting all the bodies that should be collected, Mu Hua knocked on the wandering hunter removed from Penelope. This thing was bound to Penelope's soul, and was basically useless. Mu Hua planned to refine it with the creation of all elements, and it was estimated that he could produce materials containing chimera alloy. And judging from the earlier battle between Penelope and the dragon, the power source of this wandering hunter was at least a magic element, which was a higher level of demon core than the magic core. Mu Hua wanted to dismantle it, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to dismantle it. Mu Hua, are you in town? How is the situation now? Is there any danger? After the communication was restored, Mu Hua received a call from Samantha immediately. Samantha asked anxiously on the phone. It's okay, it's over. I killed Penelope, but many people died here, and many ghosts appeared. I don't know what to do. Mu Hua said tangledly. He was really tangled. He wanted to hide his jealous talent, but in a blink of an eye, most of the people in the town turned into ghosts. Although Mu Hua is usually calm and collected corpses very quickly, he has never experienced such a massacre, not to mention that he has a lot of scenes in this incident. Especially more and more ghosts gathered near him. Confused, tangled, and a little flustered, should he stay here and wait for the follow-up? Or just pat his butt and run away? Mu Hua prefers to run away, but how to run? Where to run? What if someone stops him and catches him? Should he kill them or not? Does the title those people mentioned earlier count? But he doesn't want to get involved with the royal family, and he is not guilty of this incident, right? Well, in addition to creating a bunch of ghosts, if no one takes care of these ghosts, they will go crazy in a year or two. Kill them all? Not a good idea. Or just go to the Abyss Island? Mu Hua has no idea in his mind. Mu Hua, Mu Siyun and Vic both died in the town. I heard that their caravan was involved in a battle between demons. There are still demons in the town. You should leave quickly. Compared to Mu Hua's entanglement, Samantha is more worried. Well, oh master, as for the caravan, this guy hit a caravan before, and she killed the people. Tuesday dragged the crippled Randy demon to Mu Hua's side, and Samantha on the other end of the phone could hear his unconcealed words. Mu Hua looked at Tuesday in astonishment, and then at the Randy demon on the ground. All the illegitimate children are dead? Is this good news? But isn't this death too hasty? Very good, all the illegitimate children are dead, and his novice mission is completed? Mu Hua added one in confusion. The phone was also briefly silent. Well, it seems that the deaths of Mu Siyun and Vic are related to Mu Hua again. Her plan for many years has been completely ruined by Mu Hua. Samantha added one in confusion. What's the situation over there now? Are you sure there is no danger? After a moment of silence, Samantha asked. No, I am with 8 magic dragons. There is no danger for the time being, but a lot of people died in the town, and there are a lot of ghosts. Oh, I didn't kill them. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Hua's logic was a bit confusing. Magic dragon? 8? Samantha knew about magic dragons, but to be honest, she had no idea about 8 magic dragons. Temporarily trusting Mu Hua's judgment of danger, Samantha also heard the fundamental reason why Mu Hua was a little flustered. There were so many ghosts. Mu Hua, listen carefully, someone from the government has contacted me, and no one will hold you accountable for what happened in Canes. But they already know that you have become a ghost. You must control those ghosts. Don't hurt them, and don't let anyone capture them. You must protect those ghosts first. No matter what decision the Empire makes later, you must show a protective attitude to those ghosts. Do you understand? Samantha said seriously. Oh, Mu Hua responded. He had thought about this before, and he understood what Samantha meant. He didn't kill people. He became a ghost because he was awesome. He couldn't control the people who died near him becoming ghosts. Although he was jealous of ghosts, he was a good person. Maintaining the safety of these ghosts proved that he was the original sin of kindness. He could figure all these out, but Mu Hua was more worried about what to do next. Or what would happen next. What happens next? Mu Hua asked casually, without any subjective consciousness. Leave it to the imperial government. Remember, you are just an adventurer, and an imperial citizen. Those things are not yours to manage, nor should you manage. Don't take anything on yourself. You have no public office. When the imperial government failed to perform its duties, you were forced to help the empire fight criminals, and even rescue citizens. You have done a good job. You only need to take care of yourself now, and show your attitude. Whoever should handle other things should handle them. Do you understand? Samantha explained to Mu Hua slowly. Oh, Got it. The simple hint seemed to clear the fog in Mu Hua's mind. It makes sense. The reason is so simple. Why did we panic just now? Penelope came to Cane City to cause trouble, and then everyone was beaten. This kind of thing can happen. It is the incompetence of the Empire. He just stopped Penelope's criminal behavior, and sent the skeleton mage to save many people, excellent citizens. Yes, excellent citizens, can't be superheroes, that thing, one by one is unlucky. As for the follow-up has nothing to do with us, let it go, of course, those who eat taxes and get paid will deal with the aftermath. Mu Hua's mind suddenly became clear, life is so annoying, why do you take it on yourself? Chapter 443. Odysseus has experienced many big scenes, and he has also seen many powerful demons, some of which are crazy, some are insidious, some are cruel, and some are manic. When he saw Mu Hua again, the scene in front of him still made him gasp uncontrollably. What is that? The academy shrouded in mist, ghosts floating in the sky, swinging hammer tails, occasionally shaking ghost fog dragon wings, cold and ruthless ghost fire eyes, like searchlights, and a young man leaning next to the dragon fangs. Death, the only word that flashed at Odysseus's mind, death. When the communication was restored, the winged demons and liches near the fortress city retreated, And the adventurers in the courtyard of Cain's also knew the situation in the town. Because Mu Hua killed Penelope, in order to prevent adventurers from causing chaos in the town again, the fortress city still maintained a state of martial law restricting transmission, and Odysseus took Tibesha and others out of the courtyard to find Mu Hua. The garrison stationed at the entrance of the town courtyard was almost completely wiped out. The garrison members turned into ghosts, and fought with the ghosts of some demons, devouring each other, which also made Odysseus and his party speechless. Along the way, they met some ghosts who followed the skeleton wizard to the academy. Odysseus had even seen some of those ghosts when they were alive. The firelight, mummies, destroyed houses, and ghosts floating everywhere, the situation in the town made Odysseus feel a little more sad. When entering the Sprinkle Branch, which seemed to be shrouded in the fog of death, in the spacious place, hundreds of terrifying knights were lined up, and nearly 10 dragons were lying prostrate and bowed their heads. Through the gray fog, Mu Hua could barely be seen leaning against the dragon head of the central dragon, sitting between the dragons and the headless knights lined up on both sides of the road as a ceremonial guard. Mu Hua sat on the ground, looking tired, not to mention the dragon he used as a backrest. Behind him, there were thousands of ghosts floating quietly. Confusion, impatience, resentment, sadness, and other emotions flashed in the eyes of these newly born ghosts. Even though he recognized Mu Hua in the distance, Odysseus still stopped, subconsciously resisting the passage in front of him that was lined with terrifying riders. "Hello, Odysseus, I'm Jonah, the Deputy Director of the Hymen City Police, and this is the Deputy Director Jonas of Kusai City." When Odysseus stopped, a middle-aged man guarded by 2 fully armed special forces came to Odysseus. There is no need to say much about Hymen City. The east of Cain's is an ocean port. Kusai City is northwest of Cain's, and is adjacent to the newly planned Cain City. Now that there is a problem in Cain City, the imperial government came to Cain's as soon as possible after setting up the exorcism barrier on the edge of Hymen and Kusai, but they did not dare, or did not want to approach Mu Hua. When they saw Odysseus, they actively greeted him. "Hello here?" Odysseus greeted the two absent-mindedly, his eyes always looking at Mu Hua behind the mist. Although the 8 huge dragons did not breathe, the gray mist that continued to spread around them made their bodies look like they were rising and falling in a uniform panting. At this time, all the plants in the entire academy withered. Even if they could adapt to the dead vegetation, they still needed to experience nirvana in the sudden change environment. It's tragic. The color domain protozoa have killed almost all the teachers and students in the academy. The effect of the sleeping spell has not yet worn off. The people who survived have been moved away from the academy by the skeletons under that subordinate. We have set up a barrier outside the academy to prevent the spread of death energy. The person sent from above to contact that person has not arrived yet. Is that person in your team? What do you think? The middle-aged man named Jonah pointed in the direction of Mu Hua and said to Otis in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Penelope's gang was almost wiped out by Mu Hua alone. After clearing the ambush near the entrance of the courtyard, even the reinforcements that were supposed to come earlier were directly withdrawn. Jonah was in a dilemma. The guard team could only deal with some incidents of fighting and making trouble among demon hunters. He had never seen a ghost in his life, let alone a ghostly jealous person. The guard team's personnel, who could not adapt to the breath of death, had already withdrawn. Most of those who stayed were wearing protective clothing. Jonah was also relying on the purification amulet to hold on here. He didn't understand Mu Hua's character, and Jonah didn't want to contact Mu Hua at all. He is not a member of my team. He is the one who supervises my team. Even if there is no such thing, I have to look at his face. Odysseus glanced at Jonah with dissatisfaction. This guy obviously wanted to get rid of the bag, and Jonas from Kusai pretended to be a little transparent. The guy looked around with a face full of worry and sadness, and refused to make eye contact with Otis. "Mr. Odysseus, we go first." Interrupting the awkward chat between the few people, Tibesha greeted Odysseus. Tibesha led Vivian and the others to Mu Hua, and some ghosts in the town carefully avoided the terrifying riders on both sides of the road and followed them. "Well, you go first. I be there soon." Odysseus nodded to Tibesha and turned to ask Jonah about the attitude of the Empire. "When disasters and chaos occur, the government will immediately provide emergency relief and quell the chaos? What are you thinking? Don't make trouble." 2 rows of purgatory war horses lined up on both sides of the road, and next to each purgatory war horse stood a headless knight holding a lance. In front of the road were ghosts and 8 hill-like crawling dragons. Mu Hua's posture made even Tibesha feel a little nervous. Strictly speaking, apart from the dragons, the ghosts are probably more difficult to adapt to. After all, their expressions are too lively at this time, and, an hour or two ago, they were all alive. Mu Hua, are you okay? Approaching Mu Hua, under the direct gaze of countless ghosts and 8 dragons, Taibesha asked Mu Hua. Cool, you actually still hide these big guys. Vivian stared at the dragons with shining eyes. You made a big noise here. Didn't you say that Penelope would go to some principality? The prophecy is really unreliable. Barbara shook her head. Boss, there are demons in the 3rd block. Find a chance to kill them. Eve shrank behind Taibesha and suggested to Mu Hua, as if to show her presence. Everyone deliberately acted relaxed, with some worry in their eyes. Tina walked to Mu Hua silently, and glanced at a strange demon beside Mu Hua. Oh, you are all here? Do you know the general situation? Mu Hua muttered softly, his eyes passed through Taibesha and her group, and finally fell on the group of ghosts behind them. Baron, Mori, Mark, Selma, Dorn. Good guy, neat and tidy, the group of leaders in Bear Pig Town were wiped out. Mu Hua smiled bitterly, and wondered what attitude to take to face them. Well, Truman of the Adventurers Guild said that Clark and the logistics team stayed in the courtyard. They may not be able to adapt to the environment here. Samantha should send someone here soon. What are you going to do? Taibesha asked. While speaking, she saw Odysseus and Truman also coming over here. Taibesha waved her hand to summon a group of Death Knights. Taibesha summoned the Death Knights, and Barbara also summoned a group of Death Knights. Vivian waved her hand and summoned 60 or 70 black-armored skeleton generals. Eve's eyes widened in surprise, raised her palm, and looked again and waved tentatively. Sure enough, the world was still the original world, nothing. The Death Knight summoned the warhorse, the black-armored skeleton general knocked the shield, and the sudden appearance of the skeleton undead made Odysseus and Truman stop in doubt. Taibesha and others stepped to Mu Hua's side, as if to express their position, and they would face the newcomers together with Mu Hua. Mu Hua, be my spouse. The sudden female voice interrupted the sudden chill. I saw the evil dragon Tamara kept her mini-state, flew in front of Mu Hua, hugged Mu Hua's face, and rubbed her head on Mu Hua's face again and again. You actually touched the original sin. Be my spouse. The offspring we bear will definitely become a giant dragon. Pulled off from her face by Mu Hua, Tamara still waved her claws, and shouted at Mu Hua under the strange gaze of Taibesha and others. How dare you? A dull roar came from behind Mu Hua. It was the magic dragon summoned by Mu Hua, who was dissatisfied with the words of Tamara, the evil dragon. Filthy fake, get out of here. I am courting your master. Tamara blew a handful of flames from her mouth. Mu Hua's face was full of black lines. He stopped the magic dragon that was sticking its head out from behind him, and shook Tamara's neck in his hand. Hey Tamara, I'm a human. Mu Hua complained. What about a giant dragon? He couldn't make an evil dragon lay eggs. Didn't you get the Asmodean wind seed? Find a courtyard and blow the Asmodean monsoon, and you can make me pregnant. If I can inherit the ability of the jealous bloodline. Tamara said while swishing her tail. Odysseus's scolding came. Odysseus took a few steps forward, pulled Tamara from Mu Hua's hands, and glared at the evil dragon whose moral integrity was scattered all over the ground. Chapter 444. A lone wolf cannot last long, and a lone tiger cannot travel far. Mu Hua is very young. Facing such a young ghost, Truman can't help but have some unfriendly fantasies in his heart. But when Taibesha and others stood beside Mu Hua and looked at the skeletons and undead spirits they summoned, Truman's fantasies immediately dissipated. This group of people is not what he should care about. Mu, you really scared me. Holding the struggling and twisting mini dragon, Odysseus said to Mu Hua with a wry smile. Looking at Truman, who showed a far-fetched smile not far away, Mu Hua winked at Odysseus and nodded, but didn't say much to Odysseus. Betha, Barbara, have your Death Knights search the academy to see if there are any survivors. Vivian, send the black-armored skeleton general to patrol to prevent Penelope's remnants from lurking and hiding. Go, inform the people in the town that no actions to harm ghosts are allowed. After instructing Tabitha and the other two, Mu Hua patted a magic dragon beside him and pointed to the direction of the courtyard entrance. The magic dragon stirred up a strong wind and flew high into the sky. The Death Knights and the black-armored skeleton generals were scattered. After a few breaths, a warning notification from the magic dragon came from the sky above the town. Although magic dragons don't like to talk, it doesn't mean they can't talk. As upper-level undead, they can already communicate normally with most creatures. The monotonous roars and howls they usually make are just because they don't like to communicate. Mu Hua, Mr., The cross-border teleportation array in the courtyard is not open for the time being. In fact, there is no need to let it go. The flying dragon triggered noisy calls and notifications from the security team near the academy. Truman also walked up and said to Mu Hua from a distance. They had never seen the great demon barber and the troll witch, and even if they had seen them, the two seemed to look better than Mu Hua. Mu Hua and the dragon he controlled were undoubtedly the monsters in the eyes of these guards. Well, sorry, the battle with Penelope was an accident for me. Now that Penelope is dead, I shouldn't have to care about what's going on here. But these ghosts, they have something to do with me. Mu Hua pointed to the surroundings. Does the Union have any arrangements? I am an adventurer after all. If the Adventurers Union plans to take over the affairs here, I will be relieved. Look, how about we retreat first? Call me if you need anything? Mu Hua said to Truman. Truman. Arrange? The guild has arranged, but take over? Brother, the whole academy has become a ghost cave, and the world is full of ghosts, and they are all ghosts with memories and families. What can I take over? This Mu Hua is not polite, and wants to shirk responsibility. No way, don't leave. Ahem, your majesty. Mu Hua was well behaved, Odysseus had a strange expression, and Truman became more respectful to Mu Hua, and even changed his address to a high-sounding word like your majesty, which made Mu Hua want to slap him. Your majesty, don't worry, the guild has already investigated Penelope's situation, and this incident will not have any adverse effects on you. Although you have only been a registered adventurer for a year, the guild has adjusted your level to disaster individual. You have the highest level of adventurer privileges. Except for the king's land, you can enter and exit all courtyards freely. Free access? Mu Hua was puzzled. Yes, you don't need to bring an adventurer certificate, including those courtyards with higher danger levels. If someone provokes you, you can also fight back appropriately. Of course, the Union also hopes that you will pay attention to the impact. Try not to kill more than 50 rebellious people every year, Truman explained. Mu Hua was silent. Good guy, disaster individuals? Rebellious people? TSK, does this count as killing people without breaking the law? Of course, this kind of thing is just for listening, and it cannot be discussed in depth. Mu Hua turned his head to the side, pretending that he didn't hear Truman's explanation, and Truman also pretended that he didn't say anything. Your Majesty, let's not talk about other things first. Regarding Penelope, the Night Hunters actually hope that you can embellish this incident. Automatically skipping the previous topic, Truman spoke again. Night Hunters? Not the official of the Empire? Modification? Mu Hua frowned. He had a vague feeling earlier that the complexity of this incident was far more complicated than just a massacre and turning into a ghost. Yes, the Night Hunters want to downplay Penelope's existence as much as possible. For example, this incident was caused by the Great Demon. You and some witches discovered the Great Demon's conspiracy and fought with it. Truman got close to Mu Hua, avoiding the ghosts around him, lowered his voice, but did not avoid Odysseus and others. Is this just what the Night Hunters want? Mu Hua's eyes twitched. Because of the sleeping curse, even the victims who became ghosts in this incident basically didn't know the details. To a certain extent, Mu Hua felt that this troll, which might be comparable to Samantha. Penelope caused so many things, but she didn't seek money or profit. She was completely to discredit the witch and try to get humans to start hunting witches. And when the incident developed into what it is now, it doesn't matter whether Penelope slandered and framed it. If people knew that a witch had massacred human cities, the consequences would be unpredictable with a little incitement. Mu Hua was not incomprehensible about this so-called embellishment. He had known too many embellishments in his 2 lives. Mu Hua just wanted to know if it was only the Night Hunter who tried to embellish it. Well, it was mainly the Night Hunter's suggestion. Truman answered implicitly. Obviously, he did not intend to explain it in detail to Mu Hua, or he could not explain it in detail. Mu Hua did not refute this request. It was just right for Penelope to embellish him, and this cooperation also gave him some bargaining chips to overturn the table. Odysseus and Vivian did not react to Mu Hua and Truman's muttering, but except for them, other people around Mu Hua, including Tabitha, seemed to be a little disgusted with this argument. Your Majesty, I don't know you and the 7th. Mu Hua agreed to the embellishment of this incident, which made Truman feel relieved, and then Truman asked tentatively, I have nothing to do with that person. Mu Hua shook his head. Oh, that's right. You know Alan's guy, so I think he's more inclined to the Ghost Council. But your information has been collected by the Brigade Alliance. If you are interested in any crown, the Union may be able to help you convey your intention. Oh, This is also what the higher-ups asked me to convey to you. I'm mainly worried that the recruitment of a certain king will cause you displeasure. I hope you won't have conflicts in the human world. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The Union has an agreement with several kings, prohibiting them from recruiting adventurers beyond the Brigade Alliance. If there is any unexpected situation, you can contact the Union, and the Union will come forward to solve your troubles," Truman said with a smile. Mu Hua only understood Truman's words. Alan should be referring to Tao Lisi, and Mu Hua didn't know what the Ghost Council was. He barely understood that the Adventurers Union wanted to know if he had a favorite king, and reminded him not to fight with the people of the Crown Shadow in the human world. Although he didn't quite understand the basics, in order to avoid being looked down upon, Mu Hua looked calm, pretending to know the business, and nodded to indicate that Truman didn't need to worry. After a brief exchange with Truman, Mu Hua was basically sure that at least the Adventurers Guild and the Night Hunters would not cause trouble for him. If they didn't cause trouble, it seemed that they didn't want to have too much involvement with him for the time being, which made Mu Hua feel relieved. He didn't stay for too long, and didn't even ask about the ghosts. As if worried that Mu Hua would leave him, Truman only said that the ghosts and canes were originally citizens of the Empire, and the Empire officials would send someone to discuss their treatment with Mu Hua. After that, Truman evaded the need to report to the upper echelons of the Union, and hurriedly said goodbye to Mu Hua and left. Looking at Truman's departing back, Mu Hua twitched his mouth. It seemed that the Adventurers Guild could impose restrictions on the kings, but they were very taboo about the ghosts in Kane's city. Sure enough, what is a good person? Only those who can die easily are good people. Sure enough, these ghosts are the most troublesome. Chapter 445. Truman fled away. Mu Hua let out a long breath, and then gave Odysseus a bitter smile. Odysseus, have you ever known a similar situation before? What will the Empire's attitude be towards the situation here? Do I need to run away? Mu Hua asked Odysseus. I don't know much about ghosts and gods. I thought that touching original sin would change one's mind. Seeing Mu Hua return to his usual behavior, Odysseus was relieved and smiled at Mu Hua. No kidding, I'm annoyed. Just now someone said that the Empire was going to give me a title. Is this a delaying tactic, or is this matter over? Mu Hua asked Odysseus unhappily. At this time, Tamara and Odysseus's hands stopped struggling. After being released by Odysseus, she squatted on Odysseus's shoulder and looked Mu Hua up and down with him. I don't know about the title. Normally, ghosts and gods are also the top fighting force of mankind, but they are usually in the human kingdom in the courtyard. As for the human world, even if it is not very constrained, it can often solve some more difficult incidents. The Empire should not make things difficult for you. After thinking for a moment, Odysseus pondered and spoke. But you also know that ghosts and gods will have some abnormal effects on the outside world to a certain extent. Just like the ghosts born because of you, the reproduction in the color domain that ignores reproductive isolation, and the greedy absorption of the souls of surrounding creatures, etc. When Odysseus said this, although he was not very clear about the concept of greedy absorption of souls, Mu Hua's focus was not on this for the time being, so he did not interrupt Odysseus's narration. Usually, if ghosts and gods are born in the human world, the country to which they belong will try to win them over. As long as they can communicate normally, they will generally mark out a vast and sparsely populated area as the territory of ghosts and gods. Odysseus continued, and Mu Hua frowned slightly. He didn't like the vast land with few people. He didn't cultivate and improve himself to become a hermit. The so-called seclusion and lying flat sounded free and easy, but in essence, it was a choice that had no purpose after being helpless. Now he is not without money. He likes a convenient life, likes bright lights and wine, likes friends who chat casually, and likes beauties who can bring him novel heartbeats. He is also a human being. He has all the bad roots that humans should have. He also enjoys the sense of superiority. While others envy, hate him, they can also make him secretly happy when they can't do anything about him. Well, the most important thing is that he is not short of money, and he doesn't need to make money in a dirty way. Therefore, he likes modern life, big houses, and beautiful women. He doesn't like the vast land with few people. What's the difference between this and getting a haircut? Are those ghosts and gods really so honest? Mu Hua asked Odysseus with a slight complaint. It's not considered exile, and it doesn't say that ghosts and gods can't leave the territory. It's just that the changes you caused are likely to cause chaos. If you wander around, you will probably have to listen to some nagging. Odysseus shook his head to explain. He is not a ghost, and he essentially prefers ghosts and gods not to wander around the world. But what I just said is what I know, but you? Without waiting for Mu Hua to refute, Odysseus looked at the ghosts around him and smiled bitterly. This is only the scope of the academy, not the town and the new city area. Human ghosts are indeed very popular with some people. Occasionally, one or two may be snatched up, but if there are too many, it will become a trouble, or even a threat. Odysseus does not understand ghosts and gods, but it does not mean that he has never seen ghosts and gods. It is no exaggeration to say that Mu Hua is the scariest ghost and god he has ever seen. Who created tens of thousands of human ghosts just after being exposed as a ghost? Although it was an accident, the current scene was somewhat disharmonious. These ghosts were still decent citizens of the empire a few hours ago. Many of them have families and friends outside. Once the news here spreads, the empire will have countless eyes staring at them, and no one dares to say how to deal with these ghosts lightly. The city of Canes is probably going to be ruined. According to my estimation, the empire may make Canes your territory. After all, no one wants to take over this hot potato. You don't have to worry too much about other things. If there is a problem with public opinion, I can also think of a way for you. Now the most important thing is this group of ghosts. The empire will definitely not take the initiative to propose to eliminate them, but if they are not handled well, even if the empire is willing to help you share the responsibility, it is just sharing. Do you understand? Odysseus said seriously. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. This understanding or not, originally came from his lines. Feng Shui turns around, and now it's someone else's turn to talk about him. Do you understand? Mu Hua really understands. Ghosts that retain memory and consciousness after human death can be regarded as a continuation of life, but the problem is that the dead are withered, and long-term emptiness will cause ghosts to go crazy. In other words, if these ghosts in Cane City are left alone, they will become evil spirits that attack humans wantonly after a year or two. So when most people face these ghosts, they will not simply regard them as the continuation of human life, and the first thought that comes to their minds is to destroy them. But the problem is that these ghosts are ordinary and extraordinary. They are citizens of the empire who died in an accident, and they still have living relatives and families. Kill them quietly. Don't make a fuss, there are too many. No matter out of emotion, family affection, humanitarianism, or grief for the dead, who dares to advocate killing them. Not to mention killing, I'm afraid that the parents of these ghosts in the academy will still clamor to take them home. How to deal with these ghosts? The empire will definitely not help a jealous ghost to deal with ghosts. Maybe someone will help him clean up his mess in the future, but this time, it won't work. Again, too innocent, too concentrated, too many. Many ghosts gathered near Mu Hua, but because of the dragon's intimidation, they didn't dare to get too close to Mu Hua. They waved to old Mori and his group, and Mu Hua called the ghosts in the town who were familiar with him to come closer. Mu, are we dead? Old Mori, who was the most familiar to Mu Hua, spoke first among the ghosts. Well, dead. A demon ran into the town and cast a sleeping spell, and then you were killed by the color domain protozoa he released. Mu Hua smiled bitterly. He was going to go to the town meeting today, but he was not as active as old Mori and his group. If he had gone earlier, these people might not have died. We have heard about the matter, Mu Hua. You are a ghost, and we became ghosts under your influence? Selma from the magic material store stepped forward to confirm. Yeah. Mu Hua nodded in agreement. What's more, Selma looks like a witch, and the ghost look suits her quite well. What will happen to us later? Kill us again? Selma asked feebly. Although Selma is not the peerless master that Mu Hua once imagined, she still has some knowledge of the dead. She knows the changes in the ghost's mind and the attitude of most people towards ghosts. When asking, other townspeople clearly showed uneasiness. I can ensure your rationality and help you perceive emotions. Although it is false happiness, it will not make you crazy. Mu Hua raised his hand to signal the ghost to calm down. You can't share your feelings with a few people. If you share too many, you will go crazy. I don't trust necromancers, and witches may not trust us. If we want to sign a contract, it's better to die. Selma was in a bad mood and retorted. Necromancers and witches are often accompanied by ghosts. They can share their emotions and feelings with ghosts to keep the ghosts relatively stable, but if they share too much, they will wither. This situation is somewhat similar to Tuesday's intake of pleasure. Whether it is a necromancer or a witch, they will more or less treat ghosts as a tool or consumable. In this regard, witches are better than necromancers. Because of the adaptability of magic, witches have more choices in practicing magic than necromancers. But if there is no ghost with an emotional basis, the attitude of witches towards ghosts is actually not much better. In Selma's opinion, if they want to ensure their sanity, they'd probably have to entrust their future ghost life to a necromancer or witch. It is impossible for them to share their feelings with you for free. If you follow them and leave your homeland, you will become a slave and servant, and you may even be used as a spellcasting material. Selma is very pessimistic about this choice. Selma, you know too much. Can you listen to me? Mu Hua was interrupted and rolled his eyes at Selma. You don't have to follow others. I have a cursed spirit under my command. She can give you pleasure. If you still have relatives alive, I also plan to help them gain psychic physique. But the premise is that you have to listen to me in the future. Putting aside other things, I hope you can help me manage these ghosts in Cairn City for the time being. Mu Hua said to the ghosts. Cursed spirit? Mu Hua is going to open Tuesday. Looking at the banshee-like ghost that Mu Hua pulled out from his side, Selma and the other ghosts were at a loss, while Tabitha and others were confused. Who is this ghost? Chapter 446. Doris was very depressed. To Mu Hua, she seemed to have no value except for laying eggs. The cursed spirits were very fragile during their growth stage, so they needed to rely on strong people. And those who protected the cursed spirits needed the cursed spirits to strengthen their souls, but they catalyzed the souls of others all day long, so naturally they had no time to practice themselves. So the cursed spirits also needed to discuss with the dependents and appropriately adjust the time to help the other party temper their souls. If the master was not chosen properly, the cursed spirit's demon life would basically be ruined. Unlike Tuesday, Doris was more cautious in choosing dependents. She did not become someone else's dependent, but used her own abilities to hang on to those dependents. Every time she chose a dependent, the standard was that they could be relatively equal and mutually beneficial. Since her first dependent was killed by other demons, Doris helped the dependents temper their souls, and also tried to cultivate some self-protection abilities. In order to play to her own advantage, Doris specialized in curses, but unfortunately her curses were only at a high level. In terms of direct confrontation, she was not good at fighting. Now she can not only help people temper their souls and absorb pleasure, but also finally master the distribution of death, which are enough to make the cursed spirit arrogant in front of other creatures. But Mu Hua has a higher-end cursed spirit than her. What she can do, others can do, and their roots are still big demons. The soul of the Randy demon is very delicate. This is a demon that is good at making potions, but she saw with her own eyes that Mu Hua caught a bunch of vampires and drew blood one by one, and then rubbed his chin to make a bunch of life potions. Fuck. Aren't potions made by rubbing one bottle after another? This is a magic potion, which requires measurement. The injection of magic power and soul needs to be adjusted at any time. It's not saline, right? Obviously, her magic potion making doesn't get any extra points from Mu Hua. Doris didn't want to be the egg-laying machine in Mu Hua's plan. Although laying eggs is quite comfortable, it's hard for her to accept being kept in captivity with her hands and feet cut off. She is a long-ago dead soul. She has lived for a long time, and has made some private collections. She took out a large amount of ashes and soul fragments, and even took out a collection of dragon blood, trying to exchange a servant contract from Mu Hua. Well, Doris refined a lot of ashes and soul fragments herself. These were refined because she didn't want to waste materials when extracting soul dust, but she would not generate undead. As for soul dust, it was used to refine potions. Doris has attached herself to many powerful people. Although they are basically dead, her contribution of private collections and her tempting abilities have always made her successful in finding dependents. It's a pity that this damn human named Mu Hua is a stubborn person. He only wants a slavery contract. Either accept slavery or be tied up to lay eggs. There is no extra choice. This human passed on self-healing to her and told her that he could help her improve self-healing to the level of regeneration, so that her demon form can regain limbs. This human took out a large number of Philosopher's Stones, and claimed that he wanted to try to turn his dog into Cerberus recently. To be honest, she really did not covet the Philosopher's Stone of mankind. She had already evolved to the highest level. She had neither extra blood nor the obsession to break through the shackles of growth. But with so many Philosopher's Stones, and being good at making potions, it shouldn't be too difficult for this human to get the transition potion. With the transition potion, this human won't die too soon. He is rich, long-lived, and has the potential to grow. Most importantly, there is a death next to him. This human is not pretending to ignore him. My thoughts, mentality, and even my life and death are of no concern to this human. He is strangled to death by this human. In this case, how about kowtow to him? You see, other higher-level demons have kowtowed, and I am the only one who has to kneel down. It doesn't count as losing magic, right? Then, Doris kowtowed to Mu Hua. She failed to get the title of Thursday. When there were no outsiders around, Mu Hua called her Doris, and when there were outsiders, Mu Hua called her Tuesday. The main tasks are to lay eggs, scratch, and come out to take the place of Tuesday when necessary. And Doris's biggest wish now is that the real Tuesday will die quickly. Why is she going out to play when she has nothing to do but hide on her master's body and scratch? Go to death quickly. As long as Tuesday dies, she will probably be able to turn over and sing, and she will become the only death around her master. Sooner or later, she will replace Tuesday's position, and the name Tuesday is determined. Doris secretly cheered herself up in her heart. However, when Mu Hua introduced Doris to everyone, Tuesday, who had finished inspecting the academy and flew back to Mu Hua, was also very satisfied with Doris's size and length. This was Mu Hua's substitute, who helped her take the blame. If there is force majeure in the future and Mu Hua must surrender to death, Doris will be pushed out to self-destruct. Well, this is the task assigned to Doris after she became Mu Hua's dependent. She never expected that someone would actually want to let their dependents die and self-destruct. Doris' biggest wish now is that the real Tuesday will die quickly. Sprinkle Branch. Mu Hua explained Doris's identity and the related abilities of the Withering Curse to a group of town leaders who were not completely dead. Athena is still alive. Can you help her gain psychic physique? Mu Hua only said that Doris could give pleasure, and did not mention the matter of death gathering. Selma thought of her daughter, and she was more willing to become Athena's guardian spirit. It's unlikely to enslave demons, but it should be possible to find some demons to sign a servant contract. Mu Hua pondered and nodded. Servant contract. Selma hesitated. Don't worry, there are loopholes in the contract, and they will be killed after signing the contract, but it needs to be tried. I'm not sure it will work for the time being, Mu Hua said. The little demons imprisoned in the Abyss Island do not accept slavery, but some of the little demons who were assigned supervision tasks by him are eager for Mu Hua to give them a servant contract. Those little demons have not been abused much, and their task is to prevent other little demons from committing suicide. Mu Hua planned to use the Philosopher's Stone to evolve them. It doesn't take much Philosopher's Stone to evolve a lower demon. A lower demon can make people gain psychic physique. Let them help monitor those who signed a servant contract with them. They should be very happy. If they don't sign, just kill them. Anyway, they will be killed anyway, so they can be used to refine and recover skill stones. Get more little demons to try. It's just a servant contract. There should be demons who have a fluke mentality. Mu Hua didn't plan to get more for the time being. He just wanted to help these familiar people in the town. What's more, many of these people have lost their families. What about us? Listen to you and be loyal? After Selma, old Mori said. He was the type whose family was lost. It seems that I will get a noble title. Do you think I am wrong by asking you to pledge allegiance? Mu Hua said to old Mori unhappily. The loyalty they were talking about had nothing to do with the devil's contract. It was just normal loyalty between people. In short, it depends on you. You all have the potential to become faceless. If you want to evolve to a higher level, you should at least express your attitude, not to mention the contract, so that I can allocate resources to you in the future. It's just that you are all undead now. If you want to maintain your previous life, you have to defend the town. I think everyone has no objection to standing on my side, right? Mu Hua said seriously. Opinion? What can there be? Everyone has become a ghost. Let alone the original daily life. If you don't want to be caught and killed, you also need Mu Hua's protection. Although the ghosts are entangled, no one refutes. Hee hee, a strange laugh came, and Peter huddled in a group of ghosts and laughed strangely. Mu, you know, today was supposed to be the day when Hobart became the mayor. Old Mori glared at Pete, and said to Mu Hua in frustration. Well, I know, it's all Barbara's fault. Pete, if you do something naughty again, I kill you. Mu Hua nodded. The mayor who was originally a good mayor has now become a ghost who wants to rely on him, which is worthy of sympathy. Mu Hua scolded, but Pete didn't dare to continue to do naughty things. Not to mention killing him, Mu Hua's side is basically a kind of existence that can use ghosts as food, including Mu Hua himself. Speaking of which, if Mu Hua eats all the ghosts in Kane City, he can definitely improve his spiritual attributes. Then what should we do now? What about my farm? Ivan asked gloomily. You each bring some skeleton wizards to subdue some ghosts first. Now you need to manage the ghosts in Kane City and register them. If you encounter crazy and disobedient ones, just kill them directly. The skeleton wizard will take charge, and let the ghosts do the killing. As for everyone's property, that's a matter for later when we save the town. Now most people in the town are dead, we must let outsiders see that even if we become ghosts, we can maintain the stability and normal order of the town. Only in this way can the Empire accept you and recognize your new identity. Your home, your property, our daily life. Everyone remember, what we are doing now is to protect our own homes, Muhua said to Old Mori and the other ghosts. At first, when they heard Muhua say that he wanted to kill the ghosts were obviously a little resisted, and even uneasy. But with Muhua's explanation, the ghosts also realized that if they couldn't control the ghosts of Canes, if they couldn't highlight their existence, then they might really become lonely ghosts. After all, the Imperial law has clauses about demons, clauses about warcraft, and even clauses about liches, but there are no clauses about ghosts. The ghosts gradually became cold and fierce. No matter whether Muhua was explaining or inciting, one thing was right. They had to make the Imperial government accept their current existence. It was time for them to protect their homeland again. As for Muhua, including the new city area, there were probably tens of thousands of ghosts in the entire Canaan city. It was impossible for all of these ghosts to honestly accept the fact of their own death. They were all dead ghosts. Muhua did not expect them to be reasonable. In order to avoid unpredictable adverse effects, they must be made to settle down as soon as possible. It was better to let ghosts kill ghosts than to do it himself. Even if there were any criticisms from the outside world, it was too much for you to interfere in the fight between ghosts. If you really want to argue, go and talk to those ghosts who were fighting. Chapter 447. Penelope's attack came very suddenly, but Muhua also called the police immediately, and the Empire's rescue of Cain's city was too late. According to Otis's understanding, both Cain's courtyard and Haman City received emergency drill notifications when they received the alarm. The situation has developed to this point. Whether it is Penelope's plan or the dereliction of duty of certain government links, the Empire officials have an unshirkable responsibility for the situation in Cain's city. And Lauren's side is not popular with irresponsible governance. When Muhua arranged for Old Mori and his group to govern the ghosts in the city, a statement of public apology and condemnation by the Emperor of the Empire appeared on the Magic Network. However, the Magic Empire is not now ruled by the royal aristocratic faction. As the saying goes, irresponsible governance is not popular here. Although the announcement is unclear, the Emperor took the lead in speaking, and there seems to be some problems in the meantime. The Magic Empire was shaken. The area around the Canes region was completely blocked. More than 200 government officials suspected of being related to Penelope were arrested in the northern part of the empire. Local nobles were appointed to temporarily replace the managers of various institutions. When the public condemned the situation, the post-disaster rescue situation in the Canes region was not disclosed to the public due to the relationship between the color domain protozoa and the breath of death. In the northern part of the Magic Empire, the noble parliament was urgently established. Influenced by the will of the people, the Emperor of the Empire authorized the noble parliament to review and arrange the takeover of various functional departments. For a while, many originally unemployed nobles in the northern part of the Magic Empire came to the fore. When they saw such news, Muhua and Odysseus could not help but remain silent. Webster is in charge of the Information and Communication Department of Haman City. It seems that you should have nothing to worry about. In the academy, after finishing the call with Webster, Odysseus said to Muhua, "The ghosts in the town and the new city area were handed over to Old Mori for integration, while the ghosts in the academy were managed and restrained by Caroline, the dean, who also became a ghost. The ghosts in the city might be left alone to a certain extent, but the ghosts in the academy are more troublesome. No matter whether they are half-grown boys or not, the concept of children is enough for them to obtain corresponding protection symbols in human society. For the ghosts in the academy, they can only be suppressed. Even if they want to eliminate some troublemakers, they have to think of excuses, and do it quietly and secretly." As for the personnel changes in the northern part of the empire caused by Penelope, Muhua didn't want to say more, couldn't say more, and there was nothing to say. It's not like he hasn't heard or seen such things before, but this time, he was too close, and he had a lot of roles. In other words, even if he took out the legendary saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Now he has a little ability, and he has fulfilled all the responsibilities he should and shouldn't fulfill. As long as he doesn't make a fuss, no one in the royal family or the ruling party should be uncomfortable to make trouble for him. Then, he will be a small transparent person who gets rewards. A large number of ruling party members will step down, and the aristocratic factions will begin to gain power. The more benefits they get, the greater the responsibility. Penelope is such an idiot. Feeling the dead silence in the academy, Muhua muttered hatefully, "Not really, if I hadn't met you, The scale of the color domain protozoa would have been formed, the color domain, greed, and the sleeping spell would have allowed Penelope to further expand the disaster whether she crossed the sea or went west. Whether they are intercepted or not, the reputation of witches among the people will definitely plummet, and it is possible that the demons will also be in trouble. When Odysseus shook his head, Muhwa also shook his head. Odysseus probably didn't know Doris's ability. If a cursed spirit that spread death and doom was added, it would be more than a disaster. The army's encirclement and suppression might not be successful. Muhwa just wanted to curse a few words. Although Penelope was stabbed by him, if the team she pulled out did not encounter the existence of restraining them, the harm it could cause was really difficult to estimate. Sometimes, who can say whether to calculate or be calculated? Are you really going to take in these ghosts? In fact, you can communicate with the Empire and let them disappear from the public eye for a year or two, and then find an excuse to put them in the courtyard and deal with them. Let the Empire cooperate with the propaganda tone. There shouldn't be too many problems. Lowering his voice, Odysseus said to Muhwa, "Do you think I lied to them about Doris's ability? You are a ruthless guy." Muhwa rolled his eyes at Odysseus. If there was no curse, Muhwa was not sure whether he would discuss the specific details of this suggestion with Odysseus. "Oh, I've seen a lot. Believe it or not, there are countries in the courtyard experiencing a war of annihilation. I'm ruthless? If you hadn't been involved in such a thing, I would still be calling for international help. I know the curse. Where are you going to plunder pleasure? Monsters? If you are not careful, you will cause more trouble," Odysseus said unhappily. "I don't think the monsters in the normal courtyard will work." Muhwa nodded. The withering curse has no killing effect. It can't kill the recipient directly, and if you want to plunder the other party's pleasure, the other party must be alive. This thing is really scary and disgusting. But if you throw it at the monsters in the courtyard, they will fight you to the death in a minute. However, Muhwa had some ideas earlier. It is not good to cause trouble to the monsters in ordinary courtyards, but you can try the mazes in the courtyards controlled by humans. Although the withering curse is also effective for projected monsters, it cannot affect the main body of the projected monsters at the same time. The monsters in the maze cannot leave the maze area, and at most they will be more irritable. Even if they die and return to hell, can they still descend on other courtyards to seek revenge? They have to find it. I want to try the maze area of Fiona Courtyard, Muhwa asked Odysseus. In fact, he also thought about the little demons in the wild of Ionia territory, but he had to discuss with Lord Medusa there, and he didn't dare to provoke the other party for the time being. Maze? This is a bit troublesome to communicate with the Adventurers Guild. It would be best if the Empire could come forward to negotiate, Odysseus thought. I just tried not to let anyone hurt the ghost of Canes. Now the key is the death. Many people died in vain. The citizens who died in vain have become ghosts. There is no reason to ignore the death and keep talking about ghosts, right? Most of these ghosts are citizens of the Empire who died in vain. How to deal with them is the Empire's business. As for who the Empire needs to negotiate with, I don't need to ask too much, right? Muhwa looked at Odysseus, and the two looked at each other and chuckled tacitly. If the ghost of Canes is taken in, the fact that Muhwa has a cursed spirit under his command will basically be exposed. The maze is also a place for adventurers to hunt. If you go to the maze to kill monsters, it's fine, but you don't kill monsters, but make them all neurotic. This kind of thing should be notified to the adventurers who go to the maze to hunt, and the Adventurers Guild should be informed. If you want others to do you a favor, you have to pay something, and you have to owe them a favor. In the Penelope incident, the Empire was obviously dirty. Compared with Muhwa going directly to the Adventurers Guild, Odysseus suggested that the Empire come forward to negotiate. But the Empire's negotiation is not the same as Muhwa's request for the Empire to negotiate. If these people in Cane City died cleanly, it would be fine. But if they didn't die cleanly, then the Empire couldn't clear its own relationship with the ghosts in Cane City. Dealing with these ghosts well would also solve the Empire's problems. At this stage, Muhwa didn't think he had any reason to jump up and down, and whoever should do the hard work should do the hard work. Moreover, it doesn't matter if it helps Penelope to embellish this incident, but it must be distinguished between the wrongful death and the ghost, which is the focus of the incident. No matter which world or country, there will always be some idiots who don't understand the key points among the people. If a city of people died, there must be many idiots who will ignore the death itself and discuss the good and bad of ghosts. In this matter, Muhwa resolutely does not allow the appearance of rafts, otherwise, it is possible to discuss whether the jealous ghosts should retreat from the world and practice in seclusion, and whether they should be fully responsible for these ghosts. After stating the key points, Muhua and Odysseus tacitly agreed not to discuss more. Suddenly, they saw a large airship in the sky speeding towards the direction of the academy. Muhua's mind moved, and the demon dragon lying nearby stood up. The scope of Kane City has been completely blocked, and this airship is unimpeded, which must have been approved by the security team. The airship landed in the open space in the academy. Muhua imagined that the imperial official personnel did not appear, but he saw Lin Feng jumping out of the hatch. Hundreds of warriors in combat readiness got off the airship, and 2 angels with angel wings spread followed Lin Feng. Among the crowd, Lin Feng was the first to walk towards Muhua. The warriors who walked out of the airship were wary of the dragon beside Muhua, and Muhua's eyes swept over Lin Feng and also swept over those warriors. Are those heroic spirits? Pointing to the direction where the warriors gathered, Muhua asked Odysseus as if to confirm. Can you tell them apart? If they are heroic spirits, they should be people from the Hall of Heroes. Odysseus nodded. These are the people who claimed to ambush Penelope, right? Fuck, do you think they dug the pit or were thrown into the pit? Muhua curled his lips, and Odysseus also smiled bitterly. Some people predicted that Penelope would cause trouble, and Lin Feng was one of them. As a result, the emergency plan failed to pass, and Penelope's self-destruction location was also wrong. Combined with the various things before and after the Penelope incident, Muhua's head was spinning when he saw these people. He still couldn't be sure how credible the prediction of fate was, and the influence of humans on the so-called fate made Muhua's head even more confused. Terms such as the mastermind flashed through Muhua's mind, and Shanshan quickly threw it away. No, there were too many hands, and the more he flashed, the more dizzy he became. It was more dizzy than Krypton's skill stones, and he couldn't flash out the reason. Fate is unreliable in various ways as long as it touches humans, and Muhua gave up thinking about it. At this time, Lin Feng, who walked quickly towards Muhua, also shouted from a distance. Boss! Did you kill Penelope? Thanks to your prophecy and ambush, the great demon barber turned a corner and slaughtered Canes. Penelope sacrificed, died, burned, and turned into ashes. Muhua shouted from afar. As Muhua shouted, Lin Feng stumbled, and those warriors who wanted to approach also stopped, with strange expressions on their faces. What do you mean by thanks to our prophecy and ambush? The great demon barber? Penelope sacrificed. The word sacrifice was used very well. There were not many ignorant people in Lin Feng's group, and everyone immediately realized the problem. This guy with the magic dragon in front of him. Is this guy considered to be sophisticated or not? Chapter 448. Heroic spirits are different from the existences that Muhua understood in his previous life, which were heroes who became legends after their death and became objects of faith because of their great achievements. Although they belong to the Hall of Heroes, the Hall of Heroes is an organization under the sixth kingship, a Shadowland. The heroic spirits in this world are actually summoned beasts transformed by humans. The spell of using humans as summoned beasts is the inherent magic of the sixth kingship. Because of its special nature, it is also a magic that is not publicly analyzed. Some followers of the sixth king who have no hope of promotion and are entering the period of life decline will accept the transformation and become heroic spirits in the Hall of Heroes. They usually do not enter the summoning space, and they will always be accompanied by the summoner. These summoners are not the existence of enslaving them. On the contrary, the summoners are the followers of these heroic spirits. The summoners provide the heroic spirits with the ability to move freely and jointly form the powerful organization under a Shadowland, the Throne of Heroes. Because of the prophecy deviation, when they knew that Penelope ran to Kane City to cause trouble, a group of people who planned to ambush Penelope rushed from the Principality of Linlita. To be honest, they are probably the purest group of people since the Penelope incident. They simply want to mess with Penelope, and they are probably the only ones who really want to fight. But purity is purity, sincerity is sincerity. Since it's too late, don't make the water muddy. For people who don't work and may still make a fuss, Muhua can't accept it physically. This is the first time Muhua has seen the existence of a heroic spirit. As a result, as soon as they met, Muhua smashed a big pot on their heads. Feelings, after all this trouble, the massacre in Kane City is all our fault. Not only did they blame us, but Penelope also became a martyr? This is so unreasonable, isn't it? Back off, brothers. Don't wade into this muddy water. Who cares? Go to hell. What ghosts? What death? Just look at the ghosts all over the streets of Kane City, and let someone come to contact Muhua later. The water is too deep. Our small temple can't get involved. A group of volunteers rushed over in a hurry, and they wanted to talk to Muhua about the cursed spirit under Penelope's command. In the end, a black pot was thrown over, and everyone didn't even say hello to Muhua, and directly boarded the airship and ran away. Even the two angels who were posing next to Lin Feng ran away. And Muhua looked at these guys who ran away in a bit of surprise. He really didn't expect them to be so uncivilized, and secretly said that he was a cheap mouth and blamed it too early. Ugh! Is there any sense of justice left? After a joint battle group of Valhalla and Samsara Hall, no more decent people appeared in cairns. The disaster area was so large that the perimeter was tightly blocked. Inside, only a group of guards from the neighboring city were scratching their heads and trembling with fear. The two deputy chiefs of the guard team were conservative and cautious, with greasy faces. The imperial officials did not come to arrange things, but Helen led a security team of 200 people from the Benson family to arrive at Bear Pig Town first. Since no one was in a hurry, Mu Hua did not care. He collected the summoned beasts, and the group went directly back to the Demand Hotel. In the college, Caroline called on the students and mentors who had turned into ghosts to calm down. In the town, Old Mori and his group led the skeletons to suppress the restless ghosts. The firefighters put out the fire while repelling mosquitoes and quietly transported away the bodies that had turned into mummies. The guard searched for people who were still alive, but still sleeping, and concentrated their protection. The sweat on the faces of the two deputy directors, Jonah and Jonas, became thicker. In the ghostly city of Cairns, when all parties were still discussing, outside interventions appeared in the northwest of the city and the south of the town. In the northwest of the city, a figure wearing a mask and a casual suit, with a strong breath, stepped into the streets of the new city. Looking at the newly built but dilapidated buildings beside the street, the masked figure shook his head silently. With a wave of his hand, a large group of locusts as long as an adult's palm appeared around him. On the ground, in the air, on the walls, in the grass and trees, in the blink of an eye, countless locusts were all around the masked man. The locusts scattered and drilled into every corner of the city. Wherever they passed, they would inevitably eat some buildings and vegetation. The masked man was none other than the ghost god Taurus that Mu Hua had seen on the exile island earlier. Although Barber died, the color domain protozoa did not dissipate. If there is no devastating blow to the city of Cairns, there will still be some color domain protozoa in the city. Those mosquitoes have a strong ability to multiply, and one survival may form a mosquito swarm again. Tau Les was called here to completely eliminate those color domain protozoa, but although they have been restrained and controlled, the locusts he released will still cause some damage to the outside world. When eating, there are also locusts laying eggs everywhere. Mu Hua. Go and meet him, that kid is growing up so fast. Tau Les muttered to himself as he released the locusts that seemed to be wreaking havoc again. He raised his hand and pinched it, and a ghost hiding in the dark was pinched in Tau Les's hand. Asking where Mu Hua is, the ghost in the new city doesn't know. Tau Les shook his head and crushed the ghost to death, reaching out to catch it again, until he found out where the Demand Hotel is. Then he put one hand in his pocket and walked towards the town. At the same time, on the road leading directly to the town in the south, a row of sedan-style convoys slowed down slightly as they passed the scene of Mu Siyun and Vic's car rollover. In a luxury car with a royal emblem in the middle, a beautiful woman with fair skin and wild eyes opened the window, letting the strong wind blow away her long golden hair, and seemed to be watching the outside world with depression. In the empty environment, the air that should have been fresh seemed to have a rotten smell. The vehicles on the roadside that seemed to be cut by a giant blade faintly revealed corpses in bad shapes, and several young women seemed to be checking the corpses in the car. Ingrid frowned. She didn't like it here. As the princess of the empire, the places she appeared in the past were usually accompanied by vocal music and flowers, not death and charred corpses. As the seventh princess of the magic empire, she knew that she would have to fulfill her mission as a princess sooner or later, but she never thought that her target would be a jealous ghost who practiced undead magic. Fortunately, this ghost seemed very young. He touched the original sin at such a young age. Who knows, maybe Mu Hua could be her blood relative? Ingrid smiled with a sneer on her face. It's impossible. He should be from Lanton. Although the blood of the imperial royal family is mixed, it still has the reserve of the nobility. Even some unrecognized illegitimate children will leave clear records. He should be a lucky person in Lanton. Although the people there always talk about decency, the private lives of the powerful there are more unscrupulous than Loren. Ingrid has always been curious about why they can avoid problems. If they were in Loren, even if they were not assassinated, they would probably be roasted by the people every day, right? Well, Ingrid is going to meet Mu Hua. She represents the empire and the royal family. She wants to discuss the situation in Kan City with Mu Hua. She may also stay in Can City in the future. As for Mu Hua, she doesn't believe that an ordinary person can touch the original sin at such a young age. She thinks that Mu Hua should have acquired some talents through intergenerational inheritance. Although his 8 generations of ancestors are ordinary people in his information, but some things, who knows? In the thoughts of teasing and self-mockery, the convoy entered the town and arrived at the fork in the road in front of the Demand Hotel. The car, which is much smaller than the chariot, turned onto the forest path, and the convoy stopped in front of the Demand Hotel in a moment. With long legs, she stepped out of the car door. No one greeted her. Mu Hua should have received the notification of the arrival of the royal delegation. Ingrid frowned again. Proud ghost, it seems that you have to lower your posture. After all, you are just a princess. Besides, those bastard nobles are not clean in the matter of canes. Rejecting the inquiry of the entourage to enter the hotel first, Ingrid, who was wearing a dress, walked into the hotel first. When she stepped into the door of the hotel, she saw a forest garden full of flowers and natural greenery. Illusion? Ingrid stopped in astonishment. Setting up an illusion in the hotel lobby, even if you are not a black shop owner, do the guests here have no objection? The entourage handed Ingrid a pair of slightly heavy glasses. The true vision eye was opened. As soon as Ingrid saw through the illusion, she took off her glasses again. Well, the guests here should have no objection. Because the trees and flowers in the illusion should be the guests who are lying dead. Instead of looking at the sleepers, who were not aware of their own lives, the illusion in front of her made Ingrid feel more pleasant. Don't touch the flowers and plants here, Ingrid said to the people accompanying her. It's really bad to step on the flowers and plants here. Chapter 449. Ingrid came to the Demand Hotel because Mu Hua moved all the students, who were not dead in the academy, to the hotel. The huge hotel lobby could not be said to be like a morgue, but it also looked like a big bunk bed. It was a bit annoying to see so many people lying on the ground. They were just sleeping, and had no injuries or illnesses. Mu Hua simply asked Wednesday to decorate the first floor lobby into an illusion. When Ingrid saw Mu Hua, he seemed to be telling Helen something. It was not until Demand reminded him that Mu Hua looked at Ingrid and his party, who broke into the hotel. Your Majesty, Ingrid brought greetings from the imperial family. You can call me Ingrid. It is an honor to meet you. When she came close to Mu Hua, Ingrid was very low, so low that Mu Hua felt a little uncomfortable. This was a tall woman over 1.8 meters tall, fair, beautiful, and fit. Her gentle and sexy hairstyle could not hide the wildness hidden in her eyebrows. You should be the princess, right? Your Majesty's title is a bit too much. Mu Hua, you can call me Mu. When Mu Hua said this, because Ingrid was kneeling with her skirt lifted to him, Mu Hua restrained his subconscious hand shaking. Your Majesty is too modest. The royal family does not need to hold a sword, so the prince practices politics, but princesses are different. We have been practicing since childhood. In essence, we are not nobles, and only princesses who introduce excellent genes to the royal family can become princesses. In the Penelope incident, the Empire has made great negligence and omissions. Your Majesty, there is no need to be polite. I bring the Empire's apology, and hope to discuss with you in detail about the situation in Can City, Ingrid said calmly with a little guilt on her face. Ingrid's words, the first half and the second half, are somewhat inconsistent. She talked too much about the princess and the royal family, and too little about Penelope. Among them, the statement of introducing excellent genes to the royal family is somewhat meaningful, but her expression is very natural, as if it is a simple explanation. Helen beside Mu Hua looked her up and down, but in her impeccable smile, she couldn't see the reason. At the round table in the garden in the illusion, Mu Hua asked someone to bring tea to Ingrid, and sat opposite each other. Behind Ingrid stood a waiter, with a long sword on his waist. There were 2 demons standing on the left and right of Mu Hua, but they were Tina and Helen. After a simple greeting, Mu Hua knew that Ingrid was the plenipotentiary representative sent by the Empire to the city of Canes, and Mu Hua and Ingrid reached a consensus on the Empire's modification of the Penelope incident. Mu Hua said that he would no longer interfere in the various things in the city of Canes, but Ingrid did not comment on this. Your Majesty, you know the situation in Can City best. When Ingrid was talking, Mu Hua interrupted. No, Princess, I am only familiar with the situation in the small town. I have hardly even been to the new city area. Okay, at least for the time being, no one knows the current situation in Can City better than you. Ingrid spread her hands, as if she didn't want to argue with Mu Hua. Mu Hua was easier to communicate with than Ingrid had imagined. Unlike the politicians she had seen, he was confident, casual, and arrogant. He had a very standard adventurer's mindset, which made Ingrid more relaxed. Your Majesty, you have touched jealousy, and now you also need a place to stay. The Empire intends to assign the Canes area to your territory. The Empire will not take the initiative to intervene in the governance of the territory, but you must ensure that this area has an environment suitable for ordinary people to live. Ingrid looked into Mu Hua's eyes, trying to guess Mu Hua's mentality from his expression. Hee, after eating the Empire's food, you can't get away with it, right? Mu Hua joked. Ingrid chuckled and shook her head, but ignored Mu Hua's joke. I need you to explain the concept of territory. You must know that many people in the town have become ghosts. I am their friend. I don't want to hurt them, and I will even provide them with necessary protection. Most of the industries in the town belong to them. Mu Hua said to Ingrid. I am very glad that you are a kind ghost. Ingrid's face flashed with relief, and her eyes showed just the right respect. It's best if you can think this way. The ghosts here are very special. The Empire will not cancel their citizenship. Personal property is sacred and inviolable, so the Empire will not allow anyone to plunder the private property of these ghosts during their lifetime. I may stay here permanently in the future. This represents the attitude of the Empire. The Empire needs a member of the royal family to prove that the Empire will not abandon them. Of course, we can slowly discuss the placement of ghosts later, but for safety reasons, if there are uncontrollable existences among these ghosts, it is also necessary to clean them up. Ingrid answered irrelevant questions. Mu Hua was silent and waited for her to continue. About the power and obligations of the Lord. Ingrid pretended to think. As an imperial lord, you enjoy the same power as other nobles. On the premise of abiding by the laws of the Empire, 50% of the taxes in the territory will be at your disposal. Unlike most nobles, because of your special nature, you have the power to lead the appointment and dismissal of personnel in the territory, but the laws and regulations in the territory must be synchronized with the Empire. I hope you can understand. At the same time, the issue of household registration in Canaan City must be reviewed by me in the future. Staring at Mu Hua's eyes, seeing that Mu Hua did not show any disgust, Ingrid sighed slightly. Alas, you are special. I have to say that you are the source of jealousy. Just like the undead, the reason why they are judged as the apostles of jealousy is not that they are the embodiment of jealousy. In my opinion, it is more because they will inevitably arouse the jealousy of other creatures. Even though most people have a certain contempt for undead creatures, as undead, their lifespan will still make countless creatures subconsciously jealous and envious. Ingrid sighed. And the ghosts born from you can even be understood as the continuation of life to a large extent. Even if ghosts have fatal flaws and may face dementia and madness, generally speaking, there are probably countless dying people who want to be by your side, not to mention that there is a cursed spirit by your side. Ingrid's eyes flickered with taboo. So, in the future, it will be impossible for people to enter and leave this area recklessly. I will supervise the entry and household registration affairs of Cain City in the future. Of course, I will respect your opinion to a certain extent. I think this can be regarded as solving a lot of trouble for you, right? Ingrid confirmed Mu Hua's attitude. Yeah. Mu Hua nodded. He did not object to Ingrid's statement. He also did not want a large number of irrelevant people to rush to his side to wait for death. They came with a clear purpose, and humans are very good at playing moral kidnapping. There are too many such idle people. If many things are not handled properly, they may attract criticism from the outside world. Some rules should be established early. With Ingrid helping him guard the gate, the so-called immigration and naturalization affairs can be regarded as complying with the Empire's policies. For Mu Hua now, ghosts can be found all over the world, and there is no need to let a group of living people who are not dead yet run to his place to make trouble for him. I don't object to your supervision, but at present, in the new city area, including the students in the academy, many of those ghosts have families in the outside world, and you also need to deal with those people. Mu Hua said to Ingrid. Ghosts are not troublesome. If the Canes area is blocked, Mu Hua can make them disappear in a short time. The real trouble is the families of those ghosts, especially those who are not in Cain City. Their relatives and children were alive and well, but suddenly they were attacked by demons. If they were really dead, it would be okay, and they would come forward to provide compensation and put all the blame on the demons. After 10 days or half a month, the matter would be over. But they were not dead, and 1 or 2 of them turned into ghosts. In this case, it would be strange if their families didn't suffer. Mu Hua didn't even want to get involved in such a matter, and he had no ability to deal with it. Thinking of the chaos in his mind, Mu Hua had no other thoughts except killing a lot. Chapter 450. Leave the ghost problem to you, and I handle the human problem, but in the near future. Well, Within 2 or 3 months, it's best not to have a large-scale extermination of ghosts within 2 or 3 months. Ingrid hesitated to Mu Hua's request. Human ghosts can indeed evolve into faceless ones, but that requires cultivation and a long growth process. For necromancers and witches, it's okay to raise a ghost occasionally, but you have so many ghosts, which are both annoying and troublesome. People's choice is not to kill them for peace, but most of them are used as spell materials. Ingrid thinks that Mu Hua is just pretending at most, and it is inevitable that he will eventually attack the ghosts in the city. The Empire will send someone to contact the relatives of those ghosts. As for the ghosts in the Academy, you don't have to worry. Even if Sprinkle can't handle it, I guess the Black Witch Academy will come forward to deal with it. Seeing Mu Hua frowning, Ingrid continued. Maleficent Academy? A term that Mu Hua didn't have much idea about. If Sprinkle was a magic academy that recruited students from the settlers, then Maleficent Academy was probably a higher education institution in the world of adventurers. Although both were named academies, there was a huge difference between the two. Mu Hua didn't know that Sprinkle was related to Maleficent Academy, but he didn't say anything at this time. I will try my best to settle the ghosts, but they will definitely be mainly small town residents. Moreover, I need to go to some mazes to collect joy. You can talk to the Adventurers Guild about this, Mu Hua said to Ingrid. If you want to keep the ghosts sane, you must let them have a positive feeling. Although it was because of Mu Hua's birth, it was because of Penelope's death. As the saying goes, a man of integrity does not speak in secret. The trouble that the ghosts killed in Canes will bring to the Magic Empire will definitely be greater than the trouble they bring to Mu Hua. Before meeting Mu Hua, Ingrid also learned some of Mu Hua's situation, and Ingrid did not raise any objections to this. The town, or Cane City, is probably not suitable for normal people to live here in the future. Even if ghosts do not spread the breath of death everywhere like the skeletons, normal people will not like the feeling of being penetrated by these invisible ghosts. When ghosts evolve to the level of dead souls, they can physically interfere with the outside world and let ordinary people see them. So people's cognition of dead souls is higher than that of ghosts, and they are more acceptable. Mu Hua can help ghosts evolve into dead souls quickly, but he certainly can't take care of so many ghosts in the entire Cane City. He considered temporarily focusing on the town, evolving Old Mori and the others into dead souls, allowing them to contact real objects, and rebuilding taverns, supermarkets, farms, logging sites and other places and shops. Let's not talk about the ghost city for now. Let's try to build a ghost town first. Well, the courtyard has just stabilized, and the prospects of this area are promising. Production and operation must be restored. Not only the town must be restored, but the new city area must also be properly rectified. After all, if he accepts the title granted by the Empire, 50% of the tax revenue will belong to him. There is a tendency for the rise of nobles in the north of the Empire. As an imperial lord, even if his identity as a ghost is not considered, I think there will be no powerful people in the surrounding cities who will come to pick his hole. Everyone is in the same boat. The authority of security and administrative personnel appointment and removal is in Mu Hua's hands. This territory is well deserved for Mu Hua. First, create a ghost town with characteristics. He doesn't want his territory to be a ghost den that no one should approach. Now that we've talked about power, let's talk about obligations. Mu Hua asked Ingrid, leaning back and relaxing his body. The future seems promising, but he still has to obey his obligations. If it's troublesome, he doesn't care about the territory. Anyway, he's used to being a troublemaker. Oh, except for these ghosts, there's actually no obligation for you to fulfill. Ingrid chuckled, stroking the edge of the teacup with her slender fingers, and seemed to relax a little. Hee, although the empire is strong, as for politics, never underestimate the ambitions of politicians in the kingdoms and duchies. Your existence is like an alternative biochemical weapon. As long as you stand on the side of the empire, ghosts and gods are also a deterrent to other countries. Ingrid smiled. Do I need to fight for you? Mu Hua asked. No, generally not. Even if it is necessary, you can refuse. The empire has a complete military system, and your kind is not suitable to appear on the battlefield of the human world. In fact, at most you will be arranged to participate in some diplomatic activities or overseas travel, which will be reimbursed by public funds. Ingrid's expression was a little strange. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Very good, what biological and chemical weapons, national deterrence, emotions are essentially a disaster. It's hard to say about other ghosts and gods. Wherever he goes, ghosts will descend. Wherever he goes, there will be ghosts. Whoever sees it will be upset. As for the war in the human world, it is generally not his turn. If he can go, Other adventurers can also go, and then the king's big slap will probably come. Can it be refused? Mu Hua asked. Yes, it can be refused, Ingrid confirmed. Anything else? For example, the courtyard war. Mu Hua asked again. Although the lord was an honorary noble, he had a fiefdom. Mu Hua felt that this power came too easily. It is actually a very stupid idea to always want to use fists to talk to the powerful. The two are not in the same system or world at all. The so-called powerful, who have been flattered for a long time, will also cultivate their unique arrogance. Maybe they are afraid of fists, but they are also better at putting shackles on their fists. They may be afraid of death, but they will definitely not die first. They can splash the blood of countless lives on your fists until you dare not punch again. So don't underestimate the powerful, even if they are powerless. And to confront the powerful, it is better to mobilize the people, who also need to be mobilized when the powerful encounter confrontation. Otherwise, at least you have to show some anti-human awareness. You could apply for help from the Adventurers Guild in the Courtyard War. Then, there is the Brigade Alliance and the Crown Kingship. If you want to participate, you can usually apply in advance. The Empire should be able to earn you more benefits in the courtyards within the Empire, Ingrid said. Mu Hua was speechless. Well, if we follow the Empire, we will also take advantage of the courtyard war. As for the magic tide that rushed out of the courtyard, or the situation similar to Penelope, Mu Hua was too lazy to ask about these. As long as it is not the type of people who charge first to detect mines when encountering trouble, it is acceptable to serve the country and the people when necessary. They have given all the benefits that should and should not be given. In this case, if there is really some emergency crisis, is it a big deal to protect the home and the country? Go up if you should. Are you really a maggot? It is not necessarily easier to live in another place than here. That's all? The Magic Empire's attitude towards him was too indulgent, and Mu Hua was a little bit unbelievable. There is one more thing. When Ingrid said this, Mu Hua nodded secretly. Sure enough, there was one more thing. Even the Empire couldn't be too undemanding. As a lord, you need to participate in some banquets hosted by nobles. If it is an invitation from the royal family, you cannot refuse without a legitimate reason, Ingrid said. Huh? Mu Hua questioned, what the hell? Banquet? He thought about it a lot, but he never thought that Ingrid would say such a word at this time. Banquet? Shouldn't this thing be a welfare? When Mu Hua was puzzled, an abrupt voice suddenly came from the two of them. Huh? Is it Basanamu's illusion? Haha, what's so strange about that? You may have passed on some special abilities to your offspring. At the noble banquet, you will become the target of those noble ladies, or your genetic factors will become their target. The nobles of the Magic Empire can last for a long time. In addition to the achievements of their ancestors, their knights filled with some outstanding members of the clan are still very excellent. It's nothing, anyway, you don't have to be responsible. This lady should also come for this. The princess of the empire? If she accompanies you to the banquet, it should save you a lot of trouble. At some point, a masked man entered the hotel. While talking, the man walked towards where Mu Hua and Ingrid were. Your Majesty. Seeing the visitor, Ingrid stood up and saluted. Her attitude was much more serious than when she faced Mu Hua, and her face was a little alert. Hello, sir. Tina and Helen, who were guarding Mu Hua, bowed to greet the visitor. Tell us you're here too? Mu Hua stood up and spoke unexpectedly. You made quite a commotion here. I was invited to deal with those mosquitoes. Mu Hua, you have touched the original sin after all. The man waved to Ingrid, nodded to Tina and Helen, and turned to look at Mu Hua. It was Tao Les, the ghost god from the Demon Island. Excuse me, if I hadn't touched jealousy, I would probably be lying dead now. Mu Hua shook his head and said to Tao Les. Chapter 451. When he met Mu Hua on the Demon Island, Tao Les knew that with Mu Hua's talent, he would sooner or later be able to touch the original sin. The ability involved in the original sin is very special, very strong, and very troublesome. In Tao Les's opinion, since he has an outstanding talent, it is better to improve other aspects first instead of focusing on the original sin, so he gave Mu Hua such advice. When he heard Mu Hua's name again, this kid had actually become a ghost. Tao Les didn't expect Mu Hua to be able to touch the original sin of jealousy so quickly. If it was this speed, it didn't seem to matter whether he perfected other things or not. Dealing with mosquitoes? By the way, what kind of existence are those color domain protozoa? Tao Les didn't have the habit of shaking hands. Mu Hua stood up and bowed slightly to him, asking as a greeting. A kind of alien life derived from the original sin of the color domain. In addition to their aggressiveness, Their essence is actually a gene bank, which can be regarded as a safety bolt to prevent the complete extinction of organisms. You are now a member of the Ghost God Council. You should be able to find an introduction in the library of the council. It seems that this will be your territory in the future? Then I will also let the locusts restrain themselves. When Tao-Les said this, strange fluctuations spread around his body. The people around him were not affected at all. However, the locusts that preyed on mosquitoes in Kane City no longer gnawed on buildings. But there were still a few locusts that would eat plants, as if they were stealing food, but the impact was not great. Ghost God Council? Penelope is also a member? Muhua asked. Someone on the Magic Network invited him to enter the private section earlier. He did enter, but there was no member information, no organization introduction, and no one responded to his words. She is not. She has not been in contact with greed for a long time, and she has a bad record in her life. We don't want everyone. Tao Lisi shook his head. It seems that you are discussing interesting obligations? Muhua, joining the Ghost God Council also requires fulfilling obligations. If someone in the council needs rescue, you must help. Of course, it is limited to rescue. We do not allow members of the council to be treated unfairly, but you can ignore things like help, and generally no one will pay attention, haha. There are a total of 48 ghosts and gods in the council, including you. Everyone is busy. Most of them are tied to their own territories by their opponents. Once they are found to have left, their nests may be dug out. In fact, everyone rarely contacts each other. Although the human world restricts development, it is stable if we can establish a foundation in the human world. However, you now understand the troubles that ghosts and gods need to face. As I said before, we need friends, don't we? Tao Lisi looked at Ingrid, who was bowing her head, and said to Muhua, Of course, I'm very happy to have your approval. Muhua said seriously, and extended his hand to signal Tao-Les to sit down. Tao-Les' arrival made Muhua suddenly realize that he had been wondering why the Empire was so easy to talk to. Now it seems that the Ghost and God Council should have played a big role in this. He joined the council so quickly, and Tao-Les' introduction was probably also a factor. Ghosts and gods may sound evil, but in a complex group of humans, the Ghost and God Council can be seen as a group that keeps each other warm. This group has few members, all of them are ghosts and gods, and they gather together because they don't want to be excluded or targeted. The council does not obey any force or individual. The only consensus is that when a member is persecuted, they need to rescue and retaliate against the perpetrator. Even if the other party is the Seven Kings, or in other words, the ghosts and gods are mainly guarding against the seven big guys above. At the same time, if the ghosts and gods in the council do something bad without a legitimate reason, the council will also conduct a review. After more than half of the members vote, they will kick that person out of the group. It is somewhat ironic. It is exactly the same as witches, demons, and vampires. This is a group composed of high-end human combat power, but it is more inclined to guard against persecution from humans. Unlike witches and demons, the so-called ghosts and gods can turn themselves into the source of disaster at any time and gather some more obedient peers. They have a more respectful relationship with the human group and do not need to look at people's faces. Princess Ingrid, the Empire acted really quickly this time. I wanted to invite Muhua to Alan. After all, he has a deep marriage with the demons. However, no one has ever invited me to the noble banquet. Sitting at the same table with Muhua and Ingrid, Tao-Les said in a teasing tone. Your Majesty, you can just call me Ingrid. Muhua is a citizen of the Empire after all. As for the banquet invitation, facing your power, no one is willing to accompany the lady and lose the soldiers. Ingrid said bluntly. The two people seemed to be joking. Muhua was surprised and clear. His so-called obligation to attend the noble banquet was to use the banquet to give the noble ladies a chance to pick him up. Maybe it would be easier to understand if it was changed to a social gathering. It would be best if Muhua could be emotionally bound. If not, it would be good to let Muhua sow seeds for those noble ladies. Although the heirs of the nobility must be ordinary people without any traces of cultivation, it does not mean that no one in their family has cultivated. If Ingrid's statement is followed, the probability of having gifted offspring in noble families is probably much higher than that of ordinary families, right? And Tao Lisi's power? Well, he is a ghost from the realm of sex. You send a little girl to seduce him, and in a blink of an eye, your girl will fall for him. Not to mention sowing seeds, he even took away the mother of the child for you. No, you don't even need to take her, he just turned against you. Originally, he wanted to add some excellent genes to his own bloodline, but the girl he raised with great difficulty ran away with someone, and the family didn't recognize her. This also led to the fact that basically no one was willing to tease Tao Lisi in such matters, and he was also relatively isolated from the noble banquets. Are you going to make me a stud? After figuring out the key, Mu Hua was in a bad mood. Human beings are very good at adapting to the times and circumstances. If it were in the past, Mu Hua would have taken the initiative to wash himself clean, pose, and welcome that. But now, who are you looking down on? Get lost? No, I just want you to participate in more social activities. No one will force a ghost, a love, or a night of passion. You have nothing to lose. What's wrong with giving yourself more choices? Ingrid spread her hands. You want to sleep with me too? Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Of course, this is also the duty of a royal daughter. We could have been more subtle, but... Ingrid looked at Tao Lisi with a mask helplessly. Haha, the color domain ritual is still very important. Only normal reproduction methods can have a chance to inherit the mysterious talent. If there were no such rules, there would be geniuses everywhere in the world, and there would be no need to worry about someone taking your seats. Mu Hua seemed to think of something bad. His face was gloomy. Tao Lisi said with a smile. Don't worry about this kind of thing. Even if they are pregnant because of you, they may not tell you. After all, for them, we are uncontrollable factors. You should also develop more subordinates and apostles to help you walk outside. We are very feared, and it is more or less troublesome to walk outside. Don't think so much. Maybe if you meet a woman you like, you will go to the pole yourself. And I think you are not content. I see more than one emotional line in you. Tao Lisi teased Mu Hua. This kind of thing is a bit rare for Mu Hua, but Tao Lisi has long been accustomed to it. However, as Tao Lisi spoke, Mu Hua's face flashed with a strange color. Emotional line? Mu Hua was a little sensitive to this word. Well, it's similar to the marriage line, red line, a color domain vision that people often talk about. If you need it, I can help you match it up. Tao Les said indifferently. Your Majesty. Ingrid resisted. She knew Tao Les's ability, and this was also her biggest taboo against Tao Les. This so-called matchmaking involves emotional cause and effect, but it is not easy to classify it as an attack curse. It is more like a prank for those who are powerful. If Tao Les messes with it, there is no place to reason. Wait, Lord Tao Les, come, let me talk for a moment. Ingrid resisted, but Mu Hua became excited. Tao Les was confused by the word Lord. This kid was quite arrogant just now. What is he going to do? Mu Hua stood up and pulled Tao Les aside. He also set up a soundproof barrier around the two of them with a mysterious look, which made Ingrid wary of Mu Hua. She did intend to drag Mu Hua to the bed, but she had no feelings for Mu Hua, and she didn't want to be forced to have feelings for him by abnormal means. At this time, Mu Hua approached Tao Lisi, and under Tao Lisi's inexplicable gaze, she asked in a low voice. Sir, do you know the scam from ancient times? Chapter 452. Ancient scam? You know what's wrong. Mu Hua's abnormal behavior puzzled Tao Lisi. Ancient scam is the so-called love, but because people have repeatedly beautified love, humans usually don't associate these two words together. Your red line, the emotional line is an ancient scam, right? You can connect it, then can you cut it off? Mu Hua asked. Cut it off? Oh, the essence of the color domain is reproduction, and the abilities derived from the original sin of the color domain usually do not run counter to reproduction. I only connect, not cut. And the emotional line is not an ancient scam, it is bidirectional. The cause and effect is stronger, more lasting, and milder than the ancient scam. Why are you asking this? Even if it is an ancient scam, it doesn't matter. As long as there is no charm factor, that thing is very unstable, and it will pass after overcoming it. Tao Lisi said puzzledly. No, I think there is a charm factor. An ancient scam was forced on me. Do you have a way to solve it? Mu Hua said the reason for pulling Tao Lisi. It's impossible. Jealousy is not affected by mind control, not to mention it's forced. Tao Lisi questioned. It was imposed before I got the jealous talent. Mu Hua smiled bitterly. So it is. It's just an ancient scam, not a big deal. If you really can't adapt, just kill the other party. Tao Lisi pondered, then spread his hands and said, You can't kill him, and it's not just an ancient scam, it's an ancient scam created by Radiali. Mu Hua's face was full of entanglement. Deception demon? Incest? Tao Lisi's tone was obviously surprised, and he even scratched the mask on his face subconsciously. Well, I accidentally touched the things they sacrificed. Is there really no way to solve it? Mu Hua said unwillingly. Tao Lisi was silent. This unlucky child, It was strange that the jealous ghost could be entangled with such things. There was no hope. Who told you to touch the things made by the fraud demon? Well, Muhua, since you don't want to kill each other, then think about it. Anyway, we don't look like humans anymore. The secular world is not that important. After a moment of silence, Tao Lisi suppressed his sense of humor, patted Muhua's shoulder, and advised Muhua. Well, Tao Lisi did feel a little funny, especially when this happened to a jealous ghost, which made him feel quite interesting. At this time, Tao Lisi's eyes under the mask were bright, and he looked at Muhua as if he was looking at an interesting rare beast. Muhua was silent. Anyway, he didn't look like a human anymore. What kind of damn persuasion is this guy? Through some of Tao Les's words, Muhua found that no matter whether the abilities of these ghosts and gods are harmful or not, from the perspective of ordinary people, their character can definitely be described as bad. It's not as serious as you said. The other party has no blood relationship with me. Muhua felt that Tao Les was in a strange mood and took the initiative to explain. Oh, that's really lucky. Tao Les seemed to be talking nonsense, and Muhua gritted his teeth. What this guy originally wanted to say was definitely not lucky. Well, since it can't be solved, can you help me pull a red line with the other party? Muhua sighed and asked for help in a pragmatic way. I heard that the emotional line pulled by Tao Les is two-way. Muhua said that since he has ancient scams on him anyway, it doesn't make sense that he is the only one who cares about Samantha. Pull an emotional line, be fair and just, and love each other to death. Ha ha, ha 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 you. You ha ha, not bad, but unfortunately, have you forgotten that you are jealous? No one can interfere with your mind through unnatural means, and I can't help you with this. After a brief moment of shock, Tao Les burst into laughter, and Muhua's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. Fuck, this guy is a bit unreasonable, right? Didn't you say that I have a love line? Muhua said with a dark face. Ingrid watched Tao Les and Muhua talking and laughing, guessing what the two were whispering about. At this time, Taibesha and her group returned to the hotel, and saw Muhua when they entered the door. Taibesha walked towards Muhua with a complicated expression. Cousin, Mu Siyun and Vic are indeed dead. They have deep knife wounds on their bodies. I put the bodies outside and didn't find their ghosts. Taibesha shouted to Muhua from a distance. Yeah. Muhua nodded in response. Only then did Taibesha see Tao Lisi, and her steps could not help but stop. Tao Lisi had seen Taibesha, waved to her, and looked at Muhua again. Your cousin? Is it her? You do have a love line. Look, there is one between you and that girl, but that is a natural connection between you two because you love each other. It is not an unnatural spiritual interference. Tao Lisi pointed to Vivian next to Taibesha when he asked. Earlier, he heard that Mu Siyun and Vic had an accident, and Taibesha and a group of people went to the place where they had the accident to check. The two people who were once Muhua's life goals died a little carelessly. Muhua was even a little dazed when he first heard about it. The so-called knife wounds on their bodies were probably cut by Zhou Er. They were killed by the soul-specific weapon, and their souls were scattered. I'm afraid they can't even be ghosts. It's not her, it's her mother. You said that Vivian and I are in love. It's impossible. Your love line is not reliable at all. After dispersing the soundproofing barrier, Tao Lisi was unreliable, and Muhua was ready to end the topic of the ancient scam. Haha, you are really interesting. Muhua bluntly pointed out Samantha, and Tao Lisi laughed strangely. That girl is called Vivian? The love line contains more than just love. She should like you. I don't know what your feelings for her are. At least you don't mind getting entangled with her in your life. Sitting back at the table, Tao Lisi smiled. Oh, then I should be able to trust her? This ability is quite convenient. Putting aside the recognition of people, your ability feels better than the effect of charm magic. Muhua said unexpectedly. Because it is not controlled by external forces, your naturally generated love line will also change. Tao Lisi shook his head. And this kind of emotional connection is mutual, that is, both parties are willing to pay for each other. I won't pull it on myself casually. If I really want to control others, I will still choose charm. But the impact caused is somewhat bad. Look, you can see that I wear a mask that blocks my charm ability when I go out. While speaking, Tao Les threw a courtyard key to Muhua. The key to the land of exile. You can come to my place when you have time. Facing Muhua's inquiring eyes, Tao Les said. Hey, is it popular to use courtyard keys as a gift these days? I don't have any extra keys for you. Help me see, besides Vivian, who else is involved with me? After receiving the key, Muhua asked curiously. Although the emotional connection is not limited to love, it at least requires one party to have admiration. Except for that girl, no one here has a red connection with you. Perhaps because Mu Hua was troubled by the ancient scam, Tao Lisi didn't care to talk to him about this originally boring topic. No more. Mu Hua was surprised and glanced at Tina beside him unhappily. Let's not talk about other people first. This heartless little girl, we have put a lot of effort on her, in all kinds of senses, but there is not even a relationship line. Hee, don't wrongly accuse her. The standard of the dependent contract is higher than the emotional line. There will be no emotional line between you and your dependents. Of course, they can still have emotional lines with other people. Tao Lisi teased, and Tina rolled her eyes in return at Mu Hua. That girl is a magical life? Because magical life has no reproductive ability, emotional lines will not appear on magical life. Well, the undead will not have them. Tao Lisi pointed at Ikaros next to Tibesha. There is no red line between your cousin and you. It may be that neither of you has any admiration for the other, so it is not appropriate to rely on this ability to judge people. As for that boy, he is very concerned about your cousin, but unfortunately, his red line has never been thrown to your cousin. TSK, is he a prophet? There are really some strange people on your side. Tao Les pointed at Lin Feng, who was huddled next to Tabitha, and said. Tao Les commented on the people in the hall with interest. After a review, Mu Hua sadly found that except Vivian, no one seemed to care about his body. Cough. Mu Hua coughed dryly, interrupting Tao Les' boring comments, and looked at Ingrid, who had been left aside for a long time. Your Highness, I have no objection to the Empire's mandate. However, there are some problems with the Benson family. Several family heirs have encountered accidents here. Although it has nothing to do with me, I am afraid that some people in the family will inevitably take advantage of the situation to cause chaos. In order to avoid causing instability to the Empire, some measures may be taken against those rioters. Regarding this kind of thing, I don't know about the Empire. Mu Hua said to Ingrid. The illegitimate children are dead, all dead. Although they died hastily, Mu Hua can't really care too much about them now. After all, it's just a novice task that has been put aside for a long time. To put it bluntly, they are more or less like ants in Mu Hua's eyes. The illegitimate children are all dead, but Samantha is not ready to let the Benson family go. Her original goal was not on the illegitimate children. She wanted to ruin the Benson family. Compared with her plan full of uncertainties, Mu Hua still prefers human death. Mu Hua said it implicitly, but Ingrid probably knows more about the twists and turns of this kind of thing than Mu Hua. Just because of Mu Hua's shameless words that would cause instability to the Empire, Ingrid also roughly understood what Mu Hua meant. This was probably Samantha's line wanting to massacre the different voices within the Benson family. The Empire generally does not interfere in the internal affairs of other families, but it is not convenient for you to come forward in such matters, and the Empire will never allow any adventurer to cause trouble in the society of the human world. Ingrid said seriously. Mu Hua is a ghost god, and Benson is considered a wealthy family among the residents. The Empire does not allow a powerful adventurer to mess around in the society of the residents, but as long as Mu Hua does not take action, Ingrid does not care about the power struggle in an ordinary business family. Benson's economy and trade have indeed had some problems in recent years. Let's do this. If necessary, I can coordinate some people to help the Benson family sort out. Ingrid said to Mu Hua. Well, thank you. The effect of the sleeping spell is almost over. I go check on those who are asleep. Helen, please discuss the details with Ingrid. Mu Hua nodded and thanked him, then turned to Helen beside him and said. Helen nodded in response, and Tao Les tapped the table with his fingers, attracting Mu Hua's attention. Mu Hua, don't get involved in the affairs of the residents in the future. Tao Les reminded. Of course, if no one bothers me. Mu Hua's tone was tentative. Haha, of course, we don't like to be bothered, whether it's by adventurers or residents. Tao Les smiled and glanced at Ingrid. When the two stood up, Ingrid, who was sitting at the same table, looked at their backs, raised her slender palm, and rubbed her temples in a somewhat irritable manner. Fuck. Ingrid moved her lips slightly, and glanced at Mu Hua and Tao Lisi's backs again, but didn't make a sound. Chapter 453. The city of Canes was hit by a disaster. A great demon that escaped from the courtyard of Kusai's city to Canes committed a brutal massacre in Canes City. When the great demon used the sleeping spell and the color domain protozoa to cause a large number of casualties in Canes City, a warning of the magic tide appeared in the courtyard of Canes. When the adventurers in the courtyard failed to respond in time, Citizen Mu Hua and a group of witches who had just participated in the Star Patrol conference, launched a desperate counterattack against the evil Great Demon. In the fierce battle, Mu Hua awakened his original Sin talent, turned into a ghost, and finally killed the demon. Although the demon died, a large number of citizens in Kane City also died. Under the influence of the ghost Mu Hua, some of the dead citizens turned into ghosts, and gained a short life extension. In order to commend Mu Hua's contribution, and to ensure the rights and interests of the citizens who turned into ghosts, the Empire granted Mu Hua the title of Honorary Lord and designated the original area of Canaan City as Mu Hua's territory. Due to the negligence of Kusai City, Canaan City was hit by the disaster. The mayor of Kusai City, the director of the Kusai City Security Force, and the commander of the 3rd Corps of the Kusai Courtyard Guard Regiment were dismissed and held accountable. Canaan City's post-disaster reconstruction work has begun. The citizens of Kusai City have actively donated money and materials, and are planning to set aside a large area of land at the junction of Kusai City and Canaan City to build a residential community for the ghost citizens of Canaan City to move here in the future. A few days after the Penelope incident, the Canes incident was finally characterized. Well, that's what the outside world saw anyway. The large-scale documentary Canes post-disaster reconstruction project was continuously updated on the entire network. A heavy snow fell, and there was no noise of reconstruction. The city of Canes, which was full of skeletons and ghosts, looked even more depressed against the backdrop of the snow. After dealing with the color domain mosquitoes in the Canes area, Tao Les hurried back to the Demon Island. The color domain ghost god is more taboo than Mu Hua's jealous ghost god. The taboo here does not refer to his charm ability, but the distortion that ignores reproductive isolation is really bad. What's more, the big demon that scourges Kane City is also a color domain demon. The winter in Bear Pig Town is completely filled with snow. A small team is walking in an orderly manner on the streets of the town. Mu Hua rides a purgatory warhorse in the middle of the team. A line of 30 or 40 skeleton wizards attracted the ghosts on the roadside to avoid them. In just a few days, although there was no indiscriminate killing, these skeleton wizards did kill a lot of crazy and screaming ghosts. The team of skeleton undead is rigorous and rigid. Long-term meditation makes these skeleton wizards more ethereal, but after accepting Mu Hua's orders, they are more focused on the various mission instructions. Even when walking on the streets of the town, these skeleton mages remain highly alert. In addition to the sound of bones rubbing against each other, various elemental magics are brewing on the palms of these skeleton mages. There are some ghosts hiding or gathering in the direction of the new city. Those ghosts are gradually persuaded or eliminated by Old Mori and his team. 3 Philosopher's Stones can make ghosts evolve into evil spirits, 10 Philosopher's Stones can make evil spirits evolve into evil spirits, and 50 Philosopher's Stones can make evil spirits enter the level of dead souls. Of course, these still require Mu Hua's assistance. Mu Hua evolved 10 people that Old Mori and his team, who were more familiar with him in the past, into dead souls. If there is no interference from external forces, Old Mori and his team can be said to be the kings who control life and death among these ghosts in Kane City. After a few days, Old Mori and his group also became slightly fierce. Because dead souls can touch entities, Old Baron even asked Mu Hua about ghost drinks, and planned to rebuild the tavern and reopen it. Except for the new city area, the more obedient ghosts in the Canes area were concentrated in the academy, which was temporarily managed by Caroline and a group of vampires who had escaped by chance. When the ghosts' emotions are more stable, Mu Hua will arrange for those ghosts with families to meet their families. As for their next placement, according to the intention survey, most of them are willing to stay in Canes. After all, if they leave Canes, most people can't see them. Even if the Empire recognizes their citizenship, they are like lonely ghosts. Once they lose their rationality, the night hunters outside will not be soft-hearted when they destroy them. With a team of skeleton mages, Mu Hua also observed the emotions of the townspeople he met on the road. These townspeople are both living people and ghosts. At least Doris didn't do anything to spread the doom of death in the town, otherwise it would be hard to see a few people in the town breathing. After the Empire provided a large number of purification scrolls, the dead air in the town has been basically dispelled and purified, and it does not affect the normal survival activities here for the time being. Ghosts are naturally able to control the spread of their own dead air, but the ghosts don't like the purified environment in the town. In the future, when these ghosts return home, they will have to set up isolation barriers in their homes, so that they can create a dead air environment suitable for their living and growth in their homes without affecting the outdoors. Compared with the college and the new city area, the treatment of the townspeople is more special. The special treatment also makes them listen to Mu Hua more and trust Mu Hua more. They can barely be regarded as Mu Hua's team. Along the way, the abandoned spring branch appeared in front of us. This is the area with the heaviest death in the Canes area. The death here is mostly left by Mu Hua's battle with Penelope, and when the dense ghosts here do not restrain the death they emit, they also gather into a source of death. Without purification, the Academy has already marched towards the burial ground. It is inevitable that it will attract ghosts in the cracks in the space in the future. Who knows, there will be skeletons and undeads coming out of the ground. Mu Hua led the team to the school gate in a swagger, and some people who set up the isolation barrier at the gate saluted respectfully to make way for him. The barrier surrounding the Academy has no defensive ability, and no purification effect. They simply prevent the death breath in the Academy from spreading outward. The personnel and barrier crystals were sent by the Empire. It was said that they were mainly aid from Kusai City. Mu Hua could not help but look at them as if they were the ones who were being taken advantage of. He felt embarrassed to be saluted by them. The people who set up the barrier made way for Mu Hua. There were some wandering ghosts in the Academy watching Mu Hua from afar. These ghosts could move freely within the Academy. When they saw Mu Hua, most of them would show some uneasiness and inquiry. Entering the Academy, a group of people walked towards Mu Hua quickly. "Will, are you going to die? Why are you here?" Seeing the person in the lead, Mu Hua couldn't help shouting. "Hey Mu, you said you can help us get the psychic physique, right? This brand really makes me feel insecure." The skeleton mage stepped back, and Will pointed to the pendant on his neck. It turned out to be a group of night hunters stationed in the town. The communication is not that fast. I still need to get some hell chains to restrain the demons. What are you doing? Mu Hua looked at Will in confusion. Joe, Marcy, Ronald, the unlucky one, also went to the mayor's succession site and died. Mu Hua didn't know the other two night hunters around Will, including the witch Melinda, who Mu Hua had rescued from Penelope earlier. A group of people stood together, with Will as the leader. Even if Ronald died, why was Will standing at the top, and the others were like his younger brothers? I became the captain of the night hunter stationed in Kane City. Will smiled bitterly. Huh? Mu Hua was surprised. The night hunters organization is probably going to go bankrupt? They actually let a young man who aspires to become a salary thief be the leader of a city. My mission is to connect with you. Mu, the night hunters will not interfere in the affairs of the town, but if you want to lead the city of Canes in the future, can you tell me first? A group of people stood respectfully behind Will, and Will said to Mu Hua with a guilty conscience. Mu Hua looked at Will with a strange expression. Well, he was another sucker. Will, who originally just wanted to get a job in the night hunters and wait for death, was pushed out by the night hunters to take the blame. Jealousy traveled with ghosts. If Mu Hua went into the courtyard, it would be fine. If he wandered around in the human world, the night hunters would probably arrange someone to clean up his mess behind Mu Hua. The night hunters obviously didn't believe that a ghost would honestly report to them when he went out, so Will was pushed out to connect with Mu Hua, and he would bear the beatings and scoldings. No one of the group of younger brothers behind him are so obedient. It's not easy to find a boss like Will. Will, you should call me sir if you represent the night hunters. Looking at Will, Mu Hua's expression gradually became cold. Friends are friends, but if it is a friend who comes to watch him with a mission, it is better to distinguish between public and private during work. Yes, sir. Will was very dutiful. When he saluted, he also let Melinda out. Sir, this is the guard knight assigned to you by the night hunters. This seems to be a hard requirement. The Empire has regulations in this regard. Will said to Mu Hua. Knight? Don't come on, she is obviously a witch. Melinda, did Webster fire you? Mu Hua curled his lips. Although he was not sure what Melinda's main task was when she was with Webster, he estimated that it was more like a double insurance to inform the night hunters where the jealous ghosts were wandering around. In the previous incident, I was the only witch you saved. The palace thought I could get along with you. Don't worry, the night hunters don't want to cause trouble. On the contrary, I will help you deal with a lot of trouble. Melinda said to Mu Hua. Guardian or secretary? Mu Hua asked. It's up to you. Melinda's eyelids twitched. Who pays the salary? The imperial government. Not the night hunters? No, but it's almost the same. What if I refuse? You will probably have some romantic encounters from time to time in the future. Not with you around. Mu Hua's eyes twitched. He liked romantic encounters, but it was a bit disgusting if he was not sure whether it was designed. He would not underestimate the business capabilities of the imperial spies. Of course, that would not be good for me. If I find out, I will complain. Melinda said. Okay, follow me. You guys, If you have nothing to do, go and help the people outside purify the dead air. By the way, apply for some small-scale dead air isolation barriers. Some townspeople also need some dead air environment in their homes. Mu Hua acknowledged Melinda's existence, and then turned to Will and the others. As a ghost living in the human world, it is inevitable to be subject to some restrictions. Tao Lisi spends all day on the exile island. That's why Mu Hua feels that ghosts and gods are like land gods. There's no need to be too serious about having a witch around you. It's better than hooking up with a girl and kissing me, only to find out that she's a spy or something. Chapter 454. The Canes courtyard has been reopened, but the city of Canes has not been completely unblocked. The road leading to the entrance of the courtyard in the town was originally closed. A road was opened from the garrison to the south of the entrance of the courtyard, bypassing the temporary harbor, and the road connected to the highway leading to Hyman City. As for the time when Canes City will be fully unblocked, it depends on Mu Hua's arrangements for the town. Well, for the time being, Mu Hua will focus on the affairs of the town. He can't take care of the entire Canes City, and he is too lazy to take care of it. After dealing with the problems of the town, regardless of whether it is to transfer people or ghosts, he will consider the problems in the new city. Before accumulating enough personnel reserves, he, the newly appointed lord, cannot be too active in everything. His attitude towards the outside world is one aspect, and on the other hand, he also needs to leave some reasons and room for people or ghosts to actively surrender to him. Hello? Tina, what's the matter? Mu Hua received a call from Tina when he came to the academy to check on the ghosts. Becoming the lord of Canes City was an accident, and now Canes City is in a mess. It is unknown how long it will take to open to the outside world. Mu Hua did not put all his energy here. I think some ghosts will help him figure out all the things in Canes City. The Odysseus team has started work. Their main job is to guide the courtyard. The things in Canes City are like seeing a natural disaster in a country in the news. As long as the disaster is controlled, the other things have little to do with them. Tibesha brought the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group to work for Odysseus. The trouble with Canes City is the influence of the outside world. Mu Hua plans to use ghosts to control ghosts. Tibesha and the others were originally outsiders to the people in the town, and now they are even different races. Mu Hua did not let them interfere in the affairs here, and Tina was helping Mu Hua deal with the business affairs in the courtyard. Boss, the Fuhua Brigade agreed to let us use their keys to hunt the hell demons. A necromancer named Lao Lu asked about recruiting ghosts, and said that he had already told you about it. Tina said to Mu Hua on the phone. Well, I will take time to go to Fuhua. As for the ghosts, I will arrange a group of interested ghosts to enter the courtyard and place them in Odysseus. Let Vivian take care of them. Mu Hua said to Tina. A team of the Fuhua Brigade was hunting hell demons in a courtyard. Mu Hua needed a batch of hell demon chains with restraining effects. He also wanted to see what the hell demons could smelt, so he set his sights on the hell demon cave over there. Mu Hua has been busy these days. There are endless trivial matters in the town. He is also preparing to go to the maze to curse the monsters with withering. He wants to go to the Pangaea crater to shoot the little ghosts. Now, trouble with the hell demons has been put on the agenda. With things lined up one after another, Mu Hua put the Canes courtyard aside. Going to the Abyss Island at night has become a kind of relaxation time. Earlier, many necromancers in the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association were interested in the ghosts of Canes. Mu Hua asked them to spread the news and allow necromancers to come here to recruit ghosts. As long as they don't force it, Mu Hua doesn't care how they fool those ghosts who are willing to join them. This group of ghosts is too special, and Mu Hua can't control them at will. Letting some of them go can also be regarded as sharing the pressure here. Well, Mu Hua doesn't cheat these ghosts, but if someone doesn't want to be with him as a lord, it's none of his business if they are cheated by others. Caroline, how does Sprinkle plan to deal with the branch here? What does this school have to do with the Maleficent Academy? After hanging up Tina's phone, Mu Hua asked Caroline, who floated to his side. The students who survived have been taken away. Now that Old Man Griffiths is eager to sever his relationship with the branch, close the branch, and abandon this place. Caroline smiled bitterly. The Maleficent Academy has nothing to do with Sprinkle in essence, but its authority makes almost all of Lauren's magic academies affiliated with the Maleficent Academy. After all, it is the second base camp. Originally, we also wanted to recommend you to the Maleficent Academy. If you get the affirmation of the Maleficent Academy, the specifications of Sprinkle Academy can be improved to a certain extent, but now the Maleficent Academy obviously won't wade into the muddy water here. Caroline explained. Don't treat high-level adventure teams as wanderers, let alone the kings. Usually, Those brigades have offices in the human world similar to large enterprises. There are special departments responsible for the collection and organization of information, the research and design of tactics, the sales and development of spoils, and even resource points. Among them, the departments responsible for personnel recruitment and training are usually very important departments. Once a new adventurer with more potential is found, those personnel departments will definitely send people to recruit or even poach. In fact, Mu Hua regarded the Dandelion Hotel as a human resources department of the team from the beginning. Who would have thought that Samantha just wanted to consume Benson's financial assets? Mu Hua made such a big fuss in Kane City. Even if he is a ghost, normally, there should be some confident brigades trying to contact and recruit him. But now, except for the Magic Empire that gave him a piece of territory, no one even from the 3 brigades in Kane's courtyard came to hook up with him. Obviously, the ghosts in Kane City that were born because of him are a hot potato in the eyes of all walks of life. Basically, no one is willing to go to Mu Hua to show responsibility. After helping Sprinkle solve the problem of the family members of the branch students, the Black Witch Academy is not going to get involved in other matters. Sprinkle's main school even directly abolished the branch. It's hard to say whether Caroline, the dean of the branch, was originally a phoenix. After becoming a ghost, she was also down to earth, and the kind of plucked feathers. Don't say that she is mercenary. If Caroline leaves alone, there may be some people willing to take care of her, but dragging on the various things related to Kane City, it's better not to see her. Perhaps this is the reality, and it is only the reality. What are your plans for the future? Mu Hua asked Caroline after glancing at the vampires, who served as Caroline's guards. I heard that there were several dead souls in the town. Caroline answered irrelevantly. Yes. Mu Hua nodded. Then do you need a witch soul? Caroline asked. To be loyal. Mu Hua replied. Accommodating these ghosts who retain citizenship is not like getting along with people in the past, and there are too many ghosts that need to be managed in the short term. It is obviously not suitable to be a good person at this time. Contract? Caroline asked again. Can you sign it? Mu Hua rolled his eyes. The slavery contract should not be signed. Do you accept the servant contract? Caroline said. The contract is not necessary. The Lord can have the power of ghosts and gods, but he cannot have the heart of devilish desires. I still understand this. I don't want to be criticized. Just show your attitude. But if you betray, even if it is disobedience, there will be punishment. Mu Hua said calmly. I have become a ghost. It is not easy to find a master who controls the cursed spirit. Nothing is worth my betrayal. Caroline smiled bitterly. Then take the oath. Mu Hua said to Caroline while riding high on the horse. Without hesitation, Caroline knelt on one knee in front of Mu Hua and solemnly declared her loyalty to Mu Hua. After a simple ceremony, Mu Hua dismounted and helped Caroline up. He could say that he was a subordinate or an aide. Mu Hua accepted Caroline's surrender. Well, then first bring up some topics about the necessity of loyalty to me among the ghosts in the academy. Don't make it too obvious, and give more hints to the ghosts in the town in the future. Integrate the ghosts who were witches in their lifetime. If possible, try to become my followers. Even if I may find someone to replace you at that time, you will get more. Mu Hua said to Caroline. These ghosts who retain human thoughts are more complicated, especially since there are countless people watching here. Mu Hua can't be too tough on them for at least a few years. They are not suitable for signing devil contracts. A lord who dares to speak only when holding a devil contract will definitely be despised. It would be best if they can consciously pledge loyalty and spontaneously cultivate a sense of belonging. If that doesn't work, Mu Hua also needs some ghosts who obey him to cooperate with the ghost fighting game. He doesn't have that much time to spend too much time on such things now, so it is very necessary to pick out some subordinates who are suitable for management. Okay, boss. Caroline obviously understood Mu Hua's intention without much explanation. When Caroline responded, Mu Hua looked at Elzak on the side. What about you? What are you going to do? They probably want to raise and bleed the vampires in the Dusk Villa. Penelope didn't harm the vampires in the Dusk Villa. Now that the academy is closed, if there is no arrangement, they should go back to their homes and find their mothers. What are you going to do here? Elzak, who seemed to be a little malnourished, looked around and asked Mu Hua. Well, according to Mu Hua, Penelope bled them when they were asleep. Has the family members of these ghosts in the academy been dealt with by the Black Witch Academy? Mu Hua asked Caroline. Well, those family members have basically accepted the fact that they are dead, and basically will not take the initiative to get involved with these ghosts. Caroline said. Then tell those ghosts that they have been abandoned. Mu Hua said expressionlessly. Yeah. Caroline nodded, not discussing it further. There are also some teachers among the ghosts. Since Sprinkle doesn't want this place anymore, let's change it to the Psychic Academy. The ghosts can continue their studies, and I also want to try to train necromancers. Mu Hua rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully. Then we will stay too? Elzak asked tentatively as the vampires waited and watched. It's up to you. Caroline will come to the hotel to find me later. I'm going to Fiona Courtyard now. Mu Hua said indifferently. Caroline will continue to be the dean of the Psychic Academy, my Psychic Academy. When Mu Hua said this, he left the accompanying skeleton undead and activated the key to Fiona Courtyard. Chapter 455. Whether it is because of the alienation that will cause the outside world to distort the rules, or for some other purpose, large human forces will inevitably monitor the ghosts and gods within their control. Simple monitoring will inevitably lead to the dissatisfaction of ghosts and gods. In order to avoid conflicts with these high-end combat forces, it has become a common practice to arrange some people who will not cause them to dislike around them. Mu Hua is going to Fiona Courtyard to wreak havoc on the monsters in the maze. After all, there are so many ghosts in Kane City waiting for him to raise. In order to ensure that those ghosts will not go crazy in the withering curses, and plundering pleasure, they can only wrong those maze monsters for the time being. When Mu Hua entered Fiona Courtyard through the courtyard key, Melinda, as a follower sent by the Empire to Mu Hua, followed Mu Hua immediately. Hello. GS-48 has arrived at the labyrinth area of Fiona Courtyard. It has no intention to go to the human city for the time being. The attention level is level 1. The notification is over. After entering the courtyard, Melinda did not avoid Mu Hua. She made a phone call and made a routine notification to the Adventurers Guild. Hey, my whereabouts have been leaked. Will it be like this in the future? Looking at Melinda, who was following him with her eyebrows lowered and obedient, Mu Hua frowned. No, sir, because this is a courtyard controlled by humans, you only need to report within the Empire. I don't need to be responsible for other followers outside the Empire. If you have other followers around you, it's none of my business. Melinda explained. Are you coming again? I accept you because I don't want to be bothered by others. Since I accept you, will it be troublesome to reject others? Mu Hua asked. As long as you don't stay in other countries in the human world, there should be no problem. Since you have been given a territory, the Empire will not like other countries to have too much involvement with you. But if you accept followers from other forces, the Empire will not care if there are any problems. Not only that, if you have followers from other forces around you, if you are not in the Empire for a long time, the Empire may also take back your title and fiefdom. Melinda replied. Mu Hua pondered and roughly understood the intention of the Magic Empire. He can barely be regarded as a ghost with the label of the Magic Empire. As a member of the family, he needs to cooperate to maintain stability in his own territory. As for outside his own territory, no matter whether he lives or dies, as long as he doesn't go too far, the Empire will not allow others to cause trouble for his own ghosts and gods. Of course, these are all referring to the human world. Those courtyards controlled by monsters or belonging to adventurer forces are not within the scope of constraints. And there are enough things that distort the rules in those places. It is not uncommon for some original sin demons to emerge at any time, and there are not many human ghosts and gods wandering around. After checking the map of the maze area, Mu Hua found a direction and asked Melinda whether to go with him or wait for him here. After receiving a reply from Melinda asking to go with him, Mu Hua summoned a magic dragon and got on the dragon's back without caring about Melinda. Regardless of whether they are guards or followers, since they came with a mission, there is no reason for us to take care of them. If we talk about taking care of them, the people around Mu Hua can never be ranked on Melinda. Melinda climbed onto the dragon's back carefully. Fortunately, the magic dragon did not resist her ride and stood beside Mu Hua. When the magic dragon took off, Melinda stumbled and subconsciously grabbed Mu Hua's arm. The strong wind blew her long hair away, and Melinda felt her waist tightened, and was embraced by Mu Hua. You should wait downstairs, or go back to town directly. I don't have time to run around now. I have to go to the Hell Demon Cave later. The people you sent must have a grudge against you. If you follow them, I'm afraid you won't live until next year. Mu Hua teased the witch in his arms. You think I want to? I've said I'm not familiar with you, not familiar. Who made them think you would take care of me? Looking down at the earth from high in the sky, Mu Hua's hug turned into a hug in a moment. Being held by Mu Hua at the waist like a sack, the mood that flashed through her mind for a moment turned into a dog blood. The necromancer has no mood, Melinda complained aggrievedly. Didn't I take care of you? Did I? I left you wandering around in the town without taking care of you. Oh, thank you for that. If you get rid of me, my empire will send someone else. That must be more likable than a witch. You let me go. Oh, then just lie down. Mu Hua's arm loosened as he teased, and he threw Melinda onto the dragon, and the dragon suddenly sped up. Melinda knelt on the dragon's back with a cry, holding the protruding flesh on the dragon's back with both hands, and her raised buttocks swung with the force of her waist. Well, the core is not very stable. To Mu Hua, this instability seems to be quite pleasing to the eye. The dragon swooped down, and a woman's reverie screamed from the sky. Flying all the way, Mu Hua did not stay outside the maze area. The dragon flew to the mountainous area, where the frequency of monsters being harmed by humans would be lower. When they arrived at the mountains, Tuesday and Doris were called out by Mu Hua. The magic dragon flew at a low altitude, causing chaos all the way. For the time being, Mu Hua did not go into those caves, but cursed the monsters gathered in the mountains and valleys. Goblins are indispensable monsters in every courtyard, and the goblins in the Fiona Labyrinth area are much more harmonious than those in regular courtyards. Especially the goblin community deep in the mountains. When their ability to actively harm humans is restricted, the goblins here will actually cultivate and plant on their own. It seems that they are all good at eating and waiting to die. Of course, waiting to die does not mean seeking death. When the dragon descended on the rural goblin community, looking down, these goblins were like refugees who encountered war. The worst thing about the Withering Curse is single casting. Tuesday and Doris can only call out the names of the fleeing goblins one by one. What about the breath? What about the bite? What about the large-scale magic? In a panic, they found that the attacking dragon did not seem to have the intention to attack them actively. Some goblins looked around bravely, and endured the curse, that did not feel the damage effect. Undead. Stop! The words were a bit stiff and shouted, and a giant monster was thrown into the sky by the touch of jealousy. The giant monster was very puzzled. Goblins were pigs, but there were many big companions around him, including minotaurs and ogres. Why? Why were they not attacked? Why was it the only one who was pulled into the sky? Mu Hua's purpose was to collect pleasure, and wanted to obtain it for a long time, so he would certainly not kill those cursed monsters. Baji! The confused giant monster was crushed to death by the magician's hand, and the light of the soul fire followed. Well, although Mu Hua did not intend to kill those monsters that descended by projection, there were still some monsters that descended by the real body. If it was an ordinary monster, it would be fine, but the probability of melting the giant monster's corpse to produce healing skill stone energy is quite high. If he encounters such a giant monster in its original form, Mu Hua will pick it out and kill it for melting. Two cursed spirits stood on the dragon and cast curses randomly. Mu Hua occasionally killed a few physical monsters, which was basically a matter of convenience. The dragon still has a great deterrent effect on these monsters in the wild. Goblins, ogres, and some high-level orc leaders did not actively attack the dragon controlled by Mu Hua before being attacked by the dragon. Even a two-headed black water snake entrenched under the waterfall was cursed with withering, but it only raised its head and roared, and did not chase the dragon. The terrifying two-headed black water snake has reached a high level, but Mu Hua estimated that it would not be easy for the adventurers here to kill it. After planting the curse, he did not bother it again. Two-headed ogres, crimson catmen, giants, goblin generals, lion-headed men, all the more difficult monsters became the focus of Mu Hua's attention. Tuesday, who has the breath of death, has a much longer spell-casting capacity than Doris. Seeing that Doris is somewhat prone to stalling, Mu Hua added the Baron Demon to the sequence of attention. It seems necessary to give Doris a breath of death as well. The valleys between the mountains were in a mess. It was not until he visited all the empty and conspicuous gathering places for monsters that Mu Hua found a cave halfway up the mountain, collected the dragon, and pushed open the stone door of the cave full of wild atmosphere. The cave gradually boiled, withered, and spread. Chapter 456. After nearly 5,000 years of entanglement with monsters, there are definitely more than 40 or 50 people in the human race in this world who have touched the original sin. As a kind of existence that has mastered high-end mysteries, the birth of ghosts and gods often cannot be separated from the support of massive manpower and financial resources. Arrogance is a matter of course for them, and there are also some arrogant and wanton existences. You can't ask everyone to be pure-hearted, kind, and upright, let alone ghosts and gods who have mastered power. Among these ghosts and gods, there are those who want to achieve hegemony, those who ignore rules and order, those who don't care about the life and death of ordinary people, those who wantonly plunder and oppress others, and those who regard themselves as sacred and regard the residents as inferior creatures. However, most of these types of ghosts and gods have some experience of being beaten. They are usually confined to some courtyards. As for whether they are kings and hegemons in them, or defined as villains and demons that everyone shouts and beats, it doesn't matter. After all, they generally cannot enter the human world. As long as they have the authority to lead the battle of the brigade, their information and photos can be found on the magic network. If they come to the human world casually, they may be beaten by some big guys or attacked by large forces. The Ghost God Council is a relatively loose group of ghosts and gods. When the ghosts and gods in it just touch the original sin, they generally have no forces that can be called backers behind them. The members of the Ghost God Council are the only ghosts and gods who can wander around in the human world. They generally have a high acceptance of the order of the human world. In other words, this group of ghosts and gods are a bit timid. Living in a small place is safe, willing to live in harmony with those who live in peace, making money quietly, and not wanting to cause trouble. Let alone becoming a king. Even if they become ghosts and gods, they can hide if they can. This is also their common characteristic. The Ghost Council is a group of ghosts and gods accepted by the dignitaries in the human world. Even at the request of the council, there are basically no photos and videos involving the images of the council members on the magic network. This is a group of ghosts and gods who are relatively low-key, easy to communicate with, and occasionally help people solve some troubles. Of course, because of the troublemaking nature of original sin itself, they are usually surrounded by some followers who report on others. In essence, the reports of these followers are more to notify the relevant departments to clean up the ass of these ghosts and gods. The essential purpose of the establishment of the council is to maintain the status quo and avoid being calculated and controlled by others while being law-abiding. After leaving Kane City for 2 days and rushing among the monsters for 2 days without sleep, Melinda was brought back to Bear Pig Town by Mu Hua. That's right, she was brought back by Mu Hua, exhausted and extremely haggard. Damn, Melinda wants to resign. These ghosts and gods are not human. If she continues to follow Mu Hua, she will really die. In 2 days, Mu Hua carried her to 5 cave-like monster nests. Damn it, he didn't fight the monsters at all. Under the protection of a big demon, he brought his cursed spirit named Tuesday and cursed the monsters all the way. She was chased for 2 days without sleep. Archers, crossbows, stone-throwing magic, and all kinds of attacks chased her, but for 2 days. She was injured again and again. She even realized the ability to heal herself in a coma. Melinda said that she was gifted and wanted to resign. She couldn't follow Mu Hua anymore. The life of ghosts and gods was too exciting. I heard that he was going to deal with the hell demon in 2 days? Fuck. I was a secretary before, and you suddenly asked me to change my job to a berserker. I will die, I will really die. In the suite on the 3rd floor of the Demand Hotel, Melinda was thrown into the bathtub by Mu Hua without taking off her clothes. To be honest, she didn't mind Mu Hua helping her take off her clothes. She really didn't want to move. Although she didn't even have the strength to take off her clothes, Melinda still gritted her teeth and crawled to the edge of the bathtub and opened the terminal. She wanted to report her resignation. I, Melinda, a witch who awakened her self-healing ability on the verge of life and death, can't die unclearly. Throwing Melinda into the girls' bathroom, Mu Hua returned to the bedroom. He was also tired after 2 days of running around. In the true sense of running around, he didn't even enter the Abyss Island these 2 days. Regardless of whether they were low-level or high-level, he didn't want to scare the monsters in the maze, nor kill them. He spread goblin essence all over the ground, blinding and slowing them down all the way. He really experienced the feeling of being chased and blocked by monsters for 2 days. He cast a withering curse on countless monsters. If there were too many casualties, Tuesday and Doris would feel it, and they would just go there again. In the future, they would spread joy to the ghosts regularly, and they wouldn't have to worry about their emotional problems for the time being. It's more cost-effective to go to the Abyss Island to sleep. When Melinda was half dead in the bathroom, holding her resignation report, Mu Hua's figure suddenly disappeared in the bedroom. Without deploying the teleportation array, Mu Hua actually crossed to the Abyss Island without deploying the teleportation array. Cross-border teleportation on the Abyss Island, Mu Hua's figure appeared next to a short tree. World Tree. Although many free trees have died over time, the world tree that Mu Hua planted on the island earlier has taken root and spread out its first branches. This newly born branch also makes it the hub connecting the human world and the Abyss Island. The growth of the world tree is very slow, and it takes hundreds of years for a branch to grow. At this time, the small tree, which is only as thick as a wrist, can only grow a branch because of the necessary growth of the newly born tree. And this tender bud is even less likely to produce a shield of the world protection level, and its transmission function is not perfect for the time being. It is not possible to achieve large-scale transmission for the time being, but it can already achieve the individual's travel between the human world and the Abyss Island. After the world tree planted by Muhua himself took root, as the first person to touch it, he was recognized by the world tree and became the ruler of this world tree. Using himself as a boundary marker, Muhua positioned the world connected to the first branch of the world tree in the human world. With Muhua's approval and authorization, as long as you touch this world tree, you can gain the ability to travel between the human world and the Abyss Island through it. Of course, the reason why it is the Abyss Island is entirely because the world tree is rooted here. To put it bluntly, it is possible to use the power of the world tree to enter and exit the human world. The only downside is that it can only be teleported in the human world. After all, each branch of the world tree can only connect to one world, and the courtyard is essentially not in the same plane as the human world, and does not belong to the same world. This ability may not be able to open a portal in other courtyards, like the cross-border key, but it is faster and safer than conventional teleportation arrays and cross-border keys, and the transmission is not easily interfered with. In addition to Muhua, who has the authority, if the only way to enter the Abyss Island is to use the world tree in the future, there is no need to worry about outsiders using cross-border methods such as keys to sneak onto the island. Muhua had earlier recovered the key from Tibesha and asked Tibesha and her friends to touch the world tree, granting them the right to teleport. If other people want to go to the island in the future, they need to come to the island under Muhua's leadership to touch the tree for authorization. Muhua can also cancel these permissions at any time. As for the future, if the world tree grows to the point where it can be teleported on a large scale, there is no need to worry, because large-scale teleportation also requires Muhua's authorization. Now, as long as the world tree grows healthily, the Abyss Island has become a private territory with anti-theft locks. It does not hinder the authorized person from entering normally. Except for the sacrifice summon, no one can sneak in without Muhua's permission. I didn't see Tibesha and her friends in the hotel. When I came to the Abyss Island, I saw Vivian detaining several wild undeads and returning to the camp. Seeing that Vivian wanted to tie up several skeleton guards in the camp, Muhua drove her out of the camp and asked her to tie up the skeleton guards outside to prevent them from getting out of control and causing damage to the camp. Recently, Vivian has also been trying to train the skeleton spirits. Vivian has real soul abilities. Now Muhua has figured out that this ability should be inherited from her family bloodline. In simple terms, just like Muhua's descendants now, they may obtain some abilities related to the touch of jealousy, the bite of jealousy, and even regeneration. It may be plausible, but there will always be a connection. As for whether they will obtain complete innate abilities, it is impossible to control. It basically depends on their own luck. Vivian's soul ability gives her soul a strong recovery ability, which is somewhat like the soul tide. Muhua gave her a healing skill stone. After a period of observation, he did not see how she felt and tempered her own body, but found that the effect of healing on her body had been significantly improved. You know, the improvement of self-healing ability is more complicated and ethereal than the breath of death. Conventional practice even requires the stimulation of external objects to nourish it. The enhancement of Vivian's healing effect is obviously caused by the improvement of skill training. It seems that although her soul ability is similar to the soul tide, it has a very strong promoting effect on the cultivation of self-healing ability. Although the life-saving effect of her soul ability is not as strong as the soul tide, it can allow her to withstand more serious soul damage than ordinary people without causing permanent trauma. Of course, just like a body with regenerative ability, if you want your split soul to be applied to the body of a summoned beast, even if the soul has the ability to self-heal and regenerate, it must bear permanent damage, otherwise the split soul will not be active at all. In the past, Vivian always used tearing or even splitting her soul as a means to strengthen her own soul. With the help of soul ability, her spiritual attributes can grow faster and more violently than ordinary people. However, Vivian had never thought of consuming her own soul to make summoned beasts. Now that she had mastered the breath of death and had a bunch of black-armored skeleton generals given to her by Muhua, she simply wanted to get some undead followers. Most of the time, she would send those skeleton undead with fierce resistance consciousness to Muhua for smelting, and then get some bone ash materials from Muhua to make her constructed undead. 30% to 70%, Muhua was quite generous in this regard. As long as she brought it back herself, Mu Hua would only take 3 layers of the melted bone ash and soul fragments. Mu Hua even considered giving attribute crystals to Taibesha and the others. Of course, the premise was that they went to hunt demons themselves and brought the bodies back to him, and he would charge 30% of the processing fee. This plan could almost make Barbara unemployed. After the situation in the town stabilized, Mu Hua was really going to promote it in his own team. As Mu Hua drove her away, Vivian muttered about expanding the camp, while Mu Hua went into the room to sleep. He fell on the bed and just arched twice, and Mu Hua sensed the excitement and joy of Monday's dog in his mind. Has the dog evolved? Mu Hua shook his head, hugged the pillow and rubbed it, too lazy to care about it. Penelope and the great demon barber gave Mu Hua a large number of philosopher's stones. With the harvest from the courtyard war, Monday was given enough philosopher's stones to evolve the 2-headed hellhound. In fact, it was not far from the philosopher's stone to let it evolve into Cerberus again. Cerberus is like an ordinary person facing a lion and tiger among demons. Although humans are not without the ability to kill lions and tigers, their deterrence is still full. As a pink new ghost, Mu Hua now lacks the most intuitive and unpolluted deterrence. He wants a Cerberus. While thinking about where to get some more philosopher's stones to help Joey get the 3rd head, Mu Hua fell into a drowsy sleep. Chapter 457. With the attention from all walks of life, it would be a lie to say that Mu Hua has no sense of crisis. The identity of the jealous ghost god was made public. Whether it was a coincidence or a coincidence, because of the special situation in Kane City, all parties are now more in a wait-and-see state towards Mu Hua. But Mu Hua believes that when Kane City stabilizes, when the heat of the Penelope incident decreases, or when the ghosts in Kane City are diluted in the eyes of the outside world, I am afraid that all parties will tempt, use, and even control him. The Ghost God Council is a safety valve for dealing with extreme situations, not only for Mu Hua, but also for other members of the council. If it is not a persecution that touches the root, the members of the council are more on guard, rather than fighting with others at every turn. Mu Hua has a clear understanding of this, which is probably the fundamental reason why the council can exist and be recognized by the powerful. Therefore, the council can be seen as a life-saving straw, but don't expect to rely on them for the time being. Your future development and life still depend on your own hard power. If you unilaterally turn the table and fight with others, the Ghost and God Council may stand behind you to help you wave the flag and shout, or may secretly help you. But if you gather the ghosts and gods in the council to fight against people, the nature will change. If the Ghost and God Council intervenes in the problems between the major forces, the result of their intervention may not completely solve the problem, but let the incident enter an endless mediation rhythm. Mu Hua protects the ghosts in the town not only out of consideration, but also really wants to try to make Bear Pig Town a ghost town where humans and ghosts coexist, preferably radiating the entire Kane City. Whether it is to help ghosts maintain their sanity, or to help their living relatives and friends gain psychic physique, including the Psychic Academy, these are all necessary. The ghosts in Cairn City died too unjustly, and no one dared to deal with them as a temporary solution. While helping these ghosts to increase their presence, Mu Hua also helped himself by making them a trouble in the eyes of the outside world. As a person who deals with troubles, normally, no one should bother him. After all, how perverted and stupid a person must be to bother people who work for no reason. Of course, these are just self-protection on the surface, and more precautions are still secular. As for the top leaders, whether they are the top leaders among the residents, or the strong ones among the adventurers, they have to rely more on their own strength to attract people's fear. Although the Withering Curse was only made public, Doris's identity as a dead person must be difficult to conceal in the eyes of discerning people. She can be regarded as a trump card in Mu Hua's hand in the eyes of outsiders. Tuesday, this big demon, is still somewhat immature. The big demon is very comprehensive and has great potential, but it seems to lack the intuitive and tyrannical deterrence. Mu Hua thought that if he could create another Cerberus, more people would probably not want to mess with him. Mu Hua's followers and summoned beasts are all up to par, but he also found that he did lack some powerful combat power that was not tied to his life. Now this has become a drawback for him, and it has nothing to do with his character. As long as you bypass the followers and summon beasts, and attack Mu Hua directly, killing him will kill the whole group. This is too cost-effective. Mu Hua has been thinking about this issue a lot recently. Speaking of which, what makes Mu Hua most happy recently is the World Tree. Its transmission is more convenient, more hidden, and less restricted than the magic circle and the key. Mu Hua can still wander around outside without any worries, largely because the World Tree provides him with a way to escape. Well, maybe it's because of the time and method of growth. Even if he becomes a ghost, Mu Hua is still a little timid. He and the Ghost Council really get along well. When I woke up, there was no living person in the camp except the skeletons. In addition to her own training, Taibesha has recently put a lot of effort into tactics and battle formation coordination. She often takes the Death Knight to find the wild undead in the west of the island for battle formation drills. Barbara is obsessed with fishing in the abyss. Now she runs to the edge of the abyss when she enters the island, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating there. She wanted to use the demon corpse to refine blood essence. I heard that Taibesha had applied for a loan to help her buy some equipment, so Mu Hua did not interfere. Mu Hua could use the demon corpse to smelt attribute crystals, which was much more efficient than the demon blood essence, but he was special. At the same time, he did not mind having some normal people around him. In other words, it was not bad for Mu Hua to have some people around him who obtained cultivation resources in a normal way. Anyway, there was no shortage of fishing rods now, and giving some fishing rods to Barbara would not affect Mu Hua much. Barbara could do it as she wanted to, and it would be considered as helping them to open up a path for growth. Ikaros was relatively quiet. Her current cultivation direction turned to the belief system. Through some information in the Ghost and God Council, Mu Hua had a better understanding of angels. In terms of growth, angels generally do not cultivate intelligence and spirit at the beginning of their growth. They mainly cultivate physical fitness and combine blessing, protection, strengthening, healing and other divine arts to exert powerful combat power. They are born to absorb the power of faith, and do not need intelligence or spirit. The power of faith that embodies fantasy can interfere with reality in various ways. If they have enough power of faith, they can also perform some offensive divine arts that destroy the world. This is also a cheating race, but if they do not become a god, their charging efficiency is a bit low. There is no conflict between the power of faith and magic weapons. Physical fitness, power of faith, and conditions are matched with magic weapons. This is the more orthodox development direction of angels, who are called god-killing vanguards. Yes, that's right. Angels are not the younger brothers of gods in essence, because they play with the unreasonable power of faith. When angels poke the waist of gods, they have more advantages than mages and warriors who play with magic and blood. If Mu Hua was not around, Ikaros would either follow Tabitha or go to Tina, and if Vivian was not looking for trouble with wild undead, she would refine constructed undead in the camp. Unlike his attitude towards Barbara, Mu Hua did not let Vivian continue to refine ashes normally. Since he knew that Vivian seemed to have hung her emotional line on him, Mu Hua was quite partial to Vivian. Especially after receiving a large amount of ashes from Doris, Vivian has basically gotten rid of the boring process of refining ashes. Summon the dragon and drive the dragon to the edge of the abyss. Most of Mu Hua's followers gathered here. Fishing continued. When Mu Hua and Tuesday were not around, the timid and cautious Wednesday supervised the fishing. If he felt that the monster was unsafe, he would throw the fishing rod away. Now Mu Hua did not feel bad. Tuesday is the main battle, Wednesday is the illusion interference. Tuesday's sole special weapon is strong enough. Even if they catch Minotaur and Big Demon, they dare to do it when Mu Hua is not around. However, Mu Hua still dare not deal with beings like Fenrir, Medusa, and Hydra. They have bug-like racial talents. There is no way to restrain them. Mu Hua can't afford to lead the dragon. Flying low to the edge of the abyss, outside the dark red arena at the bottom, some monster corpses scattered around seemed to be waiting for Mu Hua to collect and smelt. A huge beast jumped after the flying dragon. Monday, which evolved into a two-headed hellhound, is nearly 10 meters long and has a strong body. The strength gap between the two-headed hellhound and the hellhound is very large, which also greatly increases the difficulty of the hellhound evolving into a two-headed hellhound. As for the level of Cerberus, most of those three-headed hellhounds are bred through viviparous birth. The beast looked even bigger than the chariots that entered and exited the courtyard. In terms of attributes, the two-headed hellhound should be at the same level as the newly born Big Demon, but Mu Hua was not interested in it for the time being, because Mu Hua was holding back to let it evolve into a three-headed hellhound. Without 3 heads and a few strands of hellfire leaking from its teeth, how could it be taken out to scare people? The dragon landed on the side of the arena that had become a pool of blood, accepting the dog's uncreative praise, smelting monsters, Krypton attribute crystals, Krypton 100 refined secret stones, and looking at Monday's huge body from a close distance, Mu Hua couldn't help but frown secretly. This big guy might not be able to ride a black evil dog if he doesn't learn the shape-shifting technique. If he wants to get some mixed-blood black evil dogs to train, it seems that he needs to get another hellhound back as a breeding dog. However, If the transformed Monday is used as a breeding dog, will the potential of the black evil dog be higher? Thinking about something else in his mind, he went to check the little demons locked in the cage again. Originally, these diehards should have been dealt with, but now, Mu Hua is thinking about giving them a good meal, helping them evolve, and tricking them into signing a servant contract with humans before killing them. However, considering the problem of Monday's third head, Mu Hua shook his head and sighed. It's time to contact the demon merchant for Monday's evolution. Now I have to help the living townspeople get psychic physiques, and I need philosopher's stones everywhere. The abyss fishing can't stop. Let's go to the Hell Demon Cave first. If there are not many Hell Demons descending there, I guess I have to go to the lava courtyard over there in Pangeade. Hey Odysseus? Have you started hunting demons? Leave the demon corpses for me. Yes, any corpses are needed. Sleeping? Sleeping shit. Get up and have fun. Mu Hua called Odysseus, who was sleeping, and hung up the call amid the other party's roar. Chapter 458. Several days after the Canes tragedy, a number of barrier nodes were set up outside the city of Canes, and a huge isolation barrier confined Canes. This isolation barrier can basically not block physical objects, and animals and insects instinctively do not want to approach the barrier range. Its main purpose is to prevent the spread of the breath of death. Because it cannot prevent humans from entering and exiting, a cordon was drawn outside the barrier to prohibit crossing. In conjunction with the scattered eyes of the watcher, a large number of police forces played various tricks of wits and courage with some reporters who tried to find out about Cane City. The defense, near the entrance of the courtyard, was taken over by a newly transferred garrison regiment. The rescue personnel sent by the government were mainly concentrated in the new city area. Some people who survived by chance were temporarily concentrated in the camp established at the junction of Canes and Kasai City for rescue and care. Originally, there were not many outsiders in the Bear Pig town. The undead and the surviving townspeople cleaned up the desolate and damaged town. The casualties in Cairn City were basically caused by the colored domain protozoa. It is difficult for people infected with the colored domain protozoa to survive, and most of those who survived were just subjected to a sleeping spell. The sleeping spell itself is harmless to the human body, and as for the specific structure of the rescue camp in the new city, it is unknown. In the early morning, in the bathroom, a groan of pain disturbed Mu Hua, who was soaking in the bathtub and thinking. Looking sideways, Clark, who was taking a shower, collapsed to the ground, and the water from the shower had hit him, and the spasm of his right leg made it difficult for him to get up. Why didn't you use the treatment chamber? Mu Hua asked Clark in a natural tone while lying on the edge of the bathtub. Clark didn't have any serious problems. He probably just overtrained in the morning. This situation is very common for combat professionals. Even Mu Hua, who has super fast regeneration, would kneel down from time to time. It's just that his body has a strong self-repair ability, and he doesn't need special treatment. He will recover quickly. Get ready to take a shower, sir. The nutrient for training is almost used up. Clark said to Mu Hua, curling up and hugging his thighs, holding back a groan. This is a common situation for combat professionals, but the pain of the muscles being torn and twisted in this situation is hard to describe. After all, Clark might not frown even if he was stabbed, but the cramps in his right leg at this time made him groan unbearably. Asked demand to buy more nutrient. Is the energy module of the treatment chamber okay? While talking, Mu Hua threw a healing magic at Clark, and Clark's body relaxed. Today, he didn't need to use the treatment chamber anymore. The healing magic derived from divine arts is not popular, and it consumes a lot of magic. Most adventurers still use the medical chamber for treatment after training injuries. Take the team that Tibesha created for example. In fact, the salary expenditure is not much, but in addition to combat readiness, the treatment of the team members after high-intensity training and the corresponding nutritional supplements are the main consumption. The discomfort and trauma were healed, but the physical fatigue did not recover so quickly. Clark said that the energy unit of the treatment chamber did not need to be replenished. Seeing Mu Hua waving, Clark staggered to the bathing pool. You are going to the strategy group later, right? Is it okay to train like this? Mu Hua frowned and asked. It's okay. I'm also staying in the logistics group today. The team leader announced the recent restrictions on the intensity of training. Chiom also formulated several training plans. I won't delay anything, Clark explained. What plans do you have for the future? Well, about your own future. Looking at the agile Clark, Mu Hua asked thoughtfully. After a period of observation, Mu Hua found that Clark had a tough personality, perhaps because of his original living environment. He had a more retro loyalty complex. Now that the World Tree has the function of teleportation, Mu Hua intends to train the members of the Taibesha team and plans to open the Abyss Island to them. But all the prerequisites are that they are willing to stay in the team for a long time. After all, if they want to enter the Abyss Island, they must improve their magic adaptability. If they are ready to change jobs after a few years, Mu Hua will definitely not waste resources on them. Becoming a ghost god, obtaining a title, and a good territory has become a ghost town. Mu Hua now needs available people under his command. In terms of his social relations, it is more practical and reassuring to train himself. He wants to select the management personnel from the ghosts in the town, and Mu Hua prefers to cultivate magic life for combat personnel. As for Taibesha's team, he couldn't possibly have any intention of competing with Taibesha for power. With simple training, Taibesha could lead the team to deal with the magic stone corpse in the future, right? Sir, I want to follow you. Facing Mu Hua's question, Clark said seriously. Wow! The warm water splashed, and Mu Hua got out of the bathtub. He was satisfied with Clark's answer, but he smiled and shook his head. You can't keep up with me for the time being, so follow Taibesha first. Mu Hua said with a smile, thinking about buying some skill stones for Clark later. Now, the elemental tears that can affect the essence of life seem to have become a prop specifically for improving magic affinity in Mu Hua's hands. As for the team members, Mu Hua did not have high requirements for them, and would not spend too much time on them for the time being. Strengthen their survival ability, so that they can go out to hunt low-level monsters, and bring back the corpses of monsters, smelt the products, and give them a share. As long as they work hard, they will not be weak in the future. Mu Hua did not expect them to fight against powerful monsters for the time being. He loves low-level monsters very much. Looking at Mu Hua's back as he left the bathroom, especially seeing the keratin layer covering Mu Hua's entire spine and forming lines on his back, Clark twitched his mouth. The black, blood scab-like keratin layer was like a huge arthropod monster lying on Mu Hua's back. Well, it's not a skin disease. Clark knew that this thing was called purgatory armor. Earlier, he heard Mu Hua say that it looked ugly when spread on his body. He seemed to want to make a tail for himself first. Clark still felt that he should stay with Mu Hua, because he always felt that Mu Hua would be beaten easily when he went out. After taking a hot bath in the morning, Mu Hua left the suite. The second and third floors of the Demand Hotel were quiet. The original guests in the hotel had all left, including the members of the Odysseus team. After all, the town is now full of undead spirits, and here at the Demand Hotel, there are people crying, reporting, seeking help, and even making trouble. The hotel may become a gathering place for ghosts at any time. If you can stay in the courtyard, most adventurers will not stay in the town, let alone cats in the hotel. Going down to the lobby on the first floor, ordinary people may still feel empty when they see it, but if you have the ability of psychic vision, even Mu Hua will inevitably frown. Ghosts were floating around in the hall, and a few living people were like lambs to be slaughtered among the ghosts. A dozen dead souls with gray and black cloaks on their bodies were guarding the stairs, as if to welcome Mu Hua. Demand saw Mu Hua hurriedly approaching, and shuddered as he passed a ghost while walking. Looking around, Demand cursed something in a low voice. Master, good morning. Pushing aside a group of vaguely visible dead souls, Demand greeted Mu Hua with a smile on his face. Good morning. Mu Hua twitched his lips, and he was too lazy to argue with Demand anymore, so he replied casually. Since the fat man confirmed that Mu Hua had obtained the title, he called Mu Hua the master. He didn't want to curry favor with Mu Hua, a pink noble. In Demand's words, if Mu Hua became the lord, then the Demand Hotel would be handed over to him without any worries. Sir! After Demand, all the dead souls present saluted Mu Hua in unison. Yes! Mu Hua nodded in response, his expression calm, his eyes swept over Old Mori and his group. These ghosts gathered here early in the morning to welcome Mu Hua. There was no such rule originally. It is estimated that Caroline's remarks about loyalty to Mu Hua have spread, and it seems to have a good effect. Since they have all shown their attitudes, some arrangements should be made for some plans in the town, and outside of Old Mori and his group, there are some anxiously wandering ghosts, who seem to want to attract Mu Hua's attention. Most of those ghosts looked unfamiliar to Mu Hua, but among those ghosts, Pete's figure made Mu Hua look at it twice more. Although he didn't know what Pete was thinking, there was a very conspicuous silver thread floating in the emotional energy emanating from his body. Jealousy. Among the various emotional energies emanating from Pete, Mu Hua could only distinguish jealousy now. At this time, Peter's jealousy was brewing more than that of ordinary people, and Mu Hua didn't need to calmly absorb these jealous energies. They were thrown into Mu Hua's body, as if returning to their nests. Among all the emotional energies, Mu Hua could only absorb the original sin of jealousy for the time being. After these jealous energies roamed around in Mu Hua's body, if Mu Hua didn't put them into the sea of magic, they would dissipate without a trace. Mu Hua has not found the use of jealous energy so far. If they are put into the sea of magic, they will not merge with the magic, but become a kind of heterochromatic energy in the sea of magic. I don't know how to use them. After occupying the sea of magic, it will reduce Mu Hua's magic value in disguise, which also leads to Mu Hua basically dispersing them directly now. However, it is only temporary. Original sin is a high-end energy after all. Mu Hua just hasn't found their use yet. And Peter's jealousy is obviously aimed at Mu Hua. In short, Peter has no good intentions towards Mu Hua. But Mu Hua's expression when he looked at Peter was very strange. It was not because he was angry or unhappy, because Mu Hua found that this kind of existence that could supply him with jealous energy seemed to be necessary to keep. Chapter 459. The words a descendant of a Zhongshan wolf are very dangerous. It is not appropriate to change one's face once one gains power. The reason why Mu Hua deliberately promoted his intention to be loyal to him through Caroline was that he did not want to make himself too mercenary. This was not simply to maintain his own image, but more to make old Mori and others consciously adapt to the changes that needed to be made in certain attitudes. When the ghosts tacitly expressed their obedience to him, Mu Hua turned back to his usual style and asked everyone to call him as usual. To be honest, if it was just to provide some help to old Mori and others, even if it was to get them some philosopher's stone to evolve, Mu Hua would not care. But that was a kind of help as a friend, and Mu Hua could withdraw from that kind of help at any time. He would help when he was happy, and would not associate with him when he was unhappy. But the situation is obviously different now. Old Mori and others have become ghosts. They have entered a new world. At the same time, Mu Hua may be relied on by them for a long time. If he cannot let go easily, then Mu Hua still needs to have the right attitude towards them. People's hearts are unpredictable. Although he may need these ghosts as a kind of umbrella, Mu Hua has no interest in being a sucker. With an attitude, many things can be done according to the rules, as a matter of course, so as to avoid confusion and unnecessary troubles. This so-called attitude does not mean that the ghosts should be servile and act like grandsons, but to make them subconsciously acquiesce that everyone is on the same boat. Mu Hua needs to make them subconsciously agree with the rules, so that things involving rewards, punishments and appointments in the future will not seem abrupt. Mu Hua, who had been working his way up from the bottom, knew very well that the so-called process of subtle influence could not be avoided. If you call from a high place, all the ministers will come to pay homage. Don't make a fuss, watch out for your waist. As for management, Mu Hua has always believed that people should do as much work as they are paid, and the greater the power, the greater the ability. And those managers who have neither money nor power? Don't flatter them, that thing is simply a scam. It is very sad that a group of scammers under the banner of management can run rampant in the world. The most intuitive manifestation is that everyone is talking nonsense, but those who really work have to go through hardships, as if everything can be created out of nothing. Mu Hua can't afford that now. Okay, everyone, be casual and talk about the situation in the past 2 days. Mu Hua smiled and waved to the dead souls, walked down the stairs, and nodded to several living guard members nearby. Well, living people are rare in the town now, and the world is full of ghosts who don't need to breathe. Bellica, Toby, it's a bit strange. The captain of the town's 9 hunters died, the captain of the guards also died, but none of their men were killed. Although many guards resigned and ran away as soon as they woke up, Penelope did it early in the morning, and no one was on duty at that time, so there were indeed few deaths. The 9 hunters in wool were because the office was relatively closed, and the police heard that there was an angel who ran a nightclub in the 3rd block and went to protect them. Sir, more than 500 people survived in the town, 234 decided to stay in the town, and there should be 30 or 40 young people who went out and planned to come back recently. There are a total of 74,000 ghosts who have completed identity registration in the city. Those who survived in the new city are basically ready to leave, but more than 5,000 ghosts' relatives are interested in settling in Cairn City, and there are also some ghosts who are unwilling to register. As Mu Hua asked, Selma and Mori took the lead in responding. When they mentioned the ghosts who did not accept registration management, they hesitated to speak, but looked at Mu Hua. It happened to be a sudden change. Not all ghosts can remain rational, and some ghosts fled to the outside world at the first time. No one can do anything about those situations. Mu Hua glanced at the few living people in the hall, and finally his eyes met with the Imperial Princess Ingrid. Mu Hua determined the tone, and the other party nodded imperceptibly and left the hotel. Many people died in Cairn City. Similarly, in order to quickly stabilize the situation, many ghosts died in the ghost-to-ghost operation. The so-called ghosts who were unwilling to register in Selma and Maury's mouths, no matter whether they disappeared at this time, they should always be given some reasons to disappear. There are 70,000 to 80,000 ghosts. In the short term, there may be about 5,000 to 10,000 humans settling in Cairn City. Mu Hua just wants to basically confirm their number. As for the citizens who disappeared completely, there is no point in talking about this issue. It is also the business of the imperial government to deal with the follow-up. Mu Hua skips it directly. In such a large city, there are too few humans who intend to settle down. Those ghosts seem to be unable to do anything for the time being. Mu Hua is somewhat troubled by the placement of these ghosts, but he has to try to stabilize the ghost's survival attitude first. Rita. Mu Hua called out Rita, who runs a supermarket in the town. This middle-aged woman, who was a little fat in her life, became much slimmer after becoming a dead soul. The middle-aged woman, who was a little nagging and aggressive at first, now looks timid, but her eyes flash with anger from time to time. Rita, go and do some publicity. We are going to build a church on the edge of the town and the new city. In the future, ghosts can go there regularly to receive blessings of joy. The blessing of joy can maintain your humanity and rationality, but there are too many ghosts now. We can only maintain it for the time being. It is impossible for them to ask for blessings at any time. You will be responsible for the registration of blessings in the future. Mu Hua said to Rita. Rita has no special talents, but she is also eloquent among the housewives in the town. As long as she still maintains the human heart and character, the existence of women can still make many people lose their temper. Since joy is to be bestowed, Mu Hua did not intend to give it for free. Building a church and cultivating some faith are all natural. How can women be absent in developing faith? Mu Hua plans to let Rita take charge of this first to see the effect. Okay, sir. But as for the church, which God should we believe in? Rita asked in response, with a little smugness on her face. Well, secretly happy, Rita is still a little smart. She now understands the withering of the dead, the blessing of joy. Since Mu Hua asked her to be responsible for this matter, let alone the power that may be involved in the future, she should be able to give more joy, right? This kind of thing can be said to be a rare need of the dead. Rita is very satisfied with Mu Hua's arrangement. At this time, she has begun to think about how to perfect this task as much as possible, and do it as well as possible. If it's God, just believe in Ikaros. It doesn't matter if you hang the title of the Universal Angel for entertainment. Mu Hua thought, joy and entertainment seem to be quite compatible. Faith is not something that can be obtained by bowing twice, and pretending to recite a few lines. It is not easy for the dead to have faith. They are better than demons, but it is also difficult for them to believe in other individuals. But the ghosts of Cairns are different. Although they are undead, their thinking and cognition are still human. As for humans, you can say that they are good at fooling people, or that they like to find something to rely on. Let alone giving them actual benefits, even if they don't give them anything, even if they simply flatter them a few words, there are many humans who believe in some messy things with all their heart and soul. Regardless of emotional energy or the power of faith, these mysterious energies, the output of humans and monsters is essentially the same. The only difference is that humans are more abundant. Sir, if there is no religion that regards angels as gods, using the name of Ikaros will probably not be very effective. Rita suggested carefully. Mu Hua was a little surprised, but suddenly he understood. Angels are born with the ability to absorb the power of faith, but they can only absorb scattered and ownerless faith, just like Peter's jealousy of Mu Hua, but angels cannot let that kind of faith directed at them directly attach to them. This world does not have gods worshipped in the form of angels. On the contrary, angels are nicknamed God-killing vanguards. Mu Hua knew all this, but it was all scattered beliefs without a master. He had never intended to regard Ikaros as a god. Kelada's reminder was not wrong. No matter whether gods exist or not, people in this world know that angels cannot become gods. Putting Ikaros on the throne is a lie, and the efficiency of generating faith power will inevitably be greatly reduced. Master, how about Lin Feng? Demand reminded. Lin Feng? Although the reborn in this world are a bit watery, they can accept the allegiance of directional faith. Then worship the goddess of water, Aqua. Mu Hua said to Rita. Well, never mind the reborn, the prophet, the son of God, the saint, etc. They do have more advantages than angels in absorbing faith, but it seems unreasonable for Mu Hua to give that guy a bargain. Mu Hua does not object to Lin Feng mixing in the Dandelion team, But it does not mean that he should put the guy on the altar. He is more like a certificate to Muhua, a certificate for establishing a formal religion. Of course, Muhua should not really create a mentally retarded goddess for the time being, or rather, he can't create one. Muhua can indeed create terror-level magical life, but angels can at least absorb some ownerless faith. Those magical life without angel roots can't even absorb the power of ownerless faith. Muhua now has no idea what a god is, and there is no way he can create a goddess. You know, Queen Medusa in Yongye territory probably didn't find a way to absorb the power of faith. As for what to do without Aqua, Muhua originally just wanted to create more ownerless faiths for Ikaros to absorb nearby. Does it matter whether Aqua really exists? Well, there is no reason to put Lin Feng in our church. It's settled. From now on, the ghosts in Cane City will believe in the idiot. No, the goddess of water Aqua. Chapter 460. With the arrangement of the gift of joy in place, the ghost of Cane should be much more stable. Muhua also placed a fictitious goddess in Cane City to create a faith environment for Ikaros. Let Rita handle these things and set Ikaros as the messenger of Aqua. Ikaros will contact Rita later. If there are any problems later, Ikaros will contact Muhua. Ivan, how is your farm? After explaining the church, Muhua looked at Ivan. The livestock are all dead, basically useless. We need to find some people to irrigate these days, otherwise the vegetables in the farmland will be abandoned sooner or later. Ivan said, a little frustrated. Did the helpers on the farm have an accident? Muhua asked. The few who survived were all scared away. Alas, it can't be blamed on them. Ivan sighed. If all the livestock on the farm died, the farm would be a disaster area for mosquitoes. It would be difficult for a few cowboys to survive. Muhua shook his head secretly. How about this, you gather the helpers who have become ghosts first, and then pick some ghosts who know how to do farm work. I will give you some skeleton warriors to possess, and keep the farm running first. Muhua thought. The farm has special mechanical equipment for irrigation and harvesting, and only needs a small number of people who know how to operate those equipment. Skeleton warriors can't play those machines. Things like harvesters are not that they can't be started, but they don't know where they are going when they start. Ghosts can't physically interfere with real things, but letting them possess skeleton warriors solves the problem, and the rest is just tedious chores. Ivan nodded in agreement, and then looked at Muhua hesitantly. Mu, I plan to transfer 60% of the farm shares to you. Can you send some more powerful skeletons? I still want to raise monsters. Ivan said to Muhua. Yeah, I think so too. As for the shares, 40% is enough. The farm is still your farm. I will send you some skeleton generals later, but you are too weak now. You can command them, but don't try to possess them. For the time being, you can use the skeletons to support them. Regarding the breeding of monsters, I may have other ways to restrain monsters in the future. Muhua confirmed. You should know that ghosts devouring each other helps their growth, and whether it is livestock or monsters, ghosts can be born under my influence. So it is best to do breeding and slaughtering, and apply to the government for help in meat sales channels. Do you understand what I mean? After a brief hesitation, Muhua said again. No matter how much they retain their memories, ghosts are still ghosts. Devouring other ghosts is also a way for them to grow. Jealous ghosts do not only affect humans. Ghosts transformed from livestock are also a growth resource for Ivan and others. Yes. Ivan nodded heavily. He understood what Muhua meant. Let alone the ghosts of livestock, planting is not as profitable as breeding. Moreover, the demon merchant Becero had said earlier that if there is a philosopher's stone, it is possible to get the seeds of ambergris. That is a fruit that can tempt monsters. There is no need to say more at this time. Muhua had already thought about raising monsters earlier, and now the city of Canes really has a tendency to keep living people away. If you can raise monsters willing to become human servants, then do some pets and war beasts in Canes, which should bring some popularity to this ghost town. Ivan was interested in magic beasts when he was alive, but now that he has become a ghost, he has fewer desires and more expectations for Muhua's words. Sir, what about me? I also grow magic plants? After Ivan, the head of the logging yard, Gina, asked, which caused Muhua to roll his eyes. Give you some skeleton warriors, go find some ghosts willing to work, and continue to plant trees and cut wood. Muhua said to Gina. Magic beasts can be raised, and it is feasible to get some low-level and high-yield herbivorous magic beasts as food, gradually build a food chain, and raise some high-level magic beasts. As for magic plants, forget it. Those things have very strict requirements for the magic environment, and building a magic environment basically involves smashing magic stones and magic cores. It is basically impossible for Mu Hua to consume magic stones and magic cores on magic plants. There is a lot of land that can be planted on the Abyss Island. If he wants to plant magic plants, he will go to the island to plant them. Cane City? Plants that require the breath of death can be considered. As for the others, just run a logging camp honestly. Mu Hua did not make any special arrangements for GNA. GNA was disappointed, but he also expressed his willingness to transfer 60% of the shares of his industry to Mu Hua. It seems that this should be the result of their long-term discussion. Although there are emperors and nobles in the Magic Empire, there is no rule that lords can encroach on citizens' industries. There are even some merchants who compete with lords and nobles for business. Business dealings depend on their own abilities. However, GNA, Ivan and others are obviously different. After becoming ghosts, based on the trust in the past, they have too many things to rely on Mu Hua. Let's not talk about the blessing of joy for now. Because they completed the evolution of dead souls in a short period of time, some more knowledgeable ghosts suspected that it was Mu Hua who made them devour a large number of ghosts that led to this evolution. When the dead souls kept their mouths shut, they also truly experienced the cruelty between ghosts. Now, when it comes to establishing intersections with the necromancers and witches in the outside world, GNA and his group are more afraid that they will become food for other ghosts at any time. GNA also wants to rely on Mu Hua, but Mu Hua did not even take 40% of the shares he transferred, but took 20% symbolically, just asking him to temporarily maintain the operation of the lumberyard, or to open up some orchards and recruit as many ghosts as possible. Work, make money, go to Old Baron's Tavern to drink ghost drinks, and save money to buy constructed undead that can be relied on. Sustainable development is the key to stability. As for the products produced by Cane City, I think the imperial government will also promote sales. Mark Timu. After explaining GNA, and then to Mark, Tim and others, Mu Hua scratched his head and hesitated for a while about what tasks to assign them. You say you want to keep the restaurants, butcher shops, fast food restaurants, and other business places open, but there are not many people in the town. How can they operate? You say you don't want to open them. A city without these shops will not only be dead, but people will also have a hard time maintaining a normal life. Mark Tim Sam. Bring some people and build the farmer's market first, at the junction of the town and the new city. When the town is more stable, the blockade of the courtyard will definitely be lifted. According to the specific situation of the residents of Cairns in the future, some restaurants will be opened at the appropriate time. Mu Hua gave a rough order. They were all old acquaintances, so he found something for them to do, so that they would not worry about being abandoned. The so-called future residents must refer to the living people, and they would figure out how to do it themselves. Mu, I heard that some ghosts' families outside want to make trouble. The demonstrators in Hayman City have already clashed with the guards, who blocked the border. Speaking of the issue of lifting the blockade, Old Mori interjected. That is none of our business. Even if I just said that, I just want to help you restore a relatively normal life. Regarding this aspect of the problem, Mu Hua shook his head and ignored it. The Empire gave him this territory with an obvious intention to pass on the responsibility. Now is not the feudal era. Even if it was the feudal era, no one said that the Lord must develop the territory well and let it go. Even if the people are living in poverty, the people can just live in another place. If the father is not kind, the son will go to another place, and if the country is not kind, the minister will go to another country, not to mention it is just a ghost town. Now these people in Cane City are not killed by him. When the citizens died, the city hall in the new city area was sound, and the officials were in place. If the ghost's relatives want to make trouble, they can go to the imperial government. I am an honest and jealous ghost, taking care of the ghosts who died in vain in your family, but I didn't provoke anyone. If you want to settle in Cane City, go find Ingrid. If you want to get rid of the ghosts in the city, Mu Hua will welcome you with both hands. He doesn't care about other things, and Mu Hua's statement that he favors the townspeople also makes Old Mori and his group agree a little more. Find out who is causing trouble, let the ghosts communicate with their families themselves, use the Eye of True Vision if there is no psychic vision potion, and ask the imperial government for anything you need. Explain clearly to the ghosts in the city that even if I want my territory to be filled with ghosts, it depends on how they maintain the stability here. If there is trouble, and the Empire wants to deal with me, I can only drag you guys into it, and I can only leave. Anyway, I can find a place for us to stay wherever we go. At worst, we can just move into the courtyard. Although he was making all these arrangements, Mu Hua still managed to clear himself. Hobart accepted the matter, and then Mu Hua looked at Selma and Old Mori. You too should pay attention to those who are willing to stay in Kane City recently. People in the town should be given priority. I will try to help them acquire psychic qualities. I plan to train some necromancers. Muhua said, and then looked at Dr. Dorn. Dorn, go pick some ghosts in the town, find those who are usually gentle, and take them to Trisha to learn how to help people temper their souls. Yeah. Dorn responded with a low voice, and Muhua patted Dorn's shoulder as if to comfort him. Everyone had not been dead for long, but they were not in a good mood. Mori, let Hobart run your gun shop business first. Selma, Mori, if we train necromancers, they must join the security system of Kane City. I plan to let you command them in the future. What do you think? Muhua asked Selma and old Mori. The purpose of getting psychic physique is to allow those people to contact their family members who have become ghosts, but since they are all psychic, they might as well become necromancers. After all, they are pure blood, which can add some characteristics and self-protection power to Kane City. Selma and old Mori are both old people in the town. They have great prestige in the town, and the most important thing is that they are close to Muhua. The two were originally old, but now they have become two new ghosts. The things they were ordered before were all related to production and life, but the necromancers at this time can be regarded as armed forces. Muhua is obviously also expressing his attention to the two. It's no problem to pick people. We try to help you find good people. But the guard? Why not just form a night group? If there's a problem with the funding. Selma was interrupted by Muhua when she suggested. Muhua forgot that nobles can form their own night groups, and unlike the guard, the night group can be regarded as his private soldiers recognized by the imperial government within his territory. Well, don't worry about the funding, just form a night group, and you two will be the leaders of the night group in the future. The Black Crow Knights. Muhua confirmed. Following Muhua's speech, at Selma's instruction, old Mori and Selma knelt on one knee and swore allegiance to Muhua with the etiquette of a knight. The knight adhered to virtues, and listened to the oath led by Selma, and Muhua's eyes were dazed. Black Crow, that should be the first skill he acquired.